guys, and welcome to the Regional Spotlight. In this video, we're going to have a quick look at Europe coming into the Spring Live Championship. Europe is currently performing at its highest level ever. Top teams like G2, SK, and Fanatic are clearly paying attention to metas worldwide. The European Vainglory 8 is known to prefer late game. You'll want to keep your eyes on the laners, where we see Gwen, Rona, Vox, Baron, and Ringo picked consistently. Hundor is the breakout laner from Europe this season. His hero pool is deep and his skill cap is high. He very rarely gets out-farmed and has impeccable teamfight positioning. Volafar, three-time European champion, has been one of the most innovative players in the carry position this season. He loves Ringo and is known to play melee laners, which could throw opponents off guard. Fnatic's Techno JJ executes on a high level consistently. His hero pool should be well suited to face up against North America. He rarely makes mistakes. Waldemar is Europe's X Factor. For this reason, no team can ever go to sleep on Cyclone. He's a flashy player and will always go for it if given the chance. The laners tend to set the pace for Europe, but there's talent in every corner of this region, from Dark Potato in the jungle to Netwillet in the captain position. Europe has improved leaps and bounds this season, and I'm excited to see what they can accomplish in this championship. Hey guys, and welcome to the Regional Spotlight. In this video, we're going to have a quick look at North America coming into the Spring Live Championship. In Spring 2017, North America has continued to push boundaries, riding the momentum from its second, third, and fourth place finishes at Worlds 2016. While Europe's laners tend to set the pace, it's North America's junglers who you really want to keep your eyes on. With picks like Glaive, Petal, Koshka, Kestrel, and Grumjaw, North American junglers are aggressive and enjoy high burst damage. I Love Joseph excels on signature picks and has the ability to sniff out opponents' weaknesses. He gets more work done with less items than anybody I've ever seen. Xenotech broke out this season, going from good to great. He has a deep hero pool and incredible game sense. The legendary T-Tigers is back to his top form. His mechanical abilities are paired equally with top-notch decision-making. He is one of the few players to never back down from a fight. And the essence of North America, Von C lives up to his no fear, just fight reputation. In spring season, he has struck a seemingly perfect balance of aggression and patience. Europe and North America have their differences stylistically, and historically North America has come out on top. But this championship is up for grabs, and it could be taken by anyone. I've never been more excited for a live event, and in closing, all I can say is to expect the unexpected.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Unified Western Live Championship.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We're here for day 2. 4 of our contenders have been eliminated from the tournament. The domestic games are over, and now it's time to jump into our international play. NA versus EU. It's time to feast your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Munchables. I'll be leading the desk here for the rest of the event, and I'm joined once again by Tasty Bacon and Sweejay. It has been months since we saw EU versus NA. How are we feeling coming into this one, Bacon?
I mean, talking to the North American teams, every single one of them feels confident in their matchups. None of them want to be the first team to ever lose a series to a European team.
And you'll know a lot about that feeling, right, Sweejay?
Absolutely. That's why I'm wearing the blue today, to represent NA and wish the NA teams the best today. It's going to be a great day. Is an EU team going to make history and finally defeat an NA team in a best-of-5 series?
That is going to be the question. Can EU finally win a series? Let's find out what's been going on across the tournament so far. In case any of you missed day 1, SK Gaming managed to start things off by winning their series 3-0 against Mouse. Fanatic won theirs 3-1 against Cyclone. We had a 3-2 series between Immortals and Hammers. Sweejay knows all about that one as he was on the stage. And then finally we had a 3-0 between Gangstars and Tempo Storm. But we can have a little bit of a recap of day 1 as well. Before we go into the nitty-gritty of our matches for today, let's see how it all panned out yesterday.
The games went amazing, and for the first time that we played as a team, I'm really happy.
We lost pretty hard, like 3-0. We didn't expect to lose like that.
We know that we have a huge challenge ahead, which is Cloud9. We have to give and be in our best to beat them.
We knew we can beat them, and we were just like, oh, we're gonna win. Just stay calm, stay focused, and we're pretty confident about winning. Happy it turned out that way.
The match went to the game 5. In the final game, we drafted our best comp. We just destroyed them that game. The next matchup, we're against G2. They're a European team and they're the first seed. I'm not going to underestimate them. They are really good, but we think we can win.
We all played really well and contributed as a team to the win.
We have had some crazy series. We've had some upsets. Immortals especially really bringing their A game. Gangstar's managing to win that one 3-0, which nobody expected. Everyone was hoping for 5 games on that one. I don't even know what to expect. It's been amazing day 1, and day 2 is going to be even better.
There we have it. Day 1 was absolutely insane. So many incredible games. I've got to say, Sweejay, your series in particular, that 3-2 between you guys and Hammers, I was on the edge of my seat the entire time.
Yeah, it was very intense to be there with the team, but I'm glad how it came out, and I'm really proud of my team and how we pulled through.
And not only that, but being the only lower-seeded team to take a victory over a higher-seeded team in day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It was arguably an upset coming on in. No offense or anything like that. But let's take a look at our games coming up today. Obviously, you guys are going to be moving on forwards, but you're not up first. The first game of the day is going to be Cloud9, America's 2nd seed, up against SK Gaming. And secondly, we'll have Team Secret versus Gangstars.
And of course, just The overall excitement of finally having the North American teams taking on the European teams. A lot of question marks, where does each region stand? And even where do the individual teams stand? The two teams that had to play yesterday, are they going to be able to continue with their momentum from day one?
Absolutely. And then we have one of the real tester games there, Immortals versus G2, first seed in Europe versus 6th seed in America, and then finally we'll be rounding out with TSM versus Fnatic.
Yeah, arguably both of these series, tough matchups against their opponent. TSM #1 in North America, G2 #1 in EU. So their opponents are going to have a really tough time to overcome such great teams. So it'll be very interesting to see how those series plays out.
And don't forget, everyone at home, we want to know how you guys are watching the tournament. If you're down in the crowd downstairs, make sure to tweet a selfie, tweet a picture of the crowd using that hashtag VaingloryLive, and your tweets will be featured on the stream. But also, if you want to win yourself some prizes, make sure to tweet using the hashtag GuessMinionDeaths. If you can get close to the amount of minions that are killed by players across the course of this tournament, you can win yourself some awesome prizes. Also, on top of that, Vainglory now has a Snapchat account, so make sure to get involved and follow on Snapchat. Make sure to send us your pictures because we want to see all of your awesome games. We want to see what's going on in your lives as well. And I believe you can also win some keys for mystery chests, if I'm correct. So make sure to be following the Twitch chat as we go through the day. But without further ado, it's time to start talking about our first matchup. The first time we get to see one of these top-seeded teams grace the stage. And that's actually one of the big things I want to talk about, talking about this series. C9 versus SK Gaming, right? We've seen SK. They looked amazing on day one. They looked confident on day one. Do we think Cloud9 are going to have any kind of land jitters? Do we think they're going to need warming up or anything like that?
They really shouldn't. Cloud9, all three of these players have been on the live stage before. They know what this experience is like. They shouldn't really have any of those day one jitters or anything of that sort. But on the other hand, SK, they're warmed up. They've already played a few games, so maybe that does give them a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's an argument. Oh, Cloud9, we can't really not praise this team, right? This is an exceptionally strong NA team. Obviously, there's a little bit of a debate between people on whether it's going to be C9 or TSM winning the whole thing. I think majority are leaning towards TSM, but there's definitely an argument for Cloud9. SK feel like the underdogs coming into this one. But there is an argument that SK are one of the most powerful teams, if not the most powerful team within Europe.
Yeah, I agree, and I love that this is a series to kick off day 2. It's going to be, I think, the most intense series. We're going to see a lot of back and forth. And is SK going to be able to respond to the NA meta and the NA playstyle, the NA rotations and the aggressiveness? Is SK going to respond harder back? And how is Cloud9 going to dominate or try to dominate SK?
And talking to some of the North American teams, from their scrimmages they've had with the cross-regional performances here at London, they've kind of said, SK is one of the teams that we've started to gain the most respect for based on how they've played us in our practice matches.
Yeah, it seems like maybe their strategy fits that of NA. We'll have to wait and see, though, but first things first, we've got to get our teams onto the stage.
Please welcome, representing North America, the #2 seed, Cloud9!
There they are, Cloud9, American superstars, and you can't mention any of those three names without really giving them praise in their respective roles.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe Vizzle, one of the probably best captains in the game right now, along with Gold School, or Old School we like to call him, right? And Joseph, such a dominant jungler. I mean, all three are arguably probably one of the most talented players in each of their respective positions.
And that's kind of one of the big storylines of C9, right, is their mechanical play. These guys are exceptional players individually.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure on them coming into the Vainglory 8 regular season because this roster was put together during the winter offseason, and everyone had them pegged to be like the team to take down Team Solo Mid because it was a super team coming together. Like they picked and chose players from different rosters that had such incredible performances in the past, and because of these mechanical abilities that they have, brought them together. They've really come together well and now, I mean, number 2 seed in North America.
It's been working across the regular season. Can it work on the big stage? It's time to meet their opponents for their first test.
Please welcome, representing Europe, the number 3 seed, SK Gaming.
Biggest thing we said yesterday looking at these guys, nothing but confidence. They are coming in strong. They don't look afraid of NA, and I think that's a very important factor.
Yeah, they don't look afraid of anything, really, especially you saw jetpacks there getting the crowd on their side, as you expect them to be here in Europe, on the not quite SK's home soil, but at least the region's home soil. So they definitely have the crowd at their backs, and they're trying to push up against Cloud9.
Yeah, sure. And actually, we had a hype man kind of hyping up the crowd earlier before the show actually started. And I got to say, he was asking for NA cheers. There was a bit of a cheer. When he asked for EU cheers, the crowd was definitely behind EU here on the home turf.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have that home field advantage. And we're going to see a very interesting match, especially in jungle. I love Joseph versus Tyrese. It's going to be huge to see how that's going to play out.
Absolutely. Well, we did actually have a chat with Cloud9 a couple of days ago, seeing how they were feeling coming on into the tournament.
I feel really good about our level of preparation. We definitely improved our scrim time, and getting in person, it really helped us improve our team synergy. I think that the pressure is really always there. And I think that in like a live setting, it'll just all go away. I'll try to focus on the game. Me being on a team with Joseph definitely made the transition when I joined Cloud9 a lot easier.
I would probably say since Vainglory is a snowball heavy type game, a little misplay or a team fight going wrong in just one scenario could actually just snowball the game.
I think I'm passive aggressive. I feel like I know when to aggressive jungle, and I know when to play safe, and I know my limits. There is no junglers that I'm concerned about facing. I feel like I have the potential to be probably the best jungler, ADU and NA.
We have it, Joseph. He thinks he's got the potential to be the best jungler in the entire Western Hemisphere. We'll see whether that's going to come to pass, but if you want to prove it, this is the tournament. This is the best of EU clashing heads. And honestly, I feel like this is going to be a great test for him as well, because SK's players are also incredibly mechanically gifted.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're here in Day 2 of the Unified Championship. There's a reason why some of these North American teams have said if there is a European team they're worried about, it's probably going to be SK, not one of the top 2 seeds out of Europe, which is kind of the surprise. You know, it may not look like SK is the strongest, but the players have decided that that's what they're worried about.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be a real test for SK as well, because I feel like right now they have a lot of EU's hopes on their shoulders, and they have a big opponent to try and defeat on this big stage as well. It's like a lot of time and effort has been put into that team, and now this is their moment to really rise to the challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And a big dark cloud that looms over them is the late game. And Cloud9 is known to execute so perfectly in late game team fights. And that's where we see SK kind of fall off a little bit. So I think the late game is really going to determine which team is going to take that game in the series here.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the players that we're going to be keeping a close eye on in this series. Gabe Vizzle and Kvalifar. I mean, give me some context on this one, Baker.
Yeah, well, yesterday the player to watch from SK was Tyrus, because we weren't sure how he was going to step up on the live stage. He answered every single question that was thrown at him. He was absolutely phenomenal. So now the attention has to turn to Kvalifar, the all-star laner for SK. And then Gabe Vizzle, you know, along with I Love Joseph, the two of them kind of together would have been the player to watch, but unfortunately that you can only pick one for us to show here. And so Gabe Vizzle kind of the catalyst for this team more often than not in their games.
Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah, one thing about Gabe that I haven't seen, and I play with him in ranked and scrims, is he can block Grumpjaw ultimates. I mean, he's one of the only captains that I know that can consistently block because he's so mechanically gifted on that. So watch his actives and the timing of his actives definitely in these matches.
Yeah, even going back to, all the way back to the winter season, last year, Gabe Vizzle was one of the only captains at the time that could reliably and consistently block like blast tremors coming out from Catherine. But now that, that's kind of become a much more common skill among captains, but stuff like the Grumpjaw ultimate, still a lot of captains have not been able to pick up, but Gabe Vizzle, as always, early adopter into having the reflexes for these abilities.
Yeah, and that's exceptionally important as well, especially when you're shielding your entire team. But speaking of going back a little bit, we do have a clip from the VGA of Cloud9, and we mentioned this is one of the best teams in North America. This is them defeating the best team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not be impressed by seeing them just really almost manhandle Team Solo Mid in that game, in that particular fight especially? That's kind of the play that Cloud9 is capable of when they are firing on all cylinders, when they are just at the top of their game.
Okay, so I've got quite a big question to ask here, going into day 2, because right at the start of day 1, we hyped up a little bit that this is update 2.4, right? Baptiste is in competitive play. We didn't get the chance to see him yesterday. When we were talking to the teams in rehearsal day, a few of them mentioned it, perhaps in like a captain role, perhaps in different ways, but we haven't seen a glimmer of that. Do we expect to see that here today?
I think he will be pulled out if it's a draft that they want and they need to pull out, especially if it's like an important, critical Game 5 and they haven't put out all their trump cards yet. That is the time to pull it out, or even pull it out Game 1. Win the series or win the first match so that you can potentially tilt your opponent and sweep them.
Get that momentum.
Yeah.
And I think this team is this matchup is one of the most likely matchups to have the Baptiste pulled out. We've seen Gabe Vizzle in the past play extremely unconventional captain picks. He's played Vox as a captain, just to give an example. And then Kvalifar is also a player that has been known to take extremely unlikely heroes into the lane, or just extremely underplayed heroes into the lane. I mean, he's played Finn in the lane at previous live events. He's known for Lance in the lane. So maybe he's the one who pulls out the Baptiste up in the lane. We'll have to see if this will be, if it is going to come out. I think it's high probability it'll be in this series.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that sentiment. These are both kind of fairly unconventional teams, and one of the big parts as well is C9 are often unconventional in terms of what they build in-game as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Gabe builds specifically to counter his opponent. So even if it's a Lance opponent, he'll get a Crucible to block the roots. I mean, this guy knows how to basically disrupt and minimize the impact that the other captain needs to make against his own team. And Old School builds a very tanky. He knows he's probably the focus of a lot of fights, so he builds defense appropriately. And their itemization is very consistent, and they know how to maximize their power spikes, especially when they get those tier 3 power spikes.
Well, we've spoken a lot about Cloud9 though, but a couple of days ago we did also speak to SK Gaming, so let's see how that chat went.
It feels really good to be here with SK Gaming. I feel like the roster we're having is the best roster we've ever had. Yeah, so me and Kvalifar, we've known each other for a while, and we have always been good friends since the first time we met. In the search for our third player, we found Tyrus, and he has just a great personality, and it's just matched really good with the team. And we've had a lot of time now to form like the synergy and the communication, and it's worked out really good.
It's actually funny because recently, for example, I saw Druid playing Rona lane, so it's cool that I taught him something.
Well, how I feel about playing in front of a crowd the first time ever is obviously I don't really know how it's going to be, but obviously I have backup from my team if they know they will cool me down if something is going to happen, and I'm pretty confident that I can handle it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty excited.
Tyrus there talking about his kind of land jitters, but it didn't show yesterday.
Not at all.
Any way whatsoever. But one of the big things that SK were saying yesterday as well is, if we can go on to beat Cloud9, we're going to win the whole tournament. I mean, how does that statement stand up?
I mean, that's confidence. It's bravado. They feel like I mean, it also kind of shows where they feel Cloud9 stands.
Yes.
And compared to the rest of the tournament as well, saying that they feel Cloud9 is the second best team here, but we are underway.
Absolutely. You could hear the crowd getting hyped downstairs, and we are into draft.
Yeah, that Arden ban is great from Cloud9. They did their homework because European teams love that Arden. Lara is then banned on B side, which is a typical and a predictable ban from EU. So it's interesting that they went and went with the prediction there. And of course, they're going to take Koshka here.
The Koshka first pick. How big of a deal is this for SK? That American Koshka.
This is massive. I mean, we are finally going to see the difference in the win rates was so drastic in the regular season, with North America having an over 80% win rate on the Koshka. Now we find out, is North America better at playing it, or is Europe better at playing against it?
One of the big things, though, in favor of SK is they have banned one healer and they've picked the other, so you can't have that Koshka healer combo.
Yeah, and Grumpjaw is actually a good counter into Koshka here. So I was surprised that Cloud9 did not ban Grumpjaw away, because Grumpjaw can face Koshka in that early game. So Cloud9 will probably most likely take Gwen, because Old School is such a great carry on that Gwen. Oh, they actually go with Vox. And I think for support-wise, they have a few options, such as Finn, for example, or they can go with some more aggressive like Flicker. But I think here, what makes the most sense, maybe potentially Calf, because Calf can counter Grumpjaw, or Glaive even, in terms of putting him out of position and canceling his ultimate.
Yeah, I think the Captain would be absolutely massive here for them to pick up, because you do, again, you need to be able to cancel out that Grumpjaw ultimate. They're going to go with the Glaive, though.
Yeah, and I feel like this is very important to highlight the fact that we were getting to a part where the captain pool is actually really not that wide in that situation. SK have done a good job of kind of pinching that pool down, but now looking towards SK's final pick, how do you round out this composition?
Yeah, they can go with Flicker if they play Fortress. There's a lot of options. They can do Finn with Grumpjaw. That's a very strong combination. They can also do a Captain Grumpjaw, but I doubt it because they want to match against the Koshka.
Here it is! We mentioned it earlier. We are going to see Batiste coming into play. Do we think this is a Captain Batiste?
Absolutely, because you want to weapon power the Grumpjaw to match the Koshka, and it's definitely going to be a Captain Batiste here.
So super quickly.
If it's Captain Adachi.
Okay, well, we'll get into that when we get into game. Really quickly, who do we think has got the advantage here?
Ooh, if SK can execute their draft, I'm going to give it to them, honestly.
Okay. I still think North America over Europe. I think Cloud9's got it.
Okay, divided desk on this one. It's time to pass over to our casters. Jaws and Scoundrel, take it away.
I don't know. People keep doing that. I just wonder if it's a thing that I just don't get.
We thought of the copy of them. But my name is Jaws, obviously joined by Scoundrel, and we're into game number 1 with our EU versus NA on day number 2, Cloud9 versus SK Gaming. And my goodness, have we got a game number 1.
I mean, I was looking at this draft phase thinking, all right, I'm expecting something weird from SK. I'm expecting them to bring out a little bit of spice in this first series, but oh my word, that is a draft that I have just never seen before. Mind ticking away, thinking about what they are going to achieve. And I actually think it's a pretty solid plan against the Koshka. I think, you know, you have that Batiste to lock that Koshka down, the early aggression. The Ordained comes out. Suddenly Koshka can't make use of her movement speed. She can't be, you know, really tricky in the early game. And Grumpjaw weapon power, like Suijay said, very good at dealing with Koshka, matching her toe-to-toe in terms of early aggression.
Yeah, like Grumpjaw's just base damages as well, just they're insane.
Yeah.
Like almost like you said, to kind of match Koshka, right? And then you've got Batiste in the jungle as well to kind of help them along, or in the roamer position, I should say. Yeah. It's just going to be an absolutely ridiculous mashup. We've got 2 of the newest heroes coming onto the fold. SK Gaming, they're like, okay, we're just going to bring it all in this first one. Game number 1, though, we're on to the fold. Glaive and a Vox in the lane, though. This is kind of something I've wanted to see as well, because Gabe Vizzle, people have been talking about him time and time again, what a fantastic captain he is, and I want to see him match up against Kavalifar.
There you go, SK making an aggressive move here. Scout Trap will be able to sort of ward off and keep that lane earlier, but this is an invade coming out from the entire SK squad, and looks like Cloud9 are going to respond by shoving that lane up incredibly hard, with both Old School and Gabe Vizzle doing the work there. By shoving the lane up, you do punish SK slightly. They do lose lane minions to the turret, and obviously, in that case, it means you kind of lose a bit of gold efficiency in your invade. And Gabe Vizzle, being Glaive, is going to make his move to the back of the SK jungle and start to do a similar thing.
Yeah, and I can imagine what we're going to see here from Jetpacks at least is just disrupt this Koska as much as he can. Tyro's, he's this rookie player, first live event, and he was talking to us saying how he's so excited to play on stage and coming up with such a titan that is Cloud9. I'm kind of like curious to see how he's actually going to you know, react in this sense, because Mouse Sports, you could say it was more or less going to be a 3-0 from the get-go.
Gavizzle's going to walk straight into SK here, but SK not overly fond of trying to make that committed play right now. They're just going to continue farming. Looks like it's been a fairly even trade across it so far for C9 and SK. C9 did respond really well to that SK early invade. They, again, like we said, they shoved the wave. So obviously you're getting a farm already over onto Old School, and Gavizzle did a really good job of putting pressure in the back jungle. But here come SK once more. Another 3-man roam.
Another 3-man, though. They're just completely ignoring the lane. Ordain's going to come down. Gavizzle's going to get stunned up if he does leave it. Doesn't end up doing it. Afterburn's away. I Love Joseph's going to be kind of safe out there, but SK Gaming, they want to take the fight to Cloud9.
Is this maybe over-aggression from SK right now? They are committing a lot of resources to try and make these plays in the enemy jungle. Kavalifar is yet to have the time to farm in lane. He's already 16 CS behind Old School. I love the idea from SK, but maybe it's a little bit too much down that line. Too much trying to counter NA at the very early stage of the game.
Well, Kavalifar's in a lot of trouble here. Cloud9 just jump on him and grab first blood. Old School as well with that kill that's going to be huge for him. The amount of time he's had to farm plus this early goal from the kill. It's going to be pretty big, and we all know what happens when a late game box comes about.
Yeah, I think you had this duo from SK that was the Baptiste and the Grumpjaw, and I think that worked really well as a duo jungle. If I Love Joseph was going to find aggressive moves, if Gavizzle was going to find aggressive moves, especially, imagine this, Gavizzle committing with an afterburn, or Dane comes down, and suddenly he's stuck there, you know, in the midst of that SK lineup, and he becomes a real sitting duck. But the problem is Kavalifar spent a lot of his time supporting his team, trying to find those aggressive moves, and I guess they were hunting for first blood, they were hunting to potentially pick someone off in the early game, but it's all gone wrong in the first sort of couple of minutes here for SK, because C9 are the ones that pick up first blood. Old School's already farmed. He's already hitting those tier sort of 2-item spikes with the heavy steel.
Tyro's in a lot of trouble here. Afterburn is actually going to stun him up. Old School's going to join them as well. He's in a lot of trouble. Hangry over the wall, doesn't quite make it. And Cloud9 pick up their second kill of the game, and who better to have it on than Old School?
I feel like this is just SK now kind of lost. Their early game plan didn't quite work out for them, and now they're struggling to know actually where to have an impact. Looking at I Love Joseph now, has found an aggressive move here. Jetpack's doing what he can to try and defend this, but again, level differences are quite different.
Does use the Ordain. I Love Joseph's trapped in there. SK Gaming are now marching down their jungle. Can they do anything here? There's a lot of mobility from C9. Tyrus is having to make a forward heads-up play. Old School going fairly low. They're going to jump back in on them. A bit of a skirmishing going on. Tyrus jumps in. That's too big for him, though, as Joseph does take him out. And now they're in a lot of trouble. Ordain comes through, and Jetpacks is going to be able to secure that kill. Do manage to trade 1-for-1, but Cloud9 yet again seem to come out on top.
Kavalifar a little bit low in energy there. I like what SK were trying to do. They were trying to sort of punish, again, that was exactly what I think their composition is designed to do, punish that aggressive move, kind of shut down the mobility of a very mobility-dependent composition from Cloud9, because we haven't yet talked about what these compositions are designed to do. Obviously, going to get too much time because there was so much action at the start, but you have a look at what Cloud9 have brought to the table. They've got super aggressive moves. They can obviously commit very hard as both Koshka and Glaive. You can try and focus down a singular target, particularly Adagio, pretty weak to that particular combination. But they've also got good peel there as well. Gavizzle going to be eventually moving towards some cooldown reduction, a bit more utility focused on this Glaive. He'll be looking to peel for Old School, and that's where my worry comes in for SK's composition. If you don't get ahead early, you can get kited so easily with what SK have brought to the table. You've got a low mobility Grumpjaw, although he's got a dash, he's not particularly mobile otherwise. Kavalifar might die here.
Kavalifar, he's got the heal on him, but it's not going to matter. Old School comes in once more for another kill. I mean, this is going to be the problem here for SK, with Old School with 3 kills on the board already. Look how much gold he has. 2,500 gold. He's going to go back. He's going to finish his Zora Blade, actually take that back, actually pick up some Poison Shiv first item.
Great. I love the Poison Shiv here. I think the healing is super critical to the way that SK need to play. Remember, if you commit your Grumpjaw, you commit your Baptiste, they are sitting ducks, and if you then take the healing out of the picture for Adagio, suddenly they are much easier to take down, much easier to deal with, and SK suddenly might be finding themselves in this first game very seriously behind. I think this is a big matchup that I wanted to talk about as well, this matchup between Kavalifar and Old School. I think Kavalifar would be one of the first to say that maybe mechanically he's not quite on that level that Old School is. Old School really is that level above. And he seems to be getting exploited quite early here by those aggressive moves from Gavizzle and Old School being able to follow up on them. SK just, I think I liked their draft. I think I liked what it was supposed to do, but C9, if SK didn't win the early game, C9 just run away with it, and it looks like they are starting to do so now.
I mean, Ordain does actually stun up Olaf Joseph here. Tyrus is going to come in, just gets knocked back with the afterburn, though. Cloud9, I mean, the thing is, right now, you've got to put this up on the board. Joseph, he's got the level 6. He has got Yummy Cat Frenzy available to him.
And also, more importantly, that is a prime example of what I meant by the ability to kite this SK composition. As soon as Tyrus commits, afterburn's away, they've suddenly got nothing to chase C9 down, and you've got a hyper-mobile carry laner, like the Vox, a very mobile Koshka, who, despite what most people think, doesn't have the worst drop-off in the late game either. You know, I don't know if SK have what it takes to chase down C9. All you need to do is Gate Vizzle to afterburn Grumpjaw, and then suddenly Vox is kiting for days. If you can't get within ultimate range, and like we said, even if you can, Gate Vizzle has been known to be able to crucible those Grumpjaw ultimates, it will be very difficult to deal with old school for SK.
Another afterburn comes in, does land to Jetpacks, repositions him, but they can't really follow that up. Joseph once more, Yummy Cat Frenzy available to him. Bad Mojo flying out, Ordain's going to come through as well. Ultimate's actually caught up here. Grumpjaw's going to dive over the wall, Versus Judge's going to come down, but not before they pick up one kill. Olaf Joseph falls, Ultimate in a lot of trouble. There's the stuff from SK. Tyrus is going to turn that into a 1v3 situation, but Gate Vizzle is actually just going to afterburn away.
Yeah, I mean, that was an easy one for Gate Vizzle, but SK played that really well. They used the Ordained onto old school. He couldn't commit and couldn't get to that backline to deal with Cavalifar, and suddenly then Tyrus turns onto that critical target of I Love Joseph. Gate Vizzle trying to be a nuisance here. Might be able to put a bit of pressure onto this gold miner, but does get Ordained.
Though, stun. He does afterburn away. We've got to keep that in mind. Gold miner is going to go over to SK. Joseph hops over the wall to that tree and gets the healing, but can't really match SK.
So people who are fairly new to Batiste might think, why is he being played in the captain role? Why is Batiste good in a captain position? Well, he has an ability called Ordained, which is his B ability, and what that allows him to do is essentially put down a small area that a target member or target enemy can't really move out of, and that synergizes really well with big, heavy-hitting melee bruisers. And as a weapon-powered Grumpjaw, you are exactly that. You are a big, heavy-hitting melee bruiser. It complements low mobility heroes because instead of boosting your hero's mobility, it reduces the mobility of your target, effectively doing the same thing. So that is why you sometimes see Batiste being thought of in these compositions. Here we go again. SK may be looking for a little bit of a duel here against C9.
Oh, Tyrus does have stuff available. He does Hangry in. Olaf Joseph's going to get repositioned. Gate Vizzle in the middle of all of them. Olaf Joseph's still surviving somehow. And Killora goes forward to old school. Cavalifar's going to fall as well. Jetpacks, the last one to go down. Double kill comes through for Gate Vizzle. Absolutely massive. There's just a clump of health bars and you just saw SK falling.
And stuff not even used by Tyrus, by the way. Didn't have the opportunity to find a target for it. Went straight in. Cavalifar, I think if you choose to take that kind of fight, I think Cavalifar, especially as a CP Adagio, needs to have his ultimate available. Now, there is this big theory that we talk about with CP Adagio. When you have alternating current, is it worth it or more efficient to just try and get basic attack damage down, or do you channel your ultimate? In that situation, had Cavalifar channeled his ultimate, it might have been a saving grace for SK and allowed them to potentially turn the fight. I think you need all of your cooldowns, all of your big hitting abilities available for SK to actually take on a fight here. I think without that Verse of Judgment, Cavalifar potentially was in a lot of a far weaker position because obviously Gate Vizzle singled him out as an afterburn target. If you get afterburned as an Adagio, the best thing you can do is heal yourself and use your ultimate. In a lot of situations, you know, 6 or 7 times out of 10, that's going to get you something. And I think Cavalifar would have had a lot more success if that was the case right there.
Oh, now Cloud9 are just pushing towards this lane. Jetpack's using the boots to come in. Ordained is actually going to get blocked by old school. So maybe this is going to be the problem now for the impact that Jetpacks can have with that Ordained. As soon as his reflex box comes out, Ordained is a little bit useless.
Yeah, but it does force a reflex block, remember. So you also have other abilities on the side of SK Gaming that you will be tempted to have to try and use that reflex block for. Remember, you do have the... Oh, here we go.
Oh, I don't know. There's a fight going on right now. Cavalifar in the back line just going to get chunked out. Wait for it's actually going to silence 3 members there. It's going to be really big. But the stuff is going to find Gate Vizzle, but it's not going to matter because Tyrus already falls. It might just be a 1-for-1 trade as old school's in the front line, but it doesn't matter. He's still surviving as they do afterburn in, and Ace comes through for Cloud9 once more. How does this keep happening?
That was a situation where you don't use your Burst of Judgment. You just saw one of the members of C9 get taken into the Grumpjaw's belly, and then you charge your Burst of Judgment right on the edge of where C9 were. Cavalifar would have been a lot better just slamming those basic attacks down in that situation, but C9 played that fight really, really well and dealt with the cards that they were given. You know, they managed to kite backwards. They didn't overcommit to that Crystal Sentry, which is a massive deal to have to fight up against. And I think SK just made a massive mistake the way they attempted to play that fight right there.
Well, we've seen from the American teams already that as soon as they get the lead, they can hold it. And even some of the EU teams were saying that exact phrase. They were saying, okay, so when the North American teams, they take an early turret, they can rotate to our jungle, they can take our fronts. Like, it's extremely hard for us to come back, and North American teams are very, very good at holding that and then pushing forward. And we're seeing that just here. 3 turrets from main for SK. It's not looking good for them thus far. I mean, they just need to crack that first turret on the side of Cloud9.
And also, you've seen time and time again, SK have looked for potential fights, but all it has taken is one afterburn from Gabe Vizzle to shut that down, with Tyrus being the only gap-closing hero that is kind of available for SK. He gets knocked back. SK then have to rely on Cloud9 to make the move. They can't actually find their own initial engages, which is, I think, is why movement speed is so important to the SK lineup, which is why Jetpacks, I think, ideally should be searching for War Treads ASAP, but he's a little bit behind on items right now. Gabe Vizzle's 2 items ahead of him.
Gabe Vizzle does afterburn. Kavalifar has got Versus Judgment available, but yes, Yummy Candy Frenzy does end up blocking it. First round on 3 people. I love Joseph falling really low in the front line. Just going to dash forward. Twirly Death finds the kill onto Jetpacks. That's going to be another afterburn reposition on Tyrus. He's going to dash forward though. He gets the kill, at least on Old School, but it's still going to be another ace for Cloud9. 3 back-to-back aces, only losing 1 member.
The sustained damage from Cloud9 is just there right now. They weathered the potential early hiccup that SK tried to throw their way, and suddenly you've got Old School on 3 damage items, but you need to just look at those item discrepancies. The items tell you the entire story here, Jaws. It's 3 tier 3 items and Aegis completed for Old School. Kavalifar now only just completing his Broken Myth. Tyra is at 2 items, an item that spikes a little bit earlier as well. Gabe Vizzle trying to get taken down by the Ordained, but he should be pretty safe here. He'll be able to afterburn over the wall in just a second.
Yeah, Bad Mojo is going to slow him up. Is he going to do it? There he goes.
He steals the back camp as well. He just swags out of there, taking that healing camp from the back and says, all right, guys, no worries.
All right, cheers for starting that one for me, lads.
Yeah.
I'm going to take this one and peace out.
C9 just doing exactly what I think a lot of teams expected them to do. Incredible dominance in this first game. I think SK had a good idea in the draft phase, but the execution, especially in those first 2 to 3 minutes, was so punishing for them because it allowed Old School such a free lane as well. Kavalifar was never really in the lane because he spent so much time roaming as a 3-man with SK. It's so important as a laner to have that gold income. You can't really give your opponents quarter, and I think SK gave them, well, not only a quarter, but probably a half.
Yeah, probably about half the game. I mean, one thing I want to touch on as well, SK, their mentality, they've been speaking about it a little bit, and they do feel it's really strong right now, and being a best of 5 is something you've got to kind of think about and process, and the fact that if you do lose the first game, not too much of an issue. It's not a best of 3. You don't have to work back in the 2, you don't have to win the next 2 games to win the series. You can drop a game, you can see what C9 want to bring to the table, and then work from there. Their mentality shouldn't be shooken in that regard.
Yeah, no, I agree, but
doesn't lie, it's going to be another fight there, so I'll just take straight back over again. Gabe Vizzle actually does jump straight in again. Once more, Versus Justin does come down because the massive silence comes through. There it goes, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it off as Twirly Death finishes off the kill. I love Joseph jumping in once more. Jetpack's kind of useless. Afterburned away, and Gabe Vizzle once more comes up massive as Joseph takes 2 kills. Old School takes 1, and in fact, doesn't like they're just going to be able to end here. It's down draw. I just can't believe Cloud9 bringing such a force in game number 1.
I mean, they were given every opportunity to accelerate this game plan for themselves, and they did so with ease. SK had a good idea, didn't manage to execute it. And what's more, I guess, distressing for European teams is that SK was the team that North American teams were saying we respect. We said SK could be the real problem for us. SK could be the European team that actually finally finds a win in a series versus a North American team. And Cloud9 just tossed them to the side. That was not even close. There was no competition in that game. There were, hands down, C9 were the definitive winners there. That was... Well,
it looks like it's the analyst's turn to break the game down even further. But yeah, can SK Gaming come back? That is the question, and I want to hear from Munchables and the guys.
Back for the second time now. This, but yeah, wow, what a game from Cloud9. We went through the draft. It looked like SK had a great draft. It looked like everything seemed to be looking up for Europe. They were confident going in. Didn't really translate to the game, though, did it?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean,
yeah, I think SK made a big mistake when they overly focused on jungle and let Old School kind of take it away in lane. I felt like they didn't need Adagio to support them to invade Koshka. Grumtrap Baptiste should be enough to handle the Koshka, and I felt like they overly focused and sacrificed their lane for jungle in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there on your screen, the difference in CS between Old School and Kvalifar. At almost 10 minutes in, Kvalifar was sitting at 45 CS. He was so far behind because of the way that early game played out. But to me, part of this was also SK sort of testing the waters. Cloud9, you just gave them Glaive, Koshka, Vox. That is like right up their alley. I mean, Vox is their most played hero. Glaive is their third most played hero. And then Koshka, you know, they were part of that Koshka train when she had 20-plus games in a row of an undefeated streak in North America. So I feel like part of this was SK saying, okay, we want their best. We want to see how we can deal with what is arguably one of the best compositions that can be picked up by a North American team.
So you feel like SK really testing the waters in this series. And, I mean, it is best of 5. Let's remember that. They are not out of the series just yet. Still 2 more wins need to be acquired by C9 before they move on in the tournament. But looking at that game then, what was it in game that really needs to change for SK? How do they go about changing up their playstyle? Does it need to be more focused on the jungle from all of the players, or is it like a single player problem?
Just understanding like Cloud9 really takes it away when Old School is so ahead in lane. Like if you watch every game that they win, Old School is always dominant in lane. They're ganking the enemy laner constantly. They're shutting the laner down. And because of Old School getting ahead on items and builds and defense, he just hard carries in the late game. So SK needs to shut down Old School.
Not only that, but if anyone knows how to deal with an Adagio in lane, it's going to be Old School. Like, he is one of the best, if not the best, lane Adagio in the world. And so that was why when we saw the draft, I was like, maybe it will be a Captain Adagio, because you don't want to put that against Old School because he knows how to deal with it.
No, now we've seen SK lose a game, right? This is the first game they've lost this entire tournament. They've been coming in confident. They've been arguably cocky almost coming into these games. Do we think that losing this game is going to knock that confidence? Do we think that there could be a factor of tilt moving on forward in this series?
I don't think so. Again, because of the way that draft planned out, I feel like it was just them sort of trying something, just being, okay, you know, let's see if we can beat this, then we know we can beat anyone sort of thing. I think they're going to come into game number 2 with a much better draft, and it should be a much closer game as well.
What about you, Suijay? Do you think that this is going to knock them all?
If they don't change their early game, then it's going to continue to be Cloud9's favor, because early game is all about farming and getting the level lead so you get the power spikes quicker. It's not about overly focusing on one objective and missing out on the lane objective.
All right, well, we do have a replay from in that game, and honestly, most of the replays from in this game are pretty one-sided.
Yeah, this was one of the first aces at the 8-minute 3 round. And look, watch how the team focuses here. Gabe perfectly focused the Adagio. Look at the Crucible and the Fountain timing. Like I said, saves Joseph from dying. And they just execute and focus. As soon as Adagio is afterburn, they just jump on him and blow him up.
Yeah, not only that, but in that particular fight, Grumtrap wasn't even able to get his ult off, but when he did get those ults off, it still didn't even really seem to have much of an impact. Often there was a stun coming out immediately after from the Captain Glaive, or they were just able to, you know, move around the fight enough to make sure that having one person being eaten up did not actually negatively impact them too heavily.
So do we think that this was an issue with something like the Baptiste pick? Do we think that SK maybe needed to fight a little bit less in this specific matchup?
I think there was a very clear objective with the Baptiste pick. Baptiste Grumtrap, because the Grumtrap went for it, that tension bow, they were looking to just isolate a target and blow them up immediately. But again, just the execution was not there.
Do you agree on that one?
Yeah, and plus Baptiste, his ultimate actually cancels other enemy ultimates. So when Koshka is stunning, you can actually do the fearsome shade on them, and it'll cancel her ultimate. So there's a lot of things that they could have done to synergize that composition better. Maybe they didn't play it that much, but they wanted to pull it out to see how it would do against an NA Koshka composition. But it looks like it didn't work for them today.
So kind of micro mistakes in these fights. I think we have another clip to roll of a similar situation where in these fights just small mistakes being made.
Yeah, and again, this is all that Koshka ult doesn't get blocked and then doesn't get canceled throughout, and that's a big mistake. The reflex block was just a little late. One other point I want to make was in almost all of these fights, the ultimates from Old School, the wait for it, were so good, constantly hitting almost the entirety, if not the entirety, of SK.
All right, so moving on to the second game in the series. Are SK out for the count here? Are they going to come back from this one, or are we expecting a totally different draft coming into this next game?
I think it's going to be a very different draft. I would expect Koshka to be banned.
Yeah, so Koshka's off the table. Lyra going to be a standard second ban as well. Where do we go from here for SK?
Yeah, they're going to probably pick up Arden here because they want that strong captain that they are so dominant with. Cloud9 will probably take up the Lance. There's also Gwen options. They actually go with Adagio. And then potentially if SK bans Lance, that's going to basically take away the Lance for the Adagio Lance combo here.
So how heavy priority is Grumpjaw going to be in this draft? Do we expect this to be another ban, or is it not as big of a deal now Koshka's off the table?
I don't know if it's as big of a deal here. I think the Grumpjaw, I mean, if it does come through, it's very likely going to be from Cloud9, and that's what they go ahead and take off the board. So SK now have to try and figure out what they want to prevent Cloud9 from getting their hands on. I would say their best bet is probably going to be that Glaive.
Yeah, probably Glaive or Lance here coming out. I think they might ban the Glaive because Cloud9 plays it so proficiently. So it's either Lance or Glaive here, I feel, are going to be the bans that they want to go ahead and do.
Yeah, so, and also they're both in a good spot, right, where they've picked up their captain. Both captains very versatile anyway, so they shouldn't be in too much trouble looking forward. There is the Glaive ban that you mentioned. And now looking towards these last two picks, where do Cloud9 go?
I mean, they could go for that Lance that we were just talking about. It is a pick that they have played a pretty good amount, 9 games of it during the regular season, but it didn't have the highest of win rates for them, which, I mean, it was still a positive win rate, 55%, but it's kind of funny that 55% is one of the lower win rates that Cloud9 has with the hero.
So what is it about Lance that makes him the best pick right here? What is it about him that fits most comps?
Yeah, he has he can root and then Githyan wall stun into the wall.
Ooh, Baron.
They're gonna go ahead and pick Baron here. Baron is a great pick. However, there's Assassins open, and with Arden and Assassin like Blackfeather, Taka, it's really good onto that Baron.
Okay.
So they gotta be very careful here.
Very aggressive composition out of SK, and the Black Feather comes through. That was banned last game by Cloud9. Taka, the final pick. This is the first Taka we see this entire tournament. Now, I've been getting involved in the Vainglory community. I've seen a lot of memes about Taka. I've seen a lot about Taka in solo queue. Talk to me about this pick a little bit.
Taka, I mean, the memes exist about Taka because he's one of the most annoying heroes to play against.
I've discovered that myself.
It's one of those situations where it always feels like your opponent's Taka is hard carrying while your teammate's Taka is just kind of being a potato.
Licking windows.
But here, Taka is one of the strongest counters to a Samuel.
Okay.
During the regular season, we saw teams constantly picking up the Taka and beating Samuel with it when Samuel was starting to really take over.
So super quickly then, how do we feel the draft is going? I'll start with you, CJ.
I think the way Cloud9 is playing, I'm going to have to go with Cloud9.
Okay.
Taka counters Samuel during the regular season. It's going to stay here.
Okay, so 2 for Cloud9 on this one. We'll see how the casters feel as we pass it over for game 2.
Thank you very much, guys. No silly intros this time. Game number 2, it's all serious. Cloud9 versus SK. SK, they're a game down right now, but we are seeing a Baron, and it's been hotly contested, both picked and banned, wherever possible, it seems.
This is a really interesting draft phase for me because you've got SK who have got all of their comfort heroes almost. You've got, Arden, you've got Cavalifaz, Blackfeather, you've got Tyrus' Samuel. These guys know these heroes inside out. It is a very comfortable composition for them, but then you have this late game timer for C9. You've got the Baron there, you have the Taka. For old school, this is not just a Taka. Sorry, for Joseph, this is not just a Taka, this is I Love Joseph's Taka. This is a guy who was famed. I remember when I first came into Vainglory, I was told to watch I Love Joseph because he's one of the best Taka players in the world. So this is I Love Joseph's Taka coming through here, and obviously then Adagio for Gabe. So this is going to be a pretty insane set of team fights coming up from these guys. And remember, what Taka can do is put pressure on the Samuel earlier than a lot of other heroes could, weather the storm of that early Samuel power spike, having one of the most powerful level 2 spikes in the game. So it's going to be really, really interesting.
That it will. And one thing I want to point out as well, Jetpacks. He's got his Arden. It was banned away in the first game, and he's just performed spectacularly with it through the regular season. I mean, realistically, you're looking across the board right now and you're thinking, okay, Joseph, Taka, Jetpacks, Arden, Tyrus, he's on his Samuel. There are just so many good comfort picks for these guys.
Yeah.
It's going to be such a close game.
So sharing backs this time here for Cavalifar and Tyrus, and it'll be Jetpacks coming into lane, trying to stop that early C9 push. Cavalifar will turn up, so taking their foot off that acceleration pedal have SK, deciding that obviously lane farm incredibly important. And I agree, I think that you do have to be aware that lane farm is a massive, massive thing in the early game. You can't give it up so easily that SK did last game. Cavalifar struggling to get the farm under his belt though. GameVizzle doing this really annoying thing where you heal the lane minion when they're trying to farm under turret, and not only does against the melee lane, and not only does that deal damage to them, but it also makes it very difficult to land that last hit. So it's going to have a sort of minor effect throughout the game, but it can be a little bit of a mental game for Cavalifar. If you're consistently missing CS, you can get a bit tilted. You can say, oh no, I'm missing CS, and you know that could then snowball out of control. So it's a bit of a mental play there for GameVizzle.
Joseph even is going to come around from the side here. Tyra's in a little bit of trouble. Samuel, strongest level power 2 spike in the game. He's going to jump straight underneath that turret. Takes a turret. He has a lot of damage, 200 to be precise. Drifting Dark as well. Massive verdict's available to him. GameVizzle was on the side here, but Joseph's in a 2v1 situation. Does use the boost to get away. And in fact, Cavalifar has to retreat as well. Kaku for Joseph. GameVizzle is going to meet him, so diffuse that situation quite nicely.
They're going to try and steal these backs as well. Not only have they been able to get away here, they're going to steal a hell of a lot of SK's jungle on the way out. And that is classic I Love Joseph right there. She's going to stealth in. This is a bit of a bait right now.
It is a bit of a bait. He's actually on the back line here. Cavalifar actually just pushing old school. GameVizzle's fairly low though, so Cavalifar doesn't want to get too close to Cavalifar, I should say. Old school backing off underneath his turret. It's not too much of an issue, but I Love Joseph looking to do something sneaky.
Very messy early game here, by the way. All teams a bit over the place. SK not quite steady. Do you feel that they aren't yet feeling comfortable with the way that they want to approach this game, and C9 are just pulling out these cheeky little plays which are keeping them in safe and also getting a bit of gold in the meantime. Pressure here on the main though.
Joseph's in a lot of trouble, does use the heal to heal himself up. Torres takes a little bit of damage from the turret. Joseph still surviving though. Old school as well isn't going to get taken down just yet. Kaku on the side, 26 HP on the side of GameVizzle. That was disgustingly low.
It was so close, but I Love Joseph has taken this opportunity to try and push into the enemy jungle. Will have that Kaku available. Does steal the healing camp there.
Oh, no.
And Joseph will continue to wander throughout SK's jungle, doing what he can to steal things away. The Stormguard banner right now means he's going to get another one. He's going to have that Kaku too.
Oh, that was close. On point, almost hit him. They're going to find him. Does use the boost to get away. It might be just be able to get out of here, but just jumps into Tyrus. Actually goes straight over him, and Joseph still ring a rosy, he says, all around SK's jungle. Meanwhile, though, if you look at the lane on the map, you can see they're just pushing this in. Kaku again, and he's still getting the healing caps. How is he still doing this? GameVizzle's going to be there for the heals. Jetpack's going to come through, though, but Tyrus, he's going to pick up first blood eventually after just being run around just about 5 minutes.
You might have got the kill, right? And First Blood does give you that boon of gold, but you lost out on lane farm by committing Cavalifar. Joseph got every single camp there. Joseph picked up every single camp and wasted a good 45 seconds of SK's time running around the backside of their jungle. That is just insane from Cloud9. They're even able to get away with that. Even able to be allowed to get away with that. But despite that, Cavalifar keeping up in farm with old school right now, so SK pulling out a slightly better early game by tapering off that aggression and playing a little bit better to their win condition. But you obviously are seeing that Tyrus is not being able to exploit those early power spikes too heavily from Samuel right now, because I Love Joseph making it very difficult. The level advantage is there for I Love Joseph as well, because he has taken so much experience by stealing those camps too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is now he is level 6. So let's jump into the Kaku once more. Titan jetpacks even. He's going to go underneath the turret once more. Like, he just keeps going under the turret over and over and over again. He knows he's got the regeneration from GameVizzle available to him. Tyrus is going to come through to the lane as well. Cloud9 just hammering on this aggression. Kaku once more. Tyrus is going to be the target this time. Old school doing a lot of damage with those rocket launchers. Tyrus is going to have to be a little bit careful where he's going to kite back using that drifting dart, but Joseph's actually just going to solo out somebody. And in fact, Old school is going to go down a little bit too far forward, and Cavalifar and Tyrus are just going to be able to deal with them without too much of an issue. Baron very, well, not very mobile as soon as he's used his jump jets.
Remember, the mortal wounds from Taka will shut down a bit of the Tyrus' healing, but not only that, Tyrus, I Love Joseph, not yet level 6, so doesn't have that instantaneous gap close right now. Here we go, SK looking to put pressure under the turret.
Drifting Dark onto GameVizzle once more. They're pressuring him now. They do manage to take out the kill. Tyrus picks it up, but Old School's going to be here as well. He just picked up his Sora, but he's got a lot of damage in his back pocket. Does have jump jets available to him, but doesn't want to go in, not without the support from GameVizzle.
I think C9 have been underestimating the power of the Ardent Vanguard at this point in time. They are committing, thinking they're going to get the damage down, and then Jetpacks is bailing out those crucial members, giving them movement speed necessary necessary to kite away for the Samuel. And obviously Samuel's sustain coming through that Drifting Dark as well. SK off to a good start here versus C9. Not quite the dominance that we saw C9 have over SK in the previous game. But Kvalifar on this Black Feather, we know what he can achieve on it. Tyra's on this Samuel, who has just picked up the Frostburn, by the way, so it's going to be easier now for Kvalifar to stick to his targets. But also, on the flip side, it's going to be easier for Tyra's to kite away from the likes of I Love Joseph too. So, sort of a double-edged sword to this Frostburn right now for Tyra's having picked this up, and Kvalifar also bringing sustain to the party with that Serpent's Mask. I wonder if Old School might be tempted with a Poison Shiv this game. It could be something to sort of alleviate and add more mortal wounds to this lineup for C9.
I mean, it's an item we've seen growing in popularity on 2.4. See now, it's a nice little overview camera. Jetpacks dives in onto Gabe Vizzle. Gabe Vizzle's in a lot of trouble. Joseph's going to kite him straight to the back line, though. Gabe Vizzle in a heck of a lot of trouble, but it doesn't matter because Joseph's already taken out one. Gabe Vizzle going extremely low. There's the on point. There's the Blood Brothers. Four Kvalifar ends up picking up the kill, but Joseph comes up big, but Kvalifar shuts down Old School. He's got his number through and through. Old School is not getting a breather.
C9 ignoring Kvalifar. He's got that Serpent's Mask. It's a big spike for him. Joseph taking lots of damage, but again, Kaku comes through. Joseph's so good at using that ability.
Oh, hasn't got available to him just yet. On points are going to miss. Joseph sidesteps it. Kvalifar takes one too many hits from the turret, decides to back off. Gabe Vizzle's going to be here for the healing. Joseph, does he want to go in again? Has got Kaku, Gift of Fire as well to heal him up, but decides not to.
If you want a 101 on how to play Taka, I Love Joseph is your man. He has unbelievable mechanical prowess on this hero, but let's not take away from what SK has achieved right now. Kvalifar, again, on his own comfort pick, and C9 are committing to these fights. They're committing their bodies, including Old School, and you have to be aware of the execute potential of a weapon power Black Feather. It's a really, really strong pick into a Baron because it can stick to him like glue. Baron has one chance to get away from danger, and that is with his jump jets. When he gets out there with his jump, that is his only way of then kiting away because he has pretty poor movement speed otherwise. Kvalifar with a double Rose offensive, easy for him to stick to him, and he also has that execute potential of his A too.
There you go, jump jets away, 18-second cooldown. Kaku for I Love Joseph, maybe looking for an entrance here, but on points, and Malice and Verdicts from Tyras and Kvalifar are just going to keep them at bay. Tyras on about half HP now. SK Gaming, mentality not shooken just yet, forcing Cloud9 back. I mean, but let's look at later stages of the game. I mean, Old School, I'll interrupt myself real quick as Jump Jets is going to come out. He's going to jump straight into the corner, though. Oh my word, what was that? Stunning 2 more members as well. Kvalifar is going to come up pretty big. He's going to jump onto I Love Joseph. He's in a lot of trouble, doesn't have Kaku available. Kaiton's in. Will he be able to find Tyras? No, he wasn't, because Kvalifar's going to be there to secure the kill. Does end up trading 1-for-1, however. Gabe Vizzle, last member alive for Cloud9, but Jetpacks, he's got the gauntlet, and this guy is on fire already.
Jetpacks, what a beast, and now Gabe Vizzle is going to be the target. Can they find that executing blow? Looks like Kvalifar's going in.
Yeah, he's going in. He does pop. The reflex block, is it enough? I think it is. Old School's going to come up as well. Can't really do all too much damage, but that turret jump jet's forward. In fact, he's going to do a lot of damage in a lot of space of time, and he gets one. Jump jet still on a 10-second cooldown, and Jetpacks is going to make it out nice and safely, but my goodness, Jetpacks, if he lands more gauntlets like that, this game is over.
Yeah, that was an insane gauntlet because the jump jet's already been used, caught him at the very end, didn't get the double basic attack off either. And then obviously Kvalifar was free to find that executing blow. But has this been a poor move for SK now because they've left their turret open, and now with Kvalifar down, I don't know if they can defend it. Here comes the Oblivion.
Oh, Oblivion does actually sleep. Old School as he jump jets away. Kaku from Joseph to get out of there, but first turret does go down, and it will be over to Cloud9.
It's going to be a breaking point for Old School as well, so it doesn't feel like he needs the Poison Shiv. But I tell you, who has got the Poison Shiv, it's Kvalifar, and Joseph is the target again.
Joseph in a lot of trouble, no gauntlet, no problem. They're going to dash forward. They've got a lot of mobility on their side, Drifting Dark to help them out, but Crystal Century and the rest of Cloud9 will be there to escort him to safety.
So my one worry with this C9 composition, and you kind of seen it the way that these fights have played out, there's no one really to protect apart from a heal from Old School, from Gabe Vizzle. There's no one really to protect. Looks like they want to commit to this gold
Ion Cannon comes down, here's Jetpacks, Rocket League forward, Jump Jets even, I should say, forward. Tyra's in a lot of trouble there, but Drifting Dark healing him up. There comes the Fountain, and Tyra's already doing so much more. Gauntlet comes down, trapping 3 members of Cloud9 in. Burst is going to come through as well, does end up getting blocked, and now Cloud9 are pushing this trigger. They want to be able to take someone out. Joseph jumps straight back in, goes straight into Kaku. They manage to take out another. Ace comes through for Cloud9, and finally they've got their foot in the door.
Oh, big mistake from SK to make that play on Goldmine. Kvalifar took too much damage right at the start. They should have been better off just disengaging and giving that over to C9. It was a mistake. They should have paid for it, but they paid for it in ounces now as well, because C9 needed to pick up both that and the turret, as well as stealing away some of the back camps. SK had a grab on this game, an absolute stranglehold on the way these fights were playing out, but C9 found their way back in through exploiting and good timing on their engage on that Goldmine as well. They predicted how long SK might be spending on it, they waited, and then they committed when they felt enough damage had already been done. They exploited that neutral objective, doing a lot of work for them in that game, and they did it excellently.
And the thing is now as well, Old School, he's just gonna keep getting stronger.
Yeah.
Sora Blade, Breaking Point. I mean, you've seen what he can do in close corridors already with his passive, his rocket launcher. The problem is, if Cloud9 gets to the later stages of the game, I mean, Tyrus and Kvalifar, yes, they're gonna have a lot of damage on their side, but the problem is, so's Old School. And we've seen what he can already do on a Baron.
Absolutely. Here goes I Love Joseph again.
X-Retsu straight into the back line. Ion Cannon is going to come down straight in the middle of everything. Tyrus is separated now, but it's not going to matter. Old School's going to jump Jets out of it to safety. Oblivion comes down. It is going to get blocked. Tyrus in a 1v2 situation as Jetpacks. I Love Joseph is going to go for a one-on-one with Tyrus. He is going to get met with Jetpacks. Jetpacks is going to save, but it's not going to matter because Old School's going to come in with a jump Jets, pick him up. Jetpacks is going to get chased down as well. X-Retsu on the back line. Tyrus does manage to get away using the boost, but Kaku isn't going to be... You're not going to be safe for long with that Kaku on Joseph. Is he going to be able to find him? Tyrus finally picks up the kill with another X-Retsu. Jetpacks is going to get away, and Cloud9 even the score up at 8-8.
Buying these fights perfectly for them. Don't even have an Atlas Pauldrons yet, by the way. Old School picking up a coat of plates prevents a lot of that damage coming down from Kvalifar, making it harder now for Kvalifar to find those executing blows. Definitely not as easy as it was before. I do think SK Gaming have to consider an Atlas Pauldron soon, but soon as the Atlas Pauldron comes out for SK Gaming, Cloud9 are going to have one as well. So both Kvalifar and Old School are going to have a difficult time dealing damage in these fights. But realistically, these fights don't seem to be about Old School or Gabizzle. These fights are about I Love Joseph. He has been a monster, so difficult to get out of that Kaku. He's been very difficult to take down and has been finding those annoying executing blows, huge damage bursts with the build that he's got as well, having that Stormcrown and Aftershock already completed, putting Tyrus way out of the fight. And look at this from Gabizzle. He's brought an infusion and an alternating current to the table. He's now a damage threat in his own right. You have to respect that burst of judgment even more.
Well, they want to fight. Gauntlet gets laid down from Jetpacks first as well, but it's already a kill comes through for SK Gaming. They managed to take out Old School completely out of the fight. Now it's a 3v1 situation. They're going to push forward. That was over before it even started. That Gauntlet surrounded them all. The burst of judgment did nothing, and that was it. SK Gaming had won the fight.
Yeah, they locked that Baron in there. Once Baron gets caught up, easy money for Kvalifar to be able to take that one down, and this is a swinging set of games there between these two. SK finding their way back in through a fight that when they've got these cooldowns available, they can focus down Old School. And when Old School's dead, realistically, a lot of the late game prowess and team fighting capability goes out the window. Maybe SK need to turn around and say, let's ignore I Love Joseph the best we can. I Love Joseph doesn't steal it, but commits.
Kaku, he's got the X-Retsu available. Doesn't want to go in. 2v3 situation right now with Old School hiding around in the bush. It's like we're going to replay here, and you can see...
Yeah, he jumps straight into the Gauntlet there. Damage went down. I don't actually think he got stunned. I think that was actually crucibled by Gabizzle, so it was a great crucible. But the damage went through and also meant that he was easily targeted by Kvalifar then. It was a great engage by Jetpacks, again, on a hero that he is so comfortable on as well. Atlas Pauldrons comes through for Jetpacks. He's going to be able to put a lot of pressure down onto Old School in these fights now as well. And Kvalifar's got armor, Tyrus has got armor, everybody respecting the potential damage output of this Baron, which, by the way, for those of you that aren't familiar with Baron, probably the highest single target or even splash damage output of any weapon power carry in the late game. He hits like a truck. So in a lot of ways, you do have to consider armor versus him. Okay,
Bizzle's going to dash forward. Rocket actually jumped it straight from Old School. X-Retsu straight onto Tyrus. Tyrus melting. Use that drifting dart for healing, but it's not going to be a matter. Kvalifar is going to use the Rhodes offensive to get away. Gauntlet as well from Jetpacks. Big cooldown used for the disengage.
But it was a fantastic time for C9 to search for the fight. Gabizzle running in there, getting the slow. Kraken is available. And actually, they're going to go for this turret. They want that more so than the Kraken. Tyrus is going to be up in 13 seconds. Maybe the minions will do the work. Yes, they will. And now C9 might set up for this Kraken.
Perfect. Cloud9 now rotating down now. Third turret for them. And they dissuaded in the early game. Not too much of an issue for them. They know they can bring it back with the old school, with the damage from old school. And I Love Joseph being able to just pick people off left, right, and center with that Aftershock and Stormcrown as well. He's going to do a lot of damage to that Kraken. They are starting it up and just releashing it over and over again. Haku comes in, X-Redsu on Kavalafar, Jetpacks is going to be there, Crystal Sentry is also going to back them up just a little bit, and Tyra's as well on the side, and Cloud9 going back to lane pressure.
I think that's what SK need to be careful about, because if they are stepping out of position, the punishing levels are so high from C9 because of the engaged potential of I Love Joseph, and now the fact that Gamefizzle is also a damage threat in his own right. Here we go,
Doesn't
fight.
like they want another fight, another jump jet straight into Oblivion, though it does get blocked up. Old School 2v1, he's still surviving because the rest of his team are just clearing this fight up. I Love Joseph finds a kill onto Tyrus. He's going to jump straight on to Kavalafar. Rose offensive away, just picks up Gamefizzle. Double kill for him. 2v1 now, and this is the problem. Joseph's alone, but we've seen what he can do, but he hasn't got much energy to work with. SK Gaming, they find another fight and they make it work, and that was even without the gauntlet.
Yeah, this is the problem I feel like that Cloud9 are having in the fights. We talked about everything that they've been doing right, but compositionally, there aren't many ways to protect your Baron in the late game. You've only got Verse of Judgment, which is CC. Other than that, there is literally no peel other than what Baron provides for himself. And that is an absolute dream field for a Blackfeather. Blackfeather can literally run in and no one is going to stop him. He can save Rose Offensive for only when he needs it to get through things like Verse of Judgment or to try to block damage. He doesn't need to be worried about a Lance, Scythian Wall. He doesn't need to be worried about CC from a Catherine. Anything like that is off his radar right now, and you're seeing Kavalafar go absolutely crazy in these fights. Tyra's now is almost a utility-focused distraction. There for a Frostburn and to keep I Love Joseph busy while Kavalafar does work on that Baron. But Baron, at this point in time, I think Old School needs to look at the way he's positioning. He needs to be more defensive. He needs to make Kavalafar come to him and use that jump jets to force Rose offensives from Kavalafar, because right now he's jumping into Kavalafar, making it 10 times easier for SK to win these fights.
Oh, Cloud9 have not scout trapped that brush. Here comes the gauntlet. 3 members of Cloud9 now trapped in there. Old School is going to jump jets away, or at least try to. Oblivion comes down, sleeps one, but already Kavalafar just dealing with the Baron without too much of a problem. Double kill comes through. Is that a triple? It might just be, but I Love Joseph still, he's still fighting. Crystal Sentry there as well to help him out, but there's just too much damage for Kavalafar. Ace comes through for SK. Kraken is open as well. Could this be game 2 going over to SK Gaming?
It's looking very good for the European team right here. Myself and Jaws, not biased, but rubbing our hands together. It is good to see Europe step up to the plate, given how well C9 played in the last game. It looked like SK, they shore up that early game, don't make any silly, over-aggressive mistakes, and suddenly they seem to have some sort of work on the C9 number. But let's be honest, I think a lot of this comes down to the drafting phase. You picked a Baron, and you don't have any ways or realistic ways of protecting the Baron. Poison Shiv basically counters the only way that you're keeping this Baron alive, which is through that heal from Gamefizzle. But then you lose the potential, if you're trying to heal the Baron, you lose the potential to apply Gift of Fire through an easy means like I Love Joseph to the backline like Tyra's. Compositionally, it's very difficult for C9 to actually work this game, and SK seem to have the number.
Exactly what they've got right now. Kraken marching down the lane. That's about half HP right now, just getting chunked out by Kavalafar using those on points from range. When those double stacks are obviously Rose offensive having a stacking up to 2 times, can use it very, very quick succession. Old School's not had a good game thus far. Iron Cannon as well, just to dissuade SK, but that's doesn't like the Kraken is just not going down anytime soon. Even Gamefizzle with the alternating current is just trying to chomp through it, but the range advantage from SK is pretty apparent right now.
Yeah, they can't commit too hard here. I think they'll be happy with 2 turrets with this Kraken, and they're going to back off here. They can't commit to the fight, though. It's too difficult to fight in those situations because for what you're finding in these fights, a lot of these fights are quite extended. You know, you need time to build up those stacks for Blackfeather. You're allowing him to just sort of beat Old School over a number of seconds. If you do that under a turret, you're never going to find a win. So you have to be very careful about the places that you choose to fight here for SK. You kind of got to draw Cloud9 out into the open so that you have a completely free field for Kavalafar to be super mobile in and find those wins. We're going to have C9 just taking their back camps away. Super careful here with these flares coming down. Know that SK seem to have their number. Old School's now got a metal jacket, by the way. Not something you see on Barons. I want to really highlight this, right? Old School has got a metal jacket. Barons very rarely build any more than a reflex block. This does limit Baron's potential power ceiling. Baron does like to have 4 weapon power items to really hit the hardest, and with the metal jacket, suddenly he's not going to quite have the same effect that he could do if he had 4 damage items. It makes the pick a little less effective than it would have been if he'd been able to go 4 full weapon power items. That is crucial to SK, because Baron usually provides a timer in terms of a late game powerhouse. Now that powerhouse is more like a power shed.
Oh, Old School might be in a little bit of trouble here. Is in fact Wartrade's going to get popped. There comes the gauntlet, but this time Old School is outside of it, but it's not going to matter. Iron Cannon comes down, hits Tyrus, and now Old School is in the prime position, but Oblivion is actually going to separate his team as I Love Joseph jumps into the Kaku to get away, but SK, they're just going to be able to chase this one up. It's a massive problem here for them. If they lose Joseph at this point, gets flared out as well, Tyrus and Kavalifar are just going to be able to chase him down and finally cut him down. Goes down. Who's it going to go over to? Rose Offensive. Oh, Kaito actually. Kaku away. Kaito over. See you later. There we go. Another kill goes over to Kavalifar. 11, 3, and 5. This guy is just popping off.
So you're seeing Old School really struggling to deal the damage necessary. A lot of armor on the side of SK as well. Kavalifar's got his own metal jacket. And this is the problem when you have a Baron that can't commit to 4 weapon power items. Not quite as scary as you generally tend to see Barons being. And remember, the control from SK in these fights, they've got great zonal control with the Gauntlet. They've got great zonal control with the Frostburn on the Samuel. And they're actually just controlling the pace and making it so much easier for Kavalifar to get the work done necessary. Everybody on SK right now is basically facilitating Kavalifar, either making it easier for him to chase his target down or being a big enough damage threat that it provides a distraction so Kavalifar isn't the main target right now. And Kavalifar also picking up a breaking point. Remember, if he's now surviving longer because Baron isn't doing enough damage, he's also building up breaking point stacks a lot easier. Frostburn allows him also to build breaking point stacks easier because his targets are easier to hit as well. SK have got a great composition here. Comfort picks for them in bounds, and it seems to have paid off in this second game of the series.
I mean, you can see the scout trap vision here for SK. Just absolutely, just covering the map. Just making sure they can spot I Love Joseph at every single moment of this game.
Yeah.
Kraken is going to go over, and I mean SK, they are looking for the victory here. Cloud9, they're just cramming in this bush, just making sure they can just find a nice engagement. Gavizzle showing himself now, same with Old School, but I mean it all just came down to the draft phase, it seemed.
Absolutely. SK could look to force another fight here, but it's C9 doing it.
Corner does come down. Burst is going to come out as well. He's going to get blocked perfectly. Old School again is in the middle of the fight, surviving somehow, but it doesn't matter because there we go. Kavalifar picks up the first kill. He's just got his number. Old School can't do anything. He's going to jump a Rose Offensive straight onto I Love Joseph, who ends up falling for the double kill. Gavizzle, last member alive for Cloud9. He's got an alternating current, but he's going to go down. Ace for SK and game number 2.
SK Gaming seal it out. I think compositionally won this game, Draft won this game, played it perfectly as well. They were really struggling against Old School in the early game, but then they hit those item spikes necessary to have the team fights that worked. And again, there just wasn't enough protection or heal for this Baron. And because he was forced to go Metal Jacket because of how much of a threat Kavalifar was, he never hit the ceiling that Barons can hit. And unfortunately, the damage output just wasn't there. You saw it in these fights. Baron wasn't getting any work done. SK were getting tickled by this C9 composition. That was a very messy set of team fights, by the way. There wasn't a clean execute. It was just everybody clumped up, everybody hitting everybody. But SK were not receiving enough consistent damage to actually threaten them, and while they were outputting far more.
I mean, I want to see what they're going to be able to do in the draft in game number 3. One apiece right now, but the analysts there should break that game down a little bit further as, I mean, the Baron just seemed not what Old School wanted.
All right, hashtag euphoria, I believe, is the new hashtag on the block right now.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of myself right here, but we have a game on our hands.
Absolutely.
The first map, C9 just ran away with it. It looked like this could easily be a 3-0. SK, they've come back into things.
Yeah, they definitely did, and that Black Feather with that Arden worked really well for them, and for some reason, Old School dived into a dive comp, and multiple times Jetpacks landed some really godly gauntlets, and Old School kind of jumped into it, and I felt like, first of all, itemization was a little off. Gabe went for alternating current instead of getting an Atlas. Joseph got an Atlas at the 19:45 minute mark, and I was a little late, and what they want to do is minimize the damage from Black Feather so Baron can scale in fights, but too often than not, Baron was immediately killed, and they lost every fight after Old School died.
Yeah, and right at the start of the series, we said for SK, player to watch was Kvalifar. If he needed a stellar performance, that is it right there. 13, 3, and 6. 100% kill participation as well. I mean, what do you do if you're Cloud9 right now, knowing that he can do that? Do you have to just ban Blackfeather every game now?
I don't think you have to be quite that drastic. I mean, it is still a pick that they should be able to find ways to deal with, but that is one of Kvalfar's bread and butters. The melee laners is what he knows best. It's maybe something that, you know, Cloud9 haven't had to go up against too frequently because we aren't seeing these melee laners that frequently in North America. So, you know, perhaps just that little bit of a learning curve. It's just kind of interesting that it felt like, you know, game 1, Cloud9 gets like a very prototypical Cloud9 North American comp, and then game 2, they sort of just moved away from that. They went to almost a European-style composition with that Baron in the lane, and it just really did not look like it was an old-school hero.
It definitely felt like it was... The second game felt more like a European-style game for sure, but let's take a look at a couple of the moments in that fight. Sweet J, do you want to run us through this first fight?
Yeah, sure. Here's the fight at the 16-minute mark here, and you can see Baron jumping in and kind of diving, and you can see he jumps on the left, focuses a Samuel. Although they do kill Samuel, Kvalifar is still alive, but he kind of jumps onto Kvalifar for the most part. And I felt like positioning from Baron was really important in this game. You don't have to jump into a team. The only time you want to aggressively jump jets into a team is when they're low and they're running away from you. You want to use that jump jets to kite and reposition yourself and then do some more damage, and then that's when the team then probably will start positioning away from you, and then you want to jump jets back into the fight. I don't think you should start a fight with a jump jets in, because first of all, you haven't stacked your breaking point, and you put yourself in a bad position if you're jumping into a team that wants to dive onto you.
It's almost like he was trying to follow the Taka, right? He was trying to get in with Joseph and help out his jungler. But I guess it didn't really work out for them in that one. SK looking fantastic, though. And honestly, across the game, it was very back and forth. It's not like this was easily SKs or easily C9s at all. Like, it definitely could have gone either way. But we're into the draft. Arden being taken away immediately by Cloud9.
Yeah, Arden's going to be banned here for sure. SK will probably ban Koshka here, because if they ban Lyra, Cloud9 is going to first pick that Koshka. So I feel like they're going to change their draft and just go ahead and ban Koshka right off the map.
You can see there's a lot of discussion going on amongst the members of SK, maybe trying to have that debate over do they want to ban the Koshka or the Lyra. They're going to be dipping into their bonus time on their first ban. We often said on the analyst test during the regular season that, you know, it's not common to see that, but this time is one of the few times where it was warranted.
And I think the discussion there as well is we can allow the Koshka through if we want and then go for the Grumpjaw again, repeat draft 1, which, you know, looked good, but they lost game 1, right?
Yeah.
It's like, do you really want to go down that same route again? Both healers going to be picked up, though.
Yeah, and if they want to play Grumpjaw, they should ban Glaive here, because Glaive is actually pretty decent into Grumpjaw, if you guys seen from yesterday's games. So Glaive can potentially be a ban here. Lance is also good into Grumpjaw if they want to run Grumpjaw. But however, Cloud9 won't play Lance with a Lyra captain. So I think Glaive will probably make the most sense here for... they're actually going to take away the Taka. SK is going to take away that Taka. Grumpjaw is still open, though, and I feel Cloud9 is going to be their ban Backfeather or Grumpjaw, and I guess since it's not banned, I think SK will pick it up.
And you can see heavy focus against I Love Joseph from these bans, right? Both facing against that jungler. They're very obviously nervous about going against Joseph.
Also very likely that they may want to grab the Samuel here, that they've banned away the Taka. I'm kind of surprised that they're even taking this long, because it seems like such an obvious Samuel pick based on how they've been drafting.
Yeah. So the Samuel pick here is good. However, Baron is not open because there's no assassins. Blackfeather, Koshka, and Taka are all the best assassins to handle a Baron. So now they can pick Baron along with like a CP Kestrel and just have that range game. Or Glaive too. I mean, that's really good as well. So Glaive, Baron are up. They can also do Gwen, Glaive, what would work really well too if they want. There's a lot of options for Cloud9, but Baron looks really good right now because there's literally no hard counters to him that is available.
Yeah, this is the tricky thing. I think this is why SK were hesitating on that last pick. They're like, have we drafted ourselves into a hole here? Like, how do we actually deal with a Baron? It's going to be a Fox locked in, though. A Vox, sorry, not Fox. Going to be locked in there. This isn't Smash Bros. And I'm curious to see what they'll follow up with that one. Do we still think it's going to be something along the lines of a Glaive?
I would expect it to be, because they do need something that can counter the Samuel. They don't have that just yet. It's just, you need a way to keep him out of the Drifting Dark. They could even go for a Grumpjaw or a Catherine, but that would make a very strange composition, but we've seen Cloud9 do weird things before.
We have seen strange things, and these are the teams to bring that kind of thing out. But now you've got to bring up the question of, is Baron a pick available for SK, or is that just not really realistic at this stage?
Yeah, I don't think it's that good of a pick because Adagio Captain doesn't give that much peel, as you see from last game for Baron. So that's going to be tough. And plus, Lyra counters Baron pretty hard. Lyra can portal in and put the bulwark up, which disables his escape abilities. So Lyra was really good at Baron. It would be bad for SK to pick Baron here.
Even if you don't have assassins on your team, Lyra almost enables other heroes to become assassins in being able to get that gap close.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just iffy on the Skye pick here. It doesn't really counter the Samuel, other than being able to reposition onto the other side of him so that you don't have your entire team getting hit by Malice and Verdicts. But at the same time, like, she's not going to force Samuel out of a Drifting Dark. Gwen going to be the final pick here. So Kvalifar going away from the melee laners.
Yeah, so very different compositions coming out from these two teams, and this is going to be an intriguing game. Suijay, you're desperate to tell me something right now.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because with Skye picking, that disables any weapon power melee. I mean, you play Rona into Skye, you're asking to lose. So Gwen definitely made a lot of sense there. And Skye is a skill matchup between Samuel and Skye. It's really who's going to be better at outplaying and out-mechanicking one another. So Skye and Samuel are pretty equal. However, they do have Lyra, stronger captain.
We do have to move on. We've got to get on into this game. Who do we think is going to take this one?
I'm going to say Cloud9.
Okay, Cloud9.
I like Lyra with Vox, so Cloud9.
2 for Cloud9. We'll see how the casters are feeling as we pass it over for game 3.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. And game number 3, one apiece right now. SK Gaming versus Cloud9. And I mean, what a disappointing loss there for Cloud9 in that second game.
Yeah, we talked about it last game. Baron didn't have the peel necessary. You build Breaking Point, you build 3 items. You really should be trying to play that ranged, building Breaking Point stacks, making it difficult for Kvalifar to get to you. But Old School was just saying, I know, I'm going to jump into Kvalifar and allow him to kill me easily, and didn't even have the time to build the Breaking Point stacks. They're playing the team fights in a very odd way there for C9. They weren't quite necessarily the right way to approach it. This time round, we've got a different set of compositions, though, Jaws. Skye coming out in this Unified Live Championships. Again, like Suijay said, a bit of a skill matchup versus the Samuel. Triple ranged as well, and something that I know that Kvalifar can play is CP Gwen. I would be thoroughly surprised to see a CP Gwen. I don't think it's going to happen, but if you're going to play CP Gwen into anything, triple range is the time to do it.
Well, we could see it. That's the kind of question, right? We could see it. We'll have to wait and see. Well, we'll have to wait and find out. We are on to the fold. Game number 3. Cloud9 and SK Gaming, they're very, I wouldn't say kind of evenly matched thus far. I mean, both of the games kind of have been kind of one-sided, right? And the one thing I want to pick up on here as well is the fact that Skye, what, 23% win rate right now? I mean, Kvalifar in a lot of trouble, I think, for Barrage. Healing comes out from Jetpacks. In fact, they're just going to keep marching forward here. Kvalifar's a 1 auto attack away from going down, but Jetpacks is going to get taken very low as well. In fact,
I get a double kill! Oh no! Disaster for SK at the start. It's going to lose so much of their jungle. Tyrus is going to be forced out. C9 just walk in, take 2 kills, and now we're going to waltz out with a huge win for them in the early game. SK making a vital mistake. Kvalifar walking, even had a flare to check that brush. He was not expecting an invade from a triple range there.
See the replay here. Kvalifar just walking away, and the forward barrage just tears him up.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an unfortunate mistake there that he walked in without checking, wasn't expecting that early invade from C9. And then right at the end here, this is the sad moment. Gabe Bizzle, the sigil execute.
Oh boy, you don't see it often. Old School taking a lot of damage. SK Gaming trying to trade up a little bit. Drifting Dark does come through. Old School has a back off very, very sharpish. In fact, so does Joseph. With that forward barrage up, he can push forward, but with Jetpacks with a sustain and Tyrus as well, they're just going to decide to just back up.
I'm trying to think of where these two teams are actually going to find an engage from. You just feel like they're going to try and play at each other from range, and at some point, Gabe Bizzle's going to turn around and say, let's portal into the middle of them and try and blow them up. But they don't have the same level of burst that the SK Gaming team do. And SK Gaming need to get the advantage early on here. They're likely going to have a tension bow Gwen build, and obviously the spike from the Samuel is a little bit earlier than that of the Skye. So SK Gaming, they'll want to try and get the pressure on early. They'll want to be able to siege up turrets a little bit quicker. They'll want to be able to start to win team fights a little bit more readily. Old School now the target. Kvalifar going in. Jetpacks also Just trying to put pressure on him in lane, because Lyra, unlike her traditional area, is not sitting in lane supporting Old School, actually spending a lot of his time roaming the jungle with I Love Joseph.
Yeah, now he's going to join Old School, so Joseph's going to have to deal with himself for a little bit, but he's going to rotate also. I mean, it's level 3 mark for Joseph. Does have 2 points in the Surrey strike to reposition. With Tyrus, I kind of want to touch on this pick again. I mean, he's going to have to be a really big impact. In fact, right bulwark goes down. Joseph gets healed up by the Sigil. Old School is going to have to run away as well, as Tyrus does join them. A lot of damage from Cavalifar, obviously. We know Gwen, a very, very good early game hero. She's pushing forward once more. Gabe Vizzle, though, there with the heals.
Yeah, double heals, by the way, but obviously Gabe Vizzle more utility because he can get a team-wide heal in the early game, whereas obviously Jetpack's more single target, very more damage-focused as well. It's going to be, I'm expecting to see a lot of 3-man lanes in this game. It's going to be Siege versus Siege, Wave Clear versus Wave Clear, and it'll be a very sort of minute game about who can thread the needle with that forward barrage, who can thread the needle with the Malice and Verdict, pick off the kills, and then eventually be able to take a turret here. It's going to be very close, I think, when you look at how these teams are wanting to approach, because again, like we said, there's no real way to force an engage from either side. It's basically going to be land skill shots from afar, and then if you get enough damage done, try and find an executing blow, and then try and force a 2 versus 3. Because at that point, you don't really have anything like a glaive or anything like that to actually force a fight. The only person that can force a fight is Lyra, and that's going to be barreling 2 squishy ranged heroes into a tension bow potential Gwen build, which is very burst heavy.
Well, I mean, this Gwen, speaking about burst, just picked up a tension bow around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Not the quickest we've seen. We've seen one at 3 minutes the other day. It was pretty terrifying to come up against, but this is going to be equally terrifying. Gabe is already getting shoved underneath his turret here. Poison Shiv first item actually for Old School, so once more, just wanting to reduce those heals is just his top priority.
Yeah, Poison Shiv first here for Old School as well. Not the highest damage output, but again, it will facilitate I Love Joseph to be able to take a singular target out a little bit more effectively. It's a really interesting shaping up in terms of item builds. Remember, obviously Cavalifar now on this tension bow spike is going to be wanting to get up close and personal with that backline from C9. I Love Joseph and Old School going to be targets for him, trying to burst them out very quickly. I think once Tyrus gets Frostburn, we will then start to see SK make some moves, trying to then push on with this Malice and Verdict Frostburn, find those big hitting basic attacks with the Gwen, and try and look for a siege on the back of that.
I mean, you could just really blow someone up with that tension bow proc. I mean, obviously utilising her passages as well as the buckshot. Slow everybody up. Tyrus pushes in there with the Frostburn, and you found your, well, you found at least one pick off, hopefully on Old School or Joseph. I mean, Gabe Vizzle, he's going to be obviously building towards the fountain here, picked it up a couple of minutes ago, but the thing is that I want to see here is Jetpacks, is he going to go for his alternating current build like he did in the previous game, or is he going to kind of stick to more of a traditional build?
Yeah, no, Jetpack's probably not going to take lessons from Gabe Vizzle, I think, with the alternating current, but I think he's more likely to build a bit more traditionally. You definitely want to consider a Crucible here, because obviously Death from Above can be devastating. If Skyland's a good Death from Above, that's prime opportunity for Old School to jump in and try and get work done. Not yet got the Frostburn, but it looks like SK are fighting.
A lot of skirmishing going on. Gabe Vizzle's going to have to use the boost to get away. Tyro's already just forcing through. Does have a Oblivion available to him. Old School taking a lot of damage from those Malice and Verdicts. Even Gabe Vizzle having to back off and use that Sigil for healing. Cavalifar as well, just pressuring that lane, just making sure those minions reach that turret.
Good hold on the fountain, by the way, for Gabe Vizzle. Didn't pull the panic button just yet. And that means they'll have that opportunity there if they need it. Again, still holding on to it. Gabe Vizzle, there's the fountain.
There we go. Death from Above comes down to separate SK just to make sure they have to back off at that point. And there you go, that's going to be the fountain bird for Cloud9. So SK now kind of got free reign over this turret.
It is the big 3-man lanes we were expecting. This is all about siege right now for both of these compositions. You want to get that first turret of the game. You want to be able to win that poke war. And SK win that early on. It's a lot easier to get consistent poke down with a Samuel than it is with a Skye. Skye can't alter the area that she's trying to fire at with her forward barrage. She has to pick her vector very carefully. Tyros, on the other hand, he can slam those out left, right, and center, try and hit people down. Obviously, he could be going a Shatterglass as well. There is the option for a Frostburn. Shatterglass would be good against the double squishy in the backline. Frostburn, obviously good to facilitate Cavalifar to get those big tension bro procs. He has gone the Frostburn.
Okay, so he's going to be slowing a lot of people up now, and this is kind of what they want. They want to be able to just push forward and make sure they can just slowly move.
Wait a second, Jules. We've got a level 6 infusion and an infusion in Tyrus' inventory. Well, this is telling me that they want to play on these big power spikes that they've got right now. They want to get the advantage right here and then run with it.
Exactly what they're doing now. Again, Visual just healing Cloud9 up, and this is going to be the massive problem. But the problem is, can you heal Kvalifar? Buckshot does a light pass away, just going to get followed through. They're going to jump straight onto Kvalifar. He's in a lot of trouble. Wait for it, comes out from Joseph. Oh, Old School, but it just completely misses. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Jetpacks dodges the Oblivion, but it actually does land onto Visual. Tyrus pushing forward. The Malice and Verdicts cannot find the kill onto Joseph just yet. And Cloud9 and SK Gaming just one apiece at the moment. Kvalifar and Old School falling. Both the carries going down. Probably won't result in a turret just soon.
Here we go. Tyra's trying to push on further. He's trying to get out of Joseph.
He knows he can do it. Joseph in a lot of trouble here. Same with Visual. Hasn't got too much energy, though, in his pool, so we'll have to back off. But that turret's taken such a beating.
That was the engage I was talking about from Visual. You commit everybody to dealing with Kvalifar, but the burst isn't there yet for C9. You don't have the ability to jump in and within the first 2 seconds deal a significant portion of damage to the enemy that you're trying to focus. Old School has just got a Poison Shiv. Yes, he's working towards a Sorrow Blade right now, but the Poison Shiv was all that he had in terms of a completed tier 3 item. Not exactly the same burst as an almost Sorrow Blade and Tension Bow on the Gwen's side, but once I Love Joseph came through, they got a little bit more to deal with the Kvalifar there, but unfortunately they traded 1-for-1 at the end. That's a trade that I think C9 will be happy to take, given that you've just seen SK invest 500 gold on both of their carries into super early infusions to try and get that advantage, and no advantage was gained. Right now, this is wasted 500 gold because they haven't really done much with it.
Visual, though, is going to get a caressed on here for Barrage just to dissuade SK, but the Drifting Dart's going to come through. Crucible is going to block. Nothing all too much, at least I didn't see it. Wait for it actually does come out from Old School as well, just to make sure everybody gets silenced.
It was actually a pretty significant block on the Aces High. So that Aces High was actually aimed for I Love Joseph, and the Crucible, I think, unless it was actually I Love Joseph's reflex block, did the work.
Oh, passageway through, though. They spotted Kvalifar on the side and just erase him. Joseph comes through, takes the portal back. Old School's going to find Jetpacks. He's going to be able to run him down without too much of an issue. For Barrage onto Tyrus. Drifting Dark as well is going to heal him up. Joseph in a lot of trouble. Just ends up getting taken down from Old School, though. Cloud9 with the ace.
Suddenly they find a weakness and they dive in. They deal with Kvalifar straight away. He was kind of out of position, a little bit isolated, and unfortunately Tyrus and Jetpacks couldn't do much because minions were blocking those big, hard-hitting Malice and Verdicts, and now C9 come away with the first turret of the game, and now the Poison Shiv comes into effect. Samuel, Drifting Dark procced. He was suddenly about to pop off with some sustain. Old School jumps in, lands that mortal wound and says, nah, no way.
Denying a lot of that healing. He's pretty much won that fight. I mean, Sorrowblade even picked up here for Old School now, so he has got a lot of bang for his buck. With all that gold he picked up on those couple of kills, sure, he's going to spend on something nice. Visual now just trying to push forward in this lane now. And like you said, the 3-man lanes at this current moment in time. And with Aces High available to Kvalifar as well as the infusion, I mean, they're going to want to look for another fight.
Invested in another infusion, that's the really important point. Another 500 gold for Kvalifar, really saying, I have to win from this item spike. Gave Visual the target, he has got the portal available, won't be forced to use it, will just get out of there using the sigil healing and that the movement speed that it provides them, and now C9 again on the defensive.
Yeah, but SK, they've got a lot of poke potential with Kvalifar and Tyrus. Another passageway through, straight into a bright bulwark. There comes the Oblivion. He's going to get blocked. Aces High went a little bit wide as well. Joseph just hiding back now. Fountain's going to get from SK to keep them all nice and healthy. And Sigil as well is going to heal up the rest of Cloud9. There will be just a kind of dissuaded fight, but the thing is, look at the damage on that turret, Scoundrel. SK, they're so close to taking it.
Yeah, but they are quickly getting out of the portion of the game where their composition is strong. Kvalifar obviously investing so heavily into the infusions. Look how far he is now behind in terms of items in comparison with Old School. Old School now at coated plates and a heavy steel on top, and Kvalifar right now only on that tension bow, which is one of the cheapest weapon power items in the game, and just a Sorrow Blade and that light armor there too. They are really far behind in terms of their builds, moving forwards, because they know how important it was to be able to capitalize early, and they haven't been able to do so. I think difficult spot for SK. You want to abuse the fact that Gwen has got huge punch power in the early game, but they haven't been able to, and actually C9 have correctly identified if they dive in with the engage of the Lyra portal, which is the only solid engage this entire game has, and then you put pressure on Kvalifar, suddenly the one key to the early game is gone for SK.
Well, Death and Bruv does come down. Another passageway followed through with the bright bulwark. But look at Joseph's on the sidelines here. First comes down. It's going to get blocked. Oblivion as well to follow up. But Cloud9 can't really find anything just yet. Wait for it to silence through members. That's going to be big. Kvalifar's going so low. And you can see Cloud9, their health bars are still so high. They're going to jump onto Tyrus. They're going to be able to find the kill. Old School just going mad at this point. He finds jetpacks. Kvalifar on an inch of HP. 12 to be precise. Make that 0 as he goes down by the sigil. Ace for Cloud9 once more. And they're going to take another turret.
Kvalifar, Ace's highs have been missing all game, but even if they weren't, Gabe Bizzle has had this locked up, sewn up, and crucibled down to a T. It has been a perfect demonstration of mechanical team fighting from C9. They've identified the one strength of the SK composition from the early game, and they've been able to shut it down every time. Lyra jumps in, limits the mobility of Kvalifar with that bright bulwark, and then allows I Love Joseph and Old School to dive in and deal with him. Once he's down, Tyrus is not so good in a close quarters engage on this Samuel. Samuel not meant to go toe-to-toe in a melee range. He's supposed to be a long-range hero who can kite effectively. Not happening right now.
Well, kiting is just exactly what he isn't doing right now. Jumps in, Death from Up, stuns one up, but already Kvalifar's just taken care of. Oblivion is going to find Gabe Bizzle, but it's not going to matter because another ace comes through for Cloud9. How is this happening? SK, they just cannot find the re-engages.
No, it's not even about the re-engages. The fact that Tyrus, this is supposed to be a kiting hero. He walks right into the middle, but even when he literally face checks Cloud9, they ignore him because they know that he is not a significant damage threat. They deal directly with Kvalifar, and then Tyrus becomes an afterthought. They've correctly identified the only real threat in a full-on team fight where you aren't given the chance to poke beforehand, and that is the Kvalifar. I think C9 have played this incredibly well. SK, I think they had the right idea. They were obviously looking to be aggressive in the early game, but C9 had great wave clear. Obviously, I Love Joseph spent a lot of time in lane. We did expect a lot of three-man lanes in this particular game. And I think C9 have just played that defensive strategy a bit better.
Well, there we go. Another passageway gets followed through by Bulwark. There's the first of Judgment. It lands onto 2. But Tyrus correctly identified as the kill, apparently, and leaving Kvalifar this time instead. Double kill for Old School as he just Sonic zooms forward without a care in the world. Sentry's going to go down, and Cloud9, they are going to take game number 3 off SK.
An average of 2 aces per match for Cloud9 so far. They have been dominant when given the opportunity to. SK, especially off that Black Feather, that seems to be a real key ban for the C9 squad. Once that's down, Kvalifar has not had the same level of performances that we have come to expect from him. 0-6-2 on this Gwen. Really shut down in the early game. When you shut down a Gwen in the early game, you don't give her the opportunity to snowball from a tension bow. You've almost cut half her power level. Not as half as strong as a pick if you don't get the opportunity to pressure off the back of that. But got to sort of wind back all the way to the start of this game, sort of around 6-7 minutes. Early infusion investment and then a double infusion investment on Kvalifar. That's 1,000 gold from just Kvalifar that he invested into infusions at the 6 or 7 minute mark. And obviously hoping to team fight, but with the lack of the engage, how can you force a team fight with your infusions? You can't. That's the one real issue for SK. You can't make use of them because you can't force anything, and Cloud9 just sit back and say, well, we'll just wait for them to time out then, shall we? And they did.
Well, the overarching question is, can EU beat NA in a best of 5? I mean, looking right now, 2-1 to Cloud9, but over on the desk, Elbowy Munch and the rest of the guys to break that game down a little bit further.
You're absolutely right, Jaws. Europe are against the ropes, and immediately you've got to start the conversation by bringing up that Sky pick from Joseph. That was detrimental in those team fights.
Yeah, I thought it was a brilliant draft by Cloud9 there. Joseph played Sky so well, but it not only counters any melee weapon carriers that Kvar may have wanted to pick, so that he had to pick Gwen, but Adagio Captain is not good into a Sky because there's no front line. And you can see his 4 barrages were expertly positioned, and he just went in there and blew anyone up that basically ate the 4 barrage, and none of them built defense against the Sky. Yeah. So Sky versus Samu is really a skill matchup, and Joseph showed that he's a better jungler in that game for sure. Yeah,
able to just kind of sit around the edge of the team fights as well, just constantly layering out that damage. And we saw the early game was all about the siege, as Scoundrel said on the cast, but SK just couldn't seem to finish anything off.
Yeah, they came so close to taking the turn. They had it so low, but it took them a long time to get it that low, and they weren't able to then, like you said, push in and finish that off, get that objective gold, and the investments in the infusions. I think Scoundrel made a fantastic point there. That is a lot of gold to be spending that at that stage of the game, and then have it really just not pay off whatsoever.
All right, so now a big question from me is, do we think that last game was just Cloud9 having a little bit of a slip-up and now it's smooth sailing from here?
Yeah, I think they may have messed around with the weird itemization, like Gabe getting Alternating Current on the Captain Adagio. And I think Game 3, they definitely played, I felt like a lot more focused and serious. Itemization was perfect. Gabe had perfect active in terms of his fountains and his crucibles. So I think heading into Game 4, they probably want to seal the series and take it away.
Yeah, I think maybe it was a little bit of getting very confident after Game 1 because they looked so dominant. And maybe a little too confident.
Having to reel it back in just a little bit.
Reeling it back in, playing a little bit more standard, and again, looking extremely strong. I think this next game is going to be very much show where exactly these two teams stand.
Definitely a big one in terms of where EU and NA stand as well. We do have a replay from that game as well, just to go a little bit deeper on into.
Yeah, in this play, you can watch the Sky poking the damage and watch how he positions and who he tends to focus and core barrage. And look at the damage. And Adagio, again, can't frontline, is so low already. And Joseph just constantly moving around with the Series Strike and then getting great forward barrages. And look how low SK is at this point. Definitely the fight is lost. And if you can't kill one member of a team with a Lyra composition, then you're probably going to lose that fight right away. And beautiful
Heads up
Imperial
sigil
by Gabe.
And that wasn't the first time he did it in that game either. He dropped that sigil onto an opponent for a kill multiple times. Just very great awareness of the situation and knowing that he can find the kill even as the captain.
And also just Lyra in general was hugely impactful in that game. So many times we saw a fight kind of going even and then Cloud9 will back away, heal up a little bit, and then go back in to continue. But we're into the draft. Arden and Koshka both banned away once again, and the Lyra this time picked up by SK.
Now, this is a pick that SK has played a lot in the regular season. It was actually their most played hero, but they only had about a 44% win rate, winning 8 of their 18 games with the Lyra. So they really like the pick, but maybe not necessarily having the level of performance that they feel like they have with it.
Yeah, so we've got both healers locked in once again. This time it's mirrored around though. Where do you think SK have to go with this ban?
Yeah, probably Sky. I would say either Sky or Glaive. I think Sky makes sense if they want to run a melee laner. Weapon power on Kvalifar with Lyra is actually very strong because Lyra needs a tanky in front line like Rona, etc. So Sky would make a lot of sense, and definitely Joseph Sky, you know, after Game 3, I don't think they want to face that again. So let's see what SK is going to decide to do here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and you can see that as they are using up a lot of their bonus time here. They don't want to rush into anything stupid. Obviously, Black Feather ban. It's going to be the Taka ban again, so same bans out of SK as what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah,
Game 2, sorry.
I don't know about the Taka ban because they beat Taka when Joseph was on Taka, and Taka is not really that good into Lyra. He's bursty, but Lyra can just pop the sigil and heal up the person that Taka's focusing.
I'm wondering if Cloud9 takes Samuel here. They're going to go for the Glaive. Okay, so the reason I was curious about that is Samuel, while obviously we know SK has a very strong Samuel, they really like Samuel, there were only 3 teams in all of Vainglory 8 that had a winning record with Samuel. SK was one of them, Cloud9 was one of them. So these are 2 of the best Samuel teams. I wouldn't have been surprised saying, oh, you banned the Taka?
Yeah.
We're going to take that pick now, but...
And they're probably going to take Samuel here and Gwen, round out with Gwen, or maybe even a weapon power laner like Rona. So Samuel looks good here. I wouldn't stray away from it because Samuel with Lyra is actually very strong. Samuel is a very high sustain hero. So early game, him with Lyra gives him a huge buff in early game.
And actually going to go with a Rona here. So changing things up a little bit. We saw quite a bit of this in lane yesterday.
The Kvalifar special. Pretty much anyone that played Rona in lane at this point, their inspiration for it most likely came from Kvalifar. He played it so many times during the regular season. I believe it was 9 games during the regular season that Kvalifar played that hero. And there's the Samuel. This is like the quintessential SK composition.
Yeah, as predicted, and I think Sky is good here. They can do a Captain Adagio weapon power that Glaive and then go with Sky because Sky counters Rona so hard. I don't see any other pick that would work unless they want to try like Vox with the CP glaive, but that's really risky because Lyra can heal whoever glaive bursts down. So let's see what Cloud9 is going to decide here.
So one of them actually going to go with a fortress on that one to round out the composition. Just very quickly on the SK composition, the biggest issue Scoundrel was pointing out last game was lack of engage. Does the Rona kind of shore up that weakness?
Yeah, Rona is good. She can jump into the fray. She has 2 gap closers. It's into the fray and her foe splitter, so it works really well. She's tanky, so it's going to work really well for Samuel to have that front line.
Okay.
I like that Fortress pickup. It's not a common pick for Cloud9, but they were undefeated with it in the regular season.
All right, we'll see if they can maintain that record. Gentlemen, quickly, before we get on into this game, who do we think is going to take it?
I'm sticking to my guns, Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, the Fortress Mortar Wound against the Rona lifesteal. It's going to work really well.
Okay, Cloud9 across the desk once again. We'll see if the casters agree as we pass it over for the 4th game in this series.
Game number 4, SK. They are against the ropes, and Cloud9 taking those games, 2 of them at least, and I just can't believe it's come down to this. Can SK be the first team to take a best of 5 off NA? It's not looking like it thus far, but Kavalifar, we've seen him on the Rona before, and he's picked it up again.
Well, you know, when all the guns are out, you have to bring out the rocket launcher, and Kavalifar has picked up that Rona in the lane. Is something that he's famous for in the European scene. SK need to win this game to force it to a best of 1 for the pride of Europe, the team that every North American team said, we respect SK, their drafts are interesting, we're not quite sure how to deal with them. They could potentially be the strongest team in this region. And they are currently 2-1 down to Cloud9, who have just played a mechanical blinder in this series. Gabe Vizel especially, I think Suijay made a great point. This guy has been items at the correct time, pinpoint precision, engages have been perfect, the shot calling as well from Cloud9 has to be praised, because in that last game, they pull the trigger on the Gwen, and they take her out. Jaws, let's get on to the Halcyon Fold. This is a big game for Cloud9.
Massive game. They're 1 game away to keeping that record for NA. And that's the overarching question right now. Can SK do it? I mean, we speak about it before, but Tyra's rookie player, first live event. Are the nerves getting to him? I don't think so. I think just Cloud9 right now out-mechanicking SK. Already a small engage, actually. Whoa, reposition from Joseph. Tyra's in a lot of trouble. This could be first blood already. Joseph takes that one off the board. Jetpacks and Kavalifar now are just running away. Jetpack's going fairly low here. Sigil to heal him up. It's not enough because Old School is going to finish it off with a basic attack. Kavalifar now using the leftover Sigil for HP, but Cloud9, they're already off to a good start.
No mercy for Cloud9 already. Runs straight into that SK composition. Huge, powerful engage from Gabe Vizel and Old School, obviously, with that Gift of Fire. Splash damage, doing so much work. SK, and actually, that reminded me almost of a StarCraft moment. It was complete rotation of the unhealthy targets from C9 to the backline, making it very difficult for Kavalifar to focus a target, and rotating your healthy players to the front line. And it made it so difficult for SK to get work done there. Tyra's was a perfect target to pick off, and I Love Joseph pulled the trigger instantaneously. We haven't even talked about the fact that Old School, probably one of the best lane adagios in the world, has got his lane adagio. He might be schooling Kavalifar after his performance in that first game.
Maybe he needs to take up a couple of lessons in laning. We'll have to wait and see. I want to see Old School just perform this game already. We've seen him throughout this series picking up the Poison Shiv first item on Vox and still managing to do work with it.
And this time round, C9 have got a go trigger from the afterburn on I Love Joseph. They can keep up pressure consistently. They can continuously put aggression onto SK, stop Tyras from hitting his power spikes, put pressure on this Samuel. And it looks like SK are going to have to rotate as a 3 here because of the threat of the potential invade from C9, the threat of their aggression early on. Kavalifar as well has to be careful because obviously the mortal wounds from that fortress will shut down his survivability and longevity in these team fights. And it'll make it a lot easier for Old School to get the work done necessary to deal with Kavalifar.
I mean, the all-in engage from Joseph is something we've seen him time and time again. Very aggressive player and can really just live up to the name. Old School taking a fair bit of damage there. Gabe Vizel as well is going to have to back off on the Fortress. I mean, the good thing SK have hit right here, right now, is the ability to sustain. They haven't got the Fortress ultimate just yet. There's no Poison Shiv, obviously. They're probably not going to build it on Old School thus far, but I mean, that's going to be the massive problem for them in the early game, just surviving. But after that, I mean, the all-in engage from Joseph mixed with Game Visual's attack of the pack, Old School is just going to have a free time first hitting.
Yeah, absolutely. Old School working towards that alternating current as well. Big power spike for the Adagio in lane. I love Joseph as well playing the weapon power glaive. And the differences between weapon power glaive and CP glaive is that obviously he has a lot more early presence in the early game. So obviously he can now then be aggressive, more aggressive than he could have been if he was playing the CP glaive. And that allows him to go toe-to-toe with Samuel more effectively. CP glaive isn't as good against Samuel unless he is complemented by someone else. Weapon power glaive can do a lot of the work in his own right.
Well, he has found himself in SK's jungle, but SK are there to meet him. Kavalifar's going to be there. Bright Bulwark to just lock him up. Afterburn away this time. Kavalifar leaps over the wall, using that into the fray, using it completely the wrong way.
Predicted the wrong way that I Love Joseph was going to try and find an Afterburn. It was a good move, but not quite there. That is the healing camp secured by Kavalifar, actually, so they might look for an engage here, Jaws.
Yeah, into the fray is available for Kavalifar. Joseph going fairly low. Vanson Verdict's doing a fair bit of damage from Tyrus into the fray, onto the bush there. I Love Joseph will Afterburn away, but they're still chasing this one. And Cloud9 will be able to get away, popping those boots, just making sure nice and safely. A bit of an interesting build there from Old School.
He's got the,
2 feet, 2 boots.
2 feet, 2 boots.
Yep. That's about it.
I think, if you buy a second tier 1 boots, I think it might reset the cooldown of the sprint. Because I know when you upgrade your boots, it resets the cooldown of the sprint. Maybe Old School thought that he was necessary for him to be able to escape that situation.
Well, 2 feet, 2 boots. That's all I got
Because
to
they
say
share
about
the
that.
same cooldown, right? But if you buy another one, I think it refreshes the cooldown. So I think he was just saying, maybe I can invest 300 gold not to die here.
Oh, so, I mean, buying those boots on the fly, meaning, obviously, he does reset the cooldown, making sure he can get away. Bit of an expensive method of exit.
Was the jungle shop even open when that... I can't remember. That was just... Maybe, I'm not sure if it was a mistake here or if there was actually some sort of thought behind it. The only reason I think you would buy 2 tier 1 boots is maybe to try and reset the cooldown, but I'm not even sure if jungle shop was open at that point.
Well, it's been a minute since jungle shop was open, so quite possibly. But Cloud9 still putting on the pressure now, and they do have that range advantage in the lane. That's something else to kind of keep in mind. Old School versus Kavalifar, but Kavalifar kind of used to that. We've seen him time and time again on this Rona pick, and he always does well with it in EU, but bringing it to NA could be a different story. Bring it to an NA team, I should say. Beautiful Bright Bulwark to stop the Afterburn. Doesn't mean he's going to not reposition Tyrus. Tyrus in a lot of trouble here, actually just goes down regardless. Serpent Sparks mid-fight actually picked up for Kavalifar, trying to get the sustain through. Jetpack's in a 1v3 situation. Kavalifar out of the fight. Joseph's going to be able to chase him down, and Cloud9 find yet another kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, just Jetpack's trying to juke between the brushes. Just because you blocked the Afterburn doesn't mean you haven't blocked the stun portion. You only block the movement from the glaive with that Bright Bulwark, and unfortunately Tyrus wasn't quite respectful enough of that. He's going to move back in here. Kavalifar, like you said, has got that Serpent's Mask. Here we go.
Oh, into the fray, straight onto Joseph. No sustain from him. Tyrus is going to be able to push forward here, but Fire is actually going to kill Kavalifar on the backside, so actually that's a 1-for-1 trade, as Old School is just going to gift a kill over to himself.
Have they done enough to protect the turret, though? Because if they have protected the turret, that is completely worth. It looks like they have. So it's a 1-for-1, but SK keep their first turret of the game, which keeps that gold manageable between the two teams. That is the most important point from that fight. Remember, global objectives are worth so much more in this game than just the odd few kills here and there. That's why you see a lot of teams so heavily focused on trying to get them early on, because it gives you a massive team-wide global gold boon, which helps you then snowball from that position.
What I'm really excited to see is the fact that SK, they have been able to take a game off Cloud9, and quite convincingly so as well. They went on a boot camp before coming here, so that give them, you know, the extra experience being in the same house together, you know, not only chilling out, but practicing. Another engagement does come out. In fact, Attack the Pack is going to get popped. Bright Bulwark is actually going to stop another afterward, but I Love Joseph still in the front line, taking a lot of damage, but massive Oblivion did come through from Tyrus, just sleeping up 2 members of Cloud9.
And if you needed any illustration as to how powerful Mortal Wounds is against Rona, right there was the situation that it was to come to light. Kavalifar absolutely decimated in that fight. Here we go.
They're going to go for another fight. Jetpack actually just walks into his own death. Kavalifar gets repositioned from the Afterburn, but he possibly could have gone down there. Old School still kiting back. Madison Birch from Tyrus. They're going to jump straight back onto him, but little energy from the side of Gabe Vizzle and I Love Joseph just means they cannot follow that up with more kills.
SK just aren't tanky enough right now to do the pull the moves that they are trying to. Kavalifar with very little defense means he's relying solely on the Serpent's Mask and the fortified health from his ultimate to keep him alive, and that is just not enough right now. You're seeing he's very very, very reluctant to commit heavily. He's going to commit here, though.
Red missed onto 2 people. Joseph's just melting Afterburn away. He's going to jump into the fray. There comes the ultimate versus Judgment. Hits Tyrus, doesn't get a stun, only a little bit of damage. Does make sure SK are going to have to back off, though. Are just going to triple recall underneath their own turret. That will mean SK, they have got a lot of free time on this turret now.
Yeah, they should be able to get this one here as a 1-for-1. That's a really good return here for SK. Despite the kill lead, this will keep them fairly level on gold. Let's take a look at some item spikes being hit left, right, and center. Sorrow Blade from I Love Joseph picks up a reflex block as well. Tyrus has got his Frostburn, like we said, working towards his next tier 3 item, which is likely to be an Eve of Harvest. But C9 smell blood. Here comes the ultimate.
Attack of the pack, the smell blood they do, and there comes the Bright Warwick to snare them all up. Red Mist into them, all 3 of them, but it's not going to matter because the healing wasn't there. He ends up going down. Tyrus gets repositioned with the Afterburn. Passageway to safety for Jetpacks. That means Cloud9's just going to follow you, buddy. They're just going to jump straight on him. Crystal Sentry completely ignored, and that will be Cloud9 with another ace.
First of this game as well. Yeah, but two per series, right? This is the first one they managed to pull off cleanly. And that will give them the pressure on this turret here. Kavalafar's coming back now. Fountain not there, but I mean, you've got to look at how effective these mortal wounds are against Rona. They are devastating. Kavalafar is just not surviving as long as a Rona should do. He's actually working towards a breaking point before itemizing towards defense. Do you know why I like that? Obviously, there is that sort of thought that he should be getting defense at this point, but he's not surviving long enough. He's not dealing anywhere near as much damage. If he's not surviving long enough, what's the best thing he can do? Buff the current lifesteal that he has. Oh, let's have a look at this replay, by the way. You see that mortal wound, just dead. Rona shouldn't be going down that quickly. She should be able to survive a lot longer than those sort of team fights. So, you know, once he picks up more damage, he'll actually be hitting harder in the small amount of time that he's staying alive, which is better than trying to deal a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not surviving very long either. So it's better for him to go direct damage at this point, I think, to get a high impact engage and then survive as long as he can with the lifesteal and the healing from Jetpacks, rather than have to invest into defense and just really be a bit of a wet blanket in these team fights.
I mean, the key word you said there, I think, would be the engage, right? They've never been able to kind of get the engage on Cloud9. Cloud9 have always been engaging on them, and one of the things we saw the Lara do last game, passageway, Bright Bulwark to like slow and, you know, make sure everybody's kind of snared up. I Love Joseph gets completely diminished from it. There's another attack of the pack getting popped, just making sure they can actually secure this turret. Actually, Tyra's actually popping an infusion there. Bright Bulwark does come down with the passageway. I Love Joseph repositioning with the Afterburn there. Jetpacks goes 1, 2, 3 through the passageway again, as another Oblivion actually just missing. Ronin's just spinning around and around and around, finally finding the kill on I Love Joseph. The Red Mist actually doing work there as the mortal wounds just weren't apparent.
SK now going to try and go for the gold mine, although Jetpacks has smelt some potential opportunity here. Ultima's going to get the regen. I don't think C9 are out of this just yet. There is that gold mine to contend with. They have done this kind of turnaround before. Gabriel's going to step up.
Oh, he's going to step up, and it's just wrong time completely. Another Red Mist just tears through Old School, but they're going to be able to trade that back. If the Fire finds the kill, Tyrus is going to go down as well. How are Cloud9 doing this? 2v3 situation. They take it with ease. Jetpacks is going to get jumped on as well. The healing comes through from Old School onto Gabe Vizzle. Ends up falling with the alternating current damage. There's the number 2. The ace comes through for Cloud9.
Already beating their average with the second ace so early into this game. SK found a fight necessary for them. They were able to clear out those wolves. Then Tyra's got into a good position to start slamming down with the Malice and Verdicts. But then they overcommitted. They started the gold mine. They broke off and tried to force the engage, which unfortunately was then allowing C9 to regen a little bit. They got that regen camp and they came back in. And then they committed to where the crystal miner was as well. SK just picking all the wrong areas to fight. And it hasn't worked out for them at all. Old School just devastating them with the damage output that he has right now.
I mean, he's got the infusion in his inventory. Well, he did have the infusion. He used it last fight. I mean, just the amount of damage he's outputting. Still got 2 tier 2 boosts, by the way, but another engaged attack. The pack comes through, and once more, that Bright Ball not doing all too much. Torres has to exit the fight. Passageway through as well. It's just going to segregate Cloud9. That's going to be a triple block on the Oblivion. Adversity Judgment comes down as well. 3 members here from SK, but the Red Mist is going to come through. Kavalafar's done it. He's finally found the fight in SK. They find the ace.
How did SK do? That's exactly the way they wanted to play it. Forget trying to engage with the Rona. Let Cloud9 come to you. Use the Drifting Dark. Use the Frostburn. Force them to walk directly into your huge Malice and Verdict hits from Tyras. That's the better way to approach the fights for SK. Look at Cloud9's composition. What are they going to do? They're going to run at you. Look at this. They start to kite backwards. Tyra's wailing on them with those Malice and Verdicts. That was a massive Oblivion. Yes, it got blocked, but the damage came down. And actually, I think Cloud9 did SK Gaming a favor by channeling that Verse of Judgment, because suddenly Old School was no longer dealing consistent damage with his basic attacks. That was a 2-second window where Kvalifar got a clean red mist off, and there was very little damage output, even with the mortal wounds there to take him down. That was, I think, a small mistake from Old School in that fight, because it gave Kvalifar the necessary time to deal with damage, to deal with that backline from C9. But, you know, C9's competition has got one go button, Jaws. Allow them to come to you like this.
Well, they're going to hit that go button right now. Another afterburn straight onto Tyrus, but Red Mist is just churning through Cloud9. They're just going to disengage for the moment. Old School doing that continuous basic attack damage. Oblivion's going to come out, separate them now. This is SK's time to kind of re-engage. Joseph's going to be able to pick up a kill. Old School actually secures it, and Kvalifar's going to go down. That's the majority of their damage just completely gone. Old School chases up for the double kill. Jetpack's on 22 HP, ends up falling 2, and actually Gift of Fire finds the kill. So that's actually a triple kill, the third ace, and Cloud9, they're just pushing for the win now.
Cloud9 found a great fight there. I think SK had the right idea, though, that Cloud9 were walking directly into a channel where Malice and Verdict was so easy to hit. I think that's exactly what Tyras wants in these fights. But then Kvalifar and low HP, it was almost like a slow motion movie. He ran at them, taking like about 50, imagine like running, taking like 50,000 bullets, and then he jumped a little bit too late. He was kind of too hankering on that cooldown to try and get back in there and use the red mist. They would have been far better playing around Tyras and then allowing Kvalifar to find the re-engage when absolutely necessary. I think SK are too focused on trying to get Kvalifar into the fray to do a big red mist, rather than play around the fact that they can kite quite readily with this Tyra's Frostburn build and then allow Kvalifar to jump in when they've already done the damage necessary to make it an easier time for Kvalifar to have, you know, a cleanup duty essentially.
Well, you put it perfectly a bit earlier with the Malice and Verdicts. I mean, coming through Drifting Dark in a small corridor, so much damage is going to get applied. And in fact, Passageway is going to get followed through. Attack of the Pack as well from K Fizzle. They're just focusing Kvalifar now, but he's got the healing. That's what matters. Oblivion comes through. It's going to get blocked. Tyrus is going to be the first casualty of the fight. They're going to solo out Jetpacks, and now it's Kvalifar in a 1v3. Old School's going to get jumped on with Into the Fray and Red Mist. He's going to get repositioned with Afterburn, but I think that's Cloud9 with another race, and Kraken spawns the second the fight's over.
It's the wrong idea. Like Cloud9, if you're not forcing Cloud9 to make the engage, like you're doing their job for them. SK, by running into the Cloud9 composition, they're delivering Samuel directly to Cloud9 without even forcing Cloud9 to use an Afterburn or a Fortress ultimate to make that happen. They are gifting Cloud9 these engages. Take a step back. Cloud9's composition, what does it do? The Fortress can only engage. Yes, a glaive can peel, but it's a weapon power glaive. It's not a cooldown glaive. You can literally get 1 or 2 afterburns off per fight, and that's about it. This is an engage composition from Cloud9. Why do that job for them? Why give them the engage? Use your kiting with the Frostburn on this Samuel and then allow them to come to you. That gives you the best opportunity at getting the damage down necessary to turn the fight around. But SK don't quite get that. They think they need to like barrel in onto Old School and kill him, but they don't really have the composition to do that. Don't really have the huge amount of burst damage from the Rona. She's a sustained damage fighter, and she can't sustain very well against the mortal wounds, Jaws.
There we go, SK's kind of last stand here. They're going to jump in, Kvalifar on the back line. They're nice block from Tyra's actually on the Afterburn. Red Mist onto Old School. He's going to enter the frame as well. He's going to jump straight on top of it, but it's not going to matter. Mortal Wounds, Oblivion as well is going to get blocked, and now be Kvalifar falling once more. C9, they're just going to push for the win here. Tyrus is going to end up going down, and that is going to be it. The history books are just going to continue to be NA taking out EU in best of fives. Game number 3 goes over to Cloud9. What an absolute amazing series played by them.
Now, he talks about the engages from SK. I feel like they needed to make that engage because Kraken was there. So they couldn't just let C9 dance around with the Kraken and then take the turrets. It was a last-ditch attempt from SK, but C9, their kiting was on point. Again, Gabe Vizzle's itemization was fantastic, and use of itemization was fantastic. It was an excellent performance from C9. It was clinical. I don't think we expected anything different from a team that even TSM fears. When we talked to TSM, they said C9 is our biggest competition. We fear this team. They have the only team that we think is capable of taking us down in a best-of-5 series, and C9 have showed exactly why. It was a clean series, a little hiccup along the way, but even then, they adjusted their ban strategy. Cavalifar didn't get Black Feather. They didn't draft anything like they did previously, and C9 come away with a 3-1 victory in this entire series.
I mean, the thing is, and one quote I want to pick up from SK as well, when we spoke to him, I believe yesterday, was the fact that if we beat Cloud9, we're going to win the whole thing. We're just going to do it. If we beat them, they're our biggest hurdle. We have no problem facing any other team, whether it's an EU team, whether it's an NA team, but falling right now to Cloud9, they did take a game, and that's something important to kind of take away from this, and a very convincing game at that, but Cloud9, 3-1. I mean, like you said, kind of engineered and perfectly executed.
I mean, that was the pride of Europe right there, SK. You know, they're one of the biggest teams within our region, and a lot of teams saying that they think SK is the strongest of the European region, and Cloud9 swept them away. I think it might have looked like in some of these games that it was close, but SK, I think realistically that second game was fantastic for them, but Cloud9 had their number every single other game of this series, and they just performed amazingly. I think going forward, Cloud9 are a big, big contender in this competition. This is the NA heavyweights swinging their punches, and EU not quite on that level right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the scores here as well. Cloud9 21-5. Jetpacks just didn't have the impact he could have wanted. I mean, we saw Gabe Vizzle on Lyra last game, using every single time it was off cooldown, passageway into Bright Bulwark.
I don't want to get bogged down too hard in what went wrong for SK here. I think they played the engagers wrong. I think maybe they could have gone towards more kiting, playing around Tyras. But end of the day, C9 had their perfect way to counter this. They had great engages. They pulled out the aggression from the early game. It was classic North America here with this composition. And actually, Tasty Bacon said the 100% record on Fortress, it remains at 100%. This is a pick that has worked out so well for C9. And Gabe Vizzle really put on the pressure here with it.
We'll see if that trend does continue. But over on the stage, actually, we have got an interview with our winners. So we'll jump down there momentarily.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here with Gabe from Cloud9. A pretty incredible performance, really. It looked a little bit sloppy, and then it seemed like you just learned how to counterpick these guys. Is that what happened? You were just like, yeah, we just need to get rid of these heroes.
Yeah, I think our first game, we played really well. Second game is when they pulled out a different comp that we were used to. So I think after learning from the second game, we were able to just find a draft strategy to shut them down, and it worked out really well.
And the analysis desk was saying that Skye was an interesting pick. Is that something that you kind of had in your back pocket for the whole tournament?
Yeah, Joseph can play a wide range of heroes. People just think he plays Koshka or Taka, but he does have a wide range of champion pool.
And was there any pressure for you guys? Because there's a lot of talk of no North American team ever losing to a European team. Did that ever come into your minds when it was 1-1?
Of course, we didn't want to be the first team to lose to a European team, but the pressure is definitely there. I think after our first couple games, we kind of got out of our jitters and played our best.
It definitely seemed like you calmed down after those first couple of games. Do you think beating that European team now puts more pressure on the North American teams later on who are facing up against them?
I mean, I don't really want an NA team to win because I want our NA team to win, but I definitely don't want an NT to lose to a European team. So I'm rooting for all NA teams.
Well, I'm going to root for your EU team, so we can have a little fight there. Finally then, going into tomorrow, I mean, who do you think your stiffest competition is? If you were to get into the finals, who do you think you'd be going up against?
Probably TSM. They're our biggest challenge, and they always push us to our limits in every single game that we play against them.
So Cloud9 versus TSM, possible final. It depends on how the seeding works. Congratulations again. Thank you very much. We'll toss this one back up to Munchables on the desk.
Thank you very much. That was, of course, Gabe Vizzle, and very happy off the back of that victory, and rightly so. Cloud9, all things considered, I think we can say that that was a commanding victory. 3-1 in their favor. And SK, they came in confident, but confidence isn't everything. They might have been able to talk the talk, couldn't walk the walk on the day.
Yeah, and that game, they won one key fight because they played into their win condition, which is kite with Samuel, let them try to dive Samuel in his drifting dark. And every time they try to change that, they lost. With Rona, kind of diving in by herself and then getting focused, it just didn't work out. And they needed to change something up and really play to the win conditions. Unfortunately, late game, they didn't do that and gave the game away.
Yeah, and I mean, you spoke to SK's coach during that game, I believe.
Yeah, I went down to check out what the rest of the venue was like, because I haven't really had too much of a chance to see it. And I spotted both Bayou and MYQ from SK down there. I asked them, just what are you thinking about this game? And they were very confident with their draft. This was at the very beginning of the game. And they said, this is one of our strongest drafts. And so we're very confident in this. We think it's going to go to 5, and it'll come down to then the 5th game. But Cloud9 just showing that even against what was SK's strongest draft, they were able to counter-pick them. And that was another thing that the coaches had actually said was they were kind of worried because Cloud9 was able to figure out how to ban and pick against them so quickly.
It's like, if that's your strongest draft and they're able to kind of outmaneuver it, then it says terrifying things about this NA versus EU matchup. Now, we do have a replay of that game that we'll be able to take you through. Suijay, take it away.
Yeah, this is a fight at the 11:49 mark. This is where they dive, and then they actually Cloud9 actually plays into SK's win condition here. And this is a key moment for SK to really come back after this fight. Because they again dove into a Samuel drifting dart, and SK gets an ace and lots of great momentum there. Yeah. And then the next fight, Joseph actually afterburns and holds it until the reflex block of tires comes off, and then afterburns him to the wall. I mean, it was amazing to see Joseph play so proficiently there, and really it came down to jungle versus jungle, and Joseph clearly dominated again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in that fight, we saw Jetpacks have phenomenal play online, like really kind of carried that fight. Beautiful portal to start it, beautiful sigil put down, and the bulwark partway through. The fight that you were alluding to right afterwards didn't have any of that come through, and we were watching it, and it was like almost deja vu. We were like, that's not a replay, that's the next fight. And it just ended up going so completely the other direction because unfortunately Jetpacks wasn't able to make the same level of play.
And then when it came to like the final scoreboard, for example, you have to look over at Gold School, right? On that Adagio, I believe his score was like 10-1-10 or something similar. Just insane performance on very much on a signature hero.
Yeah, and this is something that I have been so big on, is Old School playing Adagio. A lot of times during the regular season, when they drafted the Adagio, they put it on Gabe Vizzle. And this isn't a knock against Gabe Vizzle's Adagio, it's just Old School's Adagio is that good. Like when I talked to them before we even started the event here in London, I was like, please guys, when you draft Adagio, give it to Old School. And right there is exactly why I wanted to see that.
Yeah, and at Worlds, Armada actually banned Adagio against Old School because they lost to it.
Now, Suijay, we've been talking about the NA teams finally matching up against the EU teams. That's one of the EU teams now knocked out. How do you feel this kind of builds that story, and how does this mean the rest of the EU teams are going to match up, considering SK were kind of coming in as one of the favorite EU teams?
I think it's a kick in momentum because this is their home turf. This is the first series, and the first series falls into NA's favor. So the next series and the series following, a lot of pressure on these EU teams to perform and really claim home ground here, home pride.
All right, well, it's about time to wrap up this segment, but let's take a look at our bracket after the end of the first series of the day, and it was a 3-1 victory towards Cloud9. They will now be moving on into our semifinals. The semifinals will be filled in once we have more victories as well, because they're contextual on who moves on forward. One of the semifinals will be first versus fourth seed, and the other will be the two middle seeds going on in, so it's difficult to fill in that bracket without having more games played. However, that was definitely a commanding victory for North America as a whole. Now, we're going to be going for a short break, but make sure to get involved on social media. Use that hashtag VaingloryLive to let us know how you guys are getting on. But we have Dan down on the ground somewhere in the O2 Arena. Let's see what he's been getting up to.
Yeah, I'm here with Sketchy and Mini, and we're some European fans, and it feels bad, man, at the moment, because we're pretty upset. The North Americans performing pretty well. So Sketchy, Mini, you can reveal yourselves now, it's okay. I hear you two are like some aspiring Vainglory casters. Are we going to put in some competition up to these guys upstairs?
Yeah, we cast Vainglory 8 in Southeast Asia, and it really is just, the way they've casted was amazing, and the games are just so intense. Like, when Cloud9, especially Old School on that Adagio in the last game, he was so insane on those, like getting Rona down when it looked like Rona was going to kill him, and they just did too much damage.
Honestly, some of these pros, they just blow my mind how impressive they are. And did you get here today, or were you here yesterday as well?
I was here yesterday. I enjoyed just
the games yesterday were fantastic. If you've missed it, if you're watching the stream now and you missed it, the Gangstars game yesterday was phenomenal. I don't think I've seen a better game in all of my Vainglory career. If you missed it, go back and watch it. You won't regret it.
And have either of you considered like competing in Vainglory, or is it just you going for that kind of casting route?
We tried the Challenger series for I think a couple of seasons ago, but we lost in the first round. So it's just so hard to get into because there are so many good teams out there. But it'll more be if it works out, then we'll give it a go. But it's probably just be more fun because it's such a fun game to play.
Yeah, tried was the key word. As soon as you said tried, I was like, okay, I know where this is going. This was not good. What would you say then to any like aspiring Vainglory fans or players? What's the best way to get involved in the community? Is it just turning up to events like this?
It's not even events like this. It's just go to the forums, talk to people when you play games. You will eventually find yourself in this community. It's a very easy thing to do. Just be social. It's weird.
Have you guys tried the photo booth yet?
Have I tried the what, sorry?
The photo booth.
Where is this photo booth?
Oh, they don't know. See? Secrets here. The photo booth's in the corner.
Where is it?
Over there. I'll show you later. We'll have a nice photo. A nice picture, us three. You down? You okay for that?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Okay, so we'll get some nice pictures for us three. But we're excited for the next game. I mean, it's Team Secret versus Gangstars. I'm, of course, rooting for Team Secret. How are you guys feeling? You going to go for Secret as well?
Yeah, I'm for Team Secret. I don't think the Sketchy Brit is on the same. It's feeling the same. I think given that the Gangstars' massive upset from the last game, they really want to. It would be nice to see them do the same thing again, even though they're bottom seed 4, so they're definitely the lower seed. But they've showed that they can beat higher seeded teams. They're probably going to try and do it again.
Yeah, Gangstars are looking hot right now. Are you saying you're a Gangstars fan then? You were saying you wanted Europe to win.
I am portraying my EU. I was SK. I was pro SK. I wanted them to win the last game, but the way Gangstars played yesterday, I have to root for them because I'm a sellout and I liked winning. So I'm going to have to go with Gangstars on that one.
Sketchy is a sellout. So next series is going to be Team Secret versus Gangstars. Let's get hyped and let's go back up to the desk. It's Munchables.
Thank you very much, guys. And clearly some of the fans shifting opinions now that SK have been knocked out of the tournament. Welcome to the desk once again, Fuji, rejoining us as of yesterday.
Surprise, I'm back.
Where did he come from?
I don't know. I just woke up and ended up here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if your team that you're wanting to take the whole thing goes down, you got to root for another team, right?
Yeah, you got to find another team to root for, and Gangstar's definitely a strong contender if they can play like yesterday. Now it's going to be Gangstars up against Secret, our second best of 5 of the day. And there's a lot of question marks in the air when it comes to this matchup, right? Because we've got Gangstars on one hand, this team that they're kind of known for being a little bit inconsistent, and yesterday, incredible performance, right? Everybody stepping up to the plate, but the question is, can they do it again today? And then the other side of the coin, you've got Team Secret, who they're this European powerhouse team. They're a phenomenal team, but their star player, Leon, isn't going to be at this tournament. So there are so many questions up in the air for both of these squads.
Yeah, Team Secret, they had an idea that Leon wasn't going to be able to travel for some time, so they did a lot of work to prepare themselves for that. They picked up I'm the Doom in the middle of the season. We're going to have Tricky. They named Tricky their starter along with I'm the Doom and Justman because of that, but then because of extenuating circumstances, Tricky wasn't able to play for a week or two there, and so they didn't really have as much Vainglory 8 time with this lineup, but this is the lineup that they had been preparing for some time to come to the Unified Championship, so they are still very confident.
Yeah, and looking at the consistency of Gangstars then, do we think that, is there a specific factor that's going to play into that, or is it just how they turn up on the day?
I definitely think it's more about how they turn up on the day. When we watch Gangstars traditionally, they have very high highs, but they also have pretty low lows, right? So it's kind of a team that ends up in this space where you have high expectations, but they constantly just kind of come a little bit short, and for themselves as well. So my question to them is, did you use all the gas in your tank on day one? Was that your phenomenal weekend performance, or can you continue to execute? Consistency is so key to be a top team, especially at a tournament like this.
Yeah, especially when the stakes are quite as high as they are. But it's time to sink our teeth into this first game and meet our European contender.
Please welcome, representing Europe, the number 2 seed, Team Secret!
Secret looking confident, looking comfortable there on the stage, not quaking in the boots or anything like that. But this, as we said before, definitely a lot of question marks. But I think also very kind of split on half of the fans and half the analysts are like, they're not going to be able to do so hot without Leon. But then the other half is very much in the boat of, actually, I don't think Leon was the linchpin. So where do you guys stand on this one? I know that you're definitely on the no Leon's fine boat.
I don't know if no Leon is fine.
Okay.
But I just don't think it's going to be as bad as I've heard some people say. Like, some people have been basically completely writing Secret off as a non-factor without Leon. That I don't think is the case.
Okay.
But there's no denying that Leon is an incredible talent, and there is a difference in how the team plays when he is in the lineup versus when he is not.
Yeah, he's that motivator for them, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's the competitive driving force that always keeps them on top of their game. But they said themselves that sometimes it can be stressful when you've got that type of player that expects excellence at every corner. So they think maybe that type of like synergy is just better without him.
Absolutely. Well, it's time to meet the opponents, the away players, if you will, from America.
Please welcome, representing North America, the number 4 seed, Gangstar!
There they are, and all three of them doing a phenomenal job yesterday, each individually stepping up in multiple games. And honestly, it felt like across the 3 games that they did play, a different player stepped up each and every game to kind of carry those ones. Definitely, though, Iraqi Zorro was an absolute standout player for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Was kind of one of the more frequent underperformers for Gangstars throughout the regular season. So to see him step up in such a big way here at the live event was absolutely massive for them. And if, again, like Fuji was saying, as long as they didn't burn themselves out yesterday, then they could make a very deep run here.
Absolutely. And again, it's going to be very much about these early game fights for Xeno. Can't get my words out. For Xenotech, the jungler, he very much aggressive in the early game, and we'll see whether they can get that together. But we actually had a chat with Team Secret, and we'll see. This is the first time we've seen Secret play, so I want to know how they were feeling coming on into this one.
Obviously, NA are the big favorites going into this tournament, so beating one of those teams would be a great accomplishment, especially for the EU region, which is oftentimes considered the underdog compared to North America, but I do feel like we have a good shot at it. We put in a lot of practice, a lot of time, and I think that we are individually and collectively good enough as a team to beat these huge organizations and teams.
It didn't take too much time to learn about the no tactics, because I played many times with Leon and practiced with him.
Deep inside me, I can feel some pressure and some nerves playing on such a stage because it's my first live experience. But I know that I'm sitting right next to 2 of my friends, 2 of the guys that have been spending a lot of time together, we've been talking. To be honest, we don't even play the game, we're just having fun. And by having fun, we managed to win, and that's even better.
There we have it, and we already mentioned one of the players to watch, definitely going to be Iraqi Zorro, but on the other side, you've got to be looking at Tricky as well. Tricky, not a player that you can kind of turn a blind eye to, and if you do, he will run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, early in the season, he was a brand new player to Vainglory 8. There was a lot of question marks about his confidence and how well he would play. Didn't perform early on. There were even, there was a little bit of drama between both the Tricky and the Humanist for a little bit, but they got together, they talked to each other, and actually, was able to help Tricky a bit by just offering him a little bit of advice, and he really took it to heart. It really impressed us more than I think anything we've ever seen, is how willing to learn Tricky was and how much he wanted to improve his own game, and he did so in a big way, really stepping into the shoes that he needed to fill towards the end of the season.
Yeah, and speaking of filling those shoes, this is Leon's shoes that you've got to fill. Those are big shoes to really step in. And do you think that's going to play a factor on mentality when they get onto the stage?
Yeah, I mean, it has to, right? Like, you're coming into a situation where you're going up against a team that has a lot of stage experience. I mean, you're in the lane against Iraqi Zorro, who has some of the most experience in Vainglory, period, some of the most titles under his belt, period. So it's a pretty uphill battle mentally, but you just got to rely on the mechanics. You got to rely on the reason you're here to begin with.
Yeah. Now, I want to touch on the kind of overarching story of today, which is EU versus NA. We already saw NA triumph earlier on in our first series. Where does that put us on the kind of power rankings for this one? like how skewed is this matchup? Because for me, the water is very murky right now.
Yeah, I definitely think they thought SK was going to be the dark horse. If anyone was going to like enter day 2 really strong, or at least go to a full best of 5, SK was going to be the team. So I think the EU mentality coming into this series might be shaken a little bit because Team Secret is not being viewed as strong as a team, and because of Gangstar's performance yesterday, I think it does shift it quite a lot, because I don't think Gangstar's was really expected to have that type of performance, at least not right out of the gate.
At the same time, though, SK was the dark horse for Europe. The Gangstar's Tempo Storm, those two teams were like the dark horse from North America. Yeah. SK looked dominant in their games yesterday. Gangstar's looked dominant in their games yesterday. One dark horse already lost. Maybe that ends up history repeating itself very quickly.
We'll have to wait and see. It could be mirrored on both sides of the pond. Now, we do have a clip from SK during the regular season. Oh, not from SK, sorry, from Team Secret during the regular season.
Yeah, and this was a play where it was just a massive combo that they were able to set up and just destroyed Cyclone. Yep. It was very early on in the season. That was actually when Mowgli had to step in, their coach, to fill in and, again, showing that he is still a top-tier player, and having that top-tier player in your pocket as being able to give you that level of advice is really helpful.
Now, a very crucial thing to bring up when we talk about this matchup specifically is we haven't seen Secret on stage just yet, which obviously for us, like, we're desperate to see them play. But importantly, Secret have seen Gangstars. They already know what to expect coming into this one. They've scouted them out yesterday. How big a factor is that coming into this?
I mean, so is it really always good to see? I mean, if David saw Goliath like a few days before he met him, like, is that always a good thing, right? Like, I think after the performance last night, Team Secret has to be a little bit concerned because, like you said, Gangstars was the dark horse for North America. They're not so dark anymore. They're looking pretty bright, shining just like the stars in their name. So I think it's going to be something where Team Secret really needs to pull together and figure it out. Gangstars has had the same roster all season. Team Secret's been figuring out what to do, going back and forth. So this is it.
So you're feeling confident for Gangstars on this one then going into it. And Secret, do you think that this is going to have knocked their mentality? They're going to be kind of quaking in their boots coming in against Gangstars?
I don't know if it so much is. I mean, in that video package, we saw Justman saying that he felt like he might have a little bit of nerves. But at the same time, when I talked to him off camera, he was extremely confident. One of the most confident players, I think, at this event. And so I'm just wondering, like, how much are those nerves going to actually impact him? If he is going to be able to get past that, because to say that you feel like you might be nervous when you're on camera and then be extremely confident off camera, on stage, that's a lot more pressure than just having one camera in front of you.
Yeah, and you've got to question whether that's like trying to protect public profile or whether that's like maybe being unsure about how he's feeling. Like 1 minute he's feeling confident and then something happens, maybe watches the game or something, and suddenly he's not so sure anymore. Definitely could be a little bit up in the air for these teams.
And very important for Justman, though, to get those nerves under control because he is the shot caller for this team. He is the primary decision maker for them. And so if he gets shaken at all, the team was probably just going to collapse.
Absolutely. Well, Gangstars have already had one commanding victory in this tournament. Let's see what their emotions were feeling like when they came in on day one.
I think the biggest difference that obviously stands out for almost everyone at this point is North America being a lot more aggressive.
I would say like our biggest strength is probably like our team communication. Our level of preparation is really good. Like EU teams are easy.
I have a lot of respect for my teammates, Iraqi and Rekt. They both helped me a lot. They both dedicate a lot of time. Now that there's a main roster, I'm a part of the main focus, and I think that it's benefited myself greatly as a player. My ghouls and ghoulettes, like, thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you so much for supporting Gangstars, and I hope to do you guys proud this weekend.
Well, we highlighted the fact he says EU is easy yesterday. Now it's time to walk the walk. You've already done the talking. We'll see if they can live up to the reputation that they're building for themselves. I believe the draft is just about ready to get underway. How are we feeling about this one in terms of the draft? What kind of heroes are we expecting picked and banned?
I definitely think Kestrel is going to be a major story, and she's going to be 100% either in the ban. I would imagine probably not leaving the ban, but
most likely.
That's going to be part of the major story today.
And we already saw that Gangstars can deal with having to ban that Kestrel every game. They did it yesterday without any issues. Koshka also going to be banned. This is probably going to be the first 2 bans, all 3 to 5 games is almost certainly going to be Koshka Kestrel taken off the board.
Who would have thought it? An EU team banning Koshka? Never would have expected that. But the Kestrel going to be taken away as well. So now that those 2 bans are out of the way, what kind of picks are we looking at first? Are we just leaning towards the Lyra and Adagio again?
Most likely. I mean, it's very strong first picks, but they're going to go with the Grumpjaw on Team Secret. This is one that I'm kind of surprised by. They haven't played this during the season.
And this is an adaptation, I believe, to yesterday's games, most likely from them, knowing and kind of seeing where some of the strengths from Gangstars came from. They saw this Grumpjaw be very successful. They're like, I mean, Xeno was making major plays and actually game-saving plays, so it is the takeaway, but Gangstars goes with that Adagio first pick.
Surprised they went with the Adagio first over the Lyra, just because, again, Wrecked on Lyra is just one of those things that you know is going to be phenomenal. So are they going to put the Adagio onto Wrecked, or is it going to be in the lane is where I'm kind of curious about what they're going to do.
One thing they could think about doing, because they are B-side, if they don't get rid of Lyra, they can force the ban from Team Secret, which allows them to pick Lyra up and kind of go towards a double heal around the Xenotech, maybe a Black Feather. We've seen them have insane success on that earlier this season. So the benefit of picking the Adagio here is you do get the flex. It does leave a lot of open questions for Team Secret.
Well, they're going to go with the Vox. I was going to say a Lance ban would make a lot of sense to me for Gangstars because that was the hero they put the most priority on throughout the regular season. Their most banned and one of their most picked, and it was the most played hero for Secret.
So I just want to go a little bit more in depth on this Vox ban specifically, because I believe this is, if not the, then one of the first Vox bans we've actually seen. What's the logic behind taking that one out?
It's mainly just the idea that if this is something they've scouted for Tricky specifically, if it's a comfort hero for him, they don't want him to fall back on comfort if it's his first time on stage.
Yeah.
You can play the mental game. You can take away some things that are, yep, they got the double heal, by the way. While we're talking about Vox, Lyra comes right in. The Skyban to me is actually very peculiar. I don't really understand, other than the fact that she can potentially counter Grumpjaw in a situation, but it's not like Xenos showed us a lot of Sky that they need to be concerned about.
Maybe just seeing how well Sky was doing, that NA Sky in Series 1, just not wanting to face an NA Sky.
But like Sweejay was saying while he was here, the Sky, it's a very strong counter to melee laners. And so I think that ban on the Sky is just because Team Secret wanted a melee laner, and that's why they grabbed this Black Feather to go along with the Grumpjaw. So it kind of works in their favor to ban away the Sky, but it also kind of tipped their hand a little bit. And a melee laner isn't necessarily going to be an end-all be-all because Gangstars are going to have so much durability.
But there's still things like Arden and Lance available right now with a full melee composition. This could build up pretty nicely for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, well, so with the Celeste lock-in is last pick here, though they have a lot of flex options still available for Secret. Black Feather could go to lane or could go to jungle, so that does mean Gangstars just needs to most likely finish out a comp they feel comfortable with. It's not so much about the counter. With Black Feather taken, I do feel like Rona moves up into the top priority position here.
Rona with a double heal, like that is the double heal comp that we used to see. The only other thing I could really see being strong with it would be a Lance or a Krull. We have yet to see Krull at the Unified Championship, so I would like to see it, and there it is! Yes!
They get the Krull pick. So, very different compositions coming in for this game. Where does this Krull fit in? What are we expected to see? Oh, in fact, I suppose we don't have too much time to go heavily into this one, so I'm just going to go for your predictions on this one. We'll start with you, Fuji. How do you feel this draft has gone? Who do you think has the advantage?
I think Team Secret, if they execute Grumpjaw's ultimate and take Krull out of the picture, they win really hard, but it's a lot of execution required.
Okay.
I think it's a lot of execution required, but I also just don't really feel like all three heroes synergize that well for Team Secret. And Krull is Bay, so I'm going to have to go with the Krull.
All right, well, that's how we're feeling on the desk. It's time to head over into our first game of the second series and pass it to our casters.
Thank you very much, Munchables. We are here for court for this match. Gangstars versus Team Secret, NA versus EU. And I have been trying to contain my hype for this match
you really
for weeks. Like, this is what I'd live for.
Oh, no, just listening to Dowsy all day going on and on, looking at him in his notebook. His enthusiasm is really sustaining us into this one, but NA takes the first series today. There's a lot on Gangstar's here to continue on to that legacy, to keep that NA track record going, and a Crow coming out with the double heals looks like a very durable and solid comp.
Right, and I believe it's the first Crow we've seen played here at the Unified Western Championship as well. So, day of first, heroes are all coming out in spades. Everyone is playing everything, and yesterday Xenotech had an amazing performance. His Grumpjaw, well, I was sitting in my hotel room. I had to go back and get some rest, but I was awake. I was full awake for the rest of the evening after watching it. It had me on a high that I haven't experienced in a while. So, like, this is something that I'm really excited to see, and especially to see if Xenotech, Araki Zoro, and of course Rect are here once more to represent North America. The amount of enthusiasm, passion, and fire they brought to their series yesterday was something we haven't seen from Gangstars for months now, forecourt. But Team Secret, man, they want to be the team to take EU home.
Now, there is a little bit of a worry that I'm going to echo Fuji on this one. Like, did Gangstars kind of use up everything? Was yesterday's their best performance? We're hoping not. We're obviously hoping, you know, we go through, we have a great game series here, but the inconsistency is a point to keep in mind.
Yeah, well, we are going to jump onto the Halcyon Fold forecourt for Game 1 of this series. And like you mentioned, Gangstars, they were well prepped for Tempo Storm, but a spanner in the works with the upset from Immortals against Hammers, not really expected, means that perhaps they put a lot of prep work into a G2 matchup, was a little bit more expected as far as brackets are concerned. Right now, though, they are playing aggressive, and I'm the Doom. There's nothing he can do. Currently, it is just going to be the counter invade as Team Secret sends Tricky and Justman over to the other side to make sure no gold is lost out, but choking out I'm the Doom is a really good start by Gangstars.
Yeah, but both sets of backs will actually go over to Team Secret, so they're not really going to be feeling any kind of burn on this one. And Xenotech, now in jungle by himself, at least earlier on, it's not the fastest clear. He is going to be very durable. As we said, there's a lot of self-sustain here for this crew, so early on, especially with Justman not getting into that stuff situation, it could take a while to start seeing some bloodlust coming through.
Talked to Team Secret this morning, and they said keep an eye on I'm the Doom. He will either win or break this game for us. If he is able to keep consistent in the jungle, then Team Secret feel their game is that. But Gangstars clearly wanting to make sure that Doom's life is a misery. Here comes Xenotech around the corner to try and start the fire for Gangstars. I'm the Doom should be able to get under his turret, but the smite is there. Not quite at the damage. Now, Tricky roaming on down on this Black Feather. It looks like Team Secret want to try and punish Gangstars for this early aggression, but they just do not have the damage quite yet to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, Rakazoro even coming through, getting some pot shots, and yeah, we bring down the Celeste low, but it's not quite the kill. I'm the Doom did pick up the backs again, though, so again, not really a ton is going to be happening here in terms of that cash swing. It's still Gangsters kind of taking a little bit of an early lead with this momentum. They're kind of keeping Team Secret on the back heels, very reactionary, and well, Justman and Tricky, they're going to have their hands full with this double ranged in lane, especially Rect on this Lyra. He really, really does throw out a lot of that harass.
Well, Justman going to come in, try and find some aggression. Doesn't quite land it, and that is a lot of damage being chucked back his way. You mentioned Rect on his Lyra. This guy loves building Storm Crown on his Lyra. First item for the extra damage, harass, and this is the kind of lane matchup he can afford to do that. Currently, I'm the Doom getting singled out in the jungle. A lot of damage onto him. Xenotech coming in. He's looking for first blood. Fire is burning away, but it's just not enough. The stun, the core collapse keeps him alive.
Yeah, I'm the Doom. Good play from him. Will not go down for that first. Justman, though, is going to be trying to make something happen here, but 2v1, especially a bit more on this captain role, he's really just hitting into the wind.
Yeah, he does not actually have any gap closing, so we'll take a pretty sizable amount of health in damage there. Not really what you want to be doing. Doesn't even have the life spring, so we'll be forced to go back immediately. Gangstar's dictating so much of this early aggression.
And the early aggression is very much warranted at this point. I'm the Doom in that jungle. If Celeste does find herself in that 2v1 situation, how many attempts has Xenotech now already taken at her life? But finding that 2v1 is really what Gangsters want to do, because they get the kill, they can own both sides of the fold here in that jungle situation, and that really just kind of leaves Arakizoro to do whatever he wants there in lane, because Justman is going to be ping-ponging back and forth. He's going to be trying to cover I'm the Doom, he's going to be trying to cover that lane, but Rekt and Araki just, again, they can really spread out or they can condense. Either way, it's still a really good strategy for these guys, and the double range nature is just kind of keeping these guys ahead.
Not only that, Xenotech, the amount of CS gold that he's stealing away from I'm the Doom is meaning that he is progressing further ahead in this jungle matchup. And if Cruel can get ahead, then he is one of the hardest melee junglers to deal with.
It's not often you do get to see a Crow get ahead, and in this situation, as he continues on, yes, he is going to go more offensive. You can see that first pickup right here. He has double healer in the back, and now even more sustain on top of his already sustain. He is not going to be something of a frontline tank. No, Xenotech is really going to be a lot of utility, but also a little bit more offensive, I feel, as time goes on.
Yeah, Poison Shift first item, increased attack speed, and of also can apply the mortal wounds. Now, there's not much innate healing on the side of Team Secret yet, but once Tricky builds into his own life sustain items, once I'm the Doom picks up an Eve of Harvest, then they're going to have it. Rekt has gone for that Storm Crown. We mentioned he may do it. He says that he loves doing it whenever he can realistically bully his lane opponents.
Alright, so Rekt, he does go into the Storm Crown. We do have the double heal still here. Araki in lane, he picks up his first power spike there as well. 5 minutes, it's looking good for Gangsters, and they're early. I'm the Doom is, well, he's not trailing by a lot, but he is trailing, and that is not something we do get to see with the jungle matchup with that Crow. But Tricky at the same time, we're still looking for his first big slice. He has those tier 2s, but once we hit into that tier 3, we might start seeing some of that bloodlust.
I'm the Doom runs straight into Xenotech. Core Collapse will find the stun. Crystal Sentry getting involved. I'm the Doom managing to walk away alive. Xenotech did not want to deal with that Crystal Sentry, but he will be able to steal away the healing of that Treant. So actually he goes over to Rekt, not really the person who wanted to get that.
Storm Crown, man. Has that little bit of an extra punch by the end of it. Xenotech, I would be very surprised if he actually went into a crown. I really don't expect him to. I expect him to kind of, again, be a little bit more the damage source here for the teams, backed up by the 2 here. But he has gone a little bit more durable, and Rekt, just a lot of extra health with those O-carts there as well. He's going to be pumping out those heals.
Not only that, that's double minion candy. Gangstars are setting up to push this lane. Pop the minion candies, they've gone down now, and they can just start hammering away at this turret. Not only do they have the range potential, but Rekt, with the true damage to objectives, is going to be able to take that turret even quicker with his Storm Crown. So Gangstar's really prioritizing the push. And Team Secret, man, they're going to struggle to clear this wave. All 3 of Gangstar's here. Xenotech onto Tricky. He cannot escape. Rose offensive away. He will be able to now. The Bright Bulwark is gone. But the turret has gone down, and Gangstar's going to take that early objective. Tricky dives in. He does get out, of course. He is so mobile on the Black Feather, but Gangstar's now with a 2,000 gold lead purely from objective.
If Tricky didn't have that level 6 timing, it could have actually been that first blood, but he does go home and he picks up that Shiv. So we have 1 on both sides. You are really going to have to prioritize it here from Tricky, because the double heal, the triple heal, whatever you want to call Xenotech's contributions to the sustain on this one, that Shiv is going to be going a long way. But still, the Hell's Heart they set up. Tricky takes the damage. He does use the Rose offensive defensively. He gets out of the situation. They lose out the turret, they lose out gold mine on top of that, and Gangstars now go from a few hundred gold to 2,000 in the blink of an eye. So minion candy set up, the Storm Crown, Xenotech coming in, everything is just really gelling here early on from Gangstars.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see some first items start to trickle in for Team Secret. They do have that fountain now, but Tricky, he is looking for the aggression onto Rekt. They follow the portal through. It's a good force, but Arakizoro's wanting to get into the fight. I'm the Doom is very low on his Celeste. No real sustain yet for that CP jungler. Justman has the fountain, but it's not something that they want to pop unnecessarily.
You can still see Rekt, really ahead of the curve here, just really making sure that Team Secret are going to be scattering to the wind. And as they do go back through the jungle here, like Xenotech is going to be very comfortable taking this, especially with the whole team there.
Yeah, this is going to be the Crystal Sentry just easily secured there by Gangstars. Without Tricky in possession, they really could not afford to really take a fight there. Fountain hasn't been completed by Rekt, so perhaps you could make the argument that that was the time to fight now.
Saying?
No, that fight around the Crystal Sentry could have been the time, but now that the Fountain is in play, Gangstars just feel miles ahead of Team Secret and their power curve. Going to walk into the bush, Xenotech is going to be able to walk away. That was a great boat brawl. Stops up Justman in his tracks. Stuff available. Looks like Team Secret in position to find a kill. Can they get first blood? No, they cannot. Xenotech finds it onto I Am the Doom. Tricky goes down as well. And the fight is just turned right around. Justman now looking to escape. Xenotech going to charge up his passive. And Justman, man, he's going to have to fly across that wall with the Hangry if he has any chance of surviving. Whoops. But he fails the jump. The charm from Rek. This guy knows that he can BM Justman. Let's tilt Team Secret now. And in just a couple more auto attacks, Justman will fall. Maybe he gets away? No, he does not. 3 kills to Gangstar.
I would have said that Xeno in that speed up would have gotten it. If that wasn't going to happen, could have been the scout trap.
I'm the Doom is in position to fight Araki for this Crystal Sentry, but he is just 1 Celeste, and there is 3 Gangstars looking for this Sentry. It goes down, second life at 940. This dominance from Gangstars is just not being dealt with by Secret.
Yeah, 4,000 gold. The early game has definitely treated these guys well. Xenotech is going to be, he has that Aegis now finished up, but past this breaking point, very likely going to be on the horizon here. That attack speed will go up very nicely, and once you stack all that up, you're hitting with the power of something of the equivalent of 2 Sora Blades on top. And again, like, we just don't get to see Krolls go this offensive this early that often. So this is a real treat for Xeno and this double heals.
Certainly is. It's a 4,000 gold lead at 10 minutes for Gangstars as they look to position in for another fight. Ooh. The Hell's Heart, ooh, just scraping the hairs of I'm the Doom there. Her golden locks floating, but I'm the Doom will be able to escape with his Celeste, and so potential engage thwarted.
Okay, so while Xeno has been building up, Tricky at the same time, very similar path. He's done just a tad faster. He is that laner after all. 100 of those last hits to the 40 of Xeno, disparity and all that. But Tricky is something of the power here from Team Secret. If it's going to happen, like Justman gets that stuff, and then Tricky just goes to town. That's still a winning combination, but it seems to be that the execution is just not being found here.
Team Secret are scaling is what we're saying here, is that they're attempting to scale the Celeste and the Blacker up. Now they're looking for the fight, diving on in, and a lot of damage is there, but Xenotech's on top of I'm the Doom, and there's nothing a Celeste can do. He finds the kill. Can they get the Iraqi? Yes, they can now. Team Secret have to group up and take this fight. A double for Tricky. The rookie on the stage is struggling to deal with this cruel slide down. That's a kill. Xenotech finds his second, and he walks away. Justman does not want that fight.
All right, that's going to be a 2 for 2 by the end of it, but just like what we were saying there, you get that stuff, you split up, Tricky able to get 2 kills on that one, and the scaling might not be perfect at this point, but 12 minutes in, that's some good signs of life here from Secret. They go from a 0-3 to a 5-2. They're going to stay real healthy up in lane. The wave is going to push, no problem, so there's no threat of any more objectives going over to Gangstars here. So Secret, perhaps that late game is going to kick in sooner rather than later.
Yes, I hope so, because it would be a shame for Team Secret to not get a chance to demonstrate the power of their composition. But then, in the same sentence, you have to just think about what Gangstars are doing here, just countering exactly what Team Secret wanting to do. Not only that, taking everything off the map in the process, making sure that they choke Team Secret from the gold.
That was even with I believe in, well, maybe not infusions. Those are actually very fresh there from Gangstars. But I'm the Doom did pick up second item on the back of that fight. Unfortunately, they don't have the positioning to keep that sentry going, so he's going to be out of here for the rest of this matchup. And Rekt actually got into third tier 3 item here with that contraption. The cooldown reduction on Rekt is absolutely astounding right now because he has the double cooldowns between the contraption as well as the Storm Crown, and that does translate to a lot of speed ups and a lot of healing.
And the vision game that Gangstars can now utilize in the jungle. The Crystal Sentry's gone. That jungle's open, wide open for Gangstars to walk into and play scout traps. Team Secret, they cannot even, take a bite out of an apple without Gangstars knowing about it.
And Justman into an Atlas on top of things. So you can see a lot of stuff coming together, but Secret's a bit far forward.
Yeah, Gangstar's looking to engage this fight, going straight back onto I'm the Doom. He gets melted. That's going to be tricky picking up Rekt, but does he have the damage to deal with this crew and Adagio? Stuffed picks up Rocky, but Tricky is on the defensive. He does not want to take the fight, and Justman's going to have to attempt to run away. Atlas down, but I'm not sure it's enough. Justman gets smited. 2 for 1 for Gangstars.
Yeah, that attack slow doesn't mean much to Xenotech after he builds out that many stacks. He just has to hit a button to cash in. But again, like, the ideas were there. The execution still just a little bit lacking from Team Secret. The catch on I'm the Doom, the initiation from Rekt. He might have forfeited his life for it, but it's set up for that win from Gangstars.
And I have to mention that Xenotech is kind of the person right now who is destroying the Celeste. You have a Grumpjaw on your team. The most success I've ever seen against a Cruel is when Grumpjaw swallows that Cruel up and takes him far yonder, as far away from the fight as possible, to try and give their team as much time to deal with the rest of the carry and captain. I want to start seeing Justman use his ultimate onto this Cruel, and I feel if they get Xenotech away from the fight, they may have a chance, but here we go again. It is going to be Xenotech jumping on in. I'm the Doom gets destroyed. The Vast of Judgment blows them up. A double kill for Xenotech, looking for the third, and he is not going to get it. Rocky finds the ace, but that's all Gangstars need. They are on fire.
Yeah, let's not even talk about Rekt in the portal. There was none. It's just, that was literally just walking up to Doom, finding the gap close, and then deleting him. Doom has that reflex, did not even get popped on that one. Xeno with a very quick double on a double sustain offensive measures as well. I thought that was going to be a breaking point. No, he's just really making sure that that 0 stays in that death column and just walking up to these guys, no fear. It's absolutely astounding. Like, they just literally walk up, delete him, 396, the verse to follow. There's nowhere here for Team Secret to go at all. They are going to chase down the very slow Grumpjaw, and just no stuffed on that one either.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. These stuffed abilities from Justman haven't been quite finding a target quick enough to keep I'm the Doom alive. There's a bit of a responsibility on I'm the Doom to be positioned in a way that he isn't caught, but when you've got a portal on Lyra, the distance that this Cruel can travel from his passive in a bush to on top of your Celeste is massive, and it's a very, very hard pick to deal with this Cruel.
All right, so Kroll, definitely the star of the game, 7-0-2. Xenotech's weekend is really shaping up, really fantastic, not only for his personal performance, but Gangstar is really going the distance, and this first game setting the pace into the series, 10-3 with a Kraken on the way. I mean, you really got to be feeling good about this one. And Xenotech, you know, with this Kroll, first pick, he plays Kroll quite a bit, but having an outstanding performance as the first pick of the tournament here. Rekt even just going in.
Tricky's nowhere near this fight. I'm the Doom is in so much trouble. He's trying to escape through the portal himself. Justman trying to slow everyone down, but Doom, can he escape is the question. It doesn't seem likely. It's going to be the core collapse, but he falls nonetheless. And that is going to be Gangstars now pushing with the Kraken into the base and trying to finish out this game.
Just what a catch right there, right? If the turrets go down and this Kraken just continues to do work, I mean, that statistic is just going to get better and better. But Tricky was a 0 in that fight. He was nowhere near. He did not contribute. It was a 2v3, and now it's just carnage.
Yeah, this is nothing. Team Secret can't do anything. They do not have the wave clear. 2 average turrets, a Kraken push. Well, this is looking like it will be 3 in a game. They need to make a move, Team Secret, but the first Vein Crystal does 4. Tricky trying to dive in. I'm the Doom with a Solar Storm. Gangstars are falling low, but do they have the damage, Team Secret, to keep their base alive? I'm the Doom smited by Xenotech, and that's going to be a double kill for him. Justman cannot escape. Turret 3 about to fall, and Justman knows the game is over. A triple for Xenotech to finish off game 1. Gangstars look on fire.
Xenotech getting that high boo at the end with a triple, but man, Gangstars making it look good, making it look easy, and offensive Kroll. Bacon said it, you know, Kroll is Bay to this guy, but these builds coming out with 2.4, with shivs, with double sustains, on the back of a double heals, like Team Secret's really going to have to go back to the drafting board on that one.
Yeah, and speaking of drafting board, I want to hear exactly what our analysts think about that. The Cruel, a crucial pick. What can Team Secret do about it?
This is the day for EU's redemption, but so far it's just not going that way. We were asking whether Gangstars could keep up the performance they had on day 1. Looks like the answer is yes. Game 1, Xenotech stepped up yesterday, and Game 1, he stepped up again.
Yeah, I mean, the only hero I like better than Weapon Power Arden is a Krull that doesn't build Breaking Point first. No Breaking Point even in sight on this Krull
Hey, that's
build.
conditional love for Krull right there. Not unconditional. But no, you're right. We saw a very different playstyle on this Krull than what a lot of people tend to try to do on this hero, where it's just like kind of scaling, a little slow play. Like, they went straight in on this level 1 invade. They got everything. I mean, Krull was level 6 at one point, while I'm the Doom is level 4. Like, that's not what you want to see.
It was just a situation where it's like, just a few minutes into the game, it already felt like hopeless almost for Team Secret. But we do have a replay from the game, so let's go into this a little bit deeper.
Yeah, this was that last fight as they were pushing into end, and again, it's so far gone. They got a nice engage, like they jumped onto the target they wanted, but just weren't able to do anything.
Yeah, a lot of the positioning has to be called into question from Team Secret, specifically from I'm the Doom on this Celeste. Just consistently throughout the game, being out of position, and once again here the same way. Justman just not really protecting it. It kind of seemed more like Justman was interested in going in with Tricky on the dives, and then poor I'm the Doom just always left alone with Krull. Like, it was just such an easy takedown for Xeno.
And I mean, Xeno 10-0-3 at the end of that game. That is an obscenely great scoreline. And also, just no deaths, right? When you're running Krull, which is high lifesteal anyway, plus 2 healers, like, how do you... They had Poison Shift. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, it was just completely ineffective. I mean, all of it, I think, comes back to that early game, like Fuji was talking about. They took so much from the early game that they got such a big lead and were able to avoid the pitfall that a lot of North American teams can fall into of not being able to close things out. They were extremely decisive all the way throughout.
Well, we're into the second draft now. We'll see whether the double healer Krull will be allowed to go across again. I doubt that will be the case. Kestrel, the first man. Koshka going to follow it up once again.
One of the things Team Secret needs to do, though, is realize that the double healer Krull, while strong, it also had a lot to do with the fact that they did an A-side Celeste pickup instead of going more into an all-in comp that could go dive the Adagio and take him out. So hopefully don't get too scarred by the first game here. But yeah, I think like Bacon said before, this Kestrel, this Koshka, they're going to be the constant kind of first bans throughout this series. And Gangstar's once again saying Adagio is what we want.
Adagio has been very high priority, not just for Gangstars, but for a lot of teams across this tournament so far. Not surprising to see that one picked up first. Do we think, I was about to say, do we think that they're going to pick up the Lyra?
There was no way they were going to let that double heal go through again, not after how strong it was.
Yeah, it requires so much coordination to play against, and there was no fortress that was coming through or anything like that, so no way to really shut it down. But Team Secret is going to get rid of the Black Feather, so really fearing the Black Feather for Gangstar. They either picked it or banned it, so an interesting priority coming out of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing once again these captains the focus to start off the draft. But do we have any idea of what direction that this is going to go in, or is this still very much a wide open playing field?
It's still pretty wide open. I do think that Gangstars could put priority on a Grumpjaw pick here if they don't ban it and if Team Secret doesn't take it. It is something they quite like. I was not impressed by Team Secret's Grumpjaw play. They had a hard time finding the right target. They didn't really stick together on the engages the correct way, and he wasn't the peel I really think they needed for their carries there. So the Skyban comes through from Gangstar, so a little bit of respect here. Might be a little bit of a scout thing here. I'm not exactly sure how often Team Secret has succeeded on Sky over the season, but once again, you talked about this, Bacon. It's more of a setup ban at this point. Gangstars could be looking to do the Rona again in lane. Sky could be a potential counter to that.
And Grumpjaw is going to be grabbed there from Team Secret. Again, the positioning and the utilization of this hero is going to be so important. With a Lyra, though, you can make some great combos. Eat someone and then spit them out inside of a Bright Bulwark. That is a long time that you can make a hero essentially just hate
a
life.
sitting duck,
Like,
right?
Just a very, very easy to punish, especially now. It takes away a couple of picks that Gangstars might have been looking for. Like, you cannot run an Arden into Grumpjaw Lyra. You cannot run something that needs to jump on you, but there's the Krull once again.
Going with that Krull once again. I wasn't sure whether it was just a situational pick for last game, but they're more than happy to run it again. Is this something specific against the Grumpjaw?
I think it's more of an idea that Kroll did so well, especially paired with at least Adagio to some extent in the last game. Gangstars doesn't really have to change too much. It was a very, very dominant game. So if Gangstars feels like they can take this entire series in the same fashion, they're going to try to hide some cards for future games. So Kroll is generally a dangerous A-side pickup, though, for most teams. So Gwen coming through to really add to that early game. Adagio now being flexed down into the captain position.
I'm iffy on that Gwen just because I have not been impressed whatsoever from Iraqi Zoro on Gwen. He's played it a few times during the regular season. The win rate is sitting at about 16%.
Okay, not good. But Baron, the final pickup here, that's kind of an EU All-Star pick, right? That's kind of the play style EU's known for. Go to the late game, play Baron, play hyper carry. Do we think that's going to be enough? Do we think that they're going to weather the storm of Kroll in this one?
I think they can at this point. The Baron pick is actually really interesting with Team Secret. It was the Baron gameplay that got him really kind of criticized, and then at the end of the season, it was the Baron gameplay that kind of vindicated Tricky. So if he can stick to the end of regular season Baron play, then Team Secret have a chance here.
I think I like Team Secret's draft a lot more, but I got to give it to Gangstars because of the momentum.
Honestly, Gangstars are looking absolutely terrifying. Let's hand it over to our casters. Once again, Forecourt and Dowsy, take it away.
Thank you very much, and you're entirely right. That Baron on Tricky either makes or breaks the guy, but when Gangstars are bringing this much momentum, this much fire, this much determination to be a North American team in the semifinals, then what do Team Secret realistically do about that?
Well, we were talking a little bit about momentum here as the analysts were going on. If this is a 2-0 Gangstars, I firmly believe it will be a 3-0. I mean, this is the chance for Secret to break that, and it will come down to that Baron. How well can they protect it? How much early game can they weather through that? I mean, they got a Grumpjaw, they got that Lyra. These are possibly the best protectors you could set up for that Baron. So if you still can't make this work, that's going to be a 0-3 overall.
I'm the Doom on this. Grumpjaw has to step up immensely. Just swallow up the Cruel. Every team fight, swallow up the Cruel. Focus down that Gwen. Get it out of the picture. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for this second match of this series between Gangstars and Team Secret. Back up to the Halcyon Fold we go for some more Vainglory action.
All right, now what did we see from Gangstars in the previous matchup? A lot of early invade, a lot of early pressure. The Kroll really did feel very confident, and Xenotech taking it here on that last rotation when it came down to it. I mean, Iraqi Zoro, early game Gwen, that's a lot of augmented damage that is very supportive, but finding the same kind of level of target in game number 2 is not going to be there because it's going to be Grumpjaw. Grumpjaw is going to be, I feel at least, a lot more survivable than that Celeste and a lot more effective there as well.
Yeah, no, it makes it a lot more difficult for Xenotech to just remove someone instantly from the team fight. Of course, Tricky will be the target, but Tricky has those jump jets, and once overdriven, will have a great time escaping. Now, Justman with this Lyra, a crucial pick to steal away from Rekt, and a crucial pick to keep Tricky alive as well.
I also believe that this round Xenotech will definitely be a little bit more tanky rather than damage-oriented because Iraqi should really have a lot of the glass cannon potential here for the team.
That's a minion candy on that wave just to make sure it hits the turret, and Gangstars are reacting to Team Secret. It's something that Team Secret struggled with the last game, was that they were constantly playing to Gangstars' tune. Now with a Baron, it's harder to dictate early moves, but Grumpjaw can definitely be an early game threat that Gangstars have to be concerned about.
All right, so as life does really unfold here, we've vacated this side of the fold here from Gangstars. They did that first rotation. Looks like they're going to be more than happy to kind of go back up to lane, support out Iraqi. Xenotech by himself should be able to farm very easily, and you should not really be expecting a lot of invade out of a Grumpjaw this early on. And if Justman's missing there as well, you can really start punishing out Tricky, or at least attempt at any rate. Get some damage done. You got Rekt, you got Iraqi, and 3-4 minutes in, you're going to have that tension bow on top of things.
It's an important kind of point you made just recently, Forecourt, which is that if Gangstars were to take this second match, you don't feel that Team Secret have the mental fortitude to really come back. This is the first time that Tricky, Justman, and I'm the Doom have competed at a live championship, and this is their first game. They got that bye into the second day. They haven't had the chance yesterday to quibble some of those nerves against perhaps a more familiar opponent. That's got to be stacking up in their heads.
Yeah, that's the point that Bacon brought up right there. It's just the nerves. You can really transform your play in the right setting, but it could also go negatively as well. You're in front of a lot of cameras, lights, actions. They're in your head. They're in your. There's a lot of these voices that perhaps you're not used to if you're just chilling at home with your sandals and your pajamas, right? So these guys, it's really their attempt here to bring back momentum to their side, and I just don't believe if they can't do it here, then they're not going to do it in Game 3.
Well, Baron, definitely the EU popular pick. Play for that late game and just blow up people. Similarly, you've got that Gwen, very much early aggression that's going to have to come out of Gangstars. They really need to start making some aggressive moves, and we've got Xenotech now on a Cruel. Last game he played a weapon power build. This time he has forced into a CP-centric Storm Guard banner, picked up first item. Tricky's going aggressive onto Araki. That's a lot of damage down onto Araki, but Tricky has to be careful. Here comes Xenotech into the lane, and they're going to look to try and find first blood here if Tricky oversteps. Has to make sure that he doesn't overstep a mark. Justman going to face check the bush. There's the Cruel. They've spotted him out, and they will be able to safely deal with Xenotech.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a difference when it comes to the crowd control factor. The last game compared to this game. I mean, Rect's not really going to have a lot right now. Rakizero's not level 6. Xenotech not level 6 there as well. So kind of posturing up in the top, that was fine, but there really wasn't going to be much that come out of it unless there was a fantastic misstep out of Team Secret. But we do got a fountain now here, Rekt. He's gotten to that first item. Arakizero, 4 minutes come through. Jungle intensifies. He gets that tension bow. I would definitely expect to see a little bit more aggressive play from them, especially when the lane is empty like this. But once Xenotech gets into an aftershock, because I think that's where that will be, that could be a big difference.
Team Secret trying to find a fight. Xenotech going to run straight onto Tricky. Yeah, that's a lot of damage down onto Tricky, but he will be able to walk away alive. Fountain still held onto by Justman, just in case they want to re-engage. Araki, he's all by himself, and Tricky smells danger. That's going to be the Fountain down onto Tricky. Araki doesn't quite take enough damage yet because Tricky hasn't completed a tier 3 item, but he is going to dive forward once more. Fountain comes out from Rekt. Tricky, he's been baited in, and it's going to be first blood for Araki. He gets away with it alive. Xenotech going to come in to try and find a second, but Justman not going to take it. In fact, I'm the dude wants the kill. The kill he will have. That's going to be Xenotech falling a 1-for-1 in this fight.
A very important stun at the end there does relieve a lot of the pressure on top of Rekt. Raki coming back. He was off farming, picking up some health there from the Treants, but he's not going to be really able to clean up anything out in the fight. So 1-for-1 will remain as the smoke does kind of dissipate after that one. But hitting that level 6 kept Xeno alive just a little bit longer. Gets off that stun. That was a big factor for keeping Rekt very healthy in that one. So as you can see here from the replay, Rekt coming up, like Tricky had already dived Arakizero off to left at this side, but Tricky unfortunately just not as online as he wants to be. So Araki was able to bait that one through, and they were able to pick up the kill. Eventually Xeno did lose his life, but that bait, I mean, Tricky perhaps a little bit overestimating his ability here early on.
Yeah, it has enough damage, gold now to complete his Sorrow Blade, but without a tier 3 item to begin with, there's no way you take that fight against a Gwen. Just the early disparity between power of a Baron and Gwen is palpable. It is going to be a fight breaking out, it seems here, as they're looking to try and find Tricky. Gangstar's, but Xenotech's taking a lot of damage. The Fountain to keep him alive, but Tricky, he has his Sorrow Blade. I'm the Doom dives in. That's going to be the stuff onto Xenotech, where they're going to spin him out. They've already taken him down. That's going to be a kill for Tricky, looking for a double as Rekt cannot escape. An ace for Team Secret.
Doom coming down to a sliver of health by the end of it, but he was in the front. He did the damage. He took the damage. Very importantly there. Tricky coming out smelling real good on that one. And he had also just picked up that Sora Blade, and you can see that level 5 infusion. He insta-popped it, and they picked up those kills. Way too much clumping up from Gangstars there.
They get a turret, they get a gold mine, and the gold, it just slingshots in their favor. 2,000 for Team Secret. Proactive early game with a Baron means that they are overdriving the ability to get Tricky to the late game sooner.
And that's just going to be what Team Secret need, because if they can get like 2.5, 3 items at the 11 to 12 minute mark, you are going to be in a fantastic situation for this Baron. Now, we saw a Baron earlier today as well, went 3 item 2 defensive, but if Tricky can just pull off a few more of these plays, then I think they're going to have the confidence to really go all out offensive here with Tricky. He'll have the boots, he'll have the Aegis, but 4 red offensive, having I'm the Doom to peel, having Just Man to peel. That could be a devastating combo for these guys.
Yeah, that's Aftershock now completed for I'm the Doom on this Grumpjaw. A huge power spike when he gets that first auto attack off after using his Hangry to get on top of someone. They are going to melt here. This next fight for Gangstars, they have to be very, very careful that they do not allow the Grumpjaw to get onto a key target.
Alright, so Gangstars 1 kill to 4. Very different if you take a snapshot of the previous game to this one. We did just pick up second item. Tricky went from not even having a tier 3 to winning a fight, getting a Sword Blade, an Infusion, and that breaking point all online. I'm the Doom picked up into the 2 item. You don't quite see the same level here on Xenotech. It's almost like night and day right now with the comps, and this Krull has just not been as effective.
Yeah, it's a CP utility Krull, not as hard hitting, more about sticking to a target and making sure that they are useless. When you apply your passive on your B, the weakness stacks to then reduce the amount of damage that person can output, then the Baron pick in the late game becomes not as great as it could be because the damage is reduced. But if Xenotech's not able to stay on top of Tricky, if Xenotech's not able to tank up the damage, the immense amount of damage that's coming out of I'm the Doom CP Crew right now, then none of that matters. Iron Cannon's going to come down. Team Secret are looking for a fight here, and there's been a bit of a split. Xenotech going to charge forward, trying to get on Tricky, but a drive forward stops him. Tricky dodges out that from Hell's Heart. They're looking for the kill to Xenotech, but I'm the Doom. He's going low. He falls. Gangstar, they're going to try and turn the fight, and Tricky is forced under his turret. Xenotech has to be careful, but Team Secret realistically cannot re-engage this fight. A 2 versus 3, they would have to blow someone up, and they're going to attempt to do it. Looking for a Rocky. Can Tricky get the damage? No, he cannot. A mistake from Team Secret, and they lose Tricky for it. Just Man left alive, but he will find the returner onto Xenotech.
All right, those Lyra curveballs at the end hitting hard do get themselves a kill out of it, but I'm the Doom melted really fast. I think he took the ace from Arakizaru, and then Rek followed that up with that Versus Judgment, and he basically got locked up. He had nowhere to go, couldn't hit anything, went down. Tricky did look like he was able to return a lot of the damage. Again, kind of going in a bit far, looking for looking for the damage, but I'm the Doom finds the noms.
Rek's gonna be nommed. I'm not sure I'm the Doom really has the damage, but he's going to continue chasing here. Not quite landing the stutter stepping, but here comes Just Man for the movement speed. Fountain used, Tricky with the jump jets in, looking to take the fight, and Rekt will get dropped. I'm the Doom able to make a play, and now Xenotech, he's the one being focused down. Doom dives forward, and Doom finds the kill. When it looks lost, Team Secret are found.
One team fight for another. Getting a sentry on that one. Probably going to get this gold mine down. Toot sweet here on top of things, but Team Secret, like, I'm the Doom, 100% facilitated that, made it happen. Rekt was too far forward. He was looking for scouting, he was looking for vision, but that far forward, especially with I'm the Doom, he just created such a lull in time where Rekt couldn't retreat. And even then, they finally find him here at the bush, right? But Rekt, again, like, he was slowed down enough. Tricky was able to catch up. Doom still on the front line, still getting these slows. The speed ups from Just Man are enough for the double there on top of things.
And not only that, Arakizaru was out of energy the entirety of that engagement, which meant that he couldn't get involved. There was no way for him to actually come in and try and turn that story for Gangstars. Now with the gold miner taken, they're progressing their gold lead by 3,000. An Aftershock completed by Xenotech is just worlds apart in timing compared to I'm the Doom. He's on his tier 3 defense item, and Atlas, not only is it going to reduce the attack speed of Gwen, but maybe even more importantly, it's going to reduce the attack speed on Xenotech.
It's double Atlas if you look at Just Man on top of things. Like, Xenotech still doesn't have it. Rekt still don't have it. If you need to Atlas anybody, it's going to be a Baron, and Baron picks up some crit to go with that red so far. He does have a tier 1 armor, but I'm really curious if that's going to evolve or if he's going to toss it later.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I feel like 4 damage items will just put Tricky miles ahead. They're going for this turret here, looking to just hard commit. Jumps away, Red comes in, right forward, goes down, and an ion cannon ready to hit, but it's not going to hit on anything but the minion wave. This turret is low. This turret is dead. Team Secret find themselves even more gold.
All right, 7 kills up, but having those extra turrets in the bank has now made these guys 4,000 gold. That sentry is dead to rights. Not going to be even an attempted defense on that one. Finally, there we go, a tier 3 coming through. But again, you said worlds apart, right? I'm the Doom with the timings, and they've always been one step ahead of Xeno. And Xeno, unfortunately, 0-4. It's a 180 compared to that last matchup.
For anyone who watched yesterday's game's forecourt, they would have seen that Gangstar's a lot of priority onto this Grumpjaw, and they just destroyed Tempo Storm with it. This Grumpjaw is going to be the key and the lock for this series. Both teams now have proven that they can play this hero to some great success, and it feels like coming into Game 3, no matter what the result is, Grumpjaw is going to be the center of the draft.
Yeah, it's if it's not that first ban potential, it's definitely going to be amongst the first pick. But Koshka has been the 2-for-2 ban from Team Secret. We saw Xenotech reckon on it earlier today, so who knows what we're going to be doing as we go back to the drafting board from this one. But we're setting up here for another fight. 13 minutes, not quite a crack in timing, but we are still looking for just a lot of positioning here. Team Secret are feeling very confident, very powerful. We've sold the armor from Tricky. He's looking for another monocle, and we got infusions across the board. Gangstars realize that. They say, we can't do anything about this right now. They have completely backed off.
Gwen's just not finding the damage necessary as we start moving towards a more late game stage for Tricky and his Baron. Once he gets that second Tyrant's Monocle online, then the crit that comes out of this Baron is going to be insane. They need to blow him up, and they're looking for an engage. Tricky gonna dive up, but a Rocky Throw just gets destroyed immediately. They swallow up Xenotech. Tricky laying down the kills. A double for him. The rookie with the triple kill on this fold, and Team Secret gonna start pushing the base.
All right, we got a series on our hands now, Dowsy, about 400 damage at a time. Tricky just eliminating the competition. Iraqi Zoro that far forward, he was buddy-buddy with Xenotech on the engage, but we don't have armor for you right there. What are you doing that far forward? Just gets chunked out. The triple hit from Tricky, just taking him down. You saw the swallow go up, and then Tricky just nothing left in the bank here from Gangstars. He's going to survive. He gets that triple, and he is now up 6-2-3, and you're going to be looking for his full build here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's just insane stuff. Aegis now completed for Tricky, which means that Xenotech is just not going to be a factor anymore. The reflex block, he can reflex it all. Team Secret, they're even starting up this Kraken. They put Tricky in the lane. Grumpjaw can solo it. He can solo it very, very easily. One of the tankiest junglers, and they may just convince Gangstars that the Kraken is only now just being started, but in fact, it's at half HP. Gangstars, they realize that even if they wanted to contest the Kraken, they would be likely running to their deaths.
Justman has no contraption, but there are scores of scout traps out and about. He is still continuing to pick them up at a very rapid pace here on top of things. The vision game, the kills, the momentum, it is all shifting to Team Secret, and they might be able to bring this one forward. Rekt has a ton of armor, but he's so far forward.
Yeah, they were looking for the engage, but now they're turning. Xenotech gonna get swallowed up. Rekt is just getting destroyed. Here comes Xenotech, nom nom nom, and spat on out straight into Tricky. He's gonna get another triple kill here. Hello, Team Secret, we see you. Let's get the Kraken onto that main crystal.
The Baron is the secret of Team Secret, and with this Kraken coming forward, this is GG, my friend. Gangstars have taken a loss. This is now putting us into a minimum 4-game series, and the consistency factor, it's going to be called into question again here. Do Gangstars have what it takes to bring it back after such a dominant Game 1 and such a loss in Game 2?
A very big loss, but now we have to see if this is just going to be a repeat of Cloud9 versus SK. Yes, Cloud9 took that early lead, but SK stroked back into Game 2, and then Cloud9 said no more games here. NA is going to take this. Team Secret, man, a fantastic draft, a fantastic game, but now they need to hold on to this momentum. Let's throw it back to our analysts to break down that Team Secret win.
Hello, Team Secret. Nice to finally see you joining us in this one. What was that? What was the difference there coming on through? Because they look like very different teams to what we saw in Game 1.
I mean, I think it started in the draft, right? Yeah. Like, we initially were just not a fan of what Gangstar's put together. Kroll A side, just such a risky pick. Gwen into Grumpjaw, Lyra, like, it's just a lot of, it's a lot of defense. It's a lot of the ability to heal back up that burst. So they kind of counterpicked themselves a little bit, I think, which is maybe rare for Gangstars. But once again, we talked about it. They're either on fire or perhaps underwhelming, and this is kind of a danger spot for them.
Yeah. 10-0 to 0-6 on Xenotech with this Kroll. A very different Kroll play style here in Game number 2, but like you said, picking Kroll on A side is super risky. Going for this Crystal utility Kroll is super risky. Like, it's really fun and powerful in Blitz and in the Brawl modes, but it takes so long to be able to get to any point where you're even remotely effective in a regular game. That's why we don't see it that often.
And like we mentioned before this game, how this could just be, or in the draft to this game, sorry, keeping going with this Kroll could be like trying to hold your cards close to your chest, right? Wanting to save your strategies. Surely this has to be a wake-up call for Gangstars. They can't just hold off any longer.
I mean, I would have to say, like, after Game 1 for Gangstars, they had to think Team Secret was just not all together, and I was actually very surprised by Team Secret's performance in this game because I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to come back and actually put something together. But Tricky on this Baron just absolutely went off, and Gangstars they changed everything about their play style in this game. It was like another team from their side.
Yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to talk on, was how confident and comfortable Tricky looked on that Baron. Yeah. And the team as a whole even, they're very focused on keeping Tricky alive. There were 2 Crucibles that came out, one from I'm the Doom, one from Just Man, just to make sure that Tricky could be this hyper carry for Team Secret, and he stepped up.
And you'd see at the start of the fight, the Bright Bulwark would go down, they'd kind of just cluster up, like, you can't get onto him. Like, you're not, like, physically body blocking from the Baron. But we do actually have a replay of that game-winning moment from the side of Secret, and you'll be able to see the Baron in action here.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at this replay here, it's a lot of it is just Gangstars getting too clumped up. And you can kind of see they're fighting around this specific zone control. I'm the Doom, he eats Kroll. We talked about this. If you take the Kroll out of the fight, you're actually able to do severe damage. They weren't able to do it in Game 1. They turned around in Game 2 and executed.
And the other thing I wanted to point out was once Xenotech got spit out there, he got a single basic attack off. And that was from using the his A ability there onto the Grumpjaw. That was the only weakness stack he was able to put on. And it wasn't like he got blown up immediately after. It was just the trying to find the right target in that fight, even though it was a 2-on-3, just ended up kind of running around in a little circle for a moment there and having no effect.
Yeah.
So now that we're likely going to see Gangstars back over on this B side, is Kroll still a factor, or do we think after that horrendous performance on it, it's just not going to be seen again?
I mean, he just showed us a great performance, too. It's just a matter of where you put it in your draft and while you're actually picking it up.
Pick. Yeah, essentially. It needs to be last pick. It needs to be in the right situation for it. But we're going to, again, have the Koshka Kestrel.
Yes.
And then Lyra, very likely Adagio. There it is. I'm wondering if at some point we may see Kestrel or Koshka get let through because of a team deciding to prioritize a healer as a ban instead.
Yeah.
But not yet.
No, not going to be seeing that just yet in this series. The Vox is going to be banned once again and now over towards Team Secret. And those first 2 picks and bans have been pretty much standard throughout this series. Black Feather going to be taken away once again. Secret banning that one. And now we get to the interesting part of the draft, right? The bit that's not really pre-packaged. This could go anyway.
It could go anyway. And both teams right now have a very specific strategy they're not straying away from too much until now. So the Baron pickup comes through. Because Lyra's not available, this is actually a pretty powerhouse pickup Gangstars wants to take away. And they're not going to be able to run double heal. It's probably not Kroll either in this case.
This is Araki Zoro calling out Tricky right now. He's saying, you think that was a good Baron? Let me show you how to play Baron.
Yeah, we'll see if he can. They played Baron a few times in the regular season, 4 games on it. Only 1 victory, unfortunately, but most of those losses, I believe, were against Team Solo Mid, which that kind of skews things a little bit
sometimes
against Gangstars. So Team Secret, what are they going to do to answer this Baron, though? Obviously, they know how to play it. do they know how to play against it?
Well, there are still things like Grumpjaw available. Do we think that, and Glaive as well, do we think that we need to get some dive in this composition to try and deal with that backline threat?
I definitely think dive is always a plus. If they were willing to risk it, I would love to see a Taka pick come through here. Taka into Baron and Adagio specifically is actually very strong, but if they're not into the dive with Lyra, if they want to play more poke, they could put Samuel in. They do the Grumpjaw pick though, so this kind of didn't, I wasn't in love with the way Grumpjaw played out in game 1. I think game 2 it was strong, but it was strong because of some draft errors from Gangstars. But they're just really kind of heavily relying on this sort of double front line. Let's protect Tricky, because the carry strategy from I'm the Doom just didn't quite look as strong.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't decide to go for that Taka,
Ringo.
because
Ringo.
Taka is a pick that they have played quite a bit. But yeah, Ringo gonna come through here. This is another one that Tricky actually did play quite a fair bit of and played quite well during the regular season, so it's still a comfort pick for him. I'm curious to see how it's going to match up against that Baron, though.
Quite a late game pick once again with that Ringo. Once you can max out that attack speed and really get chunking on through those health bars, we'll see whether they're going to be able to get to that late stage in the game once again. And how well that's actually going to match up against Baron if we do get to the late stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely still a lot of options open for them here. I think Glaive potentially could come into play here really easily, able to help peel for your Baron, able to knock Ringo into positions they don't want him into. We don't know yet still if this is going to be kind of a poke strategy from Gangstars. Obviously, Samuel's still available. I don't love Samuel into Grumpjaw and Lyra, though, because you're able to sustain off of it. So obviously, Gangstar's taking a bit of their bonus time here trying to figure out how to close this equation. Ringo may be a little bit of a surprise for them just straight off the bat, even though it was somewhat successful for Team Secret, but it's risky. I mean, if this Baron takes off, he will control. There's the Glaive. So yeah. I actually like that pick. I think it's perhaps the safest of options left for Gangstars in this draft.
Yeah, pretty much. I was figuring it would be Glaive or maybe Lance for that final pick. So I definitely prefer the Glaive in this instance. See if it'll be enough, though.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is it going to be enough? 1-1 in this series for the second time today now. We'll see if EU can keep things up or whether it's going to be going back the way of NA once again. Very quickly, I want to ask you guys, who do you think is going to be taking this one? Fuji, we'll start with you.
I'd have to lean still towards Gangstars. Their draft is much better this time, so I think they still have that powerhouse potential.
Bacon?
Yeah, I'm going to say Gangstars, but it's only by a slim margin this time.
Okay, so still going towards Gangstars, but they're starting to be a little bit persuaded towards the EU side of things. Let's pass it over to our casters and head into game number 3.
Baron is a pick forecourt that has been played many, many times over in Europe, but if there's one carry that plays Baron in NA, that guy is called Araki Zoro. Gangstars bring it out here. They pair it, of course, with that Glaive, and now we'll have to see if Team Secret can carry their momentum over into Game 3.
Yeah, and the Crystal Glaive, it just doesn't really feel like a Xenotech kind of strat, at least not in the last few weeks of the split at any rate. But, where's the Alpha? Where's the Rona? Alpha's, I still believe, not even played out this tournament yet, but the CP Glaive is definitely going to be able to do the peel job, right? We got that Glaive, and that Baron, like, Araki is no joke to it. Tricky might have had a fantastic situation game number 2 there, but I think Araki could actually still answer this.
I feel like it is a game of protection here. Both these junglers, I'm the Doom and Xenotech, head-to-head to keep either Tricky or Araki Zoro alive. Game 3 of this series underway now, forecourt, and I don't know where we're going with it. All I know is that you have to buckle your seatbelts because we're in for a ride.
So once again, just like in game number 2, I'm not really expecting a lot from the early. Like, Tricky is going to be wanting us to stay up in the lane. Of course, Araki Zoro doesn't want to miss out any farm on top of it, but look what Tricky has in his inventory early on.
Is going to be armor for himself.
He just used it. It was a minion candy.
Oh, okay. It was too late. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I did not expect it to be popped this quickly. But no, he is going to be pushing out at least a bit early, and we'll have to see what that does for him. But this... it's a little bit more of a jumbled message in my eyes.
Well, it puts the pressure onto Gangstars. They need to now hold that wave at their turret, and Team Secret get an opportunity now to push into this mid of the jungle, contest this Elder Treant, and Gangstars are not interested in stealing this away. They're going to take it for themselves. We'll have to see which one of these guys it goes over to on Team Secret, but it's just an early aggressive play so they can look to make more moves around the map.
Okay, but if they felt like they needed to do all 3 in order to do that, I mean, the candies did slight work. I'm not entirely convinced at the cost for that one, but at the same time, it's just an Elder Treant. It's not going to be the end of the world.
Minion wave being taken down here. I'm the Doom comes up just in case there was a bit of over-aggression coming out of Gangstar's in that level 1. But like you mentioned, not really expecting the massive amount of early aggression. Perhaps a gank here and there from Xenotech and I'm the Doom, but it's this late game battle we're looking at.
If it's going to be anybody, it should be Xenotech coming up to lane, using the Afterburn, knocking him into Rect, who has a slow ready, and it should be on Tricky. Tricky has absolutely nothing for his feet. If he does get knocked forward, it's very likely going to be a death. Of course, they do have to go through Justman for that, one of the best protectors that you can get for the lane, but other than that, it should just be, Farm City for a little bit here.
Farm City as Xenotech takes down that Elder Tree, and Tricky picking up a bit of early damage, as does Araki Heavy Steel versus the Six Sins and that Swift Shooter. Both junglers pretty much matching each other, apart from the fact that I'm the Doom investing into some visions. So Team Secret weary that they need to have eyes on Xenotech for this reason alone. Tricky, whoa, just about walks away, fire burning, but he will be fine for now. Find perhaps an under-exaggeration of what he really is, getting that heal from Justman, but Gangstars are not going to look for a re-engage.
It was an attempt, but again, Justman, one of the better protectors here early on, does have the heals. Tricky is able to hit his Twirling Silver, gets out to safety. It does look like, though, that Tricky might be going for attention early. If it's not attention, we've seen Shivs here before as well, but usually a Ringo would be bringing forward something like the Sorrow Blade.
You would expect so, and I think that he still will. It's more the fact that he did invest into that minion candy early, so the only weapon item he could bring was that weapon blade. So getting the Swifter Shooter for the attack speed. Here comes I'm the Doom, wrecked in trouble, trying to get away from this one. The damage, Tricky's about to lay it down. Achilles shot at first! Blood to I'm the Doom, runs into Xenotech. They're going to slap each other silly, but will we have another fight is the question. Xenotech going to group up, and everyone goes back to their day job.
Something of a bit of an unexpected first blood, but Team Secret have really upped their execution. I mean, in game number 1, we saw them having a lot of problems even finding a kill in their matchup, but game 2, they turn around. Now game 3, they are really showing that they are in control. They're no longer letting the nerves get the better of them. Might be the first time up on stage, but the execution is definitely ramped up quite a bit.
Execution indeed. Early aggression. Early game is what we've praised North American teams for this entire VG8 season forecourt. And it was the big question in this big NAEU, the Unified Western Live Championship. How do these play styles come into effect? Will early game trump a late game? Well, we saw Team Secret play a very late game composition, but they had a lot of early game aggression paired with it.
Okay, I'm the Doom's also now finished into that Storm Crown. If they find kills here, then it's going to be a sorry state for the jungle here for Xeno.
Take turrets, take gold miner. Xenotech looking to get straight on over. Oh, this is terrible timing. I'm the Dooms just went for the invade. Tricky trying to get away. Justman now on the front line, but the damage is there. Justman very low. Rek trying to lay it down. Xenotech with an afterburn in 4 seconds, but the sigil may just be enough to get them to safety. Tricky purchases Sorrow Blade on his way. You know what? We're at the shop mine as well. And luckily for Team Secret, they just about avoid death.
that engage moment was a really big just kind of uh-oh moment for because the two junglers passed each other as they went their separate ways. But even with the 3v2, Gangstars, like, they just don't have the early game power to make this happen. They don't have the cooldowns or that burst from Xeno. And Araki, I mean, he's going to take a while to come online. He doesn't have that tier 3 yet. He does have the cash, just hasn't had the opportunity.
Look at that damage from the Sorrow Blade. Just a couple of auto attacks onto Araki, and if I'm the Doom's paired onto that, then Araki Zoro is going to be feeling it for sure. You are right. Glaive early needs that aftershock. That's when we're going to start to see a lot of damage come out of Xenotech. The burst potential if they catch Tricky out in a very similar way.
All right, so Tricky, big first item, has now an infusion on top of it. So Tricky, if we are going to be pushing forward again, I would really expect to see that right now. He's saying, I got that tier 3 item, I have this infusion ready to go. I'm the Doom, has had that first item. He's level 6 now. We can get stuffed at this point.
Xenotech also just picked up that aftershock we were talking about, so a bit of an item spike for the Glaive, but he has used his afterburn. That's going to be wrecked. Not being swallowed up. Xenotech afterburns him out immediately, so it will not be the ultimate successful there by I'm the Doom.
That was a fantastic peel play right there from Xenotech. Hands down, just kept that fight from going anywhere near the negative zone on that. I'm the Doom, 28 seconds left on that cooldown, so we're not going to have quite the same engage. But as soon as the engage also stopped, Tricky, he held off on that infusion. He still has it ready to go. So it's a little bit more hidden, but he still has it as an opportunity.
I'm the Doom, jumps over, gets the tree end for himself. It is going to be a bit of damage flying out. Will they just go for Tricky? They know he's isolated in the lane, but Tricky has the heads up enough to be able to just walk away, make sure he doesn't get caught here. And that's really important for this Ringo. As he does not have the reflex block yet, he cannot avoid being knocked away by the afterburn yet. It is something he's going to have to prioritize, but his inventory space is full. Holding on to that weapon infused, got the potion in his back pocket. It's just something that he can't quite afford to pick up yet.
Okay, so level 6 is ready to go. Just man not having it, but we got the boots up, we have the stuffed here, and we still have that infusion available to Tricky. Now, it looks like Xenotech's going to match at least with the crystal. Does have that aftershock. That's something I'm the Doom is lacking, so it's a little bit more utility versus some damage here, but both sides ready.
Tricky completely out of position now, having to run away. He is able to get away for now, but Xenotech takes a lot of damage in the process. Gangstar's looking for the re-engage, but Team Secret immediately back out. Hellfire Brew flies out. That's a bit of damage going on to everyone as it starts to burn away, but it is not going to be a kill just yet. Tricky, very lucky that he wasn't bursted down.
It's struggling. We are struggling from Gangstar to actually make that kill happen, despite the fact that they've found Tricky many times.
They found him again, but they're going straight onto Xenotech. That's going to be the stuff. That's going to be Xenotech.
Oh, wrecked!
Oh, wrecked! Big burst of judgment. That's another kill going on over to Gangstars, and they're going to find an ace for themselves. A double kill comes through for Wrecked.
Tricky does get jumped, but Wrecked made those plays happen right there. MVP for this early on, and that's going to be finally a little bit of luck as Gangstars will get those kills. So now they pushing forward. They had that minion buffed wave here with that ace, and now Team Secret, they're down an ace, and they're also going to be down that turret. This is kind of bringing Gangstars into the lead here.
Yeah, Verse of Judgment, here it is, the replay on your screens. Just look at it just blow up, and the stuns. It was just perfect for Gangstars to be able to take that fight for themselves. And Justman, he had the portal, but there was just no escaping Gangstars after that.
Now that was just really phenomenal reflexes there from Wrecked. Yeah, I'm the Doom with the stuff. Could have been actually the game-ending play, but Wrecked really defeating that one. So Xenotech's second item ready to go. More aggression coming out of Secret. They have that stuff ready to go, but we don't have a lot of the support here.
Xenotech jumps over the wall. Tricky taking a lot of damage. That's going to be stuff coming out. They've got Xenotech in their bellies. Araki going to get stunned down, taken out, but Tricky goes down as well. Xenotech finds the returner. I'm the Doom now has to find the damage. Looking for Xenotech. He's got Afterburn available. Can get out of this one if he wants to, and he will indeed use it. But this is Wrecked left to his own devices. It should just be a formality at this point, and a formality that I'm the Doom is no stranger to. A 2-for-1 for Team Secret.
But they don't get the ace. That's the big thing there from Gangstar. Still Team Secret. I didn't think that they had enough cooldowns in order to make that one happen, but I'm the Doom just really sticking to the targets. He is the one making the plays, and the stuffs are working out really nicely, I feel, on that one. The immense gold payout goes through, 300 gold back. Now Team Secret take control of that gold lead again. And yeah, Tricky. Not only does he have that Sora into now that Shiv, we were looking for that earlier on, but now on top of that reflex block, so Tricky's starting to become something of a bigger threat as time goes on.
Very interesting purchase. You mentioned the Poison Shiv. It's something that is sometimes seen on Ringo. It's purely right here to cut down the healing that Wrecked can put out onto Araki Zoro. Cuts down the healing by 33%, the mortal wounds. Just try to make the job a little bit easier for Team Secret. Make sure that their healer is outputting maximum compared to Wrecked. Wrecked's going aggressive here. He is looking perhaps for an engage. I'm the Doom just hiding out, but the scout trap in that top bush just means that Gangstars are fully aware of Team Secret's intentions.
Now, Secret might have been setting up for the gank, but here's the actual fight.
Yeah, Tricky. He's out of danger. Xenotech looking to dive on forward. That's going to be a Verse of Judgment, but it's swallow up by I'm the Doom. No damage comes out, and now Xenotech the main target. Rex gets spit out, Fountain flies out, and they're turning onto I'm the Doom, focusing down this Grubjaw. That's a kill for Araki. He jump jets forward, looking for a second onto Tricky, and the second gonna come through a double, but he dies to the Sentry. Justman, can he do the damage? Sentry doing the work. He's got the hit kill. He's got the speed, and Gangstars cannot go for that ace.
Picking up the kills was great, but Gangstar's nearly getting ace to a sentry combo with Just Man. That would have been just turning the fight on its head right there. But Gangstar's through all of that, wrecked with that Versa Judgment. We saw the response of getting swallowed up there by I'm the Doom. And during that, Arakizor moves down to the shop, buys an infusion mid-fight. They then turn around, Rek comes out, they get the kill on top of I'm the Doom because he is that front liner, and then they find Tricky. But if they had lost out to that Crystal Sentry, that would have been devastating.
Have to be careful of the Crystal Sentries here in EU. It may be a meme, but it's starting to become a little bit of a reality. In North America, they do have to respect our European neutral objectives. Why not? Let's say it. Team Secret, they have a gold lead. It's 1,000, but it means literally nothing. These fights are coming down to a wire, and any team can take them.
All right, we have a lot of armor across the board. We got the double Atlas ready to go for the Gangstars, but we have double Atlas again on Team Secret. On top of that, Tricky has gone into the double defensives here as well. He is going to be looking for some crit at the end of it, but that is going to be really hard to chew through.
Right, Bulwark goes down there by Justman to make sure that Xenotech cannot aggress onto Tricky. He has 1,800 gold in his inventory, and Team Secret are going to want to pay a visit to a shop. Gangstars, realizing that Team Secret weren't wanting to fight, going to start up this gold miner here, look to try and equalize the gold lead, and if they grab it, they will in fact go into the gold lead. Just about, not quite, maybe not. It is very close. That's the factor. We are pretty much split hairs at this point.
Okay, so Iraqi with that gold miner under their belt gets into 3 red here himself. Tricky, I do believe, is going to be finishing off into the rest of his tier 3 on top. So the carries, at least on the weapon side, are actually just very even. We do, again, have a lot more armor on the side of Team Secret. The double Aegis and then that coat of plates there for Tricky on top of things. Iraqi Zoro, if he doesn't go 4 red, I'm not sure he's going to be able to match Tricky.
They're going to go for red. This is just the game of carries. Tornado Trigger versus Poison Shift. That means Iraqi Zoro will have more crit available to him. Going to build into that Aegis next, it seems, so he can free up one of those inventory spots. Tricky, though, maybe he doesn't go down it. He has the armor. He could go into a metal jacket for himself if he so pleases. But how then do you deal with the damage from Iraqi Zoro? That's the question. Hellfire Brew goes out. It doesn't mean anything when Rex can instantly just heal it up. Looks like Team Secret are wanting to push this turret. Yeah, that's right. Turret for Team Secret at 14 minutes. That is a risky maneuver when Gangstars are ready.
Okay, 6-5. As you said, the turret actually still standing there. We're going to be going into Kraken territory here soon. Whoever wins that fight, whoever wins that Kraken, has a lot of infrastructure to chew through.
Xenotech with the afterburn. Looks like Team Secret going to use this opportunity to dive on in. Looking for Iraqi Zoro. Tricky on the front line. Iraqi goes very low, but they're taking the fight. Ion Cannon almost knows away. That's the fountain coming out from Rex, and it looks like Gangstars want to turn it. Tricky, afterburn away. I'm the Doom. Finds the kill to Iraqi Zoro. Tricky, he's stutter stepping like a god. He's still alive. I'm the Doom. A double kill for him, and Rex now is all by himself, and I'm the Doom wants to find that triple kill for himself. Team Secret find the ace.
I'm the Doom just making big plays once again. Rex denied his Versus Judgment. That fountain came out so late, but Xenotech really did go for a tunnel vision on top of Tricky, and he did not get a good angle on that knockback. That really did split up the offensive of Gangstars, and I'm the Doom picking up a triple, just picking them off one at a time. That could not have gone worse for Gangstars, especially with the timing here, because that is going to be not only a turret from the Ace Buff minions pushing, but a Kraken on top of it.
Wow, Kraken comes out, and that is a disaster now for Gangstars. They have to defend, they have to fight around it forecourt. They cannot allow this Kraken to push for Team Secret, or else the base is going to start dropping, the gold is going to start mounting, and Team Secret may just find themselves an item ahead, ready to take another fight.
We got some menacing music in the background, and I feel that really does sum up Gangstar's situation right now. Team Secret are really just on the warpath right here as Tricky continues to move forward. All eyes are going to be on I'm the Doom. If they get another stuff, this could easily go into multiple turrets.
Hellfire Brew goes out, the Iron Cannon lands onto the Kraken, but the first turret has gone down and Team Secret are going to start pushing onto the second one. Kraken now at half HP. Let's see if it has the damage to do the work. I'm the Doom. He swallows up Araki Zoro. That's going to be wreck diving on in. Araki Zoro's on the backline, dives forward with the jump jets, but the damage is being traded onto I'm the Doom. Tricky blocks up the stun, and Rex going very low here. Turret does 4. Burst of Judgment goes out. Xenotech trying to find a route, trying to find a stun. It may just be enough. No! Araki goes down. Xenotech, he doesn't have energy. He goes down as well. This could be it. Team Secret with the Kraken pushing. It will fall down, but Rex, he will fall with the Kraken as well as Tricky will go in. I'm the Doom spits him out. An ace for Team Secret. And now the turret's going down here. This is going to be Team Secret taking lead for court. 2-1. They take the turrets down and Gangstar cannot stop them.
Nope, they're not even going to get an attempt here. Rakizoro might be able to jump forward, but there's no way he can 3v1. The crystal is down and the tunnel vision has been absolutely real. Xenotech and this Glaive multiple times, multiple fights at the end. Just not able to perform the angle, not able to perform really the kill potential, and Araki just unfortunately left to his own devices just goes down too many times.
This rookie, Tricky on the stage. Look at Justman, so happy. Tricky, he's feeling it as well. Team Secret, they've taken series lead here. One more game and they will find themselves in the semis tomorrow, and they are now looking to do just that. Celebrations all around, but don't celebrate too early. There's still a rocky road to traverse. Analysts, that was an excellent game, so let's hear from ya.
Thank you very much, guys. What a game coming out from Team Secret, the European team showing up. Honestly, I don't know where this series is going to go from here because we've seen very different versions of both teams, but Gangstars, they seem to be falling apart just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely did not look comfortable on their own heroes in this game. I mean, Araki Zoro, there were multiple times that we saw Araki Zoro jump in with the jump jets into the middle of your opponents. That is the last spot you want to be as a Baron. You're supposed to use the jump jets to jump out of the middle of your opponents. And just mistakes like that, that's what costs you games. That's what gets you behind in the series.
And just look at the score for I'm the Doom right there. 7-2-3 on the Grumpjaw.
Yeah, I mean, this front line is really working out for him. Like, we went with the Celeste earlier, was definitely didn't feel comfortable there, but this Grumpjaw, like, this has to be something Gangstars thinks a lot about moving forward. He is performing over and over again on it, and just a lot of overestimation perhaps coming out of Gangstars here. We're just not seeing Barons from North America really hit the mark. Tricky is the only one so far this tournament that's really shown what Baron can do.
All right, well, we do actually have a replay of the first ace that Secret managed to pull themselves in that game. So, Bacon, do you want to run us through this one?
Yeah, this was an incredibly exciting moment for Team Secret. And again, just keep your eyes on what's going on with the Baron. Just getting melted on the back lines. This time his positioning was good, but he's not able to be involved. And then once the Fountain of Renewal comes out, too far away to be re-engaged. The positioning was key all game long. You have to know, you have to be communicating as a team. I have Fountain still available, so stay here and keep fighting. But instead, they backed off completely and got caught as a result.
There was something really critical about that specific ace, too. When Xenotech went in for the afterburn on Ringo, he actually did not have enough energy to use Twisted Stroke immediately after the engage. If he could have killed Tricky with that combo with the Aftershock proc, he probably would have won the team fight for them, but just not really on top of it.
And at that moment, Tricky survives on, like, what, 11 HP or something ridiculous like that. So had he had the energy, that would have been a one fight for Gangstars and could very well be a different result in this entire game. But just really quickly before we get into the draft, we've been researching a little bit of statistics during that one. Bacon, do you want to give us some info here?
So we were curious about when the international history of Europe, and we've talked a lot about how no European team has won a series against North America. We found out that in international tournaments, Europe has never won a game against North America until today. So Europe as a region has definitely been stepping up. The gap is closing, and now Team Secret may be on the verge of taking that first series.
They've also never been up in a series, and right now, in international tournaments, excluding the Battle of the Atlantic, because that was a show match.
That was a show match, not a tournament.
50% of European international tournament wins in terms of games belong to this Team Secret team at this specific tournament. That is an insane statistic.
Which, if you want to include the Battle of the Atlantic show match, those were all belong to Team Secret as well, those 2 victories. So that just makes it even more impressive what Team Secret has done historically and are doing here today. But we're already four selections into this draft.
And importantly as well, they aren't the same selections as what we've been seeing. The Kestrel still banned, Koshka's still banned, but Grumpjaw and Lance instead of these healers.
Yeah, I think going for the Grumpjaw pick here for Gangstars is pretty smart because I actually think Team Secret would consider first picking it and forcing a Lyra ban to get her later down the road if she is left open. So I like a little bit of this adaptation here. Team Secret is really performing with this front line, and Tricky, he's kind of the rookie, right? He's showing up and being up 2 against Iraqi Zora, who's the veteran player. He's got to be feeling really good going into potentially series match point for them.
Yeah, and I've been waiting for this Lance to come out from Team Secret. This was their most played hero throughout the regular season. They picked this hero in, I believe it was like 28 games, no, 20. It was 20 games during the regular season, almost half of their games they played, and they had a 65% win rate with him. Like, that's one of the few teams to have a winning record with Lance, let alone to have it that high. So now they're finally getting to these comfort picks. This is looking really good for Team Secret thus far.
Yeah, and this, I mean, Lance and Blackfeather go hand in hand. You want to be going in together on that one. How do you feel Gangstars have to react to this heavy melee composition?
I definitely think that with Grumpjaw, you can definitely flex him into the captain position. He can be in your jungle. So right now they're going to try to structure either a poke composition to really pressure Blackfeather or force him into the jungle. If you get things like Samuel, if you get things that have good rotation power, it's really hard for Blackfeather to farm efficiently in that lane.
How weird does it feel to see Adagio pick this far down the draft?
I was about to say it. Like, just the fact that Lyra was just banned there and not picked up means that it's very likely going to be the grab for Gangstars. And you can see overall on the, including the regular season, both regions and the Unified Championship, Adagio 56.56 win ratio. But for Gangstars specifically, it's sitting at pretty much mirroring that 53.33 during the regular season for them. So Vox, liking the Vox pick, but there's that Baron.
I don't know if you guys can hear it through the mics, but the crowd here is losing their minds, and that is going to be an EU Baron once again, very quickly, because we've got to get into this game ASAP. How do we feel this draft has gone? We'll start with you, Fuji.
I might have to hype on the Team Secret hype train here, because I like the fact that Tricky's on Baron again, and he showed what he could do, so I'm going for Team Secret.
I like the fact that Tricky's on Baron, but I also like the fact that Iraqi Zoro is not playing a hero that he has a terrible win record on recently, so I'm still going to go ahead and stick with the NA Gangstars.
Okay, we have a divided desk on this one. Can Europe finally win a series against America? This is their opportunity. Let's pass it to the casters to find out.
Fuji's on Europe's side forecourt. He's predicted a Team Secret. And he winked to the camera. That just pretty much seals it. We've got the Fuji charm on our tables. Baron for Tricky.
Oh,
but
man.
It is a very different Baron composition. One that is very hard to execute. Gangstars, they have a little bit more of a easier win condition as far as that's concerned.
I tried to give Fuji the stink eye from over here, but he wasn't paying attention. But at the same time, you are right about the Baron comp. The protection level is not really nearly the same. Like the Grumpjaw, we talked about this game too, right? Grumpjaw is going to be a focus on this one. Game 3 comes through, all of a sudden Europe is up 2-1, and a Grumpjaw first pick here from Gangstars. Like the Lyra, nowhere to be seen here either because it does get banned out. So I have doubts about the Baron, not just because it's Europe, but just because I'm not sure Lance can do the peel that he needs to.
Definitely a strong peeling hero. Many ways to apply the CC and make sure that people stay away. The Blackfeather, I feel, here for I'm the Doom, I assume it's going to, it has to be I'm the Doom taking it away. It's going to be more of a distraction element. If he can jump onto Vox, if he can make sure that actually Gangstars, their focus is the Blackfeather rather than the Baron, then maybe Team Secret have an opportunity where they don't have to play around peeling the Baron, but more they're playing around jumping Gangstars immediately. Either way, I'm sure we need to just get into this game and find out. So let's get into it. Team Secret 2-1 up, game 4. And one away for Team Secret to possibly be the first European team to take out NA.
It's certainly shaping up nicely for them, but never say never by the time all this is said and done here, Dowsy. So Gangstar's 3-man invade early on. This is our first Vox of the series. It has been pretty much on permaban status, and now coming into this one, I actually expected Secret to be the ones to pick it up, but Iraqi, just like what Bacon said, he has a much better win rate with a Vox over a Baron.
Yeah, and that's a huge statistic that Gangstars, we kind of had a bit of chat with them, and they said they don't really care about comfort picks here for court. They will play whatever they feel is necessary to take a win. Well, maybe we are falling back to a bit more of a comfort pick, a pick that Gangstars used to great success during their seasonal play to find wins. What I do know is that Xenotech yesterday gave me heart palpitations with his Grump Jaw, so if you think I'm the Doom is the bee's knees as far as this series is concerned, then perhaps just wait a second to see what Xenotech can do.
Yeah, if you weren't watching yesterday, he put out an amazing performance. Grumjaw really did become the focus of that series, just like it has become the focus of this one on top of it. And, we started off actually really strong with Xenotech, right? He brought out that Crow, got them that very convincing win, but Gangstars kind of fell down a little bit down the hill on that. So Xenotech, it really is going to come down to what Rek can do, what Xenotech can do. Rek got eaten so many times during a Versus Judgment, so the Verse, just by itself, not going to get shut down nearly as easily this round. I mean, that can really put a lot more power to Rekt as well.
Team Secret have many ways to take fights early. Justman with a prediction impale. Wasn't so sure if that mustache bush was occupied, so we decided let's just use the cooldown. I'm the Doom looking to take away this Elder Treant, but Xenotech will secure it. Now he has the healing, and I'm the Doom has to be careful. Rekt, he's coming around the corner as well, and he gets buffed up. I'm the Doom with a shield, but is the shield enough? Araki's always going to get the cutoff, and first blood, it's Gangstars.
Just staying on top of him right there. Xenotech just not letting go. He's like a dog with a bone, but Rekt coming down, applying the fire.
That's an impale. That's a lot of damage. Araki getting the heal. They're trying to turn straight onto Justman. Tricky just being ignored here. Justman has no cooldowns, so there's no way Team Secret can re-engage that fight for core. An attempt by Team Secret to try and get something here. Xenotech is actually invading, but the healing this time goes to I'm the Doom. That is crucial to try and keep Xenotech out of this one. He's going very low. Araki coming in very low on energy as well, and perhaps a lot of respect shown, maybe too much. An impale onto Rekt. That's looking like a kill, and it is. I'm the Doom strikes back. He's looking for another in point. Boots pop. Xenotech the focus. Here comes Tricky as well. Team Secret, you do not steal jungle from us. A double for Doom. And now Araki to try and escape. The on point not in range. So Team Secret, they're not going to chase a dog who's got its tail between its legs. They're going to just try and steal as much farm away as possible.
Xenotech really thinking that round 2 would go their way there as well. But just like we saw a 3-man collapse from Gangstars, Team Secret make that rotation happen. Get those 2 kills. And really, like, I'm the Doom, Justman, they're going to have a bit of power when it comes to these jungle fights, especially once we hit level 6 there for I'm the Doom on top of things, because he will have that barrel roll. But Justman absolutely adores playing around in these corridors, in these jungles, lots of walls for the Githians. And Rekt, I mean, he got hit by that impale early on, and he looked like he was trying to make an escape, but there was going to be a Githian there anyways. It's like, there was just so much power to the comp there of Team Secret.
That's going to be a Storm Crown now completed here for Xenotech. Bit of a cooldown burst as well as the true damage that comes through as well. Fountain there for Justman as well. I'm the Doom hasn't quite completed his first item, but we'll have to see where he does go with that. It's looking like it may just be a Shatter Glass for I'm the Doom. Make sure those on points are just replicating his favorite ability, the Glimmer Shot of Kestrel. Team Secret, a lot of early aggression as Tricky dives forward, but here comes Xenotech around the corner, and Team Secret, they're pushed right on up. Giffian War knocks Xenotech out, but he wants I'm the Doom, and I'm the Doom's going very low. Fountain pop, he gets the heal, they're diving forward, Tricky goes in, Araki, one more auto attack is necessary, and that will take Araki down. Xenotech just about escapes, but Team Secret turn that fight around.
Tunnel vision. That's a lot of the word of the day in this series, especially these last 2 games. But Xeno does bring down Doom low, but if you can't get that kill, there's no way you can kite through it. Oh my goodness!
What was that? an Impale to secure the kill. Team Secret, they are hungry for this win forecourt, and Gangstars, they are struggling to hold on in this early game.
All right, so if I'm the Doom does go into that Shatter Glass, I really think that the momentum carrying them forward here could actually make that happen. And that means Tricky will have that Sora Blade. I'm the Doom into a Shatter Glass. All of a sudden, big upfront damage. And if you land the Impale, if you fight in these quarters, Adjustment gets a Githian, you're just a sitting duck for that damage.
And right now, with I'm the Doom rounding that corner for the Shadow Glass, you just have to feel that the item spike that has just been unlocked here for Team Secret is so huge. Xenotech, he is not quite getting towards that Aftershock. In fact, he's going into armor against a Baron in his early game. A lot of respect being shown to Tricky, who's just awakened here on the stage.
All right, so if Xeno goes into that early Atlas, he is really making sure that he's just a frontliner. Like, a lot of this damage is going to be relying on top of Iraqi Zoro, who is into the weapon, but it looks like more sustained, not rather big damage. Like, there's no Sora Blade here yet. If he does go into the double sustain, I fear for Gangstars.
Xenotech, level 6, stuff unlocked. It's an entirely new story when there's a man out of the fight. The good thing about having a Black Feather on your team is that he is so mobile and so hard to swallow. Justman, he can knock you out of the Grumpjaw's belly, but not if he's the one swallowed up. Here comes the Engager, Githian Wall. That disengaged the fight. They're going back in. It's going to be Justman swallowed up, but Xenotech will drop him as Tricky takes down Xenotech. Iraqi Zoro runs away. Justman not finding the Impale just yet, but it's still onto that Treant, means that there's no way Gangstars can stick around, and perhaps the turret will be taken for Team Secret.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscommunication there with Xenotech and the stuff on that, but into that 3v1 situation, he was basically more or less just left to die at that point, and the damage is really stacking up. Secret had 2 infusions on that fight as well.
Minion candy as well. The turret stood no chance. The gold is stacking up for Team Secret as they round the tri-bush corner. There is the replay of that fight forecourt.
Yeah, and just like so far forward, you cannot keep running blindly into Tricky like this. Xenotech goes one way, Rekt has already made his exit onto the fight, and Iraqi Zoro just going to take that cue and make an exit left, but just split up and not finding these targets.
Team Secret, man, they are feeling so comfortable, so confident. They have the vision. They start the gold miner. I wonder if they're really wanting the gold payout or more just trying to bait Gangstars into a fight. It's going to be a 50-50 for this as Xenotech dives forward, but it's secured by Justman. A double Impale. Iraqi, he's rooted, but a silence comes through. Xenotech, he swallows up Tricky, gets knocked down, and that's going to be Xenotech falling. Tricky lays down the herd. Jump Jet's about to come up as he goes over the wall. He's by himself. Crystal Sentry is doing the work, but Iraqi has to get the damage down. Oh, Versive Judgment knocked away. The Githian Wall stops Rekt from laying that one down, but the Crystal Sentry's doing work. Iraqi Zoro going in, trying to find a kill. Justman, he is so low as his Doom. Oh, Tricky tries to find the kill, but it's just a shutdown going over to Iraqi.
It's just like you said, those EU sentries really doing a lot of work, kind of saving the bacon right there of Gangstars. And Iraqi, no fear at the end, finally does get a bit of luck, but we are still looking pretty sore in this of game number 4 right now, because Team Secret are still the ones aggressing. They're still the ones making the plays. Xenotech is still going down so quickly, and if he's not going to finish off into that Atlas, he is going to be going more into damage. Like, we're looking at something like 10, 11 minutes for just the duo of the cooldown reduction online.
Many things have been said about Team Secret during their European VG8 split. Mainly this roster they brought to the Unified Western Live Championship, a Leonless roster once more, but perhaps the best Leonless roster that a team could have brought. Tricky and I'm the Doom have just been making the plays this series so far, and Justman being that consistent member for the team. They are looking to make Mowgli proud.
Like, this whole series really was a big showcase of Team Secret just kind of evolving, right? They finally get a Lance. I mean, where was the Lance in the very first games? That was definitely a very Team Secret kind of thing, but now bringing it through, Justman is really showing that he's not rusty with this at all. They just had to change tactics. They took away Grumpjaws. Now they're up 2-1, but with a Lance coming in now, like, those impales are starting to be just so lit.
And we're at 10 minutes now, and the gold lead here for Team Secret is 4,000. Starting up this gold miner once more, and they will be able to progress their gold lead further. Gangstars, they are starting to realize the severity of their situation for court. There's a Baron on Tricky. He's starting to scale up in towards a bit of a late game. Vox, one of the heroes that can deal with Baron in the late game, but they need to get that gold onto Araki Zoro.
And the gold's just not there. We're down, 4,000 gold at this point. If you take just a snapshot of Tricky versus Araki, right? Araki is still looking for that double sustain. All right, fine, 10 minutes in. Look at Tricky. Tricky has a Sora Blade up breaking point. He's looking into crit at this point. We also have that reflex online. Tricky is just miles ahead.
Speaking of ahead, look at Doom versus Xenotech. It's just a Storm Crown on Xenotech. He's had to itemize into an Atlas Pauldron as his second tier 3, whereas I'm the Doom is being allowed to just build straight up damage. That's going to be Tricky diving forward with the jump jet, the on point, about 300 damage onto Araki. Ion Cannon about to fall. Tricky looking for the damage. Here comes Xenotech looking to find a kill. That's going to be a silence. They've swallowed up Doom. They're Tricky trying to escape, but it's Araki in trouble. Fountain isn't enough. Tricky going very low. He's going extremely low. He drops. Xenotech able to find the kill, but Doom finds the returner. A 2-for-1, and now Rex is the finisher. The dessert course here for Team Secret. Looking to find I'm the Doom. I'm the Doom. What's going on? He's just sitting still. It's going to be Rex finding a kill for himself. What an immense play there by Rex.
Here I am just even thinking, like, nah, this is not going to be the same case, right? The Crystal Sentry saved their bacon before. There's no way Rek can actually get out of this one alive, but he makes it happen. He gets those kills. He is dodging Just Man left, right, and center. We need to see more of that if we're going to be coming back here from Gangstars, but just Araki, too far forward perhaps in some of these fights, but that round, he was definitely the focus. Eventually they made him pay for it. Tricky compared to the Araki, but then, like, I'm the Doom, it just does so much more damage than Xenotech. Rex somehow, skin of his teeth, what a god, made it just not at all as terrible as it could have been, but Gangstars are still looking pretty grim.
Rex is just the man himself. If that was the move that gets Gangstars back into the game, then the credit goes to him. So confident that he can carry his team to victory, and when he has such characters as Xenotech and Araki by his side, Gangstars, they're definitely a formidable opponent, but they need to start finding their feet in this game.
All right, so if that is going to be the moment for the comeback, yeah, Rekt, MVP of the whole day. I don't even care about the next set of matches. I don't think you're going to beat that.
It's going to be a fight breaking out for court. Tricky has just purchased his monocle, so crit is there for him. That's a 3-item Baron here at 13 minutes, and at Gangstars, they've realized it. They are not wanting to take on this 3-item Baron when Araki only has a Serpent Mask and a Poison Shiv to his name.
Now, even if Araki does, magically pick up a 3rd item in the next minute or so, which it's possible, it's just not likely at this point, you're still not looking nearly as powerful as Tricky at this point, right? We still have the positioning, not quite a big vision game here from Team Secret, but they are consistently pushing forward, doing rotations, and leaving down scout traps, just enough to know what everything is.
Impale, blocked by Araki Zoro, not going to find himself rooted, and off of that, Team Secret not going to even attempt a fight. I think that's good heads-up play from Team Secret to know that when Araki Zoro, their main target, has escaped, then fighting a Crystal Sentry is not the worth thing to do.
Oh, this could be dangerous,
right.
But there's not a jump there from Secret. They did not know Rekt wasn't there, but he has treads to bring back here.
Tricky diving forward, but Rekt with the treads. Oh, damage onto Araki. That's a lot. Turret going down. Tricky, you need to be careful. Giffy and More going to stun Xenotech, but they're on to Tricky. Jump jets away. He's in the burst. That's a lot of damage. They're going to swallow up Doom, and Doom trying to get away, but I don't think he can. Oh, the on-point shield. He's over the wall. Can he escape this? I don't know if he can. The Sentry in Europe, it gets its revenge.
Oh, I got to come out here more often. These sentries are fire, but that was actually just such a great stuff from Xenotech to bring I'm the Doom out of that one. Like, there's no Aegis there, right? I'm the Doom has built up the damage. He has himself that Atlas to go with Justman. It's double Atlas on both sides yet again, but that swallow was really the defining moment of that one.
now Xenotech completing his aftershock as well. The 15-minute mark, say hello to the Kraken, and the replay, we have to watch it.
Yeah, well, Tricky and Justman off to the right. Rekt is making sure they can't come to the savior here of Doom. And Doom, I mean, there was a great move to go over the wall, but the Sentry has all vision, it seems.
Yeah, all-seeing, all-knowing. Do not mess with the Crystal Sentries. That's the rule we've learned today here at this Unified Western Live Championship. Let's take stock forecourt. It's been an action-packed game, but let's see where we're at. 4,500 gold in the lead for Team Secret. Tricky with the coin for himself, almost at that double monocles stage. Araki has finally finished his breaking point as well, so the damage now for Gangstars is there.
Well, the damage is there for Araki. The bigger thing for me is that Xenotech finally has his 2 to go. He also has that infusion sitting there as well, so if we find a fight, Gangstar still have a chance.
This is a great area to fight when your Lance and Rekt is getting just that. Xenotech gonna dive forward. They're looking to get onto Tricky, and Tricky's getting bursted down. Tricky gets taken on out by Xenotech. I'm the Doom gets swallowed up, stuffed in the belly of a Xenotech as he chases onto Justman, but I'm the Doom's not done. Rose offensive away is just not enough. Gangstars with their items looking for an ace, and the ace is theirs.
Yeah, I call about tunnel vision here for Gangstars. Yeah, let's talk about I'm the Doom right there. Just sticking on top of Rekt, leaving his Tricky, and the Tricky gets hit hard by Xenotech, by Araki Zoro. Turns it into a 2v2 as Rekt does go down eventually, but then the Swallow comes through, right? 2v1 into basically another 2v1 as I'm the Doom does go down. Justman coming back with the impale basically seals his own fate from there, and Gangstars pick up a Kraken on top of it.
A Kraken, a turret, an ace. Everything that has just been said is void. Gangstars with a huge advantage now for them. The 3,000 gold lead that Team Secret are holding above Gangstars' head means nothing at this stage, as Gangstars are feeling confident enough to start taking fights.
Xenotech actually might become a little bit more unstoppable as time goes on. If I'm the Doom does not do anything up against Xenotech, look at the double armor he set himself up for here. Not only that, he has living armor on top of him, so Tricky is going to be having to deal with Xenotech in his face again and again.
This is going to be the first turret the Kraken looking to take here. Gangstars looking to match their stats. Let's see if they can push it forward. First turret to go down, and the Kraken, it's taken a beating. That's a lot of crit going down. That's going to be a stuffed not taking anyone out. A huge down. Rekt with the first is going to get crucibled. Ion Cannon on top of the Kraken. Silence comes out. The damage onto Araki. Cannot deal with the Ion Cannon. Team Secret, they stop the Kraken from taking the choke. Do they have War Treads? No, they do not. Means the chase here is hard for Team Secret. They're pushing Gangstars right on back to their base, but they will give up foot and perhaps look to take a sentry instead.
Well, at least they're going to be taking out this trend, but they do stop up the push. That's absolutely huge because Team Secret pick up a lot of gold from that one, and that's not going to be, some... I'm sorry, Dowsy's making some funny faces over here, but the turret push was stopped. The Kraken dead in his tracks. A lot of cash forked over to Secret there.
So the funny face has a reason for court. Tricky had the gold in his back pocket to get his second Tyrant monocle and complete his weapon power build. Instead, prioritizing into an Aegis is obviously showing respect to Xenotech and the damage he's outputting.
Yep, the stuff has really started to turn things around here for Gangstars. Justman has that Crucible on top of it, but I'm the Doom is going to go into their own Shiv at this point, just really trying to bring down that self-sustaining Araki Zoro.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If I'm the Doom can stick onto Araki Zoro, take him down, cut down the hill, then that is going to be crucial.
Here
comes the engage. I'm the Doom, starting to apply the mortal wounds. Araki taking damage. Tricky so safe. Burst of Judgment goes out. The silence is there.
Close.
That's the fountain. I'm the Doom's healing. Tricky laying down the damage. They're looking. Impale. Rekt caught up. That's the on point, but he's still alive. And Team Secret, the energy low. They cannot look for a re-engage. Everyone walks away wondering how no one died.
I didn't see the health at the end there for I'm the Doom, but it couldn't have been more than 50. Like, he just could have been sneezed on by anyone. He would have been the one to draw, but they have got a really curb down, and they did this time, because I'm the Doom so low, they didn't tunnel vision it. They didn't chase for the kill. Tricky was starting to amount the damage at that point, and Gangstars have really learned their lesson on that one. They cannot just keep running into Tricky. At this stage of the game, he can bring them to their knees.
20 minutes forecourt.
Wrecked has triple armor. Triple armor with 2 tier 3s.
The Inotech has almost done the same with the double. There's no defensive against I'm the Doom, and he's just not finding the damage here. He needs to be doing so. They haven't itemized anything against him. Earlier, when talking to Justman, he said it's on I'm the Doom to be the rock for the team. A Kraken being started up. This is so risky by Team Secret. They're looking to commit. Ion Cannon gonna go down. Wrecked with the Atlas on.
Oh, they
the Kraken still comes through for Gangstar. They're looking to make the fight. They've got the regen. Xenotech dives forward. Doom is low. Can Team Secret turn it? Araki goes very low as well. Xenotech in the middle of it. He's taking a lot of damage. That's gonna be the root, but can they commit? Kill goes to Doom. Tricky diving forward. They're looking for Araki, but they cannot get on top of him. Instead, they settle for Wreck. The Kraken may have been won by Gangstars, but Team Secret will not be dealing with a push.
Even with all that armor, it's still not enough. Not when another Sentry's also involved on that one, but it's fine. The Kraken's stolen out. That's the only silver lining here. For Gangstars, they can't get a kill, but at least they're not going to get pushed down. They do take the choke point turn. They've opened up the base. If Gangstars can get 1 kill at the 21-minute mark plus, they will be able to finish out, but they are still struggling so mightily up against Tricky.
There's the Tyrant Monocle. Tricky has completed his weapon damage build. The music forecourt, it's menacing, but imagine what music is playing in the heads of all of these players. Team Secret steps away from becoming history, and Gangstars, of course, being steps away from stopping that from being a reality, a nightmare for North America.
The nightmare is still actually very real at this point, at least from our side of the pond here, Dowsy. But Gangstars, 5,000 gold, 6,000 gold between these teams. We're going to have a few minutes more until the Kraken comes through. Gangstars not very interested in contesting much. You know, once you pass the 40,000 gold mark, really the money difference does not become too much of an issue, because we do have multiple completed builds, at least into the 5-item state. But so much armor on top of Xenotech, wrecked into the triple. Justman actually following suit for his side, and now look at the flank.
Team Secret looking for the flank indeed. Gangstars, they're not aware of it. What can they do? First auto attack, they're charging forward. That's going to be Doom straight onto Araki, but look at the damage that's going down onto Doom. He's getting melted. Right timing. Tricky. He dives onto Araki.
Oh.
He doesn't quite have the damage, though, and Xenotech has followed him. Right, takes down Doom. Here comes Tricky. He is just going to get focused right on down.
GG.
Goes to Xenotech. GG, perhaps. Gangstars are chasing. They've got 2 turrets to go through, and now they're turning towards the base. 30 seconds on Doom, 40 seconds on Tricky. Gangstars with time to play with.
All right, we started that fight off with Wrecked just rushing right into Tricky. Thought maybe perhaps he lost control of everything, but no. He was looking for the Atlas. He got that Atlas, but he couldn't really seem to find a good situation. Justman is going to try his best here for the defense, and he will. He will, but there is a Kraken that is going to be in the wings here soon enough, and there's still 18 seconds for Tricky to come back up. But there's a big problem with that last fight, Dowsy. That last fight, Wrecked was a big target. You saw I'm the Doom. He was down so low. Justman rolled right through Wrecked, hit him with the Githian, and that put the Versa Judgment into the kill range of I'm the Doom. That was not the communication that Team Secret needed for that kill.
But the Kraken is going down very quickly, but Justman is looking to be the savior.
If he steals this.
Oh, the Impale doesn't quite go across the wall. Secured by Xenotech there. Kraken now to push for Gangstars.
I'm just still reeling from that fight. Like, Team Secret, I really do think if I'm the Doom had not been in that Versa Judgment, if Wreck had not got knocked by Justman into that kill zone, it could have been a very different fight. But at the same time, Gangstars, they might not have been able to push down, but there's still a Kraken here, and that Kraken will force at least Team Secret to reveal themselves.
Well, the flare does reveal Gangstars. Here come the Gangstars looking to push down. They haven't had quite such success with their turret pushes on Kraken, but the third for them this game. A stuffed onto Tricky. They've got to go forward, try and get him out of there. Tricky is out, jump jets away. They're looking to fight. Tricky looking to lay down the damage, and I'm the Doom's causing trouble here for Araki. Has to escape. The fountain available. Just Man can go for it. Impaled down, but let's not forget the Kraken. Tricky onto Araki. Can he get the kill? Give me a wall. That's him dead. That's the main damage, and now Team Secret has got to look to finish this one off. Xenotech takes down I'm the Doom, but Rex will fall. A double. Xenotech gets a double. He wants this game. He cannot believe his eyes. He's looking to finish it. They're not done here, Gangstars. They're taking us to a 5th. I don't think Just Man can defend the base against a Kraken and a Grumpjaw. Which one of those is worse? He's given up. We're going to Game 5.
Game 5 hype, Dowsy. Team Secret not able to clinch the deal in that reverse. The Gangstars get the first win. 2 go over to Secret, and now on the back of Xenotech, on the back of a triple armored up Adagio. And this Grumpjaw becoming such a central focus in this series. We are going to go the full distance here.
It's only appropriate for court that if a European team were to have a chance at upsetting the norm, that North American team takes them all the way. Game 5 upcoming. Before we get there though, let's hear what our beautiful faced analysts think about that one.
Thank you very much, guys. What an absolute treat this series is. Like, 20 minutes into this game, it could have gone any way. It felt like Secret had it. It felt like it was going to be a 3-1.
It did.
But Gangstar somehow pulled themselves back into it.
Yeah, what an unbelievable performance down the stretch. That's the Gangstars that played yesterday. Yeah. That's the Gangstars that played Game 1. Finally managing to get back to form. And it only took them, you know, almost 20 minutes to get to that point.
Yep.
But what a phenomenal showing. At the same time, Team Secret, couple of mistakes, couple of missed skill shots, really cost them, really hurt at the end.
Yeah, I think it was a lot down to the pressure of that game, right? Both teams very aware of how much is riding on that game, and you could see it in the late game team fights. A few mechanical mistakes that it felt like we're down to nerves.
Yeah, the pressure is a lot on I'm the Doom, honestly. Like Team Secret told us early on, if I'm the Doom performs, they win. If he underperforms, they lose. And in this specific game, when it mattered most for him to hit those on points, to keep the barrier up, to stay alive, so many fountains having to be used from Just Man because I'm the Doom is almost instantaneously dying. So, I mean, you can kind of see here, like, it's the same kind of thing where I'm the Doom is going in, but once you'll see in a second, the critical on points that need to come out are missing, and that's all. See that on point? That's all his damage. He also swapped to Grumpjaw instead of going on Vox, who has max stacks. You can look for executes, just not actually getting the damage they need down. Tricky tried. Like, Tricky was really trying to get everything here, but they kind of went a little deep on this Adagio. I think once the Adagio kind of went down into the jungle, they should have tried to escape, use jump jets to go back. You have a Kraken to think about.
Yeah, Kraken was pushing in the base at that point, and then you see Xenotech just come in and finish it off. And just what a way to end this game. Just Man came out, was like, maybe I can save this, then saw just how much health Kraken had left after the turret explosion. Knew there was no way he was going to be able to do enough damage to stop it.
Yeah, and I think this game worthy of the series that it's in right now. 2 apiece. We are going to a 5th game. The draft is almost ready for that as well. But anyone, I mean, a lot of people coming in today were saying Cloud9 versus SK, that's the game to watch. I think we were wrong. I think right now it is all about Secret versus Gangstar. Secret, those question marks have gone away at this point. Leon clearly was not the linchpin. Clearly Secret can go on without him. And Gangstars, can they keep up the consistency for one more game?
Have arisen.
That's true.
That's the problem right now. Can they close it out? Because they had that game in hand and were unable to do so. And it's
so close.
So close. And honestly, the turning point almost felt like that Crystal Sentry MVP play
goodness.
To turn things around. That really was where the game began to turn in favor of Gangstars.
Yeah, I think going into the draft, actually Team Secret shouldn't vary their draft too much from what they did. I think in the last game, putting I'm the Doom on that CP Blackfeather, it was effective, but he went into some strange builds. The Poison Shiv, like he doesn't have enough defense to stick on a target. So I think if they fine-tune a little bit, let's get the Grumpjaw. If Gangstars doesn't pick or ban Baron, I definitely think Team Secret needs to pick it up. Tricky still looked really good, even in that loss.
Yeah. We've kind of stepped back a little bit to this kind of default draft once again, where the Lyra comes in very on early. Do we think the Adagio is going to be banned out here, or do we think it'll be safe to be picked?
I definitely think if it's going to be banned out, it's probably going to come from Team Secret, so Gangstars doesn't take both. At least Team Secret hasn't shown proficiency on the Adagio yet, so I don't think Gangstars is too concerned about it. And it forces Team Secret to have to think right now, do we get rid of the Adagio so they can't run it?
Yeah.
Double heal. Blackfeather is off the board, though, so that is something to note. But that Kroll pick, of course, Rona coming through at the end, those are all still options.
Yeah, I think Adagio needs to be banned here by Secret. Otherwise, they are setting themselves up for a very, very difficult Game 5.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's a horrible situation where Secret, they would love to pick the Adagio, right, in the next couple of picks, but they don't get that opportunity.
Well, something to consider here is if they do ban the Adagio, then Gangstars could just take Baron with Lyra, which is something now, because Adagio's open, they force the envelope, because if Team Secret feels like they can play it as well, then Gangstars either gets Adagio or Baron here. They choose the Adagio, that means Team Secret gets Baron with a front line. This is still something that can do a lot of work if they choose to go that route.
I still think this favors Gangstars, though, because we saw that Araki Zoro's Baron was not his greatest hero anyway, right? And we've seen that in this series specifically. Vox going to go the way of Secret. That's usually been on Gangstar's side.
The Fortress is so important here. Having the Mortal Wounds to apply to anyone who's trying to heal up, and the Vox applying Mortal Wounds with a Poison Shiv. This is a draft that Team Secret, they adjusted. They knew what they wanted. They almost, I feel like they maybe baited Gangstars into picking up this double heal because now they have a way to deal with it.
But the question is, can they deal with it? Because we saw the double heal comp was the first series of this game, or first game of this series, sorry, and it was a whitewash. It wasn't even remotely close.
I think the important thing, though, to recognize is that Team Secret drafted themselves in a really weird spot on that A side with the Celeste pick. This is far more control composition. Once again, Grumpjaw being on I'm the Doom, performing really well on that pick. Glaive coming through to me feels a little bit like a mystery pick. Like Gangstars wasn't really sure what to do with this Fortress Grumpjaw in the double heal. They know if it's something immobile, they're going to get hit really hard. Fortress can lock him down. So Afterburn maybe baiting him to a worse pick, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Glaive is a mistake. Okay. I absolutely think it's a mistake. You already have Vox who's going to be giving you Mortal Wounds. Just because there's two people that give you Mortal Wounds, you should not move away from what you know works with a double heal.
All right, so we have to get on into this one. I'm itching to get on into this one. Final predictions for this match, Fuji.
I think I want to go with Team Secret still again because they do have what I would consider the counters to what Gangstars are running.
They have the counter. I think actually Team Secret does have the better draft.
They've swayed the entire
But I think
deck.
Gangstars is going to win.
Okay, I eat my words. They haven't swayed the desk. We're still split on this one. Let's find out whether Europe's hope can shine through or whether Gangstars are going to push on forward to the semis as we hand it back to our casters.
Game 5. We have our notes, we have our statistics. Who cares, right? The book needs to be rewritten. It's time to see where this series goes for Core. It's been a treat. Both teams have just surpassed expectation levels as far as how things can go. Now Gangstar's back on this double sustained composition. Let's see if what won them Game 1 is enough to win them Game 5.
Well, I am going to echo Bacon a little bit on this one. The glaive feels strange, but a weapon glaive, when executed correctly, can actually just ooze damage. But the double Shiv, or the double Mortal Wounds, like you're going to be looking for a Shiv on top of that Vox. You're going to have that Fortress to apply there as well. This is definitely going to be a different landscape than that Game 1, because that was a very sweeping win for Gangstars. They might have the double heals, but there's so much counter to it.
There is, and let's talk about that counter. Mortal Wounds on Fortress. Tricky loves his Vox. It's one of his most successful heroes during seasonal play, and now he's on top of it. If he goes down the Poison Shiv for himself, well, he'll have another way to shut down that healing with the Mortal Wounds. It is time for Court. This is it. Game 5, and Gangstars looking to take the win with a bit of momentum. but is it Team Secret that's going to be Europe's hope?
It's too tough to call. I mean, I know that we've already lost Fuji to the EU side of things. Bacon at least stayed strong with me here, but the glaive just really makes me give pause on this one. The early game, a little bit more of a deciding factor on this one because you can do invades with the Fortress, you can do invades with Xenotech and Rekt, especially Rekt, right? If he is on this Lyra, and well, he is, there is a strong chance we're going to see that Storm Crown come out of him.
Storm Crown, he likes it into scenarios where he can bully. Yes, Fox has a bit of a low range as far as things is concerned. I'm not sure it's the item for me today. That's a minion candy, I believe, dropped.
Yeah, there is.
That's going to be the wave starting to push in. I'm the Doom, though, walking into trouble. Araki and Xenotech, Team Secret, they've split, Rekt from them. Xenotech with the stun, Tricky in the wall! And that's going to be first blood for Xenotech. Now, can he escape? I'm the Doom says no, going to find the return kill, but it's so hard for him to escape the harass that Gangstars are bringing, the fire ticking, and Araki will take that kill. Just Man looking to escape, going to get cut off here by Araki. This Fortress has only one way to go, and it's towards death, I think, as he turns around, tries to buy time.
Oh, get Zeno in on that.
Zeno gonna get in on the action. You are entirely correct, and he will find the third.
The big thing on that one is that when Xenotech gets involved, you're now getting assist gold, you're now getting kill gold on everybody, right? The fact that they're able to chase for that long goes a long way for your wallet. Look at the cash difference already. 400 and counting. It's just been one set of kills, but Xenotech and Rekt, right? These guys can really start roaming because they're putting the hurt right now into I'm the Doom.
I'm the Doom's in so much trouble. There's no healing to keep him alive. He tries to escape, but he cannot. Gangstars are not ready to go down without a fight, and the fight they're bringing to Team Secret. Another kill goes in favor of them. 4-1, and the gold lead starting to pull ahead.
All right, steal jungle, get kills, get themselves those ancient treants. That's where Zeno is going to be probably heading here after this. Araki Zoro there to join him as well. Not really a lot of focus on top of the lane, right? We don't have those late game big weapon carries. We don't have a Ringo that needs to get into 3 items, 4 items. We don't have that Baron putting a timer on the matchup, right? It's very freeform and fluid, and Gangstar's rotations are really serving him out well here.
It's an entirely new motivated Gangstars in this series, and Team Secret, Tricky Young as far as his competitive experience is concerned. The live championship status as far as Team Secret are concerned is nil apiece. They have not played in this arena, in this environment. And if Gangstars take this early aggression and just turn the mentality of Team Secret inside out, that will be so crucial for them getting a lead in this game.
All right, so Xenotech is building up into that weapon glaive. There's not going to be any tricks here. It looks like it will be that Sorrow Blade here first off. I'm the Doom looking to make sure that he has that banner into a Storm Crown, but Rekt doing the same. This is just what Rekt likes to do. It's going to help out great in the jungle. It's going to help out great for the invades. Also goes a long way for the cooldown reduction. There's not going to be a fountain until probably 7-8 minute mark, depending on how well these guys do, but Rekt will have lots of cooldown reduction for the heals that he himself as Lyra can bring.
Xenotech finding Just Man. I'm the Doom coming in. Araki, he is back there, and Trick's going to run into him. That is a lot of damage coming down, and it's not much Just Man can do about it. I'm the Doom looking to try and trade onto Araki. Tricky manages to escape. I'm the Doom trying to find the kill, and the kill he'll find, but can he escape? Xenotech and Rekt, afterburn backwards. He's going to trade on over. Crystal Sentry trying to intervene, but it's just not enough. Xenotech, 5 kills to his name.
5 out of 6. Like, he has absolutely had himself a fantastic start. Adagio and Tricky, while they were chasing down Just Man, like, that was an Adagio win.
He's going in again! He gets his 6! That's just Xenotech turning up the Haipu here in London. He is rearing for a victory.
Finally able to capitalize on what Araki Zoro was trying to finish off, but 6 out of 7, that's a pre-5 minute Sorrow Blade from this weapon glaive, and weapon glaive in Europe has traditionally been in that lane, but here with Gangstars bringing it forward on this double heal, it doesn't even really feel like it's a double heal. Like, this is just Rekt really facilitating a lot of early game, and Xenotech really making good hits with this afterburn.
Team Secret look lost for sorts. They're just walking around like chickens with their heads cut off here for Court. 2 deaths apiece for Tricky and Justman. I'm the Doom with 3. He's the only member with kills for his team. And whilst the gold may not be a super huge lead right now for Team Secret, starting to hit that 1,000 gold lead for Gangstars, it feels like their map rotations, their coordination, it just doesn't exist.
It's definitely looking dire here early on. If you look at some of the early game choices, right, I mean, I'm the Doom. He's not really going to be bringing out a lot of damage. He's really looking for that farm situation. Justman in the Dragonblood contract, you know, maybe a Protector would have been on better.
Onto Tricky, taking a lot of damage here. Comes Gangstars to get involved. I'm the Doom trying to lay down the third. Justman has to fall back. Fountain already used. They're trying to single out Xenotech, but Justman goes down to Xeno. He is just stomping on fools right now, and with the minion candy from Gangstars, the Storm Crown on Wrecked. That's going to be first turret going to Gangstars.
Like, the early game damage is just 100% looking over to Gangstars at this point. Doom is not going to survive this.
Doom goes down as well. Tricky now in trouble as Araki tries to turn up the heat as well. The Gangstars family starting to rear their heads as Game 5 seems to be firmly in their grips.
Xenotech's going to be building from that attack speed on top of things, but Tricky, we're now 6.5 minutes in, does not even have a tier 3. Araki Zoro at least, you know, might be a bit cheaper, but the alternating current is at least real from him. And every 1v1 as Tricky does not capitalize into a Shiv. That's going to be a Sorrow Blade here early on. They're really going to be just saying, okay, Fortress, right? You're the only kind of mortal wounds that we're bringing forward. We got to match damage with damage, but Doom is going to be so far from an aftershock.
I do believe that we will see a poison shiv come out of Tricky yet.
Yeah, sure, but for now, it's just trying to go hit for hit with the Sorrow Blade and that alternating current that we already have established here for Gangstars.
Team Secret are in a very precarious spot for Court. They have to be very careful where they go. Xenotech, he's got his Sorrow Blade, he's got the components for a Tornado Trigger as well. And he is just
man, he's going to be a whirlwind.
He is going to be a whirlwind. Indeed. Team Secret, they cannot afford to contest their jungle. They are just allowing Gangstars. They're going to go. They're looking for the fight. That's going to be Tricky throwing out the way for it. But look at Justman so low. Oh, stuffed. That's going to be Xenotech taking out the fight. First, the Judgment goes down. It stuns Tricky. And Tricky trying to escape Xenotech. And he will not be able to. That's 1. That's 2. I'm the Doom. Last man alive. But he's got the Crystal Sentry on his side. And he's looking to try and make a miracle play. He's split Gangstars. The healing camp is what he's looking for. And he will be able to get it. But will he go for anything more? Is the question. Looking to dive over the wall. It's a dangerous move. The heals are there. Doom, he has no vision. He will be forced to fall back.
Okay, so Gangsters got that fountain. So, you know, Team Secret taking that fight was a good opportunistic play. They didn't quite win out the numbers, but now with a fountain on the side of Rec to go with that Storm Crown. You know, the cooldown reduction there for the Sigil was great, but the offensive maneuvering that Rec has kind of used out early to get Xenotech ahead. It might be a bit too much now at this point. And 8 minutes in, Wrecked with that fountain now on top of things. I mean, a lot of defenses are coming together. If Xenotech picks up a reflex block here sometime soon, then we are going to be looking at a very strong position here for Gangstars at the 10-minute mark.
Poison Shiv now completed for Tricky. He will have some attack speed and the mortal wounds as well for Court to boot, but here comes Xenotech after burn Justman.
Wow.
That's the dive in. Justman going very low, Tricky with the wait for it, but it's just not enough. He falls, and Doom as well. It's just Tricky left alive, and Gangstars are going to be feeling so motivated with their dominance so far.
Those puppies just melted. Like, they were not really a part of that fight at all. Doom still responding here with Justman on top of things, so the siege of the turret is going to be real tricky. Not even willing to get anywhere close, but Xeno finds an angle.
Yeah, that's Tricky. Knocked back. Oh, he just doesn't stand a chance. 3 hits, and that's a very dead Fox, a very dead turret as well. The gold is just stacking up, and Team Secret are not finding any entrances.
I like, Justman still has this Dragonblood contract. I don't think I've seen a single charge go out.
This is just an entirely new Gangstars. This is the Gangstars we saw yesterday. The fierce look in their eyes, the utter determination. to make North America proud.
Oh, Iraqi.
Shatterglass completed for Iraqi second item, a gold payout of 200 apiece for the team. They may be 4th seed in A, but they will not let them stop them when they're going up against the second of EU.
All right, 6,000 gold between them, but Xeno has to deal with an Atlas this time.
Tricky, he's in trouble. Xenotech is trying to find the afterburn. Oh, the damage and the burst, and Tricky just doesn't stand a chance. Doom and Justman trying to escape. Doom gonna split from Justman, and that will be a second kill going over to Xenotech. 12, 2, and 3 on this weapon-powered glaive. Xenotech stepping up so hard.
Yeah, the King of the Grave really just welcoming new recruits as he just chops them down. But like, look at this engage. Xenotech just goes right onto Tricky, and then it's going to be that portal going through. That is just not good news for the Vox at all. That, and eventually they clean through to pick up Justman on top of things.
This Crystal Sentry just wanted to head back to work. He's like, hey, Gangstars, I had you back before, but
now
you
he's
take
out of
me
there.
out. He's out. He's gone at 11 minutes. Gangstar's not dealing with his antics anymore. And Team Secret, they just do not have anywhere near the items of Gangstars. It's going to be a huge, long wait for Team Secret if they want to scale into this game.
Looking into the contraption here from Rekt, but they do not scout out the bush. Xeno, if he gets hit here, could be done. Could be tried.
They're going in. It's Tricky in trouble. Xenotech not quite able to find the damage, but they're turning straight onto Justman. Wait for it there. The silence is real. A lot of damage onto Xeno, but it's just not enough. They're trying to take down Xeno. They're trying to do the work, but it's a 2 versus 3. Tricky just doesn't have the energy.
Through the portals.
And Xenotech gonna dive straight on in. There may not be energy, but Tricky's not going anywhere, and that's an ace for Gangstars.
Standing ovation right there. My goodness. But Xenotech not dropping was huge for the fight. The double heals coming through fierce on that one. It's like mortal wounds? I don't know, man. I'm just not really seeing those applications doing much to stop this hype train.
Yeah, that's choke point turret taken at 12 minutes, an entirely new record of Gangstars in this series.
They're so happy.
They are happy. Look at the player cams. Look at the difference between Gangstars and Team Secret. Heads down for Team Secret, down in the dumps, whilst Gangstars are looking forward to their semi-final appearance.
Guys, so Xenotech didn't get into that reflex, but he has that tier 2 armor, has the tier 2 shielding on top of things. He can really go either way that they need to, but up now nearly 10,000 gold, Dowsy. This is the biggest discrepancy we've seen between these two this entire series.
Huge discrepancy, as you mentioned, and Team Secret on the run once more. Xenotech may not be near, but Gangstars, they are going to just put on a brave face and see what happens. That's going to be the portal. Switcherooing. Tricky's in so much trouble. A 2 versus 3, and they win the 2 versus 3. Huge damage. Justman stunned. He's going to get afterburned, and that's going to be the fight won there for Gangstars. 13 minutes. Gangstars are done with Europe. They're wanting to make NA's name proud, and that Vayne Crystal turret stood as not a single shred of a chance.
21 kills to 3. Call it 24 kills in just over 13.5 minutes in. This is a bloodthirsty game, all up and down here, Dowsy. But the 2v3 is a huge statement of how far ahead Gangstars are right there. If the puppies had come out earlier and the one had just jutted off to the side to say, okay, well, Xenotech's nowhere even close, they might have actually tried to stand their ground, but not knowing where that angle was going to be for Xeno just put them too scared to fight.
7 times the kills here for Gangstars. A gold lead that is almost at 10,000 at the 14-minute mark, and where are Team Secret? Where is this European fire that people were relying on in this series? It's been put out.
This is amazing.
It's been doused. And look at this. This is amazing. The flank potential. Team Secret, they're caught like fishes in a barrel. Let's start shooting. Tricky is in trouble. Dancing away. That's a good ultimate. Stuff comes out. They're turning the fight. Iraqi is dead. Team Secret, they're not ready to be done yet. Tricky finds a double. It's a double for the 2. And that's going to be a triple for the Crumjaw. 10,000 gold behind for Team Secret. I don't know how they did that.
Gangstars basically gave up any advantage they had with the ambush. They had to really go cross the fold. They really telegraphed what was happening right there. And Gangstars, that was the sloppiest thing they've done here this matchup. And Team Secret, good to see that they actually make it happen. But like, they had to go right through that jungle, right through everything. They were not together. And even with that portal engaged, like, they cannot find Tricky. It's just he stutter stepping too well. They miss at the end there, crucially, from that glaive. And then, while we did eventually get a kill back, it does stem what Team Secret can do. They pick up 1 turret, not 2, not 3. But at the same time, Gangstars, like, they threw away a lot of positioning on that one.
When you got fishes in a barrel forecourt, you don't give them an AK back just to make things fair. Gangstars, they need to put the fire out now, and they are going in here, looking for Tricky, but he's out of the fight. It's Iraqi in trouble, going very low. Founder comes out, first set down, and Just Man going to 4. Tricky now in trouble.
There you go,
and
there you
is
go.
The double kill coming through from Xenotech. What we expected in the last fight, and Gangstars looking for the triple kill. Iraqi, Gangstars wrecked, and Xeno says, Doom, I saw your triple, mate, but I got one in the bag as well.
Yeah, no giving AKs to the fish that time. They shot, they blew up that barrel. Now Gangstar's going to blow up the rest of this series. This is going to be a 3-2 win for them, and 25 kills to 6. A very convincing game. One bad fight doesn't matter. They can still take the win.
Gangstars, they turn up the heat, and they show up here in London. They are not ready to give Europe a win, and it's a victory for Gangstars.
And Gangstars with the 4th seed coming through. A lot of people saying, you know, Team Secret with the bye. They're coming in. This is going to be their first matchup, but a roster that's not tested on live. They didn't get to really check it out. They weren't viewing from the spots that they're in now yesterday, and, you know, nerves. We talked a lot about this, at least on the analyst desk side of things. That can really transform your play, and that 2-game momentum just shut down. They couldn't recover from the Gangstars.
In regional play, we've seen this double sustain composition time and time again fail on the online stage.
But fail spectacularly, too.
Absolutely. It was like, well, 2.0, it's dead. Double sustain is dead. We're not going to see it anymore. But here in London, Gangstars, they start the series how they finish the series. An absolute dominant performance for them. A rocky road in between, but that does not matter anymore. Now they can look forward to tomorrow and a semi-final appearance.
18-3-4. Big apologies to the Ghoul King on ever doubting that weapon glaive, but he came out massive. Game 1 with the Crow took our breath away. Game 5 with the glaive. He started out strong, he ended strong, and with that, the whole team gets to move on, and NA maintains their record over EU in tournament matches.
Yeah, maybe history was made as far as matches and wins are concerned, but the series is that big number, and Europe has yet again failed to take down the powerhouse that is North America. Xenotech, he was a question mark at the beginning of the split. How would he perform? What is he going to be able to bring to Gangstars? Well, I feel like he has shown up huge. He is ready to show you what he's got. A huge performance from him, and they are going to tomorrow. Oh man, an incredible series. I need to go take a bath, but let's throw it back to our analysis desk to break down that series and that Gangstars victory.
Can you believe it? Gangstars coming through in the end, and in style. Xenotech, he came into this series strong, and he has finished on a high note with more kills than minutes in the game.
Yeah, what a performance. Absolutely incredible. I mean, we were questioning the glaive. It didn't feel like the right pick for the situation. I still don't think it was the best pick, but it got the job done in stellar fashion. You know, as much as we're giving credit to Gangstars, and they deserve a lot of credit for this entire series, let alone this game, you still have to look at Team Secret and question where their mental state was at after dropping that Game 4, because there were so many major mistakes early in this game.
They let the game get away from them right at the start.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to me like while compositionally, Glaive might have been better or not as good, but it's one of these things where they drafted towards what they thought Team Secret could handle, and they just didn't know how to play around the Glaive. They were constantly getting picked, not even just in lane, also in jungle. Like, these are what you might consider basic mistakes, and that's the mental fortitude. In a 5-game series, if you try to go all the way, you could see they had a little bit of gas left in the tank in that one team fight, but then that was it. They were just puttering at that point.
Absolutely. Well, we do have our interview ready on stage, so I'm going to pass it down to Dan Gaskin to find out how our winners are feeling.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here with Xenotech after, well, an incredible series. I think everyone was kind of biting on their nails. Maybe you guys were biting on your nails a little bit. I mean, you dodged the EU bullet. NA are still just raising their flag nice and high. But what were you feeling when you were 2-1 down?
I mean, we didn't lose confidence or anything. Like, we just kept communication up. For those first couple games, we changed our draft. So we reverted back to the old draft on the last 3 games, I believe, and it seemed to work.
And in terms of preparation now, there wasn't the expectation that you were going to be facing those guys. Did you prepare for them anyway, just in case that could have happened?
Not really. Last night we prepped our draft for them. So TS is an amazing team. Like, they played absolutely incredible. EU might take it next time, but not this time.
Not this time. And going in tomorrow then, I mean, how confident do you guys feel? Because Gangstars has a lot of support here today, and it just seems like around the community in general there's a lot of Gangstars fans. Do you think you could possibly win the whole event?
Absolutely. Like, that's all.
Well, simple as that, apparently. It was an amazing victory. I think everyone enjoyed that, a very close series. Do you think it was closer than it should have been? Do you think it should have been a little bit easier for you guys?
Again, like, because we changed our draft, like, we kind of put me on very utility-oriented junglers, which are great, but I can't really do much. So, yeah, I don't know.
So just a little bit of changes here and there, a little bit of tweaks. It still seems like you guys are trying to hit that kind of top level, even though everyone's saying Gangstars are playing absolutely phenomenal right now. It still seems like you are growing. Is there more to see from Gangstars? Can we expect even more in the semifinals?
Definitely. I mean, we're always trying to improve. Like, once you stop improving, you're gonna fall off and basically drop to the challengers. So, yeah, you'll always see more from us.
That's great to hear. Well, best of luck in the semi-finals. Congratulations. We'll send this one back up to Munchables and the boys on the desk to talk a little bit about that game.
There we have it, and you can see Xenotech over the moon about that victory, but I think you can kind of hear it in his voice how much not only that meant to the team, but also how intense that series was. I mean,
how draining.
Yeah, the adrenaline must have been at maximum beyond like the end of game 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. It's so difficult to go the distance like that, even after you win. Like, I'm sure they're ecstatic about the fact that the next game isn't until tomorrow.
Yeah,
because you need the time to recover.
Absolutely, and we have to bring back the subject as well of this bracket. In theory, like looking at the whole tournament, people, aside from yourself, Bacon, didn't expect the bracket to go this way. Immortals weren't, in theory, meant to beat Hammers, and this wouldn't have been a matchup that we saw at all. Gangstars have found their way into the semi-finals, and according to some people before the tournament, this shouldn't have occurred. So Gangstars, they must be over the moon about the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to finally see a lot of the hard work and all the effort Gangstars has been putting in, especially kind of in between this season, you know, wrapping up and the live finals taking place. Like, we heard they were putting in the work. We heard they were putting in the draft and the prep. They looked prepared when they faced Tempo Storm. We weren't sure if they were going to come in today with the same type of prep. And they did a really great job a long series. But if you're watching Gangstars as a team, this victory, it wasn't an easy one for them.
Not at all.
So it took all 5 games. Team Secret looked very strong. So going into tomorrow, they still have a lot of work to do. It's not over.
No, it is definitely not over for them just yet. They can go and have a rest, though. They can go and chill out just a little bit. And I've got to say, stellar performance from them as well, considering they weren't preparing for this game. You know, as Xenotech said, they did their draft last night. So phenomenal performance and able to kind of pull themselves together again towards the end. He said himself, once he managed to get back onto those more carry-oriented junglers, that's when he could really come into his own.
Yeah, and we even saw a message during that when we were questioning some of the drafts in those middle games where they did drop. Like that one that stood out to us was the Crystal Kroll with the Gwen. That was actually a mistake that they had made in the draft because they maybe didn't have that level of preparation because they weren't expecting to be up against a team like SK. And so, you know, mistakes can happen. And that time it cost them a game. It almost cost them the series. But they were able to make that miraculous comeback in Game 4.
And so many games across that series were neck and neck, throwing either side or coming back either side. We do have a replay from that last game. Fuji, do you want to run us through this moment?
Yeah, I mean, and what we see here is a lot of timidness from Tricky. The thing that he did so well when he was on Baron was he was able to kind of get in positions to do damage quite frequently. But as you can see here, he spent the entire time just walking back to the base. And that was maybe 2 or 3 times in this specific game where Tricky, for the better part of maybe 10 plus seconds, wasn't even auto-attacking. Damage done from your carry, like, even when, like, this was, we talked about this one, right? Like, this was kind of the Hail Mary play that they threw in the gold deficit. They should not have won this team fight. So this is a little bit of Gangstar's making mistakes, but Team Secret really pushing as hard as they possibly could.
Yeah, and you could see the cheers on the camera there at the end of that fight. They were over the moon. And this was the key moment where we saw Tricky. Amazing escape there, but look at this when he moves to the right. He can't get into the fight again.
Yeah, he doesn't block the Atlas, which is really important to note. The Verse of Judgment zones him out. He's looking for opportunities to go in, but Justman goes down before he's even able to come back and do another auto attack. And you can see it on his face there. It's tough. Like, he knew that he didn't have the impact he needed in that team fight.
And it must be so frustrating when all of the games that you've won have been, you know, late on into the game. You know that you've lost the early game that hard. It must be so difficult to keep battling on in terms of morale. And then you finally get that Hail Mary play. You finally win a fight, and then it all just slowly starts to slip away again.
Well, credit has to go to Gangstars for recognizing that we messed up on the team fight, but we still have a massive gold lead. We need to fight again, and we need to do it right now because we'll still outright just win it. So Gangstars weren't shaken, and I think that's where the big focus goes into
it could have been very easy for Gangstars to lose that fight, and then because of how grating this entire series had been, to then start to question, oh no, are they at a point where they can now start to turn this around? But phenomenal job from them to stay focused and immediately, as you said, go right back in and take the next one.
Absolutely. And now let's take a look at where we stand on the bracket, because Gangstars have moved on into our semi-finals. They're going to be joining Cloud9 tomorrow. Obviously, we can't quite put them into the semi-final brackets just yet. We don't know how those are going to be panning out. But our next game is going to be G2 Esports versus Immortals. If EU has a shot at the victory today, surely first versus 6th seed, that has to be it. And then finally, we'll have Team Solar Mid versus Fanatic to round out the evening. It's already been an intense day of games, and I don't expect that to let up any time
Not at
soon.
all.
Now, I want you guys at home to remember that you can get involved on Twitter as well using that hashtag VaingloryLive. We want to know how you guys are doing. And also, I have a little bit of an update for you as well. I'm actually going to have to hold my card for this one because so far, in day 1, there have been 9,202 minion deaths. So that gives you a little bit of an insight for if you want to get involved in our competition. Use the hashtag #GuessMinionDeaths and let us know how many minions you think players are going to kill across the full 3 days. At the end of day 1, 9,202. But obviously, only 3 series on day 3, so it's difficult to call. But you can win some prizes at home. As well, don't forget to follow Vainglory on Snapchat. That's all on the go now as well. And you can also win some mystery keys for your chests if you'll just get involved in the Twitch chat as well. But that is going to be it from us for now. But do not touch that browser. We're going to be back in a few minutes' time to get into our 3rd series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
And he's gone on to Vonsi, but he's going to get taken lower. The burst knocks Vonsi back, and Vonsi will fall. But
find some damage, but Druid is insane. Slowly strike, dives all the way into the back, picks up the kill. Palma might go down. No! Hit by the one-shot, one kill. Druid wants more. It's another ace for Phoenix Armada. You just can't fight them right now.
Zero as well in a moment, and they should turn it around. Bowler dies to the fire. Avengers is dead. Looking to the chase, Yonju takes the kill up towards the side. Status jumps in though, and he'll take one for himself.
Oh, they're turning! They're turning on him!
Hi, my name is Old. I'm here to kill you. It's gonna be a death. Willie right here.
Wow!
Oh! That's the ace! Caught up in the gauntlet once he gets onto him, but he gets stunned as well. And now here's the Dragon's Pet trying to get the chase off, get the award on Monty. Chuck in the front line, gets caught up in the goose. Aloha will take him down at the snipe. Oh my God! They're gonna find one more. This is gonna be the ace to take him down. Fanatic goes down to Ryu. Unbelievable from Phoenix Armada. Really stunned up. Back around from Red, keeps him alive. Willie's dead. Back on the front line. Status around the backside. Old School's doing work. Old School going here. Oh, doing this situation. Oh, and you got it. If he can do this, Status is pinned in. Mango moves down. Old School on the backside. Status goes point. Old School gets it. Gangstars. What? Taking 3. Woo! The game right here. Best Chuck nearly dying on the Sanctuary. Humanist, Phoenix Armada, they're doing it. They want to take the first World Championship by storm in style. Phoenix Armada, Vainglory, World Champions.
Wow, this is all I can say. Sportsmanship, cheering crowd, everyone has goosebumps.
The Vainglory community, it's all about love.
Hey guys, and welcome to
this short break. I'm here with. There I am. Am I here yet? Am I live? There I am. Hello everybody. I'm here with Chief Pat here, the mobile YouTube superstar, and also owner of Tribe Gaming. And Tribe Gaming, of course, featured in VG8 throughout. Well, you featured a little bit. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best of seasons for you guys. But what's the future for Tribe Gaming in terms of Vainglory then?
Well, I've been on the sidelines of Vainglory esports for a while, and it really made sense recently to get in. And working with Tribe has been fantastic. It's been a lot of ups as well as a lot of downs, like you talked about. We were actually one match away from making our way here. But it's been a blast working with Marto, E36, Status, as well as Pawn, and hopefully we'll be at the next event that goes down.
Hopefully, we can pray. I'll be there with you. I'll rep the Tribe Gaming fanboy.
You got the colors.
I've got the colors, exactly. What do you think of the suit, genuinely? Because if I've got a YouTube superstar on my side, then I can...
I can't pull that off. I'm too pale for that color, but more power to you, man.
Great. I can just feel your followers oozing off you on towards me. I'm going to be famous before I know it. Last series then, the ones we just witnessed, Gangstar's absolutely incredible performance. What were your thoughts in general?
Going into this event, I actually thought Gangstars looked super strong. They played us the last week of VG8 last season, and I thought they looked pretty good. And also yesterday, they crushed Tempo Storm. So I actually have pretty high hopes for Gangstars going forward. It was a super close series, and I was a little bit worried that EU was going to pick that one up, but NA 2-0, feeling pretty good.
See, this is the thing, because I was like repping the EU, but Gangstars are just so hard not to like those guys, especially after their performance yesterday as well. Going into the next game of the day then, G2 versus Immortals, perhaps EU's last chance. I know we have Fanatic as well, but they'll be against TSM, so a very tough one. Can G2 do it, or do you think Immortals are going to cause an upset there?
I mean, that was crazy yesterday, seeing Immortals win. I didn't expect that, but those guys are proven that when it comes to these live events, they're super strong. So I think G2, especially with Fnatic playing TSM, which is going to be a super tough matchup, this could be the last hope for EU to make it to the semis. So I think G2 has a decent shot, but we'll see. Immortals, they're definitely big name players, and Suijay looked pretty good yesterday too.
He looked good on everything, on the desk, in the game. He was just fantastic. Well, Chief Pat thinks that G2 might have a chance. Let's head on back up to Munchables on the desk and find out what those guys think about G2 versus Immortals.
Thank you very much, Dan. We are here. We're ready to get into the next game. We even skipped 20 seconds of the break because we just can't wait to get on into it. This time we're joined by Shinyi on the desk and, of course, Bacon as well. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be here again.
It's exciting because you're here on the desk because Suijay is now going back down onto the stage once again. Immortals are once again heading on into the fray. And this time they have a true test on their hands, right? If EU is going to take a game today, surely it has to be this one. The first seed, G2 from EU, going up against the 6th seed from America. Where do we stand, Bacon?
I mean, you got to figure at this point, if there is going to be a European team to take down a North American team, it has to happen here, or it's likely not to happen at all.
Yeah.
And so this is their best chance. This is the one where you would maybe expect the European team to be able to take it, and we'll have to see if that live buff will be strong enough for Immortals.
Absolutely. Well, you are from the EU yourself.
I am indeed.
It's nice to have a fellow European on the desk for this one.
Numbering.
Are you going to be siding with G2 on this one? How do we feel this actually stands out here?
Of course I'm going to be siding with G2. Yeah, it would be really, really good. And I definitely have to echo Bacon's sentiments there that if any team was going to be taking a series, it would be G2. And, you know, they're going against the 6th seed Immortals. They, you know, it was a great series yesterday they had against Hammers, but it was super scrappy. And there was definitely signs there that G2 will probably have been analysing. They'll be looking to exploit those. And I think this could be a very, very exciting series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the stats there on screen, brought to us by vgpro.gg. Make sure to go check them out if you want stats for yourself. But you can see, I mean, Bacon, I'm going to let you take this one. You're very excited about these stats.
Yeah, I mean, the teams, the win differences between them. I mean, these are two teams that played the entire season. It's not like, you know, yesterday when we had Tempo Storm, who had a stunted half season. Tempo Storm had more wins in half a season, less than half a season, actually, because it was 3 weeks as opposed to the 7, and still had more wins than Immortals, but they are showing up when it matters most and have this chance now to just really cement North America greater than EU if they can pull off this win.
And I mean, G2, they had more wins than Immortals even got to have games because of the double elimination format of the regular season. So when it comes to that, G2, I would argue, becomes kind of a more experienced team as well, just because of sheer number of professional games.
You know, I think we do have to say that, but the thing is, we're on a live setting, obviously, not to state the obvious, but Immortals, all 3 members, they've had significant live experience in the past.
Yeah.
They know how to perform on the stage, they know the feeling, the adrenaline, the exhilaration. Whereas G2, Hundor, this is his first time up on the stage. He is their principal laner. He is a very, very talented player. And I think when it comes down to it, experience does matter in these situations. And I think that's going to be one of the major questions going into this series.
Can Hundor perform, and can he live up to the hype on this one? We actually chatted to Hundor and his teammates before coming on into this one. So let's see what they had to say.
The strength of our team are our mechanics. We are really good at counterpicking, so our focus is on the draft.
I think we were very consistent throughout the season because of our drafts. We almost always had our comfort picks, so when we went into the game we felt really good on our heroes, so we didn't try something new. We obviously changed our draft throughout the whole season, but we always stayed on picks we personally really liked, and I think that led us to that success. Well, I'm really looking forward to face Best Chuck and Old School. I think they are great laners and they obviously proved themselves as being the top laners in North America. But I personally think I can reach them with my mechanics, and I'm really looking forward to face them.
We studied some drafts and played some scrims against EU teams with special drafts to prepare for NA.
There we have it. Not quite oozing with confidence in the way that SK were, but when they're speaking, it doesn't seem like they really fear the NA teams necessarily. They do seem like they're coming in with their heads held high.
Yeah, especially Hundor. You heard him there. He said he wants to face off against Best Chuck because he wants to prove that he can hang with them. If he wants to do that, he's going to have to first get past Dienzio.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dienzio will be one of those highlight players for Immortals. But I do just want to touch on the topic of Immortals because this is a team that, had EU won earlier today, they'd have nothing to lose, right? 6th NA seed coming into this, realistically, against the first EU seed. At that point, you're fine. However, EU hasn't won yet today, which means if Immortals lose this one, they will go down in the history books as the first NA team to lose a series to Europe. I don't think they're going to want that to happen.
That's definitely not going to feel good, I've got to say. It's going to be a very challenging series for them. And looking at the way that the two teams play, looking at the way G2 plays, they play a very measured game. They're very cerebral, they're very tactical. And Immortals, I would say they're quite a little bit more chaotic in their play style. They're not as predictable sometimes. They do make mistakes, and I think G2, if they do get into the late game, will capitalize on. And this is something that we talk about a lot when we're talking about Europe, is that, yes, Europe does have its moments of early game aggression, but they really are about that late game. They're about those measured, extremely measured team fights, like tactical control over the map. And Immortals, I feel like if they can get that early game pressure, if we allow them their priority picks, which I'm sure G2 will not allow, then these games could be going on a very long time.
So, looking at the drafts just a tiny bit before we get on into the game itself, we saw Batiste today. Very early on in the day, it was the first game in fact, it didn't really go so hot. Do we think we're going to see teams try that again, or is that kind of just, now that it's been tested, people are like, not so sure anymore?
I don't think Immortals are a team that's going to pull out something like a Batiste. G2, maybe. They did play a lot of different heroes during the regular season. There was a couple of picks that, have raised some eyebrows during the season, but they're still, when they were performing well, they were a team that was very consistent and very focused on just what's strong.
Absolutely. Well, we're about ready to get this game underway, so we're going to need some teams on the stage. It's time to introduce our first contenders.
Please welcome, representing Europe, the #1 seed, G2 Esports.
They are charging on towards their destiny right there. G2, focused. One of the last remaining hopes for Europe right now. Obviously, Fanatic's still in the rafters, but they've got to go against TSM, so it feels like G2 really the bastion of hope right now, the shining light for Europe, and that's a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you mentioned the pressure on Immortals to not be the first team to lose to a team from Europe, but now G2, they have to be thinking they're the only hope for Europe to not get swept once more by North America. And that's a lot riding on their shoulders here, too.
I mean, Europe has added 3 out of its 4 total international wins to its roster, so that's pretty good. But I'm sure that G2 are going to be wanting to add to that number here today.
I definitely think so. And in the last, if we're going back to the last series where we saw between Gangstars there, that was Gangstars and Team Secret. The seeds there was a lot more closer. This time we got much more bigger differences in seedings. There's a 5-seed difference there between the two teams. And yes, there is a lot of pressure on the teams, but I do believe that G2, they have the ability to perform. They've consistently performed in the past. Yes, at first, this is their first day here. They've had a lot of time to relax. They've had a lot of time to prepare and scrim against the other teams. And talking to the team as well, they've put a lot of preparation against this. Maybe they weren't expecting to face Immortals, but I think they were definitely prepared for this one.
Absolutely. Well, we've met the European team. It's time to meet their NA contenders. Let's introduce Immortals.
Please welcome, representing North America, the #6 seed, Immortals.
There they are, Suijay and Co. walking along the catwalk, ready to go into yet another game. Honestly, they won their game yesterday, and it was as close as it could have possibly been. So close to losing that one out over Hammers, but they got the upset, and now moving on. It feels like they've had a very difficult way through the bracket so far.
Well, I mean, they were the first first series to go the distance, and so they've played going into today the most games of any other team.
Yep.
So there's more footage of them at the Unified Championship than any other team, but at the same time, you know, we talked about G2's preparation, how they would be preparing against Immortals. There's a little bit of a difference in how Immortals is playing here at the Live Championship, not just in their gameplay and having that live buff, but also just their drafts have been very different from what we saw from them during the regular season. So I think the fact that maybe that unknown factor coming in could help them. It makes it difficult to prepare for that.
So you mentioned the online buff there. How long do we think that is going to last? Do we think the duration is long enough to go into another full series?
I think for sure, but talk about yesterday again. Hammers and Immortals. These two teams have a very long history. They were previous part of one organization there, so they know each other very well. Inherently, they know their strategies, and the fact that we're able to win through this one. And if you're going to look at today's matchup between G2 and Immortals, like you said, Immortals, they haven't had that many games. There's not that much footage of them from the Vainglory 8, whereas there's so much on G2. So if you're going to look at it from that side, conversely, Immortals, they'll be preparing against G2 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and with it being on update 2.4 as well, we could have some strange strategies coming out from G2. They might have figured something out in scrims that we've yet to see on the stage, but we already saw what G2 were thinking and feeling coming on into this one. It's time to see how the interviews went with Immortals.
Coming to this live championship, it's hard to say if our synergy will be as good as in the past, because we are going to be playing with Sui.
2 weeks leading up to this event, I've been playing a lot to get back my competitive form, and I think that we've practiced and have a good game plan.
It's very interesting to see how that dynamic will play out, but my guess is that when we get on stage that we'll be able to perform together.
I didn't do anything really special to prepare for this championships, but I think that we'll do a lot better just because we're all in person. It's just so much easier and stuff, and especially I feel like I play better when I have my teammates right next to me instead of over on a voice call or something.
With Zio playing in a very comfortable role and really shining in the lane, and with Vanes and I supporting him as we have in the past as both captain mains for Zio, I think that he can shine and really carry the team through.
Yes, I do believe that having my family here does motivate me, because I obviously want to show them that I'm successful.
There he is, Dienzio, the carry. He's actually got his family here with him as well. They're going to be there supporting him through the trials and tribulations. But Suijay saying something very interesting there, that basically the team is built around making sure that Dienzio can be the carry, and Dienzio, one of our players to watch.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation for both of these teams with that hyper carry focus. Dienzio, though, with Suijay and Vanes, both of them are primarily captain players. And so it makes this transition for Vanes to then play a more captain-type jungler, or have Suijay playing the captain-type jungler, which they ended up doing a few times yesterday as well. Very easy for them. And so they are able to then support Dienzio and just try and get him super fed.
Yeah, and on the other side of the scoreboard, it's the other carry we're going to be looking at, Hundor for G2.
And that's going to be an interesting one, because I actually think Hundor and Dienzio are very similar in the way they play. Actually, both of the teams are very similar, and that is very much a double protect the carry, protect Hundor. He tends to go for those relatively squishy backline laners. We do see Adagio, Ringo, and Voxer, but he has been known to be a very good Baron. And I definitely see this being a priority going into this series. And both of the teams, especially G2, they're going to have a lot of work at their hands. His teammates are so good at peeling for him, and as long as they can keep Hundor safe, we can be expecting him to do a lot of damage there.
Okay, so I believe we do actually have a few clips of both of these teams from the regular season that we're going to be able to put a little compilation together and have a look at some of the regular season play of these two teams.
Yeah, this one here is going to be showcasing that the reason why G2 is the #1 seed coming into the Unified Championship, the save that they were able to make against SK Gaming, that
33 HP.
33 health on the Crystal, and then just going right down the floor. I mean, again, they had so much work they still had to do in that game after that save, but they were able to turn it around, pick up the victory, and get themselves that locked-in #1 seed.
Yeah, and then this is a clip of Immortals.
Yeah, so we see them focusing there on the Gangstars. I think that was a really great, probably one of the best games that we've seen them play in the Vainglory 8 so far. And actually, if you look at DNZO's positioning, this is something that they do very often with Aloha there, who's not here today. Aloha and Vains, they do tend to peel for him. And as long as they can keep DNZO safe, they rely so much there on CC. And I think, look at DNZO's positioning. I think this is the reason why he is our player to watch here.
And I have to mention as well, looking at those replays, both teams very willing to play that alpha. We haven't seen any alpha in this entire tournament.
One of the few heroes we have not seen thus far at the Live Championship might come out here today, or in this series.
Is that a pick we're expecting to see come out, or is it something that's a little bit weaker on this update?
I actually think we probably won't see an alpha of that in the first game immediately. You know, we've been seeing a lot of the meta for this tournament and we shift towards that Grumjo. He's been definitely becoming more and more of a priority pick as the day goes on. And I can definitely see both of the teams picking up. Suijay, he had a great Grumjo yesterday playing that jungle CP. And I definitely can see Dark Potato picking up as well. So Grumjo going to be hotly contested. So Alpha, in terms of utility there, I don't think it offers much as Grumjo. Grumjo very much in your face, has the ability to reposition the enemy heroes. Alpha, yes, she's very sustainable, very tanky, but he can also very easily kind of debuff her and push her away.
That's part of why I think we might see an Alpha, though, is because both of these teams are going to be expecting the utility jungle. Like, that's what they're going to be preparing for. They're going to be preparing for trying to deal with a utility jungle, someone with a lot of CC, someone with a lot of distraction ability for a carry to be able to then do their work. You shake things up. You bring out something like an alpha, maybe not necessarily an alpha, but I think the carry junglers, I think we are going to start seeing at least one of these teams changing up their play style to try and make that happen.
I can certainly see logic to it if you can kind of bait the enemy team into drafting that certain style, and then you're actually playing a totally different style, and especially a team like G2 that we have yet to see get onto the game. They definitely could have some tricks up their sleeves, some aces up their sleeves, as it were, but we are into the draft. What are we expecting coming out from the bans? Is it just going to be Kestrel Koshka, as we keep on saying? No, is the answer. Glaive is the first ban.
Yeah, with it being Vains or Suijay in the jungle, the Koshka I don't think is anywhere near as prevalent for, I mean, even if, regardless, Immortals is just not a team that focused the Koshka very frequently anyway. Vox is going to be the ban. That one's also very interesting. But Lyra then will be first picked.
So Lyra first pick, not surprising. But the Vox first ban, that surprises me because I don't think we've seen a Vox first pick this tournament.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Vox first pick, but Hundor is one of his top picked heroes. But there's the Koshka coming out from Immortals. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be picking this up.
Very interesting. Again, it was a pick that they didn't even really focus in the regular season. They were one of the teams that didn't play it that often in North America. Grumpjaw will be that ban, so Immortals focusing away that utility jungler with the help of G2 Esports in that Glaive ban.
Yeah, and the Adagio ban coming on through from G2. Unsurprising,
like one,
since they've got the Lyra, and obviously Immortals get the next pick. No healers to go alongside the Koshka.
No, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rick. Oh, there goes the Gwen. Actually synergizes really well with the Koshka. There's got an early game damage, and once that Gwen picks up that tension bow, synergizes so well with the boomstick, as we've said so many times with the Koshka. The early game coming out from Immortals is very strong this time.
So Immortals off to a great start in terms of their early game, and that's kind of what we're expecting from these NA teams, right? Having seen their games yesterday, Bacon, how do you expect Immortals to try and finish out this composition?
Well, they've already got a lot of burst. Yesterday, that was what they won. The final game with was just a ton of burst, picking one target, deleting them from the fold. I expect that to be a similar idea here, which is why I'm kind of surprised that the Ringo is the selection, because Ringo is incredibly susceptible to getting just burst down and deleted. I would have expected to see some...
We got it. The alpha comes on through. Honestly, I brought that up. I wasn't 100% sure, but it is going to happen. So we are going to see the alpha coming on in. It is going to be the pickup. And I mean, you've got a Gwen to jump on. There's a Koshka. Both of them very squishy. It could work.
It could work, definitely. I would like to see an Arden actually come in terms of Vanguard, the mobility, and he actually got the slow as well.
Across the board on the Alpha on the screen there. Obviously, as we were saying, has not been picked or banned thus far till this point. So we'll see. Is it going to be 100% win rate or a 0% win rate?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But Fortress, the final lock-in now. I'm sure the casters are itching to get into this game. I'm sure the viewers at home are itching to get into this game. I am too. So very quickly, I'm going to ask for predictions. Jinyu, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go for G2. I feel like I have to. I believe in Europe.
Okay, Europe's last hope.
I want North America to win, but I do think G2 is a better team.
Okay, so we have a united desk going for G2 on this one. We'll see if our casters agree. Let's pass it over to Fuji and AJ.
Thank you very much, guys. Man, yesterday, Fuji, we cast Immortals, their game, their upset. It was incredible stuff. Now we get to cast them again heading into day 2, this time up against the top seed from Europe. This is a very telling matchup for the strengths of these regions. If G2 can't beat Immortals, that speaks volumes. But same, if Immortals can actually take down G2 here, what a massive upset for them.
Well, I know that's what Immortals is looking to do. I mean, for Immortals, they don't really have anything to lose being the 6th seed versus the 1 seed, that the expectations are always going to be on that top seed. But they were pretty on fire yesterday. It was a tough matchup coming against G2 today, a clash of regions. This Kashka is going to really have to perform.
All right, guys, we're on to the Halcyon Fold for game number 1 of our series. I cannot wait to get this one kicked off. Fuji, I think straight off the bat, we got to start talking about some of these players here. Big for me, the matchup that we talked about on the analyst desk, Dienzio, Hundor. We know Immortals has this live buff. When they show up to an event, they tend to just turn it up a notch. But G2, we have not seen Hundor on the live stage. Is he going to be able to compete with that from Immortals?
That's a big question, AJ. We don't really know. A lot of times Hundor is on these scaling picks. He's on picks that like to play more towards the mid, more towards the late game. But he's going head-to-head against Dienzio with this Ringo and the Gwen. So it's actually quite a lot of early aggression coming out of G2. Perhaps not completely expected, but I do like to see this alpha. I want to see what they can do with it. It is a signature pick for them.
It's really going to be about how the focus goes in these early game fights, I think, because if Immortals make the mistake of focusing too heavily on Dark Potato early, the extra life gives a lot of time for Hundor to deal damage. So there's definitely a way for G2 esports to take strong fights early on. For now, at least, they are playing very safely, though. In fact, all backing together at only 1.5 minutes in just to buy items, just to make sure they're not going to get caught out.
Yeah, I think it's very important for them to make sure that they do purchase as frequently as possible. Whenever you're up against the Fortress and Kashka in the jungle, you cannot trade with them. Even if you're alpha, you still don't have quite enough defense and offense to be able to take them down this early. I like the fact that they're going to go back. We'll have to see if they keep it a trend, though. Once they get a little bit more farm in their pockets, do they continue to go back before that 4-minute mark and just make sure they have a little bit of an item advantage against this early aggression?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you have to go back to get that item advantage rather past 4 minutes, obviously Immortals can just go to the jungle shop. So I feel like this is only something G2 is going to be doing for a little while. I do like it, though. It does mean that if this gank comes out, you're a bit tankier, perhaps. You can see Hundor's already picked up armor. Very safe play, although he is getting jumped on. That's so much damage. Hundor, he's just barely going to be going down. Immortals pick up first blood, but Dark Potato wants to do something about this one. He's looking for Veins. Veins, he nearly falls. Keanu wants him so badly. Principal Arcanum takes him down. Dark Potato, is he going to be able to reboot? It's so close. He gets out of there. 1-for-1 trade. G2 and Immortals off to an even footing.
That was so important that Hundor, even though he went down, was able to create that much distance because Kashka took a couple of turret shots, allowing Alpha to come up and get a kill. You don't want Alpha to be able to pick up any kills. Even though it did go over to Keanu, that's really critical that they pick it up, but it's nice. They want to shut down this Kashka, and like we said, Immortals, they're not a team that's shown this pick throughout the season, so still a lot of questions on can they execute with it.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting one here. Also, we got to talk some more about this Alpha. You saw there, the fact that he had that second life was massive. He was against lots of early game damage out of Immortals, but it was enough for him to stay alive. He's already pretty close to having that reboot up again. It's an important thing to keep track of here for G2.
Yeah, I think it's also important to mention once again that Alpha into the Gwen and into the Fortress, probably going to survive, right? But into the Koshka, it's a very different story. So the reboot played a major factor there. But that Dragonblood contract doing a ton of damage. Suijay actually picking up both Dragonblood and Iron Guard this game. A nice way to get a lot of early game damage, but also have that sustain as we go in.
Oh, that was a nice bulwark coming out of Keanu. Did stop Vanes from jumping forward. I'm pretty sure Keanu dies there if the bulwark doesn't.
Yes,
so,
100%.
Yeah, that was really smart play. Really nice reactions from G2 Esports. It all rests on such a thin line here for them. They've got to be careful. Again, Keanu playing with fire here. Vanes, he wants those opportunities.
I want to see a little bit more. Okay, this is where we want to see steals start happening. Koshka needs to secure this. They can actually position themselves really well here for a fight.
Oh, Keanu, he needs to back away immediately. Vanes again blocked by the bulwark, though, and actually that lets Hundor and Dark Potato get a little bit of damage back down. I like the fact, you know, Immortals, they know that it is kind of difficult to make these plays happen so long as Keanu's on point with those. So they're going and they're stealing some farm, right? You know, they're making sure that they're still getting something by virtue of their early game comp.
Absolutely. I mean, when Koshka goes in, it's not always about the kills. Yes, it feels real good, man, if you can pick the kill up, if you can put the extra money in your pocket, but it also feels good to grab the Treant, to grab any kind of front jungle you can, because level advantages are highly valuable. Once Koshka hits level 6, the Yummy Catnip Frenzy comes online right now. You can see it, just upgraded. They can look to make a major play. Aftershock also completed. This is a massive power spike for Immortals. They're going to be looking for a pick here. Even though Fortress is only level 4 and Zio's level 4, locking someone down means certain death.
And look at this as well. Hundor is sitting on 1,200 gold. He cannot safely go down to the jungle shop. He does not want to concede lane farm. There is a huge differential in the items across the board here, as well as what you were just talking about. So it's a bad time for G2 Esports to try and fight at all. They have to just stay by their turret and play safe. Oh, bright board, Keanu Nakoa. This guy's on fire today.
That's 3 for 0 on these Pouncy. Like, we see the whole thing with the Sorrow Blade online with the Aftershock. They're still going to look for it, though.
They are. Hundor going to be the target this time. So low, but the heal just barely saving him. Keanu Nakoa is an absolute monster. Dark Potato not going to land that prime directive, though, so no turnaround kill for G2 Esports. This has got to be kind of demoralizing as Immortals, right? Like, every attempt seems so solid, and it goes nowhere.
Yeah, each team right now is kind of trading a little bit of skill misplay. If Dark Potato lands that prime directive, it's a kill, right? If they actually get the Pouncy Fun, if they're able to get to the target, it's a kill. But each team is trading and outplaying each other just enough so they don't get far behind in this early game.
And that wasn't even just the Pouncy Fun that Keanu blocked. I mean, he blocked the Yummy Catnip Frenzy from over the wall with almost no vision. You got to have crazy reactions to make that play happen. Now we're starting to see G2 Esports pick up some steam. We've got that Sorrow Blade onto Hundor. Once Keanu actually gets a few more defensive items, I think is going to be a big moment as well, because on the front line, Immortals do have the option to blow someone up. But if Keanu gets tanky, along with Dark Potato having that reboot, that's massive.
It is very massive. I mean, the Aftershock will fortunately help Yummy Catnip Frenzy come off cooldown much quicker, so that's a positive thing here for Koshka. Vane's actually building a very aggressive offensive build here, looking to go straight into BM probably after this Aftershock. So interesting to see if he prioritizes any more defense, but Dark Potato feeling pretty good about this early game. He didn't get invaded too much, didn't lose too much farm. He's on the same level experience with Koshka. So you can see Immortals, they have the Fortress in Koshka, but they don't quite have the early game aggression potential. It is going to net him a gold mine, though, so this is something positive. We'll see what G2 does in response.
They might just try and quickly take a turret, but the rotation here from Immortals is pretty fast. There's the bulwark. This might have been a little bit too early. Vanes does not yet have his boots active, though, as Dark Potato turns around, trying to make something happen, pops his ultimate. Hundor, he wants Vanes. Suijay also pretty low, but D'Enzio is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Dark Potato with no turnaround.
Fire Brew?
At least not yet. That does do some good damage here. Vanes, if he can quickly burst down this tree and get the heal, that is
He's got a life steal, it's not enough!
So close! Meanwhile, up in the lane, G2 finds another kill. D'Enzio sticks around way too long. That backfired. That backfired hugely for Immortals.
Yeah, both teams actually overstayed, and this means that Ringo and Lyra are going to be able to snag this first turret. They're going to use the fountain to make sure they stay alive. Suijay can't get any kills. G2 made a big mistake turning back into that Fortress engage. Dark Potato goes down, but like once you take the kill, you bit off a little more than you can chew. You have to back up, be okay with the low-hanging fruit. they just overstayed a little too much.
All right, so G2 Esports, although they definitely have the weaker early game here compared to the composition out of Immortals, they are really managing to stand up, fight back, find some kills. We're now at 3 for 2, but there's a gold lead actually in favor of G2 Esports here. So, with that turret down, where does Immortals need to move on the map to make plays happen before it's too late?
Well, they need to move away from G2 right now to start with because they're split up. Vaynes could look for a flank here, but it's very dangerous because of Bulwark and Alpha being able to single out Koshka, so they have to be very careful. The distance to safety for G2 is very close. They still have their first turret up. Immortals right now, they just need to hit those next item power spikes and fight around this Fortress ultimate. Attack of the Pack coming out will level the playing field a bit with all of those percentage health chunks. Immortals could look to contest here if they feel like they can pick an infusion up or at least very much push into the jungle. We'll see what they call. Right now it looks like they're just playing a little hesitant, still looking for those item pickups. Dienzio working towards the breaking point. Tornado Trigger already finished for Hundor though, so the power spike now kind of going back over to G2.
All right, Hundor does have some good damage here, but here comes the attack of the Pack. Vaynes on the front line gets stopped by the Bright Bulwark again. Hundor eating a little bit from Dienzio as well. Prime directive back in. Immortals, they got to be careful here as G2 goes for the fight. Re-engage. Vaynes first to fall. Dienzio, he's on the back line. He knows he just needs to turn this around, try and make something happen, but Hundor finds him. He's going to get Suijay too. Double kill coming out. It's the ace for G2 Esports. They're on fire right now.
Keanu actually blocked the Truth of the Tooth active so they could not get on top of the enemy team. They kept Fortress from being able to leap forward. They're fighting around Sentry. Why? Why? You have Alpha with second life. Yummy Cabinet Frenzy cannot be used on her. You have to lock this Ringo down. Ringo must be your target. You talked about this earlier, Jackson. Alpha could be that distraction, could be the thing to kind of cause Immortals to get a little bit too off focus, and that's exactly what G2 did in that team fight.
And this is one of the biggest problems with trying to play into a Lyra as this dive comp. If your initial dive does not work, what do? You have to just back away and totally reset, wait for cooldowns, because the heal is going to allow G2 to just deal with that, get back into a healthy position, and start to contest you. Vaynes went in, did a chunk of damage, admittedly, but then he got Bright Bulwark and he couldn't follow. That was the time Immortals needed to leave.
A little bit of we have to ask though a little bit towards Immortals' shot call there. They didn't see the power spike, I don't think, from Hundor on this Tornado Trigger, so them pulling the trigger themselves was not the best idea, but here we go.
Speaking of trigger, that's going to be the trigger pulled on the Hellfire Brew. Dienzio taking a little bit low there. Another Bright Bulwark stopping the Pouncy fun. Vaynes, I feel like, must just be getting so frustrated. He can't make anything stick here.
I mean, so many abilities are being blocked. I feel like right now Keanu has 100% block with every single bulwark that's gone out. He's blocked something, and this is going to actually force Fortress to go home and shop. They're going to be able to get the gold miner here. The map being opened up against an early game aggression comp is, Vaynes goes in, he doesn't get it.
Yeah, not getting that one. Probably going to die as well. Not quite. Hundor wasn't in range to get those basic attacks down, didn't have the Achilles shot. Actually use that, I think, to try and secure the mine there. Suijay not going to be able to pick up the Treant either. G2 Esports starting to move up and really assert their dominance on the map.
Yeah, I have to still kind of question again this Koshka pick. Immortals not really known for this. It's not a strength of theirs. They didn't play it with a lot of efficiency early game. It's coming back to bite them now towards this mid game. Just not getting the picks they need, not landing the ultimates on the right target. And when you lose first turret and you're losing jungle against your Gwen Fortress Koshka, you just lost the entire front part of the map in 12 minutes. This is not good for you.
No, it is not. G2 starting to move up in lane again. Immortals don't even think about contesting this one. I want to talk a bit more about Keanu Nakoa because I feel like Hundor, he gets so much of the attention on G2. It's deserved. He's a fantastic player, but Keanu this game has been the difference between life and death more times than I can count. Suijay, he's actually thinking, Vaynes comes in. That is a beautiful flank. Hundor goes down immediately. Vaynes with a great play. He's looking for more as well. Likely going to find it as Dark Potato gets popped. That is going to be 2 quick kills for Immortals. If you're getting blocked by the Bright Bulwark every single fight, maybe you just go for a different play.
A flank is such an amazing strategy in Vainglory as a whole. If you're behind, if you're ahead, it doesn't matter. Putting the powerhouse on another side of the team fight where you're able to get directly onto your target is so important. As we can see here, they had no idea that Vanes was there. Bulwark was already used. All the damage coming out, the Dragon Blood contract still up. Just so much being put onto that Ringo. They finally found their target, Jackson. They finally annihilated Ringo, and they were able to clean up Dark Potato right after.
This is a lesson I think anyone who's watching can really take home with them, even if Immortals loses here. If you have a composition that's like really good in the early game, doesn't mean you're out of it if you start to fall behind. You've just got to find those interesting ways of getting around the problem of, you know, your composition being outscaled. A good flank play like that is a great example. Right now, things are looking pretty even between the two teams after that play. Immortals really did bounce back there. Gold lead only about 2,000 now for G2 Esports. Immortals, what do they need to do here with that small win, with that team fight victory? Can they start to look for more plays? Do they get some vision?
Yeah, they certainly can. I think at this point, because you're kind of equalizing some of those item power spikes, you can move your vision up. You want the other team to kind of engage towards you. You can't afford to use Fortress's ultimate to go and actually dive underneath turret right now. They need more farm, and what you can see them doing here, stalling the wave out a little bit so it stacks up and pushes towards the enemy base. This gives them some time to do gold mine because you have to make a choice. Do you clear the wave? Do you contest the objective? G2 chooses to clear the wave, so that's a gold mine going to Immortals. Looking like they're cleaning up their play a little bit here. I like this, Jackson. And the thing about Keanu, when you make so many plays early game that give you the lead, the pressure is to continue making plays over and over and over again, and he has to.
And to be fair, if Vanes had been with his team in that last fight, sure, that Bright Bulwark would have been great, right? But, you know, I agree with you. It is a big pressure situation for Keanu. This guy, I mean, I was talking about him earlier on. Last year, he was on Rising Lotus for a while. You know, they didn't really make that big of an impact in the previous championships they attended in the online play. But now that he's made this transition, he just seems to really have stepped into the role of captaining his team, being the hero that his carries need. And when you've got a player like Hundor, that's so critical. Like, you need to do as much as you can to protect him.
They were actually just trying to set another flank up there, but the vision kept it from happening. Dienzio was pulling the Kraken to the right. They were hoping that they could put Vanes up in the top bush and have him drop once they contested the Kraken. It didn't happen. Cheeky little play coming from Immortals, trying to set up flank number 2 for a big team fight win, but I like it. Immortals is thinking not just pure aggression, they're thinking strategic aggression outside of the box, coming in from different angles because they see the effectiveness of this Bright Bulwark. It'll be interesting, though. Does G2 look for that portal engage and Atlas on the Enzio, or do they fight around the edges? Because otherwise, Lyra's going to have a hard time getting to the back line because of this Fortress and this Kashka on the front.
I really like that Hundor's starting to build a bit defensively. I think he can afford to. He's already doing enough damage, at least for now. Maybe later in the game you like sell one, get some more damage if you need to. But this could make the difference if Vanes does find a flank, or if the Bright Bulwark misses, he might be able to survive that initial burst of damage coming out of Immortals.
Yeah, and Ringo is one of the few carries that can afford to go for offensive if you have the right positioning, but we're going in.
Oh, here comes a fight. Bright Bulwark to buy some time. Vanes wants to go in. He's actually going to have to swap target to try and protect Dienzio. You can see here Hundor very healthy, still getting jumped on. Dienzio tries to make a play through the portal. Suijay, he wants him. Hundor, he's still alive. Ace comes through for G2 Esports. They make the fight happen. And with Kraken on the map, G2 can get a lot off the back of this.
There are 2 Atlases on G2 Esports right now. That came in so critical. Gwen was not getting that many auto attacks off. She was not stacking the breaking point, which allows her just to do so much more damage. And if you're going to go double offensive attack speed items, you really need to be getting those attacks off. You see the first Atlas goes down, attack slowed. It's just, there's no damage coming out. Vane's taking so much damage up front in that team fight. Fountain has to be used for him. Suijay not finding the kill here. That sigil, so important. If Ringo had not have survived, they would not be able to get the Kraken and push the turret as well.
Immortals maybe needed to just keep playing it more patiently, right? Like, they went all in, all aggressive, 3 people running into a choke point. That's the situation where the Bright Bulwark works so well, and we saw it do that again. Vanes didn't actually have anything blocked by it, but he couldn't continue. Like, he couldn't continue to run onto Hundor. He had to make a decision, all right, let's put the eggs in the Dienzio basket this fight. Right now, though, here comes another flank attempt. They flare them out. Keanu pops Bulwark very early. Hundor, he's got to be super careful here. Slowed up. Swige, Vanes, they jump on top of him. Hundor, he finds Dienzio. Somehow, he's still alive. Fuji, he nearly gets Vanes too. Dark Potato, he's going to be chasing it. Swaps position with him. Beautiful by Vanes. But even though he makes a play, I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Portal is still up. That is another kill coming through for G2. 2 for 1. They've got Kraken. 1 turret left. This could be game, although Dienzio is up pretty soon. It's going to be a close one. Do they want to risk it? Dark Potato does have the reboot.
They need to risk it. So much life on Kraken.
What was that directive coming in from Dark Potato? He's trying to do this. I think they've got it. Fuji Immortals just could not make it happen. G2 Esports take game number 1.
This is a prime example of Immortals trying to go more towards the aggressive compositions that they're not practiced on, not enough, trying to say, we're in A2. Koshka must just be natural to us, but it wasn't. They did not execute how they needed to. Some nice flanks, some nice potential comeback attempts, but G2 showing up really strong here in Game 1.
They looked great. Keanu Nakoa really showed up, I thought. Guys, let's hand it on over to our analysts, though, and see what they have to say about that first game of the series.
Well, Europe are off to a great start in that one, but statistically, they are the favorites coming in here. Let's not pretend like G2 shouldn't be in a good spot in this series. I mean, do you guys want to break that one down a little bit for me? What was it that really gave G2 such a great advantage early on?
Well, I think a lot of it was just the fact that they were able to deal with the burst that was trying to come out from Vanes and Dienzio. And the Alpha being able to reboot prevented kills from going over multiple times. And then the play from Keanu Nakoa, I think, was absolutely stellar this game.
This is what I was about to bring up. We were saying how Hundor was the guy to watch, but honestly, Keanu Nakoa was stellar throughout that entire game.
He absolutely was. And I think part of the issue was Immortals, they were very predictable in the way they were aggressive. They've got a very aggressive early game composition. And the moment that Sweet Generous hit that level 6, had the attack of the pack ready, they had this very predictable movement. They would release the wolves, and all 3 of them would just run as a trio straight at them. And, you know, then Vanes would use his Pouncy Fund to try and get onto Hunter every single time. Keanu countered that, gave Hunter time to just get rid of the wolves, and they just completely flipped that around every single time. And I think that was part of the issue. We did see one moment where Immortals adjusted just a little bit to try and get the ace, but it just wasn't enough, to be honest.
Yeah, we did see that flank come in from Immortals. They did change their playstyle a little bit, but I feel like it was too little too late at that point. We do have a replay from the game, so we can break it down a little bit more. Bacon, do you want to take this one away?
Yeah, I mean, this was a fight that happened right at the very end. Look at the positioning of Hundor here. He's right in the thick of things, which normally is an atrocious idea, but he's able to get out just far enough, staying alive for a long time, despite getting hit by the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, and then it allowed Dark Potato and Keanu to close this one out, chasing down the Koshka. Thought it was maybe going to be a big mistake there not to get that second shot with the perk of Lyra, but still had the portals to go through and finish the game.
And that's the second time today where we've seen a fight where it's like, oh, this could go either way, but in the meantime, Kraken is over at the base just hammering away at the turrets.
And I think part of the issue as well is that Alpha going into all 3 members, so you've got Koshka, Fortress, both melee heroes, and Gwen's range on her basic attacks is quite fairly short anyway. So the moment she goes into all 3, she gets the damage using her air effects with that crystal. It's dealing a lot. There is not much.
No. Well, the crowd, as you can hear, are happy to get on into draft. And it looks like Immortals feeling the stress a little bit by the faces that they're pulling, but Lyra going to be one of our first mans alongside Fox here.
Yeah, so Glaive going to come through as the first pick very quickly for Immortals. They're definitely going to be happy to have that hero.
I believe Suijay was playing that on their final game against Hammers yesterday and really, really stepped up to the plate.
It definitely makes more sense to me going for that Glaive. With the early game composition, it completely did not suit their playstyle, but that Glaive fits so well in with Immortals.
Yeah, has a lot of power as well. You can see they're on your screen, 66% win rate here at the Unified Championship. And with the Finn pickup, this is one that we've only seen, I believe, once in the Unified Championship thus far, that 4% pick rate.
Yeah,
Didn't win.
We've seen it banned, though.
Yeah, we've seen it banned quite a bit. There was actually a couple teams where it was banned, or every single game.
Yeah.
Going to come through here for G2.
And importantly, those were EU games, right, where the Finn was going to get banned away. This is an EU team. We might actually see that kind of EU Finn come in and see why it's been kind of heavily prioritized. The Alpha respect ban coming out from Immortals.
I wouldn't be surprised to be seeing that Grumpjaw coming out because that Alpha has been denied. Grumpjaw, major priority pick so far in the past day. G2 definitely comfortable playing those tanky, peeling heroes with that Finn there. Works really well with the Grumpjaw. A little bit.
Also very good because Koshka hasn't been banned away, but you pick up the Grumpjaw here, suddenly Koshka doesn't feel so great.
Yeah, especially not with the Finn being there. I mean, Koshka can do well into Finn just because of the mobility, but you had Grumpjaw there. This is a combo I'm actually really looking forward to from G2. Grumpjaw spitting someone out into a Quibble stun can be really, really strong. Lance is going to be iffy here. One of the things that during the regular season, Suijay always said, Finn is really good against Lance because you can't crowd control him. There's going to be the Scarf that Zio's been so good with.
Scarf makes complete sense. Finn, very slow. Grumpjaw, very in your face. It's easy to land your Spitfires onto them, get a goop and get the flames burning there. Makes complete sense. Positioning wise, he's got a lot of peel with that Lance and with that Glaive there. Again, this is classic Immortals. Keep your carry safe here.
Absolutely, and Scarf is going to be that carry, and we'll see what the carry is going to be for the likes of G2. It's likely at this stage that the Grumpjaw goes to that jungle, so we're looking at what is going to be going into lane against that Scarf.
This could. I actually wouldn't be. No, this might be a contentious issue. I would actually quite like to see a Celeste coming out. No.
Ringo. Same as last game. I mean, Hundor plays a lot of Ringo, right?
He does.
Yeah, Hundor. Celeste is not exactly a Hundor pick.
I know, but it would have been fun.
It would have been very fun, but
I will say, I really feel like right now, with the amount of pressure on their shoulders,
that's
G2, the last thing they are worried about
when
is
you're trying to
fun.
be the first European team to win a series against
But they
an
can do it
American
playing
team, you're not
Celeste.
really looking for fun.
All right. It's time to predict again. How do we feel this one's going to go down? Bacon, we'll start with you.
Very similar to last game. I think G2 is just a stronger team than Immortals right now.
I really like the draft coming out from G2, and I think mechanically still the better team. I'm going for them.
All right, sticking with G2 on this one. Europe's hopes held high. We'll pass it over to our casters to kick off game 2.
Alrighty, G2 Esports got to be feeling good after that game number 1. Can they keep the ball rolling as we head into game number 2 here, Fuji? It's an exciting series so far. G2 Esports, as one of the European representatives here in this tournament, really want to pick up that first European series victory over North America.
I mean, Immortals wants to stop that from happening, right? Like, I mean, if Immortals can actually pick this series up, that's a huge win for them. It's because it's completely against expectations. So it's nice to see these guys really putting in the effort, really putting in all the try-hard opportunities they have. And I actually kind of like their draft Scarf on Dienzio. This is many times unanswerable for a lot of teams, and we'll have to see if G2 can adapt to a very different style of game.
Also, the Lance, very interesting out of Suijay. You heard Bacon talking about it. Typically not a pick that you see into those Finns. Why do you think they decided to go for that?
I think it just has to do with the fact that they want to be able to protect Dienzio, and they feel like this is going to be maybe the best way to counter the Grumpjaw as well, aggression potential coming out. It's just one of these things where you have to be able to lock Grumpjaw down consistently, and Githyan Wall lets you do that, right? There's a lot of walls, there's a lot of team fighting going to happen in the jungle. I think if Immortals can make it that way, so there are a lot of places to knock anyone out of a empty stomach.
All right, well, G2 Esports and Immortals getting ready to head into this game number 2. We are quickly going to remake this lobby before we hop on into it. Let's have a bit of a discussion about some of these other picks coming through. I do think it's going to be interesting to see Keanu Nakoa's Finn here, right? Because last game, he had a very inhibitive playstyle, right? Like he was stopping the engagements that were coming through from Immortals with the Bright Bulwarks. This time around, Finn is very disruptive, and he's great at making engagement plays with those hooks. Can Keanu play as well in this kind of different captain role?
I definitely think he can. I mean, Finn is also much of a favorite for Keanu, and he's played him quite a lot in the past. So, in fact, he was in that clip we saw earlier that really secured a victory for them and gave them first seed. So I think he'll feel pretty confident coming into this game with the pick.
Yeah, very strong European pick there, the Finn. We are on to the Halcyon Fold for game number 2, Hammers versus Immortals. Immortals, they really need to turn things around here sooner than later. We know this is a team that gets a live buff when they get to these championships. maybe it will pan out here and be enough to beat the seed difference. G2 Esports, though, very strong performance in that game number 1. What are we looking for in this early game, Fuji? Any early rotations we're expecting to see here?
I mean, I think we're going to basically be looking for Glaive to hit level 2, look for some pick opportunities on Ringo. They don't have a ton of ways to deal with the pick if it does come out, other than a counter gank themselves. So my eyes on G2 for being able to set up Grumpjaw in a place where he's actually able to come in and maybe do a little bit of a surprise gank from behind the rock underneath the first turret or something of that nature. If there's a Glaive, you have to expect ganks. That's just what he's built around in this early game, and it's going to allow Scarf to do some scaling.
I do think we're expecting to see Keanu Nakoa probably stick pretty heavily up towards this lane, try and protect Hundor. Hundor, of course, not having a lot of mobility on that Ringo, has to be extra specially wary of the Lance and the Glaive. That's so much crowd control that can just lock him down and take him out. Keanu, of course, great at protecting his teammates, as we saw in that previous game. Dark Potato doing the Grumpjaw thing of trying to take this Treant early. Will Suijay be able to contest here? He's certainly thinking about it. Might try and jump in a second. He knows roughly how much damage Dark Potato is doing, apparently, because he manages to hold that engage for a very long time. Dark Potato, he does find the Treant, and now he wants Suijay as well. Lots of damage coming through.
That's actually an incredibly huge win because he also forced Boots out from Suijay. So now the extra gank potential from early game is gone. The health, the regeneration over to Dark Potato.
All right, Vane's getting jumped on. Good slow coming out of Dark Potato and Hundor, but they can't quite get in range for Hundor to get too many basic attacks. G2 Esports, they're flexing a little bit here in this early game, even though they don't necessarily have the best early game comp with that Finn.
Suijay should have been able to have secured that. Glaive typically has the easier secure early game over the Grumpjaw, but if you do the Elder Dance, Jackson, and you lose, then you lose a lot of pressure on the map, and that's what we saw, them being able to go back up and push. Right now, it looks like perhaps Dienzio's looking to go shopping as they shove this lane in. You can tell there's a hard press here, so that's going to allow him to go back and pick some things up. But the timing for rotations in terms of Dark Potato getting back to the Elder is actually going to be ahead of Glaive, so I think he'll probably pick another one up here, another win for G2 in this early game.
Yeah, this is one of those more nuanced things that we don't see talked about as much, but Dienzio with the Lance there, they actually have a lot of AoE for the wave, so as soon as he wants to shop, he can. And G2 can't do anything about it. Like, they can't shove a wave very quickly with a Ringo, at least not until he gets some attack speed and some damage later on. That really does buy a lot of space for the very late game carry of Scarf to actually do things earlier in the match than you might expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And with some of the recent buffs to Scarf's damage, he can also auto-attack for more damage on the minions in the early game, so all around just a lot more shove potential. Suijay actually going in here for some counter jungle. I like this if he can secure it, but he doesn't get it again.
No way. Dark Potato picks it up. Suijay's got an afterburn out of there. Dark Potato does have a dash available, but he doesn't want to commit to it, even though, I mean, they knew Immortals was up in the lane. I'm surprised Dark Potato actually played that one so safely. Hundor's out of energy here, getting jumped on Impale, going to land. Great Githian wall too. Vanes and Dienzio picking up first blood over G2.
Really, really good synergy there of all of those abilities coming together. Once you're on top of that goop, it's sticky stuff. You can't really get out of it, and once it's lit on fire, the burst damage is a lot all game long. It actually makes Scarf incredibly strong. But the game's going to probably reset here a little bit. Vane's going to need to back up just to make sure Dark Potato doesn't get any extra advantages. They're probably just going to try to hold this lane here for Ringo. Fortunately, while the death, not ideal, he doesn't lose too much farm in this trade.
G2 has great wave control. They know all the tricks to make sure they can get advantages there, or at very least get back into things if it's a bit rough. Hundor, I just got my screen pointed at by Fuji because something popped up we're a bit surprised by.
Little crystal power here on the Ringo. So a bit of a switch up here going into the first crystal power Ringo I believe we're seeing all tournament weekend long. So I was wondering during the draft if G2 would consider this, because I actually have the opinion that if this goes to late game, they don't really have a good win condition against this Scarf. So one of the things that CP Ringo brings to the late game is at least the ability to have a ton of Pierce and to potentially burst Scarf, and that's where Weapon Grump and Ringo come in. Because Ringo does not have any gap closing abilities, it's very difficult for him to get there with auto attacks, so that's something that perhaps this iteration for G2 might work out.
All right, G2 Esports Are just playing it safe for the time being, though, especially now knowing that this is going to be the Crystal Ringo. I think we can expect to see not a lot of aggression from them early on. It is something which takes a while to ramp up. I like that he's going for the alternating current, though. That does smooth out your curve a little bit.
It does, but I'm still actually more of a fan of going into things like Shatterglass early because Twirling Silver does take advantage of your alternating attacks once it's active, actually doing Crystal Power. The AC early doesn't give you that level 6 power spike like a Shatterglass would. So Alternating Current's definitely going to make them a bit weaker in any early game trades they get into. So if this passivity doesn't cost them any jungle, it might be okay. We'll have to see exactly what Dark Potato's goals are, though, because right now both teams, we're just kind of passive farming, trying to scale. The Scarf, it makes a lot of sense. G2, it's a little bit more risky not to shut the Scarf down.
It's really interesting, right? Immortals kind of playing that European style. You said last game, actually, you didn't like them playing super aggressive.
Yeah, I don't.
I guess they didn't either. They decided to back off that plan. G2, though, definitely playing a very European kind of matchup here. Europe, of course, definitely underdogs overall in this tournament. But G2 Esports, a big hope for them with that one-game lead up already over Immortals. In this game, the gold lead is dead even, 14.3 across the board. Really could be anyone's game as we move forwards here. I'm curious to see when our first big team fight is going to happen, Fuji.
Honestly, G2 wanted it to happen just then. We saw Dark Potato sitting in the bush. He does have his stuffed up and available, so this is normally, it's a power spike, but with the specific composition that G2 has, it's not as strong in the lane right now, not until we get a few more items. Now, with that being said, a nice ultimate coming out of Ringo, hitting a target, and then Grumpjaw devouring them. They're ticking for damage inside of the stomach. They can't get any defense protection. This is actually a pretty interesting combo. Once they pop out, they could get forced to court back in again. So there's a lot of combo potential. And when we talk about G2, that's what we think about, right?
Look at this power spike. You see Dark Potato picking up the Infusion and Eve of Harvest on Hundor. They immediately rotate up to lane, start to think about looking for a fight. 2 items, 7.5 minutes in here for Hundor. That's pretty respectable scaling. He's got great farm, 92 right now. I actually think Immortals needs to be very careful.
Yeah, this is not a place where you want to get caught.
Ooh.
Nice block there. Crucible does come out, so really important to block that. That meant everything for this moment.
No block now for Dark Potato's stuffed, though, except for that one reflex block on Dienzio. That's going to be blocked by Hundor there as he actually gets popped. Now Dark Potato, he's got free reign. If he wants to go for that stuff, he can, but looks like G2 don't want to combo it out with anything here.
They're really, really afraid of... They just use Force Accord in the Ringo ult, so using one ultimate at a time, trying to see if something works, right? And they don't want to go all in, because if they do lose a team fight here, that means first turret, that means a gold mine. That's a huge swing, 1,800 gold over to Immortals, and you do not want to give Scarf any early game leads at all. He just comes online so fast. But speaking of coming online, Broken Myth is now finished. This is a big power spike for Immortals in these team fights, and because of the way G2's comp works, you can't really keep from giving him stacks.
Yeah, it's not possible. I mean, you got 2 very slow frontliners. They kind of have to hard commit to a fight, or Dienzio needs to miss his reflex block if they want to make that one happen. G2 right now doing a bit of a dance around the gold miner. Vanes does scout it out, so if Immortals wants to try and contest, they can. They are moving up, actually using the candy on the gold miner to shut this down.
I like putting the candy on there because it kind of forces some extra damage out. If you don't think you're in the right position to be able to take it, it's just a little bit of gold to keep the enemy team from getting a massive amount themselves. So really good play by them. Pushing the wave over technically allows Immortals now to get a good position on gold mine, to go shop, get some power spikes. No infusions coming out. Immortals not really looking for team fights just yet. Still, once again, the name of the game, get this Scarf to the late game.
And so far, doing that with ease. He's sitting quite nicely on 108 farm. Hundor does have the lead in farm, but Crystal Power Ringo doesn't really scale comparably to that Scarf.
Yeah, that's very true. Gold efficiency is different for every hero, so more gold in the Scarf is actually a more efficient hero for dealing damage towards your win condition. Obviously, Hundor still need those items, but look at the posturing we see here, Jackson. Both of these teams almost kind of daring each other to make the first move. Like, Glaive, are you going to go for the afterburn? Because I might just eat you, buddy. I might just swallow you inside. So Hundor is still holding on to his ultimate as well, perhaps looking for that level 9.
This posturing is going to be so much better for G2 once they actually get overdrive on Quibble. Because that way, see, Keanu moved up towards the bush there and actually faced Vanes. If he has the option to Quibble stun Vanes, then you might burn a reflex or at least poke down Vanes so that afterwards you can make a real impact with going for that forced accord and being threatening in that way. So I think they need a bit more experience. I kind of like that maybe you would put Keanu without Dark Potato here. Oh, Vanes, he gets eaten! That is beautiful. Dark Potato doing the play, putting him under the turret. Vanes is no way out of this one. Surely he cannot escape. He actually mispositioned there. He, I think, accidentally tapped on the wrong side of the wall. They just let Vanes get away for free. Keanu on the front line goes down. What is happening, Fuji? G2 Esports falling apart in this exchange, making a few critical mistakes.
That was very strange from G2. I don't really understand what happened there because they actually got the Crucible out. It was missed, a complete mix-up. We had Forced Accord available. Just kill Vanes, kill Lance. He already took turret shots. He's going to keep turret aggro. It's going to continue to ramp up, but not pulling him back in or at least using that opportunity to burn more active items really hurts them.
Straight up, I think that was a mistap from Hundor. I think he wanted that kill, but he was right in the middle of the 2 exits, like around the corner of that wall. So when Vanes rolled over, it was hard for him to get around and actually pick up the kill.
Just ult him then. I mean, you got a powerful ult in the Hellfire Brew. Like, it's okay to expend some resources because of how slow the game's playing. If you pick up a kill at this pace, that's pretty massive.
It is indeed. Keanu Nakoa, speaking of picking up a kill, is falling quite low. Forced Accord, though, comes out. Dienzio has to back away. Dark Potato finds the eat, actually onto Suijay this time. Keanu is very low, though. Suijay might just turn around, try to go for that kill. Fountains popped. That's the root coming in. Dragon's Breath. It is going to do so much damage. Dark Potato, he's going to go down. So is Keanu. Hundor does find that trade. It is 2 for 2. These fights are really strange, Fuji.
Vanes could have killed Hundor there if he stayed and traded with him. It is CP Ringo. Perhaps Vanes forgot about that for a second. An Impale Legithean into the wall. If Vanes finds him, okay, he remembered.
Oh, man. Vanes, he finds Hundor.
He doesn't get the Treant,
the Treant goes to Hundor. That shuts that play down from Vanes.
Yeah, I like the fact that Vanes was like, you know what, I can actually go back in on this guy. Let me look for the play. Perhaps that decision made a little earlier would have netted the kill, but, you know, these small things matter. Like, if you give that away, really impressive play around G2, a missed Crucible with the Forced Accord. These are things Immortals cannot afford to do. Vanes has got to block that stuff. Scarfault, we just got a taste. Just a taste. Scarf's only level 9. Once level 12 hits, I imagine Zio will be looking to really max this out so he can do a ton of damage, but we'll have to see if G2 can really combo all of these abilities together that they've got.
This is my biggest concern, to be honest. If they don't blow up Dienzio with the Crystal Ringo, how do they actually get that kill effectively in the late game? And with a Crucible on Vanes, with Dienzio having a reflex block, that could be hard to do. I almost feel like Dienzio is in a position where he can afford
this
to
terrible
go for the
rotation.
Yeah, they just give up the turret for free. Hundor is making his way back up. They've infused on the side of G2. Maybe they look for something. Vanes is taking a lot of damage, but they're just going to let them back away here. Dark Potato wasn't quite close enough to go for this one. Hundor getting poked a little bit as well.
Force the cord.
Yeah,
Blocked.
It's not going to connect. Yeah, this is a very... the composition from G2 is very reliant on their abilities not getting reflex blocked. So I think Dienzio should go for an Aegis and a reflex block this game.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to go for both, especially since you know they're going in.
Hundor, Suijay, he walks all the way around. Good block from Hundor, though, to not get stunned up. Quibble is overdriven now with the Hellfire Brew coming out. Suijay cannot get out of there. Dienzio still has plenty of energy. Could think about going in. Dark Potato wants him, though. That's going to be the eat. They actually go for Vanes, and now Dienzio turns it around. Vanes very low. That's the fountain popped a little late from Keanu. Can't actually save his teammate. Hundor, the trade comes through. Hundor just barely makes it happen. Keanu is healthy enough that Vanes cannot think about taking him down. These fights are back and forth. People keep dying and not being able to finish things off.
That was just a very kind of not clean setup there from Immortals. They got the first turret. They didn't want G2 to get the gold mine, but when when Suijay went in with the afterburn, it just wasn't on point. Why go try to punt Ringo back? That's not what you want. Who cares if Ringo gets close to you? You just want to protect Scarf and poke.
Keanu, this is a bad situation to be in. Polite Company does make him a bit tankier. Suijay really wants this one, though. Keanu, he's so close to dying, but Vainglory is going to go down. You can't. Oh, man, the eat as well. Stuff from Dark Potato makes it happen. Suijay gonna go down. That was a collapse of communication and strategy from Immortals. They could not afford to make that play.
That was a collapse of everything. They had no idea about the death timers. They weren't looking at the positions on the map, the potential for them to come back. These are not the level of plays you got to be better than this. If you do not get the kill on Finn, get out. The roll-in from Vanes, Hundor was right there.
Oh, man.
That was basically high five territory for Hundor saying, thank you, man, for the free kill. Immortals, you got to clean this up. You don't want to... Kraken with a Finn and a Grumpjaw is going to be very hard to posture around. Yes, Scarf does a really good job at taking Kraken. Perhaps the best news here for Immortals is all their turrets are up.
We do have a bit of a fight developing here. Keanu booting forward, looking for something. With Kraken pushing, G2 does have an opportunity for... Oh, it hits Dienzio. The reflex block was
Hellfire
late.
Brew?
He does now have an Aegis, though, to block that Hellfire Brew as well afterwards. Turret going to be the main focus for G2. Hundor does take that quite quickly with the alternating current and the attack speed boost, but G2 still have a very healthy Kraken to work with. What's Immortals going to do here? What is the play? When can they try and defend this one? Suijay pops a reflex block, doesn't actually use it to dodge anything. Kraken is not being damaged at all. They have a Scarf, and they're not taking Kraken down. He's found 2 turrets already. G2, they might just push for 3 here. Keanu's the only one who's low. This is a bad situation for Immortals. They need to make it happen. Suijay, he jumps forward, but Hundor is kiting beautifully. Nice Atlas, though. Does stop him from engaging fully. That's going to be the fountain, but here comes Dragon's Breath. Keanu, first to fall. Vane's just barely surviving. Dark Potato actually eats Dienzio, but it's far too late to have an impact. Hundor needs to book it out of here. He wants to turn around and get some damage onto Suijay. If the Impale here lands, you're right, Fuji. Hundor is not going to be able to get away. Good slow. Nice reflex block, but he just doesn't have the energy to work with. Hundor going down. It is an ace for Immortals. Kraken, though, pushed 3 turrets and got damage on a 4th.
It's not often in Vainglory that I would say it's okay to get ace, but if it means you get 3 turrets and almost 1 of the crystal turrets, that's certainly worth the team fight, just drawing it out. Immortals, where is your decision-making in this push? I just didn't see it. You guys didn't talk about whether you wanted to go for Kraken or the kills. I think it's partially because G2's comp it's kind of scary. We've got Stuffed, we've got Force Decor, we've got Hellfire Brew, we've got Quibble. There's so many things to potentially block. Immortals is like perhaps overthinking the setup.
Let's be real, though. I mean, the big thing here is missing those blocks at the beginning of that last fight. Dienzio getting Force Decorded in should never happen when he has a block and there's a Crucible on Vanes.
2 Crucibles.
It locks him down.
Now, we got 2 Crucibles online.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is something that I like to see. I think Immortals is doing a great job with multiple Crucibles. It allows you more team-wide blocks so you can help each other out, but they have to make sure they're effective uses, right? You don't want to accidentally bait out a Crucible for the wrong ability. If you can dodge the Force Accord, that's great. If you can dodge the stuff, even better. But I actually curious why Dienzio built a Metal Jacket. I actually think he could have gone 4-item offensive, or he could have just gotten another reflex.
Oh, they're trying to make a trap here. Immortals, they do have a lot of damage down onto Keanu Nakoa already, and that's the boots pop. They really want this one. Hellfire Brew. It lands onto Dienzio. The burn damage is going to be huge here. He does find that Dragon's Breath. That heals him up so much. Hundor's on the back line. He's getting good damage down, but it might not be enough. Dark Potato, can he get out of here? Just barely. Hundor, he's knocked back towards the sentry. He blocks.
He's making the plays.
Impale. Hundor, this is why he was one of our players to watch. This guy is a monster.
How do you miss the block on Hellfire Brew? You have so much time, and he was even off to the side, so it came from an angle where you had a lot of vision. It wasn't like a surprise. It's so much of the damage from Hellfire Brew comes from the ticking damage after the initial impact. So that was really rough. If that had been blocked, they would have cleaned that fight up for G2 would not have stood his chance.
All right, Immortals, one problem that I'm seeing here is that they don't quite have enough damage in a lot of these fights. I think, you know, we've talked about the Metal Jacket. That's an interesting choice from Dienzio. But also, Suijay, all he's got offensively right now is that one Sorrow Blade. Do we think we might see him pick up like a breaking point as we move forwards?
I definitely think he could. The biggest issue right now that we're seeing with the way these team fights are playing out is that Immortals really isn't getting a setup that they want. They don't feel like they're optimizing their positioning a lot. They're either getting caught out, getting pulled, getting eaten, taking a Hellfire Brew. If they clean the setup up, they frontline for Scarf, let him get a few pokes, get the Broken Myth Stab stuff to like 3, 4, or 5 and ult, then their win condition is much stronger. But right now, just a little bit too messy. They're going to pull the Kraken, trying to really just get G2 to come away from that Sentry so they feel safer fighting it.
I like that they're trying to bait this, but with Suijay getting stunned, that is bad news for Immortals. They've really got to get off that Kraken. And now, G2 can take prime position on the map. Suijay does not have time to back away here and actually go to base, heal up. Hundor's doing decent damage to the Kraken, too. Immortals, this is a do-or-die situation. They cannot let another Kraken go the way of G2 Esports here. Vainglory knows that he needs to make the play. Moving forwards a little bit, Infusion popped onto Suijay. That's a forced accord. With that reflex block coming in, the Crucible. Actually, both Crucibles are down right now, so maybe Hundor could look for that Hellfire Brew.
Yeah, I don't know if G2 would recognize that. I mean, fortunately, Dienzio still has his Aegis available. Triple Infusions out for Immortals. They're actually in a really strong point because G2 only has one. They can actually sit on the shop side of the map, keep G2 from being there, but I don't know, Suijay's actually back in the jungle farming, so actually this is a big mistake. You can't let them just drop and shop and buy more vision, buy more flares, potentially infuse. You need to posture forward. Suijay's still kind of feeling the burn from that mistake earlier, getting caught out. It actually cost them a little bit of time, a little bit of their position, so a little fallout from some misposition.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching these vision dances around the Kraken. Immortals starting to move up. Another block from Keanu Nakoa's forced accord there. This time it was Suijay using his Crucible. Still have the one on Vainglory, so Hundor's going to struggle to land those big ultimates.
Yeah, it seems like they probably talked about the fact that Suijay is going to take forced accord duty with this Crucible. Probably a good idea for him, and then Vainglory is most likely going to be looking to block the Stuffed or perhaps a Quibble with his Crucible. And Dienzio always going to be the target of that Hellfire Brew, I imagine, unless it means a quick kill on this Glaive. So teams again, here we go.
Oh, it actually lands this time. Everyone pulled in. Dienzio sitting in the middle of everyone. Does get the Dragon's Breath off, though. Hundor really needs to kite out of this one. He's taking so much damage. We have not seen the Hellfire Brew do enough here. Hundor, he wants to kite Suijay, though. He's doing so much damage. The block is going to keep Suijay alive. Keanu picks up a kill onto Dienzio, but again, with no carries left alive for G2, they've just got to back out of here. Keanu might be able to get away from Vainglory, but Vainglory is actually doing respectable, if captain-y damage, onto Keanu Nakoa here. Impale as well. Vainglory, one more attack might be enough. Polite Company's a stun. Keanu, can he get out of here?
Impale kills him.
Roll comes
He
out.
misses it.
He misses it. Vainglory, he might go down. That's going to be force court missed. The scout trap popped. Captain battles are some of the most entertaining battles in all of Vainglory. But Vainglory does get out of there.
Oh my goodness, if Vainglory landed the Impale, that was an ace, so close. I mean, in this team fight, we actually see Dienzio has to use his ultimate incredibly early because otherwise he would completely die. He needs the Eve to heal him up here. Suijay doing such a great job on the backline separating Hundor, but the Quibble does take down Dienzio, and without Scarf alive, your ability to push turrets effectively just aren't there. But those support battles, like if the Force Accord landed, Vainglory was dead. If Vainglory landed the Impale, that was an ace. Most likely even a Kraken as well, or at least at the second tier 2 turrets. So a lot of trading going back and forth, and funnily enough, like we end up with oftentimes the captains being those key components at the end of the team fight, not even the carries.
So what is the straw that's going to break the camel's back here, Fuji? Like, what do these teams need to do to finally win a fight convincingly enough to leverage that and push forwards?
they need to make sure, once again, Immortals is in a much better position. They can't keep getting forced accorded into the team. That's causing a lot of issues. Ooh. Oh, nice block there. Looking for the sneaky one over the wall. Keanu, here we go.
Immortals, they want to make this play happen. Dienzio on the back line, not really getting the damage down, though, as Hundor kites Sweej. He does so much work there. Actually going to be Dark Potato's duty to try and hunt down that kill. Hundor looks for Dienzio. Dienzio gets stunned up and taken down. Hundor gets the double kill. G2 Esports with a very convincing fight win are going to take them out, and maybe go for a Kraken to push for the end here. Actually hunting down Veins a little bit. That's interesting. I don't know if the ace is big enough for this to really be worth the time. Veins is going to be quite far back, quite healthy, but he does get forced to court it in. Hundor should be able to hunt for the kill here.
Veins has to get out. If he doesn't get out,
he can't do it. He misses the impale.
They're going to get Kraken right now, and with the ace timer on 50-something seconds, Dark Potato didn't do too much damage to Kraken, so perhaps not as dangerous. But if this Kraken was basically at capture point when Veins died, his death stagger might have just been long enough for them to finish the game cleanly.
Dark Potato wishing he had a Storm Crown there, but still G2 Esports picking up the Kraken. They did manage to get that ace. They're in a great position to take home game number 2. It's been a grueling one, Fuji, 25.5 minutes in, but that would mean that G2 Esports are one win away from being the first European team to take down a North American one in a series. That would be a massive point of pride for the region.
Hellfire Brew.
Hellfire Brew coming across. Dienzio not actually going to waste the block because he knows he can just walk onto the Sanctuary, heal up. Hundor has quite a long cooldown on that, 43 seconds.
They get a turret.
They get a turret, which is good, because the big thing is if a turret dies near Kraken, that's a lot of effective health taken out. So, this does mean that they're very likely to be able to take out the second one just off the back of Kraken. G2 thinking about the fight, though. Dienzio moving forward, starting to burn down Dark Potato. Dark Potato finds stuff.
Going for the finish.
That is actually a great play, though, with Hundor making his way onto the base. He wants to end it right here, right now. Dienzio, he's trying to take down Hundor. Doesn't quite do enough damage. He finally kills him, but Kraken is still so healthy. G2 Esports, ladies and gentlemen, find game number 2 in the series.
This Immortals team coming in, we had a lot of hopes for them. They were on fire yesterday coming out of their series, taking an unexpected victory, but just a lot of mistakes today, and G2 sees every hole, and they're capitalizing on everything. G2 playing such a clean team fight game in those last 3 minutes.
That was a much better performance by Immortals, but they still need to ramp up more into game number 3 if they want to contest G2 right now. When you're playing against a European team, the late game is something they are known for, and G2 did play a relatively clean late game. In the fights where they traded very evenly. They didn't really allow Immortals to do anything after the back of those exchanges. But guys, we could only have one more game in the series if G2 takes it home. Let's get our thoughts from our analysts.
Thank you very much, guys. Another one in the bank there for G2. They are now 2-0 up in this series. Can EU actually have a dream and a hope and a prayer on this one? Can they actually move on into the semi-finals? It's looking likely at this stage.
It's looking very likely. I mean, it was likely from the get-go. I mean, again, let's not beat around the bush. This is a #1 seed versus a #6 seed at the end of the day. And G2... there'd be much more problems if G2 lost this series than if they win it.
Yeah, I think if G2 lose this series, it's kind of like a huge wake-up call for Europe, right? It's like where are we in the standings if we can't win a single game? But you can hear how happy the crowd are about G2's performance there. And just looking across the scoreboard, this one was all about Hundor, and there was a fight late on where you were just pointing out Hundor's positioning.
Yeah, it's the CP wrinkle. We do not see many CP wrinkles, and usually when we do, they don't work very well. But with this composition, when you have a Grumpjaw there and a Finn, you've got such heavy peel. It's all about keeping Hundor in the back line, allowing him to use that Hellfire Brew. And what we're seeing a lot of the time in the team fight. So this is the one that we were talking about, and
yeah. Well, so if we roll the replay, should be able to point out Hundor's position.
So he's actually separates himself. So all 3 members are going on to the other 2 members of G2. I'm pretty sure that's a big mistake, but it gives him such a good opening to go into DNZO and land that Hellfire Brew there. But unfortunately, it does leave DNZO in a really good position to get that.
At the same time, though, that's a Hellfire Brew that has no right connecting without getting blocked. They had full vision of Hundor there. It came from a long distance away. I mean, it feels like the live buff, maybe it did wear off, because the draft was good for Immortals.
Yeah.
The positioning, for the most part, was good for Immortals. The mechanics were, honestly, you have to be honest, the mechanics were terrible this game. That was really bad block usage. Even though they had 3 reflex blocks for Dienzio, there's no way that should have hit. It happened a couple of times where they had some really good blocks, but the really bad blocks were what cost them that game.
All right, well, we are into the draft once again. Koshka and Lyra taken away, and Glaive locked in, taking that one away from the comfort pick of Immortals.
Well, that's we were talking about this before this game, is that Immortals, the thing about Immortals, and I think what makes them not as strong as G2 perhaps in this series, is that their hero pool is definitely not as wider. And I feel that in this tournament in particular, there's a lot of focus on the jungle and who the jungle is able to pick up. And by denying some of the hero pool away from Vains and Sui Generis, it puts them in a risky position in the draft, and it gives G2 esports a little bit more of a leeway in controlling what they get and what Immortals get as well.
So locking in the Ardent on this one, are we likely to see a Grumpjaw ban then, going on that line of logic of removing the jungles away from the lineup of Immortals?
There's a good chance that Grumpjaw will be taken away. Both of these teams have been putting a lot of emphasis on the Grumpjaw, so whether it's Immortals or G2 that bans it away, I don't expect it to make it into the next round of picks.
Well, I'm going to have to agree with you. I don't expect to see Grumpjaw at all. But then again, the last time we did see the Grumpjaw ban in this series, we did see the Alpha picking up and had a major impact. And I actually feel if G2 pick up the Alpha, that's going to be very, very detrimental there for Immortals. And it's going to struggle to see how they're going to counter that, maybe with a Lance.
Okay, we'll have to see what they are going to opt for in the end. The Grumpjaw does get banned away, but a lot of bonus time already used there by Immortals, really considering their options and building up not just the next couple of picks, but an entire pick and ban strategy, I feel, during that time.
I think part of it was also trying to decide, do they want to ban the Grumpjaw or leave it open and try and pick it for themselves? That was probably what a lot of that discussion before that ban was.
Absolutely. Well, Vox going to be banned once again in this series, and now we got on to the last few picks. And honestly, G2, they've still got things wide open. With that Glaive, it could be captain, could be jungle. There's different routes they can take with this one, but the Gwen going to be the pick for Immortals.
Zio, I think, seems to be comfortable on this Gwen. Looked very animated before that pick was taken, so maybe a little bit of discussion or debate going on there, but Dienzio saying, this is the Gwen, I want the Gwen, pick this hero for me here, and we'll see if he can make it work.
Absolutely, and now over to the side of G2 esports. They're currently 2-0 up in this series. They are sitting in a very comfortable position, and they're happy to lock in that Lance once again. Oh, I believe they haven't actually played Lance in this series, but we've seen Lance.
Once again, still counts for them. Regular season, they played it 15 times. 4 more games on the Lance than any other hero for G2.
And Adagio going all the way down to the last pick on the A side. And now Immortals just to finish off their draft. What are we expecting here?
What I'm expecting is Hundo to be on that Adagio, taking a very comfortable back foot. He's all about the position. This is very much, again, protect Hundo in this. And with that Lance and with that Glaive there's a lot of CC at their hands. Yeah. Immortals, they're going to have a tough time trying to get onto Hundo here.
Yeah, I expect them to try and pick up something that has a bit of utility, again, to try and then protect Dienzio, but they may, again, still try to switch it up, try and get something that's a little bit more aggressive, but their options for what they've looked strong with in the past are fairly limited.
Absolutely, and just 5 seconds for Immortals to lock in their jungle here. Looks like it's going to be Black Feather coming out on this one, so this could be a pretty bloodthirsty game, I think it's fair to say.
There's a lot of potential lockdown. The Black Feather is able to dive onto Adagio, and if you can get that with a Gauntlet trapping the Adagio, and there's not much room for escape there. If you're in a Gauntlet, you're in a Gauntlet. You need to use your reflex block to get out.
2-0 to G2 right now. This could be their chance to finish things off in style for a 3-0, guaranteeing themselves first seed tomorrow. Who do we think is going to be able to take this one?
I'm still with G2.
I think the only way Immortals take this is if they drastically improve their gameplay from the last game, and I just don't see that happening, unfortunately.
All right, so the desk is in favor of G2. I believe the crowd is in favor of G2. Let's see how the cast is feeling as we start off Game 3.
We are feeling great, Munch. Man, G2 Esports, they got to be feeling pretty good right now as well. They are 1 win away from making history for Europe as a region in Vainglory, but they got to be careful not to let that get to them, right?
Right, that's right. I mean, there's a lot to think about. Immortals is still, they're still a strong team.
still got a lot to have to break down, and the second game was much cleaner. We did talk about that from them, but this is game 3, and reverse sweeps are a thing, people. Can't forget about that.
They absolutely are. Also, some comfort coming across here for Immortals. I believe we have seen Vanes do strong work on that Black Feather before. We've also seen Dienzio do a lot on the Gwen. So if they have a composition like this, maybe they make it happen. Guys, Europe is so close. We're on to the Halcyon Fold for game number 3 of the series, Immortals versus Hammers.
This could be a new historic page.
I mean
written.
G2.
We all knew. We all knew. When I said G-Who earlier, that's not exactly what I was going for. But a lot of aggression coming out right away.
Oh, Suijay is not in a good spot. Good damage coming out of Hundor. He's looking for this kill. It is going to be picked up by Keanu Nakoa. First blood, 44 seconds into this game. G2 Esports, they're going to be able to push the jungle as well and really take the game by the reins.
Making a statement. I'm actually confused at why Suijay was even close enough to be in a position to get impaled and then afterburned afterwards. Like, you have a lot of time to see them coming into the bush. You've got your Vanguard available. Just use it a little bit sooner. Have Dienzio there to help you out. But perhaps a little hubris there for the invade potential of G2. Europe perhaps not known very much for early invades, but it is Adagio, it is Lance, it is Glaive. This is a really strong composition. We actually used to see this quite frequently. It's been a little while, but quite a dangerous comp on G2 right now.
On the plus side for Immortals, nowadays, if someone gets an early first blood that early into the game, it's unlikely they're going to go back to base to spend that gold because they want to exert the pressure that enables on the map. As a result, you then have a little window where there's not that itemization difference. So G2 Esports, now they're making their move back to the base. You can see Keanu Nakoa picking up a decent amount of defense. It could become quite difficult for Immortals to take him down in these early game skirmishes.
Yeah, and I want to think a little bit about how this early game is going to be set up, because Vanes is going to be looking to scale. He really wants to get level 8 on Black Feather. That's where the poke comes out. That's where you're able to actually get a lot of damage down. There is a little bit of a healing component coming from G2 with this Adagio, but any significant poke throughout this game is going to be important. But the early game in this Glaive pick is even more important because Immortals cannot get starved out. They cannot get picked. They can only afford to basically tie as much as they have right now. That way Black Feather doesn't get pushed too far behind.
It's very exciting to see Dark Potato back on this Glaive pick, something he used to play a lot in previous seasons. He is very effective on it and certainly can push the tempo of these games with lots of ganks early on. We have seen Hundor play a decent amount of this Adagio in the past as well, and he certainly knows how to make it work. So G2 Esports, they're on comfort as well, as much as I mentioned it for Immortals earlier on.
A little bit of a rotational misplay here from Dark Potato, though. We have to kind of talk on the knife's edge here as they are getting set up for a gank.
Oh, they find the root onto Suijay. Dark Potato wants more, but they stack the stuns. Is it going to be enough? Suijay, one more attack. Hundor finds the kill. G2 Esports kicking things off with a lot of aggressive plays.
I mean, the fact that Vanes went down, I was just, we went in a little there, but probably doesn't want to take that team fight because it is a 2v3 on the map right now, so Vanes just going to back up. But they actually let Black Feather take the Elder. What I was saying before is with the pressure G2 got, they weren't really tracking the timing on that spawn, so a little bit of a misplay, but they actually ended up going up to lane, and since Vanes had went home to shop, wasn't there to help contest for that gank, and Sujideris goes down. So Swede, we actually praised him quite a lot yesterday for stepping in and really being the linchpin for that Hammer's defeat. And but today, looking a little bit rough around the edges, perhaps the pressure just going up against a stronger team and the mix-up. So a lot of things to think about.
Dienzio has now picked up his tension bow. It's always fun watching these professional teams. How quickly they get some of these items is just insane. Dienzio is going to be doing crazy damage if he finds the opportunity. But the problem is right now, no opportunities presenting themselves. Immortals just cannot make it work yet. They need to open up the map a little bit more before they can, perhaps.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. I like the fact that Immortals is paying a little bit more respect to this Glaive pick potential, but this is still kind of dangerous for them to be this far to the left. Impale misses. Dienzio lives to see another day. He does have that skedaddle, which will get him out of any lockdown or root, so it's good for him to have that on Gwen. But Black Feather just farming here as G2 looks to try to posture for some turret damage, perhaps.
Yeah, G2 moving up now could go for that. Keanu not going to land the root again. Vanes is here to back up Immortals as well. Hundor with the burn damage onto every one of Immortals, though, is very threatening. See them being a little bit cautious about going in for the initiation. Hundor does not have a heal available for himself just yet. Vanes moving forward a little bit. Dark Potato takes some good damage, but G2 Esports is going to play it safe. They're not going to bite off more than they can chew right now as they back up towards their turret.
Yeah, I mean, with the Vanguard potential on Blackfeather going in, we're going to see a lot of insane combos with Suijay really just diving into the backline with Vanes. But Vanes has to be careful. If he misses on points, he's essentially dead every team fight. He has to have that barrier from his second ability in order to stay alive, just because CP Blackfeather, you can't afford to itemize too much defense. All of your damage comes in your poke potential, and you're kind of a melee hero with a long sword, right? So it's one of these instances where if you do dive, if you do go in, you have to make sure you got that barrier up.
Very big item pickup here for Hundor. He's got his alternating current now. This is one of the biggest power spikes an Adagio has, at
and
least
an infusion.
up until later. And an infusion. So I think he's saying, I'm going to double down on this power spike, right? I got the AC. That's massive for me. Why not also get an infusion? If we fight at all, I'm just going to demolish people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pickup because you don't even actually have to pop it. You can actually sell it if you don't get the pick you want in order to get full value back. So, but they might actually use it here to get a little extra damage. Glaive being in the top bush, I like this setup from G2. It's just another angle of attack, and Immortals, I don't think they know he's there.
Yeah, G2 made this move a while ago, and you see D'Enzio, he's like,
checking.
oh, Dark Potato might be down here. He says they definitely don't know. Or they're baiting. Very convincingly, they're baiting me too.
They might. I mean, they're staying kind of close to the bush because they do know it's a safe.
Oh,
here we
D'Enzio,
go.
He's knocked back. He doesn't land the skedaddle before the stun. But thankfully for him, he is able to get back. Oh, walks into the root, though. Keanu, Nakoa, and G2 pick up another kill.
They get Fountain out, too.
Yeah, this is really rough for Immortals. Vanes does have some good damage with that Shatter Glass, but there's so much sustain on G2 that trying to pick a fight is very risky. Vanes does get stunned up. That is so much damage coming out. Dark Potato dashes on in. G2 Esports keeping the pressure on. 4 kills to 0. They're looking for a turret as well.
First turret.
D'Enzio making his way back in. Can't get a kill, though. Suijay even goes down. They lose more than they perhaps ought to. Immortals on the ropes.
This is a really tough start for Immortals. We were just talking about how clean they needed to play, how careful they needed to play in order for this Blackfeather to scale. He's getting closer and closer to level 8. The extension on that on point allows him to get a lot more poke off in a much safer way. But you can't hang around the turret with Glaive. I mean, if anyone taught us earlier what it's like to misposition against the Glaive, it was Xeno, and Immortals didn't learn. They didn't learn their lesson. They weren't watching that series, and right now they're sticking too close to that area of danger. We often talk about the best teams versus the worst teams is the ability to recognize when danger is in front of you or recognize the opportunity, and Immortals playing a little bit with blinders on right now.
They are indeed, as G2 Esports continues to apply pressure here. Almost 19,000 gold. They are going to be jumping onto Vanes. D'Enzio tries to make his way onto the backline. He wants Hundor. That is a lot of damage. Hundor nearly going down. Vanes really wants this one. Finds the kill. Immortals, they've been making beautiful flank plays all series. Maybe not enough of them, but they're certainly doing some good work here. 2 kills picked up against G2.
Yeah, they recognize that they really needed to make this happen. Vanes here getting a little poke on Keanu, but I think they're just probably going to focus on the objective here. But that's what you have to do. If you get behind, you have to be clever. You got to look for something cheeky, a side flank play from Zio there. You saw him actually wait in the bush for an extended period of time, so I like that pressure. Oh, lands with a steal!
Keanu!
Come on,
Beautiful.
Keanu. They just got back a little in the game, man, and they're down 2 in the series. He's like, I don't care. He's like, this is Europe's first series win, baby. We're going all the way. Keanu takes the gold mine. That's just more and more gold separated now between the teams.
I think Keanu is just upset that I haven't talked to him in the same way that I did in Game 1. Right? Like, Game 1, I was all over Keanu. Game 2, he took a backseat a little bit. Game 3, he's stepping up again.
Just, you cannot afford to make this many mistakes, especially when it's one more win to take the series away from you. Immortals, we need to see a little bit more fire from you with the wave pushing. G2 has the option now to clear it. The wave will now bounce back towards Immortals, and they can have drop priority. They can get vision down. They can shop. So you can see D'Enzio playing really safe here. He just can't afford to get out from that second-tier turret.
Immortals really need to turn on that live buff again. They need to refresh it because G2 Esports is pushing them to the edge here. 1 win away from being that first European Series winner against NA. You know they are hungry for that, Fuji.
They're really hungry for it, but we have to continue to give it over to G2. I actually like their rotation down to get the Sentry there. I actually think Sentries have not perhaps been as much of a kill priority as we would like to see in this tournament this weekend, and perhaps mainly for Europe. But G2's saying, you know what, when we have the lead, we're going to continue to press it, and that's what you got to do. It's not just about creating a gold lead, getting some objectives and sitting back. It's about extending that gold lead through rotation pressure and stealing away from your enemy jungle.
Do you think that flank play that Immortals made earlier to win their first team fight of the game would work again, depending on if Keanu addresses it properly? Because I feel like Keanu, as much as I'll give him hype, in that fight kind of sat between the two extremes. He didn't really back up Dark Potato, he didn't really back up Hundor until it was too late. I feel like if they'd just gone immediately for that different situation, Vane's rooted. He does have that Rose offensive to back up here, though. Dark Potato can't quite get in range for that afterburn. He's now looking for Suijay, does not find him. With Dienzio coming back in, that's the gauntlet going across. Kiana with a nice Githian wall to buy time. Hundor is very low, though. He gets stunned up a little bit. Here comes the first. He can't get it down. That is huge. Immortals with a turnaround fight. Keanu just going to bail on this one, trying to maybe make some kind of a sneak play around the side, maybe take down Suijay, but it's not going to happen.
Hello,
Keanu,
Dienzio.
Man, Immortals, that was a nice fight from them.
Let's talk about how that fight went in their favor. Candy comes out on the Crystal Miner, a big buff of extra damage there for them. Dienzio, the most critical component of this team fight, was he blocked the Atlas on the way to Adagio. If he had not done that, they would have lost the team fight. That's the difference, people. That's the difference it takes. If you're going to be a carry in a pro-level game, you have to be blocking these Atlases consistently. There's only one right now, though. It's easy to do that. Once Dark Potato very likely gets his own, it becomes an entirely different game for this Gwen. So you've got to make these plays while you can. Impressive. Immortals not backing down, feeling strong. They had the gauntlet, they had the infusion, they had the block on the Atlas, and they won the team fight.
I love that Hundor's picking up some defense here. I think we've seen in the past couple of fights that he does blow up a little bit too quickly to the burst damage of Dienzio, and Vanes is great at hunting you down and executing you on that Black Feather, so he needs to be self-sustaining. He can't just rely on Keanu.
And let me return a little, well, I may not get a chance to as G2 looks to make a move here, but turret's pretty close by, so not going to be able to take anything too much there. Plus, once again, Immortals had a nice push on the wave, so it's going to force G2 back a little bit. But the point you made earlier, can Keanu respond to these flanks? So what they did in game one after the first successful flank is Keanu just bought a bunch of vision and spread it around the map just to make sure that couldn't happen again. Obviously, a Koshka flank, a little different than Gwen, but to be fair, Rose offensive can't really lock Black Feather down with your Githian, so I think if that were to happen again, Keanu's really just going to have to focus on stunning up Gwen as much as possible and really making sure, honestly, the big play is looking to really knock the Gauntlet out. If you can get the right angle and push Arden into the wall, keep Gauntlet from landing, that's a win condition for you right there.
Talk to me a little bit about where we are headed in this game, because we're 13 minutes in. Once we actually hit the late game, who has the edge compositionally?
The edge late game actually, it's kind of interesting because while Adagio has a ton of damage late game, it actually turns more into the utility abilities than it does straight damage. A lot of times we focus on things like Scarf and Baron being late game powerhouse picks that just do a ton of damage. It seems almost uncontestable, but in this game it's a bit different. Ace is high, Gauntlet actually landing and stunning, enough poke damage coming out for the burst from Gwen to matter from Black Feather. That's the win condition. For Adagio, it's all about keeping him safe and making sure he can do consistent damage throughout the team fight. And once again, utility, Glaive Afterburns, Githian Walls.
All right, Immortals, they're feeling more confident than they had earlier on in the game, starting to move up. Get some good poke damage down, actually, onto G2 Esports. Immortals are about 3,000 gold in deficit of G2, but that does not mean they're scared here. They certainly feel very strong, maybe hitting a bit of a power spike in their composition.
They really need to clear this scout trap out that's sitting underneath where their middle Treant spawns. This is giving a lot of information over to G2. Rotational information. You can see, like, so they know that they're not there. We see Gwen appear in lane. Vainglory is pretty far away making moves to this tri-bush, so it should be a secure from G2.
Immortals, they nearly get that stolen away.
Gauntlet goes
Great
down.
Gauntlet coming through. Hundor has to pop that reflex block, walk on out of there. Keanu cannot do the same, taking so much damage. It is going to likely, just barely be a kill from Immortals, and they're looking for more. Hundor, the main target. He's so close to going down. He does fall. Dark Potato wants to find some kind of turnaround, but he is very low, and Vainglory is on the hunt. Dark Potato, one more attack would do it. He's got to be careful of Dienzio, though. The Crystal Sentry nearly takes him down, but Immortals find the ace. They do not want to be Fuji, the first team to fall against Europe from North America. They're still in this game, and they're going to get the Kraken.
And the Gauntlet started everything off. G2 with the clean secure of the gold mine had the opportunity to just leave there. Even if Keanu gets caught and he goes down, just back up, get out of there. You've got Afterburn, use it to escape. G2 hangs around. They think perhaps their lead is enough to be able to do the damage necessary. Sentry alive. It was almost enough, but now with Kraken on the board and Immortals really needs this Kraken to push, they could easily get 2 turrets here.
Really, Immortals, I mean, they don't frequently get themselves that Kraken. You see they're 0.29 captures per match. That's not a tremendous amount, but what can they do with it? You know, how many turrets are they going to push here? How can they utilize this, leverage it to make the game go in their favor?
It's really, 2 turrets is definitely the number they can go for here. I do think they should look for some more poke. Vayne needs to get up there. Vayne needs to keep pushing this poke out, forcing heals down on the allies of Hundor here, so he can't use it as much for damage. Once again, you're just kind of seeing Zeo go in and poke around. This is what they want to do, a safe Kraken push. Getting aced here is devastating for Immortals. Really devastating for G2, but that pressure just isn't there. They're going to let Kraken look to finish this turret. They might have left a little too early here, though, Jackson. Kraken going to probably be taken down before this turret falls. One more hit.
Just barely, yeah. G2.
Ooh.
Mid-swing.
Kraken went to raise the roof. If she would have just punched it, that would have been it.
All right, G2 Esports, though, managed to mitigate the damage that did. They only lose 1 turret. They don't lose any kills, and they get a decent amount of gold for killing Kraken. So actually, that was not that bad for them. The real question is, what happens on the map during this downtime, right? This is when you really start to establish vision. You have a lot of leeway to make perhaps slightly more aggressive plays than you otherwise would, because if you fail, Kraken doesn't go. Right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and this is what you want to do. Right now, it's just all about making sure you don't get picked. There's not a lot of objectives to take on the map other than turrets, and the turrets now, tier 2s, both still available. You want to just make sure you keep the vision on the map, make sure you're counting down till the next Kraken respawn. I gotta say, though, Immortals only getting the tier 1 turret with the Kraken, that's a major loss. You never want to take Kraken if it's only going to net you a turret you most likely could have killed without it.
All right, Immortals moving forwards, posturing a little bit aggressively here against G2 Esports. You can tell they're not feeling quite as confident as they were earlier on. They definitely want to play it safe. Immortals on the precipice of turning this game around. Desperately need
Looking for a gauntlet here.
Yeah, that's going to be going down. Keanu Nakoa is stunned up, but he's just going to back away with that roll. Dienzio is going to fish with the aces high. He's looking for Keanu. But Keanu does manage to back off pretty far here. Vainglory wants to keep chasing, but he doesn't have a gap closer that would safely get him into the thick of things here. Immortals might still go for more, though, as Keanu actually spent some time looking towards the Treant. Hundor going to pick that one up. Immortals, they have a lot of map pressure right now. I feel like G2 might want to concede here, reset Keanu's health before Kraken spawns.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big cooldown burn there by Sui Generis with Vainglory being so far away. And the thing is, if you're going to be chasing, something to point out here, well, actually, if they saw Keanu go back, they may look for pressure. Kraken's on the map. But what I was going to say is if you're going to be chasing a team, especially with Adagio that can heal and slow, curious why Vainglory did not prioritize maxing his Faint of Heart here, simply just because it does cut that down on the Rose Trail to speed up as well, because your CP is much faster. So interesting ability choice usage there. Not the biggest fan, but we'll see if the extra Rose offensive being available will actually make the difference later in this game. But at 19 minutes, Immortals G2, these are some of the longest games consistently we've had all weekend.
Yeah, very interesting stuff from these teams. G2 Esports, they are still about 4,000 gold in the lead. The problem is that it's starting to mean less and less as we progress here, and Dienzio is really the carry that's been able to consistently get the damage down. Hundor has had a very tough time staying safe in the fights. He's already itemized 2 defense items. What more can you really do to make that happen for Hundor?
I mean, Hundor right now being ahead in farm by quite a large amount over Dienzio has allowed him to finish. I mean, he's almost full build. If he actually turns this into a metal jacket, he will be. Journey boots, by the way, a big power spike for Adagio because Adagio's mobility is fairly weak. It allows you to continue to chase the targets that are burning, get the damage down with your empowerment. But Immortals right now just looking to posture. With Kraken on the map, you can't really afford to let the team get too much pressure here. Keanu does miss his combat roll.
Yeah, and going in like that, taking so much damage does mean that Immortals wants to force the fight. Keanu takes so much damage. Fades! What are you doing? He gets annihilated. Dark Potato and Hundor, they want more. Dienzio with a nice block on that afterburn. Is he going to be able to kite back? He's done some serious damage to Dark Potato. Crystal Sentry, the new target. Fountain forced to pop on G2. Suijay and Dienzio could look to re-engage, at least on the Dark Potato. He is very low, but they do not want to go for it. G2 backing away. Can they find Kraken?
I believe they can. I mean, at this point in the 3v2, they can just bait out Suijay.
They just want Suijay, though. That's not going to land the stun. A root there is going to connect. Hundor finds the kill. It's just Dienzio 1v3. He needs to make a hero play on the Kraken, or he needs to play safe. Don't sit in the middle, though.
I feel like the scout trap that was just next to that tri-bush actually gave Suijay a little bit of unnecessary confidence. He actually had flares in his inventory when he went down, so he could have flared out the bush. Didn't get caught. You can't go down like this late into the game. These Kraken pushes are going to be devastating. Kraken just continues to get stronger and stronger and harder to kill. That was very dangerous play, though, by Vains. I feel like this is a thematic conversation we've had right now, but Blackfeather, squishy on the CP path. If you're not hitting your on points and staying safe, you're going to die almost instantly. Adagio very effective at taking this Blackfeather down once the burn gets on him. So Hundor, he's full build, and he's looking to take this game and take this series here with this potential Kraken push. At least 2 turrets are going to go down.
All right, well, on average, G2 hasn't quite been able to pull that one off, but they're looking to do it here. Keanu has taken a decent amount of poke, but Kraken's still very healthy. Hundor, he's moving around below, trying to edge into position where he can hit the turret. Doesn't have the longest attack range. Oh, double root, that could be big. Dienzio stunned up against the wall. Hundor, he wants the damage. Moving on under, but he does get stunned up. The verse, will it connect?
Get him!
Yet again, he gets shut down during that one. That is going to be a kill coming out as Dienzio gets away on 44 health. Keanu Nakoa cannot escape. G2, they get aced, but they do find 2 turrets with that Kraken push.
Oh, G2, yes, you get your turrets, but you also get aced, and you give Kraken gold over. This is a big swing back over to Immortals. You're at a 6,000 gold lead, and you're just closing it because of mistakes. Kraken pushing is so important to do it efficiently effective. They bit off more than they can chew. Suijay with a great gauntlet keeps Dienzio alive. You can play the patient game. It's 20+ minutes. You don't have to dive. You don't have to go for the hard finish. G2 just a little ahead of themselves there.
You know, if Hundor had been able to get off any of these verses right before he died, you would have seen that like crazy turnaround that sometimes happens. But really, he hasn't had that opportunity yet. Good focus fire out of Immortals. Now, there is still, of course, this gold advantage on G2. And there is still a turret advantage there. But the fights that they've been winning have really been about the mistakes that Immortals are making. The mispositioning, right? If Immortals tighten up their game, how could they come back here?
I definitely think Immortals needs to get a quick and clean kill on Adagio. This means that Blackfeather has to engage correctly with his on points, and he can't get chunked out. Suijay cannot have to use his fountain in the first 2 seconds of the fight because Vane's missed positions. They need to be able to keep this up as long as possible because they don't have the sustain.
Well, the boots popped. You can see G2 wants this one. They do get a lot of crowd control onto Dienzio. He's trying to cut in. He goes for verse way earlier this fight, finds the damage. He's looking for Dienzio. Great stun! Keanu with the 3-man Githian wall. Vanes cannot execute Hundor. Suijay is not going to get away with 50-second respawn timers on Immortals right now. I do not know if they can defend a push here. Fuji, Europe, they have victory in their sights in London in the the home host region. G2 Esports are looking to be that historical team to take down North America. And with the respawn timers again, as I said, very long for Immortals, they are going to do it. G2 Esports, what a match, 3-0 over Immortals.
The first team ever in European history in Vainglory to take a series off a North American team. Records are being broken, Action Jackson, at this event. Whew, what an exciting series, a 3-0, perhaps an expected outcome, but nonetheless, congratulations G2. Way to just prove everyone that you have what it takes.
This is a big moment for Europe. They've got a lot ahead of them, though, with Fanatic up later against Team Solomid and G2, of course, playing in the semis tomorrow. I have to admit, G2 looked very strong, but at times there were moments where they overcommitted. They've got to tighten up their game as well heading into tomorrow, I imagine. Immortals, you got to give them props for coming in and doing as well as they did. Suijay stepping up for the team, subbing in, trying to make it happen. They had an incredible upset yesterday. I mean, they still got to feel good taking down Hammers the way that they did. But man, G2 Esports, very strong opponents, tough for them to deal with here.
This is the way you want to win, though, if you're G2. It really needs to be a clean 3-0. So when you go into day 3, your confidence levels are high. You know you didn't struggle against a bottom seed team from North America. It was important for them to win, but it was more important for them to win cleanly and dominant.
I think we've got to re-look at G2 in terms of who we're watching on that team as well. Keanu Nakoa made a big case for himself to be a player to watch heading into tomorrow. Hundor was definitely still a rock, definitely still a very convincing performance from him. But for example, in that game 3, we saw plenty of times where he was going down and not able to kite properly. It was Keanu really being the one that was defending him and setting up a lot of those plays with great initiations too. Dark Potato's always been a steady Eddie on the team.
Yeah.
He really did his job very well, but Keanu, standout player for me.
I definitely think that they have a lot to go back and look on tonight as they prep for tomorrow. Just a few things to clean up. Perhaps a little too much reliance on that Versa Judgment from Adagio. Just spending more time auto-attacking with your buff, a little bit more effective. Could have cleanly closed the game earlier, but these were very late games, like 20-plus minute games back-to-back. So a hard-fought series against the lower seed teams. So I want to see G2 really fire up and say, you know what, we won. But yes, the work ahead of us is instrumentally going to be harder.
I can't wait to see what happens with them tomorrow, of course, as they move into the semifinals. They are, at the very least, going to be the one European team there. We still might see a second, depending on how our 4th matchup goes today. But G2 Esports, they have a lot riding on their back as a result. The pride of Europe in their home region. They've made the first step. They've been the only team who could actually do that and take home the series, but they've got to push forward and go all the way to make it happen.
We asked them, is there more pressure because you are the first seed to make it the furthest in the tournament? And they said, you know what, we just want to do the best we can. We think we can go far, but they say it calm, they say it collected. They're not a super hyped team. The energy is all maintained and held inside, and so far they've showed us they are the best European team.
All right, well, that was a great series. We've got a word with the players from G2 as we throw it on over to Dan Gaskin.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here with Hundor, who's probably feeling pretty pumped. I mean, you guys, yes, okay, probably favorites coming into this one, but the first European team to ever beat a North American team at a live event, how does that feel for you guys?
Well, it obviously feels great, and there were good games, and I'm just feeling happy now.
I think the whole of Europe is feeling happy, to be honest, mate. And how did you prepare for this game then? Because you would have had a good kind of chance. You knew you could have played these guys, but of course it wasn't definite. Did you focus on them at all in your preparation, or did you overlook them slightly?
For our preparation, we mostly watched the VODs and everything. And we also scrimmed against them, which helped us a lot, but they performed much better than these scrims, and they brought up a hard fight for us.
They definitely performed better. They impressed a lot of people at this event. Tomorrow then, it's confirmed now you will be playing against Gangstars, and Gangstars have a lot of fans here, but you've also got the home advantage with the Europe region behind you. How do you fancy your chances against Gangstars?
Well, originally we should have actually played against Gangsters. Everyone was expecting Hammers to win and Gangsters to win, so I'm feeling confident because we did already some preparation against Gangsters, and they also struggled against Team Secret.
You looked flawless in that game, so you have every right to feel confident. So best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations again. Let's throw this one back up to Munchables on the desk to analyze that post-match game.
Thank you very much, guys. What a series for G2. What a series for Europe. We can celebrate now. We finally won a series over America. It's been a long time coming, but it's finally here. Ginny, you must be over the moon.
I really am. Bacon could see how happy it was that we did it. G2.
Even Bacon, an American analyst, can't help but hold my smile there.
I mean, I expected. I'm smiling because it's what I predicted. So my predictions stay correct. Still a little heartbroken to see the streak finally snapped, but at the same time, I do want Europe to celebrate finally getting the win, but you have to rein it in a little bit because 2 reasons. One, tournament's not over. You still need to show up tomorrow, and 2, that was the 6th seed from North America. And now tomorrow they're going to have the 4th seed from North America, regardless of the result of our final series of the day. It's just going to determine who will be still moving on.
Yeah, we still have 1 series to be decided today, but it's it's guaranteed at this point that G2 are the 1st seed going into tomorrow. Obviously, our semi-finals for this tournament are going to be 1st versus 4th seed, and 2nd versus 3rd seed remaining in the tournament. Now, G2, because they got a 3-0, TSM can still tie them for that 1st seed position, but because G2 are the home team, because this tournament is here in Europe, they will automatically get that 1st seed position. Obviously, next time, if it's in a different place, say the next one's in America, then an American team will have that home field advantage.
And actually, that same 2nd tiebreaker of the home region getting the advantage if it goes to the 2nd tiebreaker is also the reason why we know that it is Gangstars that will be facing G2, because at worst, if Fanatic does take down TSM, it at worst can be, if they go full 5 games, they would be tied with Gangstars as 4th seeds, and so then the tiebreaker would go to Fnatic. Or if they beat TSM in less than 5 games, they have the 1st tiebreaker regardless, and would also be the 3rd seed. So it is G2 versus Gangstars as one of our semifinals for tomorrow.
Yeah, so one of them has finally been decided, and the other one will be the next game to decide that final semi-final matchup. Now, we do have a replay from that last game, and honestly, the closest game out of the series, it has to be said, is Immortals did try and hold on.
It definitely was very close, and I actually say there's definitely points where G2 felt a little bit fragile, but here was really good moment where DNZO, he tries to go back into the gauntlet, it's just not enough, but and we do also see Hunter landing the triple damage from the Versa Judgment on all 3 members of Immortals, and if you look at Hunter positioning wise, he is just not going down there, and the problem there was DNZO was such close positioning to all 3 members of G2. It was very easy for them to get the damage down, and I think this was the closing team fight there that closed out the win for G2 in this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, G2, they played a very good game in that series. And I don't want to take too much away from Immortals. They've had a very good run, They managed to make it today, too. They managed to get a win in the first series of this tournament that people didn't expect them to do. So they've done a good job. They've represented themselves. And bearing in mind where they've come from in America, obviously this is a challenger team, right? You don't expect them to do exceptionally well.
Yeah, at this point now, they are going to be in the Challenger Series next season, and we'll have to try and climb their way back into the Vainglory 8, but we could still see them at the next Unified Championship if they do make that run. They're still obviously showed here today that they are a very strong team, and I would not be surprised if we do end up seeing them back at the next Unified Championship.
Absolutely. Well, G2, they're going to be over the moon. Do we have any words of wisdom for G2? Moving on to tomorrow, right? They're going to be against a much stronger American team. What is it that G2 need to kind of tighten on this ship that they're sailing right now?
I think one thing that we've noticed looking at the series coming from G2 is that there was never really a moment where they felt that there was any disrespect coming out from them. Even though they were looking very strong with the first 2 games, they went into the 3rd game, again, just like, we're going to treat this like any other game. And I think that's advice that they need to take forward into the semi-finals tomorrow, is keep level-headed. We don't know, we're facing Gangstars. Gangstars' extensive footage, they've clearly had some very close moments in the past few days. And I've got to say, I would, for G2, particularly going to Gangstars, is I would just deny that early game jungle away from Xenotech. I think he is a main priority for them in their draft.
A little easier said than done, but
yes,
for me,
basically.
G2, the one thing that I think that I noticed from this game or this series really that can be shored up a bit is their ability to take advantage of mistakes from their opponents. Oftentimes they were able to, but there were some like very clear mistakes that Immortals did make during the series that did not go punished. And if you want to be one of the top teams in the Western Hemisphere, you need to take advantage of and brutally punish every single mistake that you see your opponents make.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, G2, they are looking to be one of the top teams in the Western Hemisphere. They've managed to make it into the top 4 at least here in this tournament, so they can be so happy with themselves on that one. Now, we do have a bit of footage, I believe, that was filmed at the Fanatic bunker with Palmatoro. So let's take a look at how that went down.
Hey, I'm Alessandro Palmerini. I'm also known as Palmatoro. I'm a professional player for Fnatic, and I'm currently here at the Fnatic bunker in London. I've been playing Vainglory for over 2 years now. I first saw Vainglory when it was presented on the Apple keynote. However, I never started playing it till I got my PS4 taken away from me during exams, and all I had left was an iPad, so I decided to download Vainglory. I first started playing Vainglory professionally just over a year ago when I got picked up by Team Secret, and ever since then, up until this most current season, I've only ever been with Team Secret, and this will be the first time I'm playing outside of there. I've been playing with Fnatic since the start of this season, which has been just about 2 months now. When I first told my parents that I wanted to compete in a tournament that was taking place in Poland and it was going to be me playing a game, they were both like really shocked and surprised, and they had no idea about esports at all. However, after they saw me compete and win, they saw how much passion I had for the game, and it was what I loved doing, and now they're all very supportive of it, and they're fine with me doing it. They're supportive of my gap year next year, but they still want me to go to uni afterwards. So far we're doing pretty well. There's definitely a lot more that we want to achieve, but for being a newly formed team, I think we're in a good place right now. I live up in Scotland, however I have visited London a few times. Last year I was here for another EU Vainglory Championship when I was with Team Secret, and I ended up winning that. So I'm looking to recreate that success that I had with Team Secret with Fnatic now and win this next championship in London. A couple of weeks ago we were here boot camping at the Fnatic bunker. It was the first time we got a chance to play with each other in the same room. The boot camp definitely helped us a lot, as we were able to prepare a lot of strats that EU weren't really used to, and it definitely took them by surprise. We were also able to end up winning the week, which just shows how much better we're able to perform when we're together and we're able to talk a lot. Winning the championship would definitely mean a lot to us, especially as a new team, because it would show that what we're doing so far is going well and that there's lots of potential for us out there on even bigger stages.
That was Palmatoro there at the Fnatic bunker, obviously hosts of this entire tournament. Fnatic there, home in London itself, so good to see from them, and obviously they're going to be our final remaining game here today. But just to wrap up this segment a little bit, final thoughts on that G2 versus Immortals series?
I think for me, we're all very happy that one of the European teams has made it through, and G2 was one of the top teams that was, you know, if we're going to rest our laurels on any of the teams, it was going to be G2. However, the issue was, as North American teams go, Immortals have not been the most aggressive. They are not the most stereotypical North American team. They still have a lot of challenges ahead of them, and facing the early game aggression coming out. We have seen that time and time again with the North American teams. European teams have just fallen just every single time to that. And if G2 are going to do it, they're going to have to really just try and think of a good defense and a good way of just trying to get through those semifinals tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to mirror what Fuji was saying at the caster desk, in that this was a series that G2 needed to win, and needed to win cleanly. It's, you know, again, it's okay to celebrate the fact that Europe won a series against a North American team, but this was one that G2 was supposed to win. Yeah. And like, this is the expected result of this series. So you can't really celebrate too hard and then lose sight of the actual goal.
Absolutely, they've still got a lot of work ahead of them. Let's take a look at our bracket after that game. That is going to be 3 of our 4 series from today finished. Obviously, the semi-finals will be filled in once we have our final game done and dusted. We've got a 3-1, a 3-2, and a 3-0 so far today. And then we're going to have TSM versus Fnatic as our final game of the day. Now, I'm going to pass over to our man on the ground. It is going to be Dan Gaskin.
Jaws?
Yeah.
Scoundrel? You would make fantastic teammates. Good job. Nice.
I bailed at the end. I cracked
it.
up at the end a little bit. I couldn't help it.
We tried to stay serious. Anyway, guys, 2 phenomenal Vainglory casters. How does it feel to be cast in this game, and what's it like being a Vainglory caster?
It's one of the best games I've ever casted for sure. I mean, thick and fast action every single second. I mean, we've seen the last few games, like, they're fighting every 1 to 2 minutes or so. I mean, yeah, it's phenomenal.
And Scoundrel, you're obviously a color caster, so you have to be in depth with the meta and all the builds. How do you keep up with that? Do you play the game on a regular basis?
Yeah, I mean, I started playing pretty heavily in December time, got up to tier 10, which is the highest sort of blanket tier. Sort of really put a lot of work in, and there's a lot of depth to it as well. I really, really enjoy how much depth there is to Vainglory, and I find it incredibly fun to kind of work things out. So, yeah, it's been really fun for me as well.
It's definitely an enjoyable one. I'm new getting into it, but hopefully you guys can carry me a little bit, get me to that higher rank. We've just seen the first European team actually take a win against North America. We're obviously from England. We were backing them. How are you feeling about that victory for G2?
I think it was expected. I think if G2 lost that, it would have been an upset. I think Immortals have done incredibly well to get here. I think even getting through the first round was good for them, but G2 are just too strong at the end of the day. It's good to have at least one European team on the final day here at the Unified Western Live Championships.
It could be 2.
It could be, yeah.
Next up, we have Fnatic, of course, playing against TSM. America's best, or North America's best, against Fnatic. How do you see that one playing out, Jaws?
I don't know. TSM, like you said, they're America's best team, and they look incredibly dominating so far. And one thing you've got to watch out for, though, Fnatic, they could have some surprise picks up their sleeve. I mean, we've been talking to them kind of, the last couple of days, and they said, we are ready for TSM. We know they're America's best, but doesn't mean to say we're not going to bring our A game.
Yeah, Fnatic definitely have that underdog status, and they'll be feeling like they can win it. They're not going to go into it thinking they're going to lose, of course. All right, final predictions. Who's going to win the whole event?
Oh. I want to say TSM, but it's going to be a very, very close final, whoever makes it there.
You didn't really give me a prediction there, did you?
No, I didn't. TSM.
Okay, TSM. And for you, Scoundrel?
My brain says TSM, but my heart says G2. So, being European, I'm going to have to say G2.
That almost turned into a song then, didn't it?
Yeah,
My man's... No, I'm not going to go there. Anyway, where were we?
Well, that was an interesting segment from Dan and the gang. Welcome back to this once again, Sweej. Great job on stage. Unfortunately, G2 did take it in the end. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel unfortunate for any peeps. Sorry, guys, let you guys down. However, G2 is such a good team. It definitely deserved that win. And thank you for my team for the games. It was a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think you guys can go home too unhappy with that one. You had a great performance on day one. I think you've done a good job regardless. But now we're moving on to the next series of the day. It's TSM up against Fnatic. Fnatic being, our home team, essentially. They are hosting the tournament. They've got their bunker here and their head office here in London as well. They're going up against TSM. TSM, where do you even start? The American powerhouse, the household name, if you will. They're kind of like the stereotypical American all-star squad, right? How do we see Fnatic going up against this one? I don't want to paint it too harshly, but it definitely feels like this is an uphill battle for our boys in orange.
I mean, it absolutely is. That's no real other way around it. It's going to be a very difficult matchup for Fnatic, and it's one that many people, I think, have Team Solo Mid pegged to take the victory, but upsets happen. That's why we play the games, just in case. You never know if a team's going to come out and maybe they have the secret to taking down Team Solo Mid. during the regular season, no one expected Hammers to be able to take down Team Solo Mid once, let alone twice, or even 3 times in the regular season. And Hammers was able to surprise everyone. Fnatic may be able to do the same.
Absolutely. And well, we haven't actually seen TSM here on the stage just yet. Do we feel like that's going to be a factor coming in? Obviously, they've had the extra time to scout their opponents, but also they might be a little bit rusty, maybe not quite warmed up, or maybe even just land jitters. However, this is a very experienced team.
Yeah, I doubt they'll be jittery, but there's no footage on them on this patch from a tournament standpoint. So like G2 did their research on us because we played the day before, I think that really puts Fnatic at an uneasy territory because they don't know what to expect. And TSM as a team, if you look from week to week in the splits, their meta has shifted every time, and they usually change the meta as well. So it's really hard to predict what to do in terms of ban draft against TSM.
It's always going to be difficult when you're going against the leaders of the pack. Well, it's time to meet our first team in this series and start to get things underway.
Please welcome, representing North America, the #1 seed, Team Solo Mid.
Look at them there, Team Solo Mid, as I said it, the American first seed, and looking confident, looking calm, cool, collected. They don't look like they've even got much going ahead of them here. It looks like they're just going into a casual game right now.
Yeah, very difficult to read these guys. They don't really show a whole lot of emotion during games until the very, very end. I mean, I've even seen them win events and still just look very stone-faced and not even like showing the level of excitement you would expect. So for them, you got to figure they're going to be coming in treating this like just another day at the office.
And also, you've got to expect that actually, surprisingly, there's probably quite a lot of pressure on their shoulders in this one. Like, if you're TSM, the #1 seed from America, basically all of America's hopes behind you, right? You can't afford to look weak in front of Fnatic, right? You have to come in with a stellar performance.
Yeah, not only that is they can't show any signs of weakness that their opponents that they're going to face tomorrow can exploit if they do manage to win this best of 5 series, which is expected. So they have to come in extremely strong. However, they can't show all their cards as well. This is their first time appearing live today, and they can't show their best compositions until the final day, which is tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to kind of be able to win these games without breaking a sweat while still holding back all of your strategies, because it's very likely at this point that if TSM do win, they're going to be going up against Cloud9 in the semi-finals. We'll talk more about that later, but you know, they've got a lot still ahead of them in this tournament. It's going to be an interesting one, but it's time to meet TSM's opponents.
Please welcome, representing Europe, the #4 seed, Fnatic.
There they are, Fnatic, the home team, the home favourites and probably the crowd favourites for this one as well. They've got to be going in strong here. They have to keep their heads held high. They have to go in with confidence and really bring their A game. That is the way that they take this series, is coming in strong, keeping their heads high, and you know, making Fnatic fight their game instead of the other way around.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but you have to be up for the task. You know, a lot of people say, oh, we have a rough road because we have to go through Team Solo Mid. Well, if you want to be the best team, you have to be able to beat everyone, not just the lower seeds. And so Fnatic, they have their chance to beat one of the best here right now if they can pull this off.
Yeah, and that's a really good point as well. If they can pull this off, Fnatic, they will be rewriting the history books.
Oh, yeah.
If they go through to the semi-final tomorrow after beating TSM, like, I don't even want to open that can of worms just yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But we did chat to TSM, so let's see how our stone-cold favorites were feeling coming into the tournament.
We obviously understand that Europe as a whole plays a very different meta from North America.
I feel like the European playstyle for their carry players is a lot more passive than NA players. I'm pretty confident in playing against the European playstyle.
We've definitely still been very serious in terms of our preparation. I actually feel like for Worlds, we burnt ourselves out a little bit too hard going into it. So we toned things back a little bit. I mean, we still scrimmed a ton.
6 to 8 hours scrim.
and then I will do some extra solo queue 2 to 4 hours like every day.
I wouldn't really say there's any teams that I'm heavily concerned about. As a whole, I think European teams are going to make names for themselves this spring championship. I think that they have a lot to prove with a huge chip on their shoulder, and I think that they've prepared very well. And particularly from G2 and SK Gaming, I expect them to be very, very strong.
I think the player that I'm looking forward to lane against the most is Cabalifar, just because I think out of all the carry players, he has the most unique playstyle and choice of hero selection.
When we just flying 12 hours to here, we just come here for first place.
There they have it, coming in very, very confident, and I mean, rightly so, right? You expect them to come in with confidence and kind of superiority, but we're going to delve back into a conversation we started off earlier about Fnatic kind of creating metas.
Yeah, I mean, it was something we saw both at Worlds and in this last season, is that Fnatic like to come up with things that no one else has really even tried or thought of. At Worlds, they were the team that introduced Koshka, and it became one of the most played heroes during the World Championship. And when we talked to the teams before Worlds, nobody mentioned Koshka. It was not a pick people were thinking about. Then this regular season, Flicker, Fnatic was the first ones to start playing Flicker. It became a very big pick in the season. Koshka was started by Team Solomid, became a very big pick. And then Grumpjaw, they didn't really have great success with it, but they were the first team to really try and make it work. This is something that Team Solomid has a reputation for, and it's almost upsetting that they didn't play until this late in the event, because now we're going to finally get to see what they had up their sleeves.
We've already got the majority of games out of the way, and we're finally going to see TSM coming on to the field. But let's see our head-to-head, the two big star players to watch in this matchup. Von-C for the likes of TSM up against Palmatoro on the side of Fnatic. Obviously, all of our statistics brought to you by VGPro.gg. If you want to see some statistics on solo queue and things, make sure to head over there. But give me a bit of context as to why these guys are the ones to watch.
Yeah, because for Palmatoro, this is all about pride. If you can beat Von-C, who's one of the best junglers in the world, you're going to put your name, you're going to make a name for yourself and put your name out there. And it's going to be interesting because he loves Samuel and Von-C is excellent on Sky. So to see that matchup in jungle play out is going to be very exciting to watch.
Absolutely, if we get to see it as well. And then on the other side, we've got Von-C.
Yeah, Von-C, no fear, just fight. He is so aggressive in the jungle, loves to try and control every single camp on the map. Even with the Crystal Sentries being added into the game a while back, he still keeps that very aggressive play style. You can see just in his most played heroes, Alpha being one of his most played on his, when he's not playing on the VG8. Those most played heroes are drawn from all of their games, even when they're just playing on their own or if they're just playing ranked with their team. But lots of Alpha being played for Von-C, very aggressive hero. I really hope we get to see him try and make some plays in the jungle.
Yeah, and I believe we've got some replays from the regular season from both of these teams. So let's feast our eyes on what we've been seeing across the VG8.
Yeah, Team Solomid, just, again, that Alpha play here from Von-C, able to clean house. Even with Best Chuck being down extremely early on in that fight, he was able to make it happen.
Yeah, and Alpha is a dominant pick, actually, in EU. We saw G2 running and have a lot of success with it. So it'd be interesting to see what the teams will prioritize in this jungle matchup in terms of ban draft. What is Fnatic going to decide to take away from TSM? Most likely the Koshka, or they can decide to run it and play the NA meta against TSM, which is very risky. And what is TSM going to play? Are they going to run the double range flicker composition that Fnatic actually introduced against Fnatic? There's so many different compositions that both teams can play here, which makes the draft so exciting.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be an interesting draft phase. Obviously, we've seen quite a few different styles of draft across the course of this tournament. That's one of the beautiful things about international play, is you get to see all of these different styles clash, and it's not even just NA style versus EU style. We've seen lots of different teams take different approaches, and even just in that last series, we finally saw our first Alpha, which, across the course of the VG8 has been quite a heavily prioritized pick. So moving into this series specifically then, What are we expecting to be highly contested picks going forward?
You got to figure that Koshka is going to have some sort of focus from G2, trying to keep that away from Von C. I'd also expect to see Team Solo Mid looking to maybe try and take away the Samuel or counter the Samuel at least that Fnatic likes to run so much.
Yeah, that definitely could be two highly contested picks. Are we going to see the same focus on like Lyra and Adagio that we've seen across the course of the tournament? Are we expecting that to be staple still?
Yeah, I think Lyra is a huge priority along with Koshka, Glaive, Lance, all strong. But I think specifically in this matchup here, Arden may play a big role. Flash X has an amazing Arden, and EU prioritizes Arden a lot when these key captains such as Lyra and etc. are banned. So I think Arden is going to show up in these matches for sure.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Arden. I think Arden is actually one of the most picked or picked and bans captains in the game. I mean, obviously there's Lyra and Adagio who've been kind of the very top of the scale, but once those are taken out of the picture, once they're starting to be banned, then you see things like Arden really step up to the plate, and especially with Grumpjaw being so popular, works incredibly well in conjunction with that. We're just a few moments away from our draft now. We should be able to get this one underway. But Fnatic, they're going to have their work cut out for them on this one. TSM, they're walking in with their heads held high and a lot of pride on the line. Is there a way that Fnatic brings some kind of cheesy action to this one to start the series off straight?
There's a chance, but at the end of the day, I don't think that's the key to beating Team Solo Mid. I don't think you need to bring something that's like completely unheard of. I don't think you need to go for a like ridiculous strategy to try and take them down. It's just all about being able to play as a team, the individual mechanics working together in order to make one well-oiled machine. That was how Hammers beat Team Solo Mid. That was how Cloud9 was able to take a series from Team Solo Mid during the regular season, and that's what Fnatic's going to have to do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like our draft is underway. Not 100% sure what's been picked and banned, though. So hopefully we'll be able to get that one fixed up.
Glitch there, but
yeah. But again, we can kind of resume our conversation. Oh, there we go. It's been fixed now. So Vox first pick, not something we've been seeing across the tournament. Adagio on the side of Team Solo Mid, followed by Grumpjaw and a Lance. This is a very quick draft from both teams.
Yeah, and as expected, Koshka and Lyra were the priority along with Adagio, right? And Glaive was the one we talked about. Lance also came out here. So we'll see in terms of what Fnatic's going to pick. Maybe Samuel, they might pick, or Sky, because Sky is good with Lance into Grumpjaw. And then TSM can respond and either play... Oh, they're going to actually go with the Scarf here. So TSM cannot respond and either, play a Weapon Power Grumpjaw with Arden, Flicker, but they do have Lance, so that's highly unlikely. So I think they might go with a Weapon Power carry jungle that Von C is very comfortable on.
A Scarf is... I kind of got to chuckle a little bit at the Scarf because we've seen both these days the Worlds recap, and it was the Scarf that gave Team Solo Mid so much trouble during Worlds. See if they have found this solution to that baby dragon here with the Adagio Grumpjaw, and whatever they're going to finish the comp with, they have a lot of options.
They might just be twitching at the sight of Scarf at this stage. I would hope that they've kind of rethought over those games and found a way back. It is going to be the Arden, the final pick there. So Grumpjaw likely going to the jungle with Adagio in lane. But that's going to be our compositions locked in. And we're looking towards getting into the first game of this series. So quickly, guys, I'm going to ask you for predictions moving forward. Suijay, we'll start with you.
TSM is such a much stronger early game. They're going to shut down Fnatic and deny them for sure.
Okay.
I think just based on what we've seen throughout the season, Team Solo Mid still looking extremely strong. I think they have it.
All right, unsurprising predictions there from our analysts on that one. Team Solo Mid, the most powerful team in America, up against the home favorites. Can they take this one? It's looking likely, but Fnatic are in their way.
Well, we always hope that we can cast Team Solo Mid when we come to these live events, but we also get to cast the home team here. Xingyi, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I am unbelievably excited. TSM, the North American powerhouses, two-time North American champions, and they came second in the Worlds. last December, actually. Fnatic, they're on home turf. They've got the crowd cheering for them. They've had a very strong performance this season, especially after their boot camp. They're riding on this momentum. They had an excellent performance yesterday against Cyclone. This could potentially be a very close series that we'll be closing out on today.
Definitely a little bit of a biased crowd down there. I'm not going to lie.
They tell us off for being biased. You know, the biased caster, biased crowd.
What are you going to do? I think we're all biased in our own ways. But coming into this matchup, I mean, great opportunity comes when there is great risk out there. And Fnatic, if they could take down Team Solo Mid, that is a story that will never be forgotten in Vainglory history. So huge opportunities here. At the same time, a lot of expectations for Team Solo Mid coming into this matchup. And you know, Sweetjay talked about it. Revealing weaknesses here today could make them very vulnerable going into tomorrow if they do make it through indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, we have loaded into the Halcyon Fold. So without further ado, let the games begin. Team Solo Mid have drafted a very beefy lineup here, Shingy.
You know, it's a very normal composition that we're expecting from Team Solo Mid. Vainglory on that Grumpjaw, it's perfect opportunity from DB, super hyper aggressive in the early game. And I think we've said this a number of times. It's a very much in-your-face jungler. It's hyper aggressive, lots of damage there. And Best Chuck NA in the backline, he can heal. And if he's using his Agent of Wrath there, with the Hangry skill, he's already got that bonus weapon damage, bonus attack speed. If you get that buff as well, you're doing an incredible amount of damage, especially onto heroes like Scarf and heroes like Vox.
Well, let's talk about, Flash moved across, takes the mid by himself while the backs are split between Vainglory and Best Chuck. I really like what they just did with this early rotation.
This is what they want to be. They want to be denying the farm away. Scarf in the jungle. Interesting pickup. I can see why they did it. It might be easy for them to fan the flames there. Oh, hang on a second.
Looks scary for Palmatoro. You're just a Scarf. You're level 2. Do your best, Palmatoro.
Oh, no.
Europe would love you to survive, but that's going to be first blood going the way of Vainglory early on here. Now, Best Chuck taking a little bit of poke damage from Tetno and Net Toilette, but Flash is there with the Vanguard. Best Chuck lays down a couple of those basics. Nice harass there. Nobody going to be going down, but just kind of getting a feel here in the first few levels.
And getting a feel here is exactly what we are doing, and I really like the aggression coming out from Team Solo Mid. We're seeing the invades coming out, picking up the first kill there onto Palmatoro, and the reason why they're doing this, Scarf, very much a late game hero, early game pressure, not really that present. If he misses that Spitfire, it's a really great opportunity to be engaging on that fight, and that's exactly what they did there. Oh, he gets rooted, but Flash X gets the Treant there.
Yeah, this is actually the first time I've seen the first two mids go over to the captain here for any team through this tournament. Maybe it's happened. This is the first time I've actually caught it here. Flash making it happen, denying that regen away. Vainglory and Flash going to be moving forward one more time. Yeah, he is grumpy right there. Palma taking a lot of damage, trying to make it to the safety of his turret. He should be able to do so. I don't think they want to be diving just yet. You know, you drop that goop, you go ahead and ignite it with the Spitfire, and it really will make your opponent hesitate in moving further, deeper into that dangerous territory.
Yeah, absolutely. What we're seeing Team Solo Mid is that they're putting a lot of pressure into the jungle. We're seeing these aggressive invades coming out. Vainglory is going to get that Elder Treant there. But whilst Team Solo Mid is focused on the jungle, why I want to be seeing... Oh, hang on a second. Flash X losing a lot.
Yeah, losing a lot of damage. He's burning down, but should be okay. Jumps for Tetno with Sonic Zoom. As he starts to build up more items, we'll see the threat damage jumping forward, but Flash is going to be okay right now. Netwillette's there. He's poking, going low. Flash self-Vanguard keeps himself alive, living on the edge here.
Living on the edge, exactly what they're doing. And we saw time where Vainglory has been taking the farm away from Palmatoro. But actually, despite all of that, if you're looking at the CS, Palmatoro 12 to Vainglory 17 is actually not a bigger difference as I was expecting, considering how often Team Solo Mid have been going to Fnatic's jungle. But one thing that I was going to say, for the early game here for Fnatic, they do not have the early game advantage in terms of the draft that they've picked out. But one thing that is really good there for Fnatic is that Scarf there. He can apply a lot of pressure onto the turrets. He's very good at pushing down objectives in the early game purely because of the Fan the Flames perk. If you can land the Goop and the Spitfires there, you can easily burn down the turrets very quickly as an early game Scarf.
It feels to me like the Scarf should do pretty well into TSM's comp because TSM's going to be running at you, trying to get these abilities down, trying to get that damage down. The question is, can Vainglory burst one of these targets, take maybe a key target out of the fight with his stuffed ability? Vainglory building into what appears, I don't know. What do you think he goes for? Attention bow early here? Does he go for something else?
Well, he's going for attention bow. Question answered.
There you go.
There you go. That's a lot of damage that he's going to be doing very, very quickly on Palmatoro there on that Scarf. And actually Techno JJ on the Vox. They're very squishy. If he gets one hit onto them... Oh, hang on, Palmatoro. gets damage onto Von C.
Von C says, that's my mid, I'd like a little regen. He's going to be rooted up here by Net. Toilette drops down, Githian wall from Net, very good damage out onto Von C. They're going to be able to find their first kill. Fnatic striking damage into Team Solomid, a double kill here, and both kills going the way of Techno JJ. I'd say if you're Fnatic, you'd be quite happy about what just happened here.
Would be very happy, absolutely. But one thing we do have to be careful about, they did win that team fight, yes, absolutely. And I've got to say, Von C, maybe a little bit out forward there, maybe wasn't quite expecting the flank coming up from Fnatic there, which allowed them to pick up the kill. And I feel like the tension ball didn't actually have as big as an impact as I was expecting. We're about to see that replay here right now. Von C, he gets the root, absolutely pivoted there, and just gets Githian walled into the wall. You know, he's trying to get onto Palmatoro, but just the damage isn't coming. Oh, it actually goes onto Techno JJ there. And FlashX trying his very best to keep Von C alive, just isn't fast enough there.
Yeah, I mean, I think also for TSM, unfortunately, Best Chuck's cooldowns were a little bit out of sync with how they would have liked to have them in that fight. But, you know, the game will move on. 5 minutes in, 2-1 Fnatic in advantage as far as kills and a very tiny net worth advantage. I'd say all things considered, early game's going very well for them.
Early game is going very well for them. Just kind of going back, just going to take a throwback to yesterday. Oh no, he gets stopped!
He's stopped! He's level 6! I didn't even see that happen, and he's going to pull back Palmatoro onto the turret. Rest in peace, dear Scarf.
I have to say that wasn't entirely unexpected. We saw Von C hitting that level 6 and no reflex blocks on the side of Techno JJ Palmatoro. That is going to be a priority item pickup there for both of them. Because if they get taken out of the fight, especially Scarf, he's not a very mobile hero. He needs to be kept safe by Net Toilette. And if you're going to be taken out of the fight like that, that is exactly what we're going to expect. You're going to be burst down very, very quickly, especially with the tension bow in the hands of Von C there.
You know, you mentioned Net Toilette there. Honestly, as I look at this Fnatic team, and it's not every team you say this, but I would say Net Toilette is the player that's going to make the major plays that would swing this series Fnatic's way if it were to go that way. He seems to turn up like no other sometimes. It can be hit or miss, but he really goes 100%, and it's a beautiful thing to watch here.
Absolutely. Actually, if we're going to compare the captains between the two teams here, Net Toilette and FlashX.
He's going to move forward. He does have his ultimate. He's going to stuff up. Oh, why not just grab the Scarf again? Moving back, but he's rooted. Net holds him in place. Palma will go down here as Net taking a lot of damage. Best Chuck doing his best to go ahead and heal, buff, and continue to lay that damage down.
There wasn't that reflex block. Actually, Von C, they're going under turret.
Yeah, he is grumpy. He's hangry. Flash gave him the Vanguard, so he doesn't have his own. Reflex comes out, buying him a little bit of time. And Techno has to be careful. Huge burst damage coming out of this Grumpjaw right now.
He's hitting very, very hard there. We saw how much he was doing damage on doing the Techno JJ and Net Toilette. This is what we're going to be seeing from the Lance. Oh!
Von C moves. Net Toilette misses the impale, but he finds the Githian wall, buying a little bit of time. Boots backwards, and that was a very dangerous situation. Net almost going down.
A very dangerous situation, absolutely. And this puts Team Solomid in a very comfortable position. That gold mine looking very full. They're actually starting it right now. And that's going to be a very nice gold swing going towards their way. And if you look at the gold between the two teams, there is only a 400 gold difference, which seems a little bit surprising considering how well Team Solomid have been synergizing and picking up those kills onto Palmatoro.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fnatic did go up early in that small net worth and kill lead here, but Team Solomid, they go ahead and get the gold miner. They're going to start to build upon that net worth lead, and we'll see if Fnatic can go ahead and start to stall this out and reel it back in.
There was a team fight before, and I'm going to kind of just go back to before that team fight. I was saying, I'm going to throw back to the Gangstars game we saw yesterday, where we did see a Grumpjaw and an Adagio. We saw a really nice chain coming out where the Grumpjaw was able to use a stuff and then throw it onto the Verse of Judgment.
Right.
I would very much like to see this coming out again from Team Solomid, and if any team was going to be able to replicate that success, it would be TSM. They are very cohesive as a team, and even without that,
you would say that, but I mean, honestly, the way Gangstars were landing, it's absolutely insane. Team Solomid definitely capable of doing it. We do see all three members of both teams up here. Gauntlet's going to become down. He's knocked back. It's not canceled off. Von C onto Techno. He's going to go ahead and get stuffed up with the ultimate. Moving back. Goop's down, not ignited. Techno's down. Huge damn it. Net Toilette moving back. You see Net holding the fountain through that fight. Do you agree with that?
I'm going to have to agree on that. Palmatoro, he is still alive. He was very much full health. If he's able to poke away, then...
Goop down, taking a lot of damage. Look at that! Stutter stepping Von C, getting the mad damage down. Well, Flash with the fountain just enough as the Dragon's Breath coming out, pushing TSM off of that turret right there.
Hits.
Spitfire lands on the Best Shot. He's going to go ahead and get in there. Palmatoro gets a basic off. They find the kill. Flash not able to keep him alive. Now he's going to be impaled up. Flash is going to eat a Spitfire. A couple basics coming out of Palma. Net Toilette as well. And Fnatic, they find the kills, they protect the turret. Wonderful job.
That's why he was holding onto the turret. Techno JJ was, holding onto the turret, holding onto that fountain. Techno JJ was going to go down anyway, but Palmatoro, if he is able to sustain and keep pushing out those Spitfires as he was doing on Devontae, he is able to do a lot of damage. He's got that Frostburn. He is able to slow down the members as he did Devontae. It's very difficult for them, it slows their movement speed. It's easy to land those subsequent basic attacks onto him.
Yeah, so, I mean, you mentioned the Frostburn. This is an item you agree with? I mean, it appears to be making sense here.
It definitely does make sense to me. You want to be slowing down Vonsi. He's got that mobility. He's using his Grumpy skill as a way to close the gap between him and Fnatic. And if you're able to slow him down as he moves forward, that is a really good position for Fnatic to be in and just to back away from that.
Yeah, definitely. The slows between that and Goop. A sticky situation for anybody that overextends. An Impale from Net. He's going to go ahead and lock Flash down. They do see Von C moving forward. The Githian wall will stun up Von C as Net slaps him back there. A lot of respect coming out from TSM. You do see that they are applying pressure, but not overextending. I think Von C doing a good job thus far. A lot of damage here. Level 7 here. He's going to move in. He's Grumpy. The Gauntlet's down. They're going to try and combo this one up as he Reflex moves back from Palmatoro. Net taking a bit of damage, but he's doing okay. A very good job on the front line for his team as the Goop's going to be ignited up here.
That was actually a really good Gauntlet coming out from FlashX. Actually stunning all 3 members of Fnatic, it felt. But it was a shame that there wasn't any follow-up because Von C, he did have that stuffed ability available. And I think that there was a lot of potential for them to try and pick up the turret.
Net Toilette, the Von C comes in, he's Grumpy, but he gets slapped right back with that Githian. Well, one thing, they did use the Reflexes and the Crucible. There's still a Verse available, and of course the ultimate coming out of Grumcha. We'll see if they're going to be able to use this before the cooldowns come back up. Von C takes the mid away from Fnatic, and Team Solo Mid look to continue to apply pressure. Turret in danger of dropping here, but I mean, we're 11 minutes in. It's not like this turret would be dropping too early in this game.
That is true, but Palmatoro, he doesn't. He's quite low in energy. He's only got the energy battery. I don't think they're in a good position to fight, and as you said, that turret I think is going to go down. I think they should just let it go down and just back away.
Grumpy around the backside, turret down, Net trying to buy some time as Techno moves backwards. He's trying to stutter step with the ultimate coming forward there. Ooh, a Mortal Wound applied onto Vontae twice through that fight very, very quickly, of course, with the Vox. Githian wall stuns up onto Flash as Vontae moves forward, just races Techno out of there. And TSM not losing anybody. Did a very good job of juggling the damage between the team.
It was very good. Actually, I was thinking FlashX, he used his fountain before Net Toilette did. And I was thinking, actually, this is a really good opportunity for Fnatic to fight back. But then I looked at Palmatoro and I was like, he is still very low on energy. He's not able to contribute much to this fight. So they are able to pick up that turret and they are able to pick up that gold mine. And we're seeing that gold lead just creep up just a little bit more. We're seeing a very comfortable 3k gold lead there, sitting in the hands of TSM. They've got the turret advantage. But I feel that now that Techno JJ has gone to the shop, he's picked, he was sitting on 2,200 gold in that fight, actually.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't the best time for them to fight.
Well, obviously they wanted to go ahead and try and protect that turret there. But right now, we do see Tyrant's Monocle complete for Von C. He's building more critical strike right now. This is just going to be huge burst damage. The way they're itemizing, the way the game's going based off compositions, it does feel like there's a bit of a timer, not like one of those, a clear-cut timers where, you don't make it past 15 minutes, you're going to lose the game. But do you feel the same way, and do Fnatic have to be within a certain net worth to be within this game?
For me, I feel once that Palmatoro upgrades maybe to a Void Battery or maybe even just goes for Halcyon charges at that point, maybe they're in a better position to fight. Yes, he's got the Broken Myth and the Frostburn. He can stack up very easily, but I'm going to stick to my point before that he is not able to contribute to these sustained fights. And that's going to be a major issue for me in the next few minutes. Another issue for me here is Fnatic. I think I want to be seeing Palmatoro just upgrading his boots as well, because mobility-wise, Scarf is a very slow hero. There's a lot of crowd control sitting in TSM with the gauntlets, with the stuff, and also with the Verse of Judgment. What Team Solo Mid are trying to do in these team fights is force the reflex blocks out. Palmatoro, as that Scarf, does not want to be fighting inside the gauntlet, so he is forced to use those reflex blocks out. So positioning-wise, I want to be seeing him just prioritize mobility, but Net Toilette takes a little bit of a hit there.
A little bit of it. You can see, I mean, even the Lance, he's incredibly tanky, taking nice chunk damage out of TSM. One thing I want to point out, Von C is infused about halfway through that infusion timing. Techno picked up his own infusion as well. Level 9 just kind of going ahead and treading water here. Net Toilette over the wall. He will be able to actually pick up that mid, denying it away from Von C. A cheeky play from Net Toilette, I would expect no less.
Yes, and Vonsi, he needed that tree, he needed that healing that was going to offer, so they're just going to back away from this fight. Fnatic, they're staying in here, they're doing well, just defending away, and to be honest, with a Scarf under the Vox, they are very good at turtling. If we're Team Solomid are trying to apply pressure, it's so easy for Palmator just to throw out a Goop and Spitfire.
Definitely.
And just push that wave away. So Team Solomid, I feel what they're needing to do is just try and force a fight in the jungle, because in the jungle I feel Fnatic will not fare as well. Because it's a lot more open, a lot more white space.
It's a dangerous situation. I mean, you want to go up against the Lance in the jungle. We'll see right here. Yeah, so the War Tread's moving forward. They're looking for a target. The Vanguard onto Vonsi. Vonsi looking for a time. I mean, you don't want Net Toilette, right? As Vonsi's looking for one of these key targets to take down, every single time for Fnatic, it's Net on the front line for his team. He's done such a great job with the positioning. Let's see if they can continue to do so. Spitfire's coming out. Net combat roll over the wall. Vanguard onto Vonsi. And TSM, once again, repositioned back into a safer area of the map. Kraken spawns 15 minutes into this game, Shingy. We really don't have a wide gap in this net worth, and 4 to 5 in the kill score. I think a lot of surprises here. Yeah, Net's all right at this moment. If he gets focused down and no one is able to help him out in this situation, it could get quite dangerous. Crystal Sentry taking a lot of damage, and Fnatic are going to have to make a decision. Net's going to go ahead and port back, but this is Kraken being started up by TSM. I mean, maybe they just don't have an idea this is happening, but at the same time, you know, you talk about the objective potential for the Scarf.
I think that was a really, I feel that for me that was a very clever strategy coming out from Team Solomid. Actually, Fnatic, are they going for the steal?
Woo, they were moving in. You could see that they were feeling it right here. Now, Vonsi moving forward. The Atlas landed, but he's going to go ahead and stuff up right there. The Gauntlet's down. Verse is going to come out. Connects. You've lost Vonsi on the top of this fight, but Palma shortly to follow. Tetno going to go ahead and try to kite back. Stun from Net will let Tetno take the chance. Look at the double kill. The ace for Fnatic. And this is just money in the bank right here. Basically, you might lose one turret, but they are going to be getting the money off of this Kraken, and a phenomenal fight for Fnatic.
Absolutely. All three members of Team Solomid clustered up, so easy for Palmator just to land that good. We're about to see Vonsi. He takes a lot of damage. He's only got the kinetic shield. And even though we do see Scarf being as Vonsi, he gets caught in the gauntlet. Tenno JJ is just able to back out the gauntlet, deal a lot of damage. He's got that poison shiv as well. And like you said, Net Toilette, maybe the player to watch in this game. His roots, his impales, and Githian walls, I feel like he's landing them the majority of the time.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. If you guys haven't got to see footage on Net Toilette over the past few seasons, he's one of the highest, he's one of the most capable captains I've seen as far as playmaking capabilities across in the world, in the Vainglory competitive scene. Incredibly talented guy, making the plays here against Team Solomid. And the expectations high for this team coming in here. You got to wonder, what are TSM thinking at this point?
What are TSM thinking? They need to try and get that focus back. Like we said this earlier, there's a lot of CC in the hands of them. We've not seen that Verse of Judgment. I don't think I've seen a Verse of Judgment so far. They're engaging very well with the Gauntlet, but I feel like they're lacking the follow-up. Vonsi, he's been holding on to his stuff quite a lot. And every time we have seen him use it, it's not really been blocked. So I feel that stuffed ability is a really great ability for him to be engaging on. Palmator is still very, very squishy. There's no armor on the side of him. Tenno JJ with the light armor as well. If he gets onto either of them, he can do a lot of damage. The problem is he's getting burst down very quickly by Fnatic.
Definitely huge burst damage coming out here at this point. I mean, we saw on both sides, Best Chuck's Brokenness stacking up, Palma stacking up very equally as damage comes out from both teams here. Flares, as each team needs to go ahead and keep vision across the middle area of this map. Incredibly important. You cannot afford to be caught out by surprise. I mean, the element of surprise is so huge at this point. If you get engaged on, you don't see it coming, that could just be all she wrote.
I definitely agree with you, but right now I want to point out Team Solomid, all three members are infused. And if you do look at Fnatic, they don't really, Palmator does not have enough gold to infuse, neither does Net Toilette, and Tenno JJ, he's the only one that's infused. This could be a really great opportunity for Team Solomid to be fighting, and I think that they recognize this. We see Vonsi sitting in that bush.
Flash taking out a lot of damage. The Vanguard, the Gauntlet coming out very defensively now. Tetno, he's forced back very quickly, and they didn't have the infusion, but it popped by Palmator. Now here's Dragon's Breath's going to come out. The fountain used by Flash melting, but then let Feather Chuck on the backside. Best Chuck melted down. Fnatic didn't lose anybody. Now the question is, like, Fnatic, what would you like on the map? How about you just go take it now?
Vonsi, he's happy to back away right now from Fnatic, and that team fight, absolutely incredible mechanics coming out there from Fnatic. We saw the engagement coming from Team Solomid, but Flash Ice, he took so much damage that Fnatic recognized this, like, man, okay,
Well, Flashix is out of the picture. We forced that gauntlet, very defensive gauntlet. Best Shock NA, we're going to take him out of the picture. We're going to use the Githian wall to reposition him.
Dangerous situation. Net slaps him back with the Githian wall.
Oh,
he got it! Vonsy, of course he got it! He is the legend! Now Palma with the boots out to the south side. Vonsy, he's grumpy, he's over the wall looking for a target. Tetno porting out, feels dangerous. They're going to back off. His flash throws the flare. They're on the chase. Vonsy, his grump coming up right here. Hits the wall, face plants. That's impale from Net to Willette, buying more time for his team. Vonsy, hangry, trying to get the damage out on Net, still holding the fountain, doesn't want to use it, doesn't have to use it. And this potentially could be just a bit more money for Fnatic if this Kraken doesn't get enough work done on this turret here.
Yeah, Scarf coming out. He's great at taking out objectives. Best Shock NA gets stunned!
Yeah, Best Shock stunned up. The silence to follow. But Vonsy around the backside. Gauntlets down. Another Githian wall coming out. Buying more time. Vonsy's on the Palma. Palma Dragon's Breath is not enough. And Met to let another stun. He's going crazy right now. Tetno will go down though. Look at TSM. They're all on a sliver of health. They juggle the damage. They get the ace. They stay alive. When it looked like everything was going the other way, they make it happen, Cap'n. 20 minutes and just turning it up to 100.
TSM stealing that Kraken. Vonsy, what a job there.
What?
What? I know, what is that? But that was game-changing. Those Kraken steals absolutely just pivotal. No one can deny
and this
that.
just went from money in Fnatic's pocket to GG Team Solo Mid.
Well, the issue is, once he stole the Kraken, all three members, because he invested so much in trying to take the Kraken down, they were in absolutely no position to fight. It was a chase to the death.
Oh, wow. Team Solo Mid, you can never underestimate this team. Obviously, juicy targets when they're all sitting on 5-10% health. You jump in, you feel like you can take those kills down, but it's just such a dangerous situation. We could break it down all day, but we have some more talented men over at the analyst desk. So guys, what happened?
Thank you very much, guys. It's a very good question, Humanist, because that was so much closer than I think anyone was expecting. Fnatic really bringing it to TSM there. Obviously, TSM managing to take it in the end, but it was off the back of a Kraken steal, which not a scenario we would have anticipated.
No, not at all. That was a lot closer than I think pretty much anyone would have been expecting. Fnatic bringing the fight to Team Solo Mid and making them sweat a little bit there.
Yeah, and we do actually have a replay of that final fight with the Kraken steal in the mix there as well. So, EJ, do you want to run us through this one?
Yeah, this is such a crazy play by Vonsy. I mean, for him to just secure this Kraken really set up TSM to win the rest of this match. And they don't really secure any other kills here, but the play that follows up was just amazing. The bait and the ability of TSM to turn this entire fight around. And watch the gauntlet again. Fast X lands that stun on Vox, and then Vonsy just deletes the Scarf so quickly with that tensionable double monocle build. So very well played by TSM there. On the sliver of their health, they were able to secure that ace and end the game right there.
And I think like one of the biggest things we've got to talk about is Tetno JJ on that Vox in so many fights was just dishing out that damage and keeping Fnatic in the game, in all honesty.
Yeah, it was really, really strong, but I actually want to focus on the Lance play coming out of Fnatic there. That Kraken steal almost happens because the Lance play was too good. Like, if you watch that, when we watched that replay, you could actually see it. They stopped damage on the Kraken as they saw Grumptroll start to come in because they were expecting him to try and make the steal. So they slowed up their damage so that they would be able to, have Grumptroll come in and then close out the Kraken. But the Lance actually knocked Vonsy away, so he didn't get in when they thought that he would because they slowed their damage. They then said, oh, he just got knocked back. We need to put damage back on the Kraken. And that gave Vonsy that little bit of hesitation, gave him enough time to get back in there. So, almost too good from that Toilette.
A messy situation, though, and I think that comes down to communication. Do we think that that's like one of the big differences between these two squads?
Yeah, I think that Fnatic needed to make sure they secure that Kraken no matter what. And letting Vonsy steal it was huge for TSM. And I think communication standpoint, rotations early game too. TSM did a very good job. Vonsy was ahead in jungle. He took Scarf's back. So TSM had some very solid rotations, knowing that Fnatic was overly pressuring the lane. So really good job by TSM there as well.
Yeah, our really players to watch were Vonsy and Palmatoro, and I think you look at the score lines, that kind of tells the story a little bit of how they were able to win this game, Vansi winning in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Palmatoro had some amazing ultimates as well in some of those fights. Honestly, that game was a treat to watch. It was back and forth. We had some amazing team fights. Both of them managed to win out some of those fights as well. I'm curious to see what we have coming up next in this game, like how the draft is going to differ. Like, I don't know whether either team was far enough ahead to need respect bans to change things up.
Yeah, I don't think TSM will change anything. Honestly, Fnatic's draft was better mid to late game because Lance is such a good counter to Grumpjaw, actually. And TSM still pulled it away with a win, even though they had a comp that kind of countered the Grumpjaw pick. So I think TSM probably won't change anything. They don't want to show anything yet until they have to pull it out in like a Game 4 or Game 5.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's always going to be that mantra. But it is going to be starting off with a glaive ban from TSM. Now they're obviously on that A side with Fanatic on the B side. And we'll see how this draft is going to differ. Koshka going to be banned away. You know, being a European team on the B side, you're probably going to ban that one.
Yeah, most likely. I think we may actually see a little bit of difference here from Team Solomid just because they are a team that they do actually draft fairly differently depending on if they are on A side or B side. So, expect to see something slightly different from game number 1, but not necessarily different from what Team Solomid generally does as a whole.
Yeah, so Vox going to be locked in very early on for Techno JJ. He was doing a phenomenal job with that towards the late stages of the game. Baron going to be taken away as well. So when you get towards that late stage of the game, Vox is going to be one of those most powerful characters.
Yeah, that's a good ban because Baron counters Vox pretty hard. TSM did a good ban here, knowing that they don't want to give him that Vox-Lance combo again, and a mage and jungle here. And it's interesting that Fnatic's putting so much emphasis on the Vox here, when I feel like there are specific counters to him, because Gwen is open, Adagio is still open, Adagio outranges the Vox. Gwen is actually good into Vox until late game, Vox beats her. So it's interesting to see this Vox priority, and is it going to pan out for Fnatic here? They're going to take that Grumpjaw, which makes a lot of sense because Grumpjaw with Lyra is extremely strong early.
Absolutely, and also takes it away from Team Solomid. Let's remember that it was Von C's Grumpjaw that stole that Kraken in the first place and put the final nail in the coffin in Game 1. Now looking over towards the side of Team Solomid, where do we go from here? Obviously Lyra is a fantastic building stone.
I think Rhyme is a good pick to come out here. Crew as well
Really?
to counter Grumpjaw. Rhyme actually is very good into Grumpjaw, so we could see potentially a Rhyme come out if they want to play that. Gwen, like I said, is going to be picked because she's such a good carry into Vox, especially the early game with Lyra's early game aggression. And I think they can go Skye here. Skye, Rhyme, both good picks, but I think most likely since Lance is banned, Skye makes the most sense in this situation.
We have seen a lot more Skye across the course of this tournament. I don't think we've actually seen Rhyme picked up just yet. Blackfeather is going to be the pick though. Fairly squishy composition from Team Solomid, but boatloads of damage able to come out.
Glad I stayed quiet. I was not going to expect a Blackfeather out of Team Solomid. This is the first time they've played Blackfeather all season long on the competitive, so excited to see how Von C is going to handle this hero.
We did say that Team Solomid, they've not been on the stage just yet. We've not seen them play in a couple of weeks, and coming out with the Blackfeather, they obviously had something up at their sleeves, and now they're going to be bringing it to the stage. And now Fnatic just going to be rounding out their composition. Where do you go to go against this TSM?
I think Arden makes the most sense. Oh, they're going to do a support Captain Grumpjaw, and Skye is actually a good counter into that Blackfeather. However, it is CP Blackfeather, so honestly it's a skill match at this point because CP Blackfeather has so much range, he can actually poke a Skye out. So it'll be interesting to see how this is going to pan out.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one, and we'll see whether Fnatic can find their way back into the series. The first game was closer than I think TSM expected. We'll see if the second game is going to be a similar story. Quick predictions before we jump in, Bacon.
I think TSM is going to continue to prove why they are the #1 seed in North America.
All right, so EJ?
Lyra Gwen is so strong together. They're going to put so much early game pressure that I think TSM is going to snowball this game.
The desk is still going for TSM, but I'm sure the crowd is still going for Fnatic. We'll see how the casters are feeling as we head into Game 2.
Well, a skill matchup usually makes for an exciting game here. We're going to have some Skye, maybe some CP Blackfeather. And Shingy, when we get into this matchup, if these guys miss any skill shots, it can go the other way like that.
It can definitely go the other way. It's a very different draft from what we're expecting, especially that Blackfeather coming out from TSM. But if there's any team that hides their strategies, it is TSM. They keep their cards close to the chest, and we don't usually see these picks coming out until these live championships, and then everything is just thrown wide open.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Palmatoro, he's been playing this Sky season after season after season. We'll see what he can do here. Obviously, I think a lot of the naysayers for this home team, Fnatic, were quieted after game number 1. I'm excited to see what we can do as these players get ready for match number 2 here.
Absolutely. Sweet Generous was saying, well, this is a very aggressive early game composition coming out from TSM, and actually, if you look at the first game as well of the series, that was also very much. I feel like they had a lot of early game pressure that they could have applied, but Fnatic, they responded to that really well, and actually, we saw everything kind of just flipped on its head. Fnatic were the ones that were winning the team fights. They looked very, very strong, and I'm really hopeful that we might be seeing the same thing as well, especially with the CP Blackfeather. That could be very easy for them to shut down in the jungle.
Woo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, match number 2 in this best-of-5 series between Fnatic and Team Solo Mid. Let's get it on, guys. We are into the game, loaded into the fold, players making their way out into their positions respectively across the map. And we're going to have Flash X on this Lyra, of course, moving forward aggressively. He's going to look to get some vision out, see exactly what's going on. Sigil goes down, it provides him that vision, and if he gets into a dangerous situation, he can get himself out. But he boosts that very early, as he puts a little pressure onto Net Toilette. This isn't really a hero that you can pressure too much with a Lyra. A lot of other heroes you can trade out, having the advantage, not so much against the Grumpjaw.
Yeah, Grumpjaw, very, very tanky. Actually, Best Truck NA, we're seeing a bit of a 2v1 situation. Well, not 2v1, we're seeing both members of Fnatic in the lane. They're up there with TSM. I'm looking right now at what everyone's picked up. Oh, wait, hang on. Let you spot him.
Yeah, of course they spot him. Flash is never going to move in without throwing that Sigil down first if they don't have vision. So a very nice job playing it safe early on. You can see Palma thinking about playing games. Von C as well. Von C's going to move in. He will find Palmatoro there. But look at that forward barrage. Nice damage out onto this Blackfeather. But you have to be careful. I mean, just one on point and a jump in by Von C is a lot of burst damage early on. But as far as this lane matchup, Shingy, how do we expect this to play out?
Looking at this lane match, I would definitely expect Best Truck NA to have the advantage in terms of damage. Techno JJ, if you look at his itemization, he's not really going for that early game damage. They want to be avoiding those fights, to be honest. And Best Truck NA, we're going to be seeing him picking up that tension bow. I think that's pretty much a given at this point. We're seeing all the Gwens picking up that tension bow. It just works so well with her boomstick that I feel like Techno JJ, they just really have to survive to the late game. And I want to be seeing a little bit more of a passive start in the lane coming up from Fnatic.
All right, well, we'll see if Fnatic can go ahead and execute on what you're looking for, Shingy, early on here. And Von C moving up from the bottom, but Fnatic, they already have a target as they move forward. Target lock onto Flash. Flash eating a load of that forward rush damage. Palmatoro with the first blood. I mean, that looked easy.
That looked very easy. He's got 3 crystal bits. That's doing a lot of damage there. Flash X wasn't really able to get away in time. And it's actually interesting, Flash X there as a Lyre with that bright bulwark, that cancels out a lot of the abilities coming out from Fnatic, especially Net Toilette. You know, that stuff we've been seeing is in some very game-changing team fights in a lot of the other series so far in the past few days. If he is able to time that bulwark, it just takes away a lot of the advantage that Fnatic could possibly have with their engagements.
Out of the performance of Kiana Nakoa earlier, I don't know if anybody can make the bright bulwark stops look as good as he did, but I'm sure if anyone can do it, it would be Flash. Flash moves forward, Net just kind of hanging out here. He's going to make sure that nothing sneaky happens in the lane as Von C continues to move through the jungle, farming up, just throwing out the on point there, just, Von C things.
Just Von C things, just scouting out the area. He's really going for all 4 crystal bits, but of course he's not going to have the same issues there as Palmatoro with energy-wise. You know what I would like to see? I would actually quite like to see a Frostburn coming out from Palmatoro. I feel like it would work really well going into the Blackfeather. You know, Blackfeather, he's got all of those gap-closing abilities.
Yeah, definitely.
And that Frostburn can certainly do a lot.
Buy you a little bit of time, even, you get that Frostburn, Surrey strike into a better position, abuse that mobility if you can. Sigil goes down, so Flash realizes exactly what's going on here from Fnatic's side.
Yeah, Pest chucking it. He's got attention bow at 3.5 minutes. There's a very strong power spike there in TSM, especially in the lane. You've also got Lyre there with that sustain. Of course, Palmatoro. I feel like Fnatic know exactly what's up. All 3 members are in the lane to prevent those kind of aggressive 2v2 pushes coming out.
Well, they're going to drop down as a unit as Von C looks to take his mid. Dangerous situation as they move forward. Fnatic will be able to take that away. Palma moving back with a forward barrage there, doing a very good job. Yeah, as you said, Bestchuck, a really good timing on his tension bow there. He didn't pick up boots, but you know, on the Gwyn you could get away with that with your skedaddle ability. Yes. Palma target locks there. He's going to Suri strike into a better position as Bright Bulwark's down. Buckshot out to slow out Fnatic. They keep moving forward though. And there is decent, you know, crystal damage being put out here by Palmatoro very early on. And I'm a little bit surprised at how effective it's actually playing out here.
Actually, I think part of the reason was Fnatic, they were doing a very clever job there of just gaining control over that jungle shop, preventing Team Solomid from shopping, because actually all 3 members, prior to that kind of little skirmish there, all 3 members were sitting over 1,000 gold. They didn't want to be fighting. They didn't have the defense. We can see that they've actually picked a lot of items since then. So they knew, we just have to back away at this point, and then maybe we can actually go in a little bit more.
Well, making the smart plays, we'd expect no less at this point in the tournament, this far into the season here. Fnatic doing a great job early on. They do have the net worth lead 5 minutes into this game, up in the kill score 1-0. It's been quiet as far as kills go, but the action has been back and forth. It feels like both teams kind of doing a little bit of a research mission as they get in these engages. Now, TSM obviously sees Palma as the scout traps popped off, forcing Palmatoro to use his boots. 140-second cooldown there. So you have to be very careful. Now the Buckshot comes out. Grumshot forced to use his fountain there. Now Netwillet did not want to use that fountain, but he keeps himself alive. This is going to be TSM looking to apply some pressure. 266 damage onto Tetno coming out of that on point from Vonsi's CP Blackfeather.
Sweetie on the analyst desk does say a lot of this is very much based on the skill. If you're able to dodge that on point, which does a lot of damage, as we see. You know, he's only got that heavy prism and I guess 4 other crystal bits, but it has a hell of a kick there.
I mean, I love what Palmatoro just did. You see TSM moving up through this choke point. Just hang back at max range, throw that forward barrage down, and they're going to eat some damage coming through. It's going to make them think twice about doing anything too aggressive.
Well, that's the issue there, with especially with like Gwen there. She's got a very short range. It's very easy for Palmatoro to use his forward barrage just to zone them away. And now that he's level 6 as well, he has a death from above. He can either use it to try and separate the 2 teams apart to prevent those aggressive engagements coming from TSM, or he can use it very aggressively to trap them closer and allow Techno JJ within range.
You know, if we go back looking at the past seasons when Team Secret won back-to-back EU championships, it was Palmatoro. He was riding the Sky to victory when he was playing with K Volifar and Mowgli. It is so good to see him back on the CP Sky here, and we'll see what he can do up against the #1 seeded in a team here. And they move forward. On point's going to land onto 2. Pretty good damage. Bright Bulwark's down early. A little bit surprising that actually came out, as it has such a long cooldown. It's going to be about 18 seconds before Flash could use that again. Flash doing a good job to throw out scout traps, using the move speed and the heal coming out of the sigil to kind of back Fnatic up there. And both teams, once again, just kind of poking and doing their little research missions again.
I certainly anticipate that in this game, anyway, Netwillet will be trying to force that bulwark out as early as possible. Because if he's able to force that bulwark out, Palmatoro is free reign with that Suri strike just to get around the members and just get onto Bestchuck NA and just burst him down. He doesn't really have that much Crystal's defense, actually. Neither does Von C. If he is able to get onto them, he does a lot of damage.
A lot of damage coming out here from both sides. Now this is a game where we saw Sorrowblade first completed for the Vox. Tetno, one of the players across every region that really loves this Vox. I mean, he plays this Vox a lot. And he does itemize games specifically. We see sometimes his Poison Shiv first, sometimes he's going to come out with Sorrowblade. I think a very smart choice here. Net moves forward, he's level 6, he does have the ultimate. Death from above is going to zone out, but Von C with the Rose Offensive into a good position here. Flares coming out. Fnatic not going to be caught out by surprise. Palma with the forward barrage from range, slowing them up with the Frostburn. Buckshot comes out, slowing up Fnatic as TSM move forward. And this is a skill shot based matchup here once again. Oh, the Wayforward comes out. Can they follow up here? Aces High is going to connect. Palma taking low. That tension bow. Oh, 431 damage comes out. Execute damage. Von C jumps forward. Another on point. Netwillet dropped very low. And Von C could dive if he wants. If anyone's going to dive, it's going to be Von C.
He misses.
Ooh, that Von C. He misses on that, but this on point doing so much damage, and if he's landing that from range, you got to be so careful at this point.
Absolutely. That was how they were able to pick up the kill into Palmatoro. We did see the fountain coming out from Netwillet, but it wasn't quite enough. The health regeneration just wasn't enough to kind of avoid that on point. And especially when all 3 members of Fnatic were as clustered as they were, if that on point is going to hit all 3 members, and we'd actually see Team Solomid picking up the first turrets off the game.
No? Yeah, he was getting good damage out on the Bestchuck there. Right, Bulwark will go ahead and cancel off the aggression. Turret drops for Fnatic. Nice money in the pocket of Team Solo Mid as they do take the net worth advantage here 9 minutes into this match.
Yes, they are, and now that Best Truck NA is gone, that guy's just damage just coming out from Von C. And if you look at his ice
having a little crystal power, huh?
I don't think he has enough, to be honest, but Humanist.
Well, not enough for Von C's. Like, he's also crystal infused right now. That level 8 infusion coming out, and that I think that played a big role in our last engagement.
I definitely agree. Yeah. I feel that Fnatic, if they're really kind of committed for the fight, they have a very good chance, but they're being very cautious right now, and that's not a bad thing. That is completely not a bad thing. They're just testing the water, seeing how Team Solo Mid are trying to force these engages out, and that ace is high. I think that caught everyone by surprise. It definitely caught Palmatoro. The moment they managed to land the stun, we just saw Team Solo Mid just completely committing for that fight. And Fnatic, they're a little bit far ahead right now. They're not close to any turrets.
Yeah, Flash dropping that Bright Bulwark, maybe expecting a little aggression there. Nettolet does have ultimate available, so we do see the carry and jungler drop down to the jungle shop. It's going to be a crystal infusion in the pocket of Palmatoro's Tetno. JJ pops his infusion level 7. They're going to be looking for a target. Nettolet's grumpy, he moves in, the sigil's down. They're trying to find target. He will be stuffed up, moving back, but a lot of damage coming out as the death from above, zoning out, slowing down. Now Lyra taking a lot of damage, holding, drops that bound, keeping his team alive at this point. More so keeping himself alive, but doing a good job for his team thus far. Now the Sigil's going to boost up Von C and Best Chuck. As Von C once again throwing out on point after on point. This is such a skill shot based matchup here. And even when you talk about the ace is high, like if that misses, the fight can completely be reversed. If it lands, it can just devastate a team.
Oh, Vincent.
Another death from above coming down. Palma's just throwing this at will. 394 damage coming out of that on point. Von C's moving forward. It looks like they want to target. Palma's dropping low. Grumpy comes out of net as he feels the danger coming out. Frontside for his team. Palma, he takes the mid. He's going to have this region here. But Von C, he's locked on the net. But Tenno's up in the lane. Oh, he's not going to get Flash. Flash actually gets away on the sliver of health. Tetno almost finding that kill there. Best Chuck, it was with that buckshot, he's going to slow up. Tetno feeling strong as he can stand his ground as long as he dodges out that on point from Von C.
So close there to picking up the kill onto Flash X. Actually a very promising fight coming up from Fnatic. They split the they split TSM apart, and that was a very, very nicely done. Nettolet and Palmatoro, just I guess against the world here right now.
Yeah, I mean, Net obviously did an incredible job. I think it was Nettolet that split them apart, and the damage threat out of Tetno that forced Flash immediately back. Obviously, Von C doing a good job to apply pressure onto Palmatoro. Palmatoro doing a good job to pick up the region there. Now, Palma went for the Eve of Harvest as his second item. This is going to give him a little bit of sustain here on the map, and I think it's a decent item choice. Turret dropping low for Team Solo Mid as Fnatic applies pressure. They're waiting for Von C to make his way up. Von C is here now, hitting 2 with that on point, doing a good job. Maybe just connecting onto Palmatoro. A lot of damage coming out at this point. Team Solo Mid looking for a target, but who got who? It's Ned, but Ace's High comes out on Tetno. Tetno getting blown up, and with the Fountain to come out to keep him alive as Palma zoning with that Void Barrage as the wait for it comes out. Be enough to buy him a little bit of time as they're moving forward here, connecting onto Net. Net probably gonna go down at this point. Tetno, no, of course Net going down, and we see the infusions timing out at Tetno and Palma at the same time. This is really poor timing for these to be dropping off.
It was definitely poor timing, and I feel like that fight just wasn't very nicely, it wasn't very well executed defense-wise. So we saw Nettolet actually picking up the stuff there onto Flash X, and that's the second time he's done that. And I can see why he's doing that, because she's a laner, she's got the heal, you know, you don't want her healing up the members of Best Truck NA and Von C up in the fights. Right. But then at the same time, Von C and Best Truck NA, they're landing a lot of damage there. And again, in that team fight, Fnatic, all 3 members felt very clustered together. The on point was hitting all 3 members, which is not the ideal situation, especially when you look at Von C's build. You see how much damage he's able to do and how much damage you're taking. At this point, you kind of want to think, maybe we should be kind of just separating just that little bit. We've got a lot of mobility, we can certainly avoid it, but we're not doing that right now.
Well, we would expect these teams to be able to adjust on the fly as time goes on. I mean, maybe they get fooled once or twice here. We'll see if Fnatic can adjust moving forward in this match. I know if anybody's out there is a Sky player, you really know that when Broken Myth is completed for this item, that's when you're really going to come online. That's when the damage output is really going to start stacking up. So this is just bide your time right now for Palmatoro. And let's see if they can move forward, continue to stay alive, not lose too much net worth across this map. and hold against the pressure of Team Solo Mid. Palma has another infusion in his pocket, so does Techno JJ at this point, as TSM continue to just apply pressure down the lane. And the farm coming out, I mean, Best Chuck doing a very good job to continue his farm here. Board Barrage slowing up TSM, Vonsi getting connected by Flash X as well, just a little bit. Vonsi is going to go ahead and jump in. Death from above will be dropping down here as the wait for it's going to come through. Now they silence the Flash. Flash with the Arcane Passage back net on the front line. Look at that on point! Hitting Techno and Palma. You've got to respect that damage. Huge damage coming out. The nice damage coming out as Gwen finds a little bit of basic attack damage as well. Vonsi dropping low. Palma Toro finding the damage. And he does not even have that broken myth we were talking about at this point. The Sky already respectable damage. Palma finds a little bit of a target lock. Drops back. Loses vision. Throws that forward barrage down. This is a very tense matchup at this point.
Yeah, he's got that Eve of Harvest, which is just keeping him in those fights a little bit longer. And I definitely agree, because the way that Team Solo Mid are playing this game so far is that they're very much playing in that kind of poke composition. We're seeing that on point coming out, does a lot of damage, they back away and just wait for the next opportune moment. And the same could be said for Best Chuck NA as well. They're just poking away, just dealing a bit of damage over time. And with that Lyre there, if Fnatic is able to get any damage, they just back away, they heal up, and then they go back in. Whereas Fnatic, they don't really have that same heal. They don't have a healer. They have Net Toilette on that Grumpjaw.
Three-man on point. Vonsi moves forward. A nice death remove should zone them out. Net moving back. He's taking a lot of damages. Are they going to lose their Grumpjaw? No, he stays alive. Okay, he drops at the end of this. Techno trying to Sonic Zoom backwards, but how about 413 damage to go ahead and drop him down? Trant trying to find the root there. Palmator with the Suri Strike. Drops Vonsi! How about that? Palmator, he's locked on, but Best Chuck's there with Flash. They're going to drop him down. That's going to be the ace for Team Solo Mid. 15.5 minutes in. How about a Crystal Sentry? And what about timing as they can go ahead and start up on this Kraken?
I think it was all really down to sustain at that point. It was all about sustain. Fnatic, Palmator, he's got that Eve of Harvest. Techno JJ, he was very, very within range. Vonsi, just that on point. He wasn't able to dodge it in time. You do have that Sonic Zoom ability available, but he didn't have it at that moment in time.
Yeah.
And I think you kind of really want to be saving that the Sonic Zoom just to be avoiding that on point.
It is so intensely close of a match. Oh, we'll hold this. Nettoilette moving in his Kraken being captured.
Grumpjaw steal?
And getting very slow. I mean, this is like exactly the same positioning, but a little bit different as far as the health bars across the map and as the capture bar coming out of the Kraken there. Now, TSM doing a smart job to go ahead and drop that up, but Vonsi, you see a lot of damage taken out if he is the aggro target for this Kraken Fnatic. Throwing out their flares, trying to get vision and see exactly what's going on here. Net on the front side for his team just continues to buy more and more flares. They do not want to get caught out. Flash, you always have to respect the fact that Flash could Arcane Passage deep in and blow up one of these targets here. See if they want to do that or continue to poke. They want to let Vonsi land a couple on points, get the Broken Myth stacking up as he is doing so thus far. All of Team Solo Mid infused, Techno infused, as well as Net Toilette here. Palmator wants to complete that Broken Myth. Tier 2 turret's going to go down, and that was pretty easy. All things considered here. Nettoilette moves forward. Is Fnatic looking for a fight? Actually, you see he moves forward aggressively. He gets off that Atlas Pauldron. I don't know if it's worth it based off the damage that he actually took avoiding that on point there. TSM, look at that. Suri Strike over the top. Aces High going to be blocked off. Palmator. That was some skill play right there.
That was some skill play. We can see him baiting TSM down into the jungle, and the very nice. He was holding on to that Suri Strike just to get to the other side. Just to kind of just draw them away from that turret, draw them away from Techno JJ and Net Toilette, who are both very low. It was a very tactical, strategical decision that he did, and it was very lucky that he's as talented as he is, because he was blocking that Aces High, not one of the easiest ones to block in the game.
So talented, so smart. Palmator.
Player to watch.
Of course, I like when I can get to call him Palmatozo, but not this game. Maybe later on, if the situation calls for it. Flair's going to come out and realizing exactly where Flash is across this map. 5-2, 18 minutes into this game. I mean, I heard so many people that were saying, you know what, TSM's going to come in, they're going to roll through Fnatic. That is not the case here.
It's definitely not going to be the case with TSM. They look like they're going to be going in for the engage here.
Yeah, they will, but Net, he's grumpy. He moves in. Death from above. Death from above really connected with Techno, dropping low. Techno trying to get the damage out as the Atlas was applied to Best Chuck. Best Chuck dropping low, so is Fonzie's down. Palmator, they've traded here. Techno, you got to be careful at this point as Net moves over the wall. Best Chuck, one attack should be able to take him down. Buckshot, there's the attack. The double kill coming through for Best Chuck. And Flash with the Arcane Passage, trolling out Net Toilette just a little bit there. Net Toilette applies his own Atlas Pauldron. Should be enough to get himself out of this situation, and it looks like it will be.
Looks like it could even be another turret there. TSM, FlashX able to heal Best Chuck Any right up there. And then in that team fight, I think it was just kind of the issue is that Fnatic, they're really struggling in the team fights just to output as much. It's not even a question about damage output right now. It's a question about sustain. Palmator, he's got that Eve of Harvest. He's able to heal right back up. But FlashX, this is what the Lyra is supposed to do. This is why she's such a priority captain pick for a lot of the teams here, is that she has this ability to heal the whole team right back up. The more Bold is healthy build, the more you're able to heal them right up. And
let's talk about this for a second. Can you break this down? Von C, 2 broken myths.
2 broken. It's all about that shield pierce, really. Tenno-J. It's about building that shield pierce, the passive stacks, you get a little bit of extra crystal damage as well. And with the way he pokes, if you're looking at Tenno-J, he's got that Aegis, Palmator, he's also got that kinetic shield. Just the way that defensively that both of those have built, their main fear is Von C, because poking with his on point, he is hitting them every single time. You want that shield pierce to be going through. And as you can see, it is hitting like a truck onto Fnatic.
It is hitting like a dumpster truck here at this point. It's just massive damage coming through. Now, one of the things, you know, we see the net worth building for TSM, but you look at the farm score for both of these teams here. 186 for Tetno, the 182 of Best Chuck. I mean, this is really trading out very evenly. Same story in the jungle, very evenly being traded out. Now, Fnatic, a little bit of a strange position here as they come around the backside. Now, Flash must know what's going on. He drops the Bright Bulwark. There's the Sigil. Gonna give him the move speed and a little bit of heal. He moves forward for his team. Gonna get off that Atlas Pauldron onto 2 as Net tries to do the same thing from the other side. Wait for it, comes through. I don't know if that was the one he wanted to throw out. Buckshot's gonna slow up Tetno as Tetno tries to get on the Flash. Flash there. Palma taking a lot of damage. They've lost Best Chuck. They've lost Tetno. Palma trying to kite back, but she can't get out of there. Von C, he's too mobile. That's too much damage. And next one, let's get him. One more. No, you can't. Wham bam. Thank you, Von C.
TSM with the ace. Actually, there's a really good fight there in that positioning. Tenno-JJ. It was a perfect positioning for Palmator to land that forward barrage onto Best Chuck NA there. And they did pick up the kill, but again, it's a question. It's just that Tenno-JJ, he's in such close range. It's just every time he's just dying so quickly.
But the damage is immense. That was the story. Our analysts talked about it from the beginning. If the abilities are going to be landing, targets are going to drop incredibly quickly. I gotta say though, you know, it felt like in match 1, match 2 here, they were quiet victories coming out of Team Solomid. These were not crushing victories. Like this was Fnatic standing their ground, fight after fight, engage after engage, rotation after rotation. I'm currently incredibly impressed with how they played out these matches. And I do feel that if they get enough traction with a snowball type of composition, they could be reversing the series.
They definitely could be, but then again, this is TSM. Nobody was really expecting that CP Blackfeather coming out from Von C. As Tasty Bacon said, they haven't played a Blackfeather all season. Who would have thought this would be coming out from them, especially such a hard-hitting CP Blackfeather as Von C's?
All right, well, the analysts did call out a skill shot matchup here. Let's see if it played out the way they thought.
Thank you very much, guys. Honestly, Von C dropping the Vonk on Fnatic right there. And the CP Blackfeather, a huge factor in so many of those fights. I mean, they said it on their caster in a lot of those situations, Vox just couldn't get close enough because of it.
Yeah, CP Blackfeather has such a high ratio, like 180% ratio on his on point. 3-second cooldown pretty much with Infusion. Yeah. He was doing some damage, and Fnatic actually bunched up a lot and got hit with like 3-man on points. It just decimated them. And his build, wow, Shatter Glass and double Broken Myth, pretty much Glass Clan in the whole way.
Yeah, didn't pick up that armor, that tier 2 armor until the very end of the game. Was incredibly squishy, relying on the barrier from the on points to survive. And it worked pretty well. Only 2 deaths in the entire game for him. It was just really well played. This was sort of a typical team solo mid type of game where there's not a ton of kills. I was actually sitting there, I was like, around the 13-minute mark, I was saying this feels like just a standard TSM game where you almost don't realize that they're actually winning because they're just not looking for kills. They're just focusing on the objectives. It went a little bit longer than normally a standard team solo mid game does with that style, but they still end up.
I was chatting to some of the guys upstairs about this as well, and they were saying, While Fnatic is kind of going to toe-to-toe with TSM for a long portion of the game, that's kind of how TSM plays the early game. It's not like they're one of these teams that gets a huge lead early and then snowballs that. They actually prefer to play towards that mid-stage of the game.
Yeah, and TSM, they play when they have the right power spikes, especially when Von C turned level 8. He finished his Shatterglass, had a lot of Piers, and then they started pressuring the lane. You can see them using the Lyra composition the right way, poking them down, and then slowly taking turret by turret, and that's how they got the gold lead, and slowly were able to out-damage or out-DPS Fnatic's composition.
So now at this point, I have to ask you guys, like, how are we feeling for Fnatic here? Is there a way for them to pull themselves back into this series? Humanist mentioned a potential reverse sweep. Like, I don't want to get too excited too early. Can Fnatic take series off of TSM if they rearrange their draft a little bit?
They can, because they've shown that they can hang with Team Solo Mid a lot better than I think anyone was expecting them to.
Yeah.
Probably even better than Team Solo Mid was expecting them to. But at the same time, it's going to be even tougher now because their backs are against the wall. They're going to be feeling the pressure after losing 2 games that were like that. You know, some of the best games we've seen from Fnatic. And, you know, you got to wonder where their mental state is at, because it's tough to look at a series and say, we've played so well and have still come up short twice.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, getting on into this draft phase, we've got a Koshka ban followed by a Lyra ban. Lyra was a huge factor for TSM in that last game. With that taken off the table, Fnatic are going to go for a Glaive.
Yeah, Glaive is... I'm glad they're changing their picks up, because they first picked the Vox twice the last 2 games. So I think this is a good change up in Fnatic. They need to do something different here to respond to TSM's draft. And I think here TSM may potentially just first pick the Gwen or take Arden Lance as a captain and then respond. Oh, they're actually go with the Adagio here and ban the Lance away, which is great because the Lance ban has worked for them pretty well in the last game, and I think this makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Well, with Adagio taken away and Lyra banned, that means all healers are now off the table for Fnatic. Grumpshaw going to be banned away, and now Team Solo Mid. They've got to make a big decision with this pick. This is kind of going to lock in the direction that this composition is going to go.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if it will be the laner or the jungler that they pick up. See Grumpshaw with that ban. A very popular pick, very strong pick thus far at the Unified Championship. But that's going to be the Kestrel coming out. Kestrel is a hero that we've seen a surprisingly small amount of, given the fact that we were expecting it to be almost every single game to appear in.
I think we've seen it banned a lot more than we've actually seen it picked. And when we have seen it picked, it's really not actually been that influential. We haven't seen many games where a singular Kestrel just kind of hard won the game like we were kind of expecting coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I think the only one time it happened was when Tigers played it against us in the Hammers vs. Immortals matchup. But other than that, yeah, we haven't seen it that much. And I think most likely they're going to do a CP Kestrel. The Vox is picked here, and they like the Vox pick a lot. And I feel like sometimes this could be their Achilles heel.
So now, Vox has been picked up, no ban on the Baron. Is that like the obvious pick now for Team Solo Mid? Is that just a hard counter at this stage?
I don't know. I don't think it's really the hard counter, but we are going to have the Finn come out for Fnatic. This is another one that it's been interesting to see where the priority on this Finn comes from. A lot of it has been like targeted at specific players. Like we see this 14% bans. 4 of those bans, came against Suijay and Immortals when they played against Hammers earlier. But there's going to be that Gwen, so a very vulnerable composition from Team Solo Mid in terms of health, but a very powerful composition in terms of damage.
Yeah, and they do have that little bit of sustain as well with the Adagio, so I wouldn't expect the health will be too much of an issue for them, especially with how coordinated a team they are. But it's that time again, boys. I've got to ask you for your predictions going into potentially the final game of the day. We'll start with you, Bacon.
Gonna stay the same. Team Solo Mid, they haven't shown me any reason to doubt them, and I think they're going to be able to take this.
All right, Suijay.
Von C on CP Kestrel is going to carry so hard this game, so it's going to be great to watch.
All right, Team Solo Mid across the desk. We'll see if Fnatic can use their final lifeline to pull themselves back into this series, or whether Team Solo Mid go through flawlessly into the 3rd and final day. Let's hand it over to our casters.
Woo! This is the time for the home team to step up here with their backs against the wall. Down 2-0 in this series. Xingyi is this a draft that they can do it with?
Suijay was saying, this is a very, very vulnerable composition coming out from Team Solomid. It's also a very hyper-aggressive early game composition.
Huge damage.
But I'm going to emphasize this but. One thing that Fnatic have is that Palmatora is on Glaive. You have the ability to just get right on top of your targets. And I want to be seeing this very early on. I want those ganks to be coming as early as possible, picking up those kills, shutting down that early game.
Well, you heard it. Shingy wants those ganks early and often. We will see if Fnatic can do it here with their tournament life on the line up against Team Solomid. I'm not jealous of these guys right now.
The pressure!
What a tough position to be in here.
I'm looking at the composition coming from Team Solomid. I'm seeing Vonsi on that CP Kestrel, and I'm scared.
You heard Suijay, he's like, Wanzi's going to carry so hard. It was like reminiscent of like some flashbacks happening of some past games that he's gone up against there. And we've seen Vonsi carry so hard on this Kestrel. And Bacon mentioned, we haven't seen tons of Kestrel, but she's been banned out. And the time she's picked, there have been a lot of impact coming out in these matches. We'll see what can happen here.
That is definitely going to be that case here. And one thing, going back to that CP Kestrel coming out from Von C, is that in the past when we have seen him playing that CP Kestrel, one thing that he does tend to do is that he is a little bit over-aggressive. He does tend to step a little bit forward. And if Fnatic recognize this and are able to anticipate where he's going to be when he's a little bit far forward, that is something to be taken advantage of, especially when a Finn and a Glaive there.
I mean, one thing Finn does like to do is body block a lot of times, but, you know, with the CP Kestrel, you stand right behind it. That is going to be some splash damage coming through. You got to be careful. And right now, I'm sure Fnatic understanding of how they need to play this composition out. Net hanging out here with Tetno, just allowing Tetno to farm out. You see Net dropping the charms there. He like I said, he's one of the cheekiest players. I think between him and Rex,
it's home crowd.
He's using those taunts more than almost anybody.
he's playing up for the crowd there. And I like what Palmatora did there. He took his farm, went to the lane, and then just teleported home. Against the CP Kestrel, he's going to have a really tough time, especially because there's not much vision available in the jungle. If Vonsi uses his active camouflage, Palmatora's going to have a really tough time trying to find him. And right now, those Glimmer shots, you don't want to be just taking those to the face. Wait till you've got a little bit more defense. Get the Stormguard banner as he has done, so you can clear that jungle a little bit faster.
All right, well, one Glimmer's going to connect onto Palmatora. He knows what's going on as the flare does come out. We'll move up towards the lane. They want to look for a target, but based off of the rotation, TSM should know what's going on, and we do see both teleports back home, of course, from Flash and Best Chuck. They're going to go ahead and heal up, grab a couple items, move back out on the map, and it looks like, you know, the same story as we've been seeing with this win, going into an early tension bow, and hey, why not?
Why not? Who wouldn't? With the bonus damage that Tension Bow offers, and also with her Boomstick where it offers even more bonus damage, when those two work together, that hits so hard. But the problem is when you've got two heroes such as Glaive and Glaive and Finn, they already have quite a lot of base health. It won't be as influential in the early game as perhaps, say, if you were hitting onto a Scarf. But it's still going to be doing a lot of damage in the early game. I want TSM to be applying that pressure. So far, maybe not as much as we would have liked. We've seen Vonsi. He's been quite tempered, actually. He's not being as aggressive as we were expecting. But this could be the first 3v3 so far, as all 6 members are in the lane, or 5 now, actually.
Yeah, you see the active camo forward. Net taking a lot of damage quick. Palmatora moves up with the boots, though. He's going to knock Flash back. As Flash, can they apply the damage? Nope. How about some more Glimmer shots? How does that taste? Woo, that's dirty.
That tastes bad, and he forces 2 members off Fnatic back, and this leaves TSM in a very comfortable position. Vonsi, however, is low on energy. That is the thing about CP Kestrel, though. It's very energy intensive using those Glimmer shots, and if you just throw out a few rounds of it and you just kind of run out low on energy, you have to go home, as he's doing. You have to be picking up those energy baskets. He's got 2 right there.
Yeah. Flash pulls aggro off that turret. He's going to be forced back here. But as you said, I mean, you have to be careful, and that's why we do see some early batteries coming out here for Vonsi. He's going to keep that energy up. He needs to keep the adrenaline stacks as he does start to drop these Glimmer shots through. That's going to help him out as well with those resources. Flash has grabbed his fountain 4 minutes in here. Net not quite grabbed his own yet, so we'll keep our eyes on these items as we move forward in the next few minutes here.
Well, he's got the tension. Well, we see Flash X picking up the fountain, but we also see Best Chuck NA picking up that tension. But that's a very powerful power spike actually there for TSM. They're in a very comfortable position to be picking those team fights right now, and I think that Fnatic recognize this. They're going to have to be a little bit more passive. They have to pick their targets very carefully if they do choose to go in on anyone.
Now, if they choose to go in on anyone, you're going to have to be careful as far as your positioning is concerned. With Palmatoro, Stormcrown complete here for him. One shot's going to connect onto Net Toilette. Pretty respectable damage. Polite Company comes out, maybe a bit early out of net. He wants to be using this in and around these engagements. It's just that extra survivability for him, for his teammates. It can have such a huge impact here. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4 glimmer shots coming out of Von C. And both Von C and Best Chuck hanging out right on top of this active camo. Incredibly smart. More glimmer shots coming out. This turret is taking so much pressure. I mean, you have the Adagio, you have this Kestrel, you have the Gwen. This is range poke damage, and this turret is just getting melted. Goodbye, Tier 1 turret.
This is something that we see a lot of CP Kestrels doing, actually. Even in the European regions in North America for the past season or in the Vainglory 8, is that with their glimmer shots, when they have a little bit of crystal damage going there, it's very easy with every single glimmer shot just to poke that turret down. We saw that working very successfully there, and I feel like that's something that Fnatic maybe should have expected, picking up those minion candies as well early on, just to allow that wave to push forward a little bit, maybe prevent this happening so early. And to me, these compositions and these playstyles coming out from both of the teams right now is the very epitome of EU versus NA. EU, they've gone for a very late game composition here from Fnatic, and Team Solo Mid, so much early game.
Early game, but definitely a composition that can scale. And this Kestrel will have a damage impact throughout the majority of this game. Von C's going to go for the Frostburn first. I think this is a nice choice. You're already doing so much damage. If you hit a target, they get that Frostburn applied to them. They're going to be slowed down just a touch, allowing Best Chuck to move forward with that tension bow, get a proc off on that. A lot of damage output potential here. Infusions picked up. They're going to be in the inventories currently for Team Solo Mid. And they should, Fnatic should be seeing that they're sitting on these infusions right now. So one shot's going to connect onto net. A couple of glimmers coming through as Von C and Flash moving forward. Didn't quite want to throw the flare out as Flash only had one. Throws it forward into the left mustache brush. Will clear out these scout traps. And once again, this is TSM just very, very slowly, very methodically just clearing out, taking control over this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Those infusions, massive, massive power spikes there, just sitting in the inventory. And for me, it just feels that Fnatic, what they're waiting for is Net to hit that level 6 and have that force of support available. Because with the forced cord, with the Quibble, and also with the Afterburn, that is a lot of crowd control. They can really have very strong target focus once he reaches that level 6.
All right, well, we wait for that power spike, but hey, there's an Afterburn onto Best Chuck, the skedaddle back. They're going to focus on the Palmatoro's. Net moves forward. Wait for it's going to come through, silencing them out, but just for a very short duration. Polite Company once again out of net, trying to buy some time for his team. Tetno does have his own weapon infusion if he wants to pop it at this point. See if he wants to do so. Has that Sorrow Blade. One shot's going to be dodged out by Tetno. A nice quick Sonic zoom there. Ooh, Glimmer's landing and splashing on the two members of Fnatic. You have to be so careful. Look at Von C just dropping these glimmers after glimmers after glimmers. Palma's on the front side of this fight. He's going to need a Found to stay alive, and he's not going to get it. Well, it was actually on cooldown. I don't know, maybe a miscommunication going in like that. They want to keep the turret alive, but they're melting. The Fnatic are falling apart. Team Solo Mid come through. They take the turret. They take the ace. I mean, how much of this is Fnatic making a mistake, or Team Solo Mid taking advantage of positioning on this map?
I wouldn't say Fnatic are making any mistakes right now. I would say it's all coming down to TSM. Just completely taking advantage of not only their composition, but also the power spikes, and again, of positioning. Tetno JJ, he's not able to clear the wave as fast as Team Solo Mid are pushing, and that to me is the main issue. And also, I'm going to point this out to Vision. We do see Nettoilette now with 5 flares in his inventory. That is going to go a long way with helping them identify Von C's active camo traps, also identify where he is on the map, because he wants to be, he should be their main target right now. But actually, if you look at it, Best Chuck NA should be their target as well, but it's so difficult for Fnatic to choose, well, which one can we choose? We've got this great target focus, but who can we really go for here?
A tough situation. You say one should be the main target, maybe another should as well. TSM are going to move down as group flare comes out. Net getting melted. Net, you're going to go down now. One shot, one destroyed Finn as he drops to the earth. He's going to take a second to respawn here, but I mean, this game, we're 9 minutes in here. The respawn timers are so short.
No forgiveness here, and this massive 7k gold lead. They're just going towards Team Solo Mid at 9 minutes. It's looking so strong. We're not seeing many kills going the way of Team Solo Mid right now. And looking at the itemization coming in from Fnatic there, Tetno JJ, he's just put his infusion on. He definitely recognizes that Team Solo Mid, they are going for another push, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, Force Decord's going to come out, of course, blocked off. Flash X making a wise decision. That's the one you want to block off if you need to. Wait for it thrown out a little bit wildly here. and it's not going to connect on anybody, so this is a large cooldown. 60 seconds here. Not going to have that ultimate for the Vox. Is looking from range, coming out. Turret's going to drop, and you see it popping up. 64% success rate on the reflex block coming out of Flash X, and we just mentioned, I mean, perfect timing for that stat to come up there. He's choosing when to activate this item, and it's always when it's the most important ability for him to block for his team. It's an incredible job thus far.
Incredible job, and the ability that they're really should be prioritizing the block is that force accord, because if they are able to get onto Best Chuck NA and Von C and just manage to slam down a Quibble as well, that's an excellent opportunity for Fnatic to be turning around those fights. But because he is blocking them, he is denying that opportunity away from Fnatic, because I feel like that is the condition that Fnatic are waiting for at this moment in time. Maybe we make it to the late game, Fnatic, they're going to be in a much better position to fight, but as it stands, that force accord absolutely pivotal in these games.
I mean, it's pivotal, but you're also waiting on a power spike from this Finn. He needs another level. You need that Quibble to be overdriven. You need to be able to have that area of effect stun. I mean, you are fighting a range composition, but you have to have that overdriven Quibble to really start to come alive as a Finn. Currently, Fnatic in such a dangerous position, backs against the wall, a massive net worth lead built up here for Team Solo Mid. Incredible play thus far in the 11 minutes of this third match in this series.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. It's just so scary, actually, just looking at the way that TSM are playing. And we see, this is Von C, he's very far ahead. Oh no. Oh
yeah,
no.
The stealth coming out here. Now the flare is not going to actually connect. They don't know where Von C is there. 1-2, Glimmer Shots connecting, plus the Ace side is going to be resisted off, but he silenced up for a second. And Net's down! They lost Net's wood! Now Tetno, he's going to go ahead and boot out into a safer position. As the first does come out of Flash, it's not going to connect onto Fnatic, but they have zoned them out. And this is Team Solo Mid. They're on the Vayne Crystal turrets. 11.5 minutes into this game. I mean, game 1 and game 2 were incredibly close. We went into late game, but this is a different story here.
It's 5-0, and sometimes when we describe games, when we describe teams as pushing on a clinic, this is pushing on a clinic here from Team Solo Mid.
Oh, it is.
It's just, I feel like they're not making any misplays. Flash X, just landing that crystal to prevent those forced accords. Von C, his positioning. Sometimes we do see him being a little bit too over-aggressive. But this time he's being very moderate. The way he's playing, it's just perfectly timed with those power spikes. And that Palmasaur, are they going to go in for the steal? Is this a good idea?
He's stunned up!
Oh no!
Palmasaur, oh man, he gets the afterburn off, but Glimmer Shots connecting, they're splashing, Stealth moving forward, Von C is on the back line, Von C, it is Net dropping that fountain, but it's not enough. Palma tries to find the stun, Tetno's melted, Palmasaur melting as well. TSM absolutely destroying Fnatic here. 8-0 in the net worth, in the kill score, the map control. They've done everything they need to, and this is why everybody gave them advantage coming into this series here. This is what so many people expected. That's your last Vayne Crystal turret melted, and this is the Vayne Crystal going down. Barring a miracle, this should be the end here. And there you go, Xingyi. Wow. Team Solo Mid, you set a clinic. Phenomenal. I mean, this is Vainglory 101 here.
An absolute exhilarating game to watch being put out from Team Solo Mid. 13-minute game, maybe one of the fastest that we have seen so far.
Von C, feet up on the desk, my man. Hey, why not? Just kicking back, kicking some butt at the same time.
With that Crystal Kestra, Crystal Kestra, Crystal Blackfeather, every single time. I feel like Team Solo Mid, they look very strong, but actually, I'm not going to say Fnatic, they also looked very strong as well, but I think composition-wise, maybe for that one, it just didn't go as well for them. They weren't able to just make it to the mid to late game, which is what they should be really rooting for.
You know, our analysts don't usually go out on a limb and say something like, okay, this guy's going to carry so hard. They don't say those kind of things for no reason. You know, Sweej, an incredible analyst, a player out there, he saw this composition, he saw the pick, he saw the potential, and knew exactly what Von C could accomplish with this pick. And here in this series, that was dirty. I mean, that he carried so hard. Plus, Best Chuck, he had the farm, the item progression. I mean, you called out the early tension bow. It came out. He made it work. This is what everybody expected. They just executed to a T.
Absolutely. So even those moments when we saw those glimmer shots, if he was ever low in energy, I think maybe in the past what we'd have seen is he would have just gone, okay, we can still go in for these fights. But this time, he was going home. They were playing very controlled, and this is the first time we've seen TSM playing all weekend. This is what we're waiting for. This is setting the pace for tomorrow.
Got me all hot and bothered over here, TSM.
We're all hot and bothered here.
I mean, TSM, and it was also the Finn, right? The Finn wants the body block, but you have splash damage coming out.
You can't dodge those glimmer shots. You're so slow.
No, you're hanging out behind the Finn. You're eating the damage. Tenno tried, but the early Frostburn did so much work. The Shattered Glass came through so much crystal
They just fell behind. They were trying to go for the weapon damage. They were trying to go for the crystal damage, and they were also saying, well, we want the offensive, but we also need defense as well. There was a very good reason why they were going down so quickly, just looking at the itemization, but that is no fault of their own. They were falling very, very, very quickly behind.
Well, game 1, game 2, it was a little bit of a different story than game 3. Although, it did go the way of Team Solo Mid. But, let's see how these guys are feeling. We do have an interview with Dan Gaskin down on the stage.
Thank you very much. Yeah, here with FlashX after, well, it was a good performance, a very confident one. But it was a lot closer than what a lot of people thought it was going to be. I mean, talk me through that first game then, because it was a bit toe-to-toe, and then Vonsi got that steal on the Kraken.
Yeah, obviously this was our first time playing Fnatic, so we didn't really know what to expect going into it. Not playing yesterday and then sitting here at the venue all day today, we were kind of just sitting around, literally, and definitely eager to get on stage. So I think it was a combination of just getting over some stage fright and adjusting to their play style and how they like to play, but by game 3, I think we were pretty warmed up and played even cleaner throughout the series.
So you were just waking up a little bit and just awakening the beast. But you said about play style then. Is there a big composition difference, do you think, from Europe and North America that you noticed?
It definitely varies team to team. I think a team like SK Gaming is probably the team that plays most like NA. But yeah, there's probably a pretty large difference. I think North America likes to fight from the very beginning, where Europe's a little more passive, but luckily our playstyle prevailed here today.
It did, and now there's only one European team that's left. It's going to be G2. You won't be facing them in the semi-finals, but do you think you could possibly be facing them in the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9's a hell of a team, and we know we got our work cut out for us. But yeah, may the best team win.
And how does preparation go then? Knowing that you're going up against Cloud9, second seed, of course, coming to this event, you've played them time and time again. Are you going to be watching a lot of VODs from past games with them?
Yeah, we'll definitely go back, watch how they drafted today. Fortunately, them being our #1 scrim partner, we do have a lot of information on them. Kind of sad to see it come down to this. We would have liked to have seen them in the finals, but yeah, I think we're pretty confident going into it.
Well, congratulations again. Best of luck. Tomorrow we'll toss this one back up to Munchables on the desk.
Thank you very much, Dan, and congratulations to FlashX and the gang. Honestly, that final game in that series was an absolute masterclass coming out from TSM. How to win at Vainglory in under 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like Flash said there, it seemed like they had just gotten warmed up. Like that was TSM performing. That was what people were kind of expecting coming into this series, was for Team Solo Mid to just show up, perform, and dominate. This is the Team Solo Mid we've been seeing all season. This is the Team Solo Mid we were looking for in this event.
And this is the CP Kestrel that we've all been talking about, that we've all been hyping up. Suddenly you see a player like Von C bringing it to the table, and it just decimates an entire roster.
Yeah, and I love Von C's item build. He's just no fear, just fight. Rushes that damage. Like first game, tangible, monocle, not as much defense. Second game, glass cannon, black feather. And this third game, CP Kestrel, he just really shined. It was amazing to watch him play.
Absolutely, and I mean TSM, they're going to be very happy with that day 2 result for themselves. They now move on into our semi-finals, which means we have all 4 of our semi-finalists confirmed. I believe we have a replay or 2 of that game that went down, so we can maybe break down some of the team fights. But what were the major factors in that game, do you guys reckon? What was the real crux of that game?
I mean, Von C. It's that simple. It was Von C on that Crystal Kestrel was able to make so many plays happen.
Yeah.
When you're able to put so much damage up front, it's very difficult to try and turn a team fight back around. But also the great gauntlets from Flash, as you just saw there, and the verse from Chuck. It really was a team effort, but it's also so easy to just say Von C.
And that was a moment in the series where, you know, Fnatic actually were doing well against TSM, right? They were managing to take games, or not take games, but they were managing to take fights. They were managing to take advantages, but it never seemed to be quite enough. And we do have an MVP for that game. It is going to be Von C, especially for that last game's performance specifically. Obviously, all of our statistics brought to you by VGPro.gg, so make sure to go and check them out. But I feel like we didn't because that series was fairly one-sided, we didn't get to see quite as much of Vonsi as I would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, he can play any hero and make those heroes shine. I mean, that's just how mechanically gifted he is. And the synergy between him and Chug, along with Flash, of course, is just amazing to watch. They are the ones that aggress. They're the ones that poke. And he's just so good at taking advantage of poor positioning. I mean, that last game, Finn was out of position so many times, and he just poked him down with those arrows and won a lot of those fights that way.
All right, now we have to have a very important conversation before we can end this stream today. And that's the fact that even though TSM have come through with a 3-0 win in that first seed position, so did G2. And because we are in Europe, they get the home seed advantage. That means G2 are going to be moving forward as seed 1, which means that we have two of our absolute powerhouse squads going up against each other tomorrow. TSM versus Cloud9 will be our second semi-final. Arguably, what could be the grand final easily. That could be easily the best game of the day. We're also going to have G2 up against Gangstars. G2, little bit of a challenge earlier. Didn't break too much of a sweat. Managed to get through 3-0. Gangstars, that'll definitely be a test for them.
Absolutely will be. I mean, that's going to be the big test in my mind. That's the game I'm looking forward to the most, just for figuring out where teams stand, where these regions stand. You know, obviously G2 finally got the first victory for a European team over any international team, let alone North America. But now, can they beat Gangstars, the number 4 seed out of North America, or will they have to settle for that 3rd, 4th place spot?
That's going to be the question. It's been a big day for Europe. It's been a big day for EU Vainglory. We got our first game against America. We got our first European Series victory. And now tomorrow, going on into those semi-finals. Now, we want to know who you guys are supporting tomorrow as the semi-finals kick off. We want you to use the hashtag VaingloryLive and let us know who you're supporting, how you're watching. If you're here, whether you're at home, we want to know. And also, we want to know how many minions you think are going to be killed across the course of this weekend. 2 days down now, just 3 best-of-5 series to go. The count of minion deaths at the end of day 1 was 9,202. We'll see what the count is going to be at the end of day 3. If you're one of the closest 3 people to guess it, then you'll be able to grab some prizes for yourselves. But that just about wraps it up for today. I'm afraid we are going to be going for a fairly lengthy break as we all go and have a bit of a kip. I'm sure the players are going to be needing it even more than we do. But it's going to be a big day tomorrow. I mean, I would say what's the matchup you're looking forward to most tomorrow, but I think they're all pretty up there in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, it's pretty easy to say the match I'm looking forward to the most. I'm looking forward to the finals.
That's a very good point, very good. And a very real possibility that we have an EU versus NA final. That's going to be it from us, though. So from myself, from my analysts, and from the rest of the crew, we'll see you tomorrow.